Lu Feng failed to pass the supreme divine tribulation, his body was controlled by the inner demon, he achieved the realm of cosmic god, and became a villain. Since then, mountains and rivers have collapsed, and countless sects have been destroyed. A protagonist was born in harmony with the heavens and earth, and made rapid progress all the way, sealing the demon in the falling demon mountain. Since then, the world has been stable for 50,000 years. With the invasion of another world, the protagonist unfortunately died in battle. All living beings despaired, all spirits wept, and the way of heaven shed blood. The inner demon was completely destroyed in the 50,000-year seal, and Lu Feng returned. Chapter 1. Once the soul returns, it feels like a dream. Did I travel from a vegetative state to a vegetative state? Lu Feng was left with only depression. After he separated from his original body, he was swept away by a strange and powerful force while floating in the air. When I came here, I felt nothing in my 5 senses and 4 limbs, only my brain was working. What is this? The most miserable time traveler? Don't panic. Here is a copy of your memory. You will understand after reading it. A voice sounded in his mind and Lu Feng was startled. Who are you? Why am I here? I am the way of heaven. The voice answered slowly. Lu Feng was shocked and thought, Tian Dao? Isn't that a villain in novels that everyone wants to kill? Before he could even think of anything, a ball of light merged into his consciousness. With the integration of the light ball, a dusty memory awakened. Although he could not control his body at all, the memories read by his soul in the sea of consciousness told him that this was not really a time travel, but more like studying abroad on Earth. In his previous life, he lived on a small planet called Earth. Just as he was about to enter his 30s, he took on a job and was about to have his wedding, when he suddenly passed away. He watched his parents weep in despair in the hospital ward. In the blink of an eye, the person arrived here, unable to move, with all 4 limbs and 5 senses sealed. However, this sealed body belonged to Lu Feng's previous life. The memory he regained reminded him that he had failed in overcoming the supreme divine tribulation. His original consciousness had gone into reincarnation, his inner demon had taken over his body, and he achieved the supreme god Yeshinjing. Naturally, the inner demon is also half Lu Feng, and his memories are inherited as well. Lu Feng was a little confused, and he sorted out his thoughts. In other words, I am a demon. I failed to pass the supreme divine tribulation, and my body was taken over by the inner demon. My original consciousness went to Earth to reincarnate, and I was stuck there for 32 years. Now that my inner demon is dead, I've returned, but 50,000 years have already passed here? Is that what you mean? Heavenly Tao. The voice of the Heavenly Tao continued to echo within the sea of consciousness. Yes, that's basically correct. To be exact, it was 55,000 years. The remaining 5,000 years were your inner demon causing evil. You have been sealed for 50,000 years. Now that your inner demon is dead, I call you back. Lu Feng was embarrassed. You are calling me back to continue to go to jail. So he committed a crime, had his fun, patted his butt and left, and I am going to jail for him, right? Go Tian Dao, shut up first. Then he called softly in his sea of consciousness system. Tong Tong, are you there? Tiando's voice became surprised. System? What is that? Is it delicious? Shut up first. System. Come out here. How can I live without you? Come out, and let's screw the heavens together. 30% and 70%. Lu Feng shouted helplessly at Tian Dao. The heart-wrenching screams lasted for half a month. Lu Feng's voice had become much softer. Master System, I beg you, this is standard equipment for time travelers. Why am I the only one who doesn't have it? Alas. He sighed helplessly. Okay, Tian Dao, brother Dao, I figured it out. It's just jail, it's okay, I still have to be strong, real? Do you think I have any other choice? However, I didn't call you here just to be sealed away again. We are going to accomplish something great. What's the big business? To make it bigger and stronger, and create more glory? Oh, almost. In the Devil Mountain, the heavenly Tao of the Kanglan realm and the only remaining supreme god of the universe reached some kind of ulterior motive. Why do you say it's the only one left? In the Kanglan realm, on the front lines of the world battlefield in the Dongxi region, those saints have something to say. After being sealed by the god, the demon lived safely for 50,000 years. Who would have thought that there would be an attack from outer space and a full-scale invasion from another world? We're all in the same 9th-tier world, so why not just get along? Why do we have to fight to the death? What else can we do? They have come to our door, so we should just follow the god. As soon as the battle started, we found that things were not simple. We had one god in the Yushan realm, and the enemy had 5. How can we fight this? Just vote. If you can't beat them, just join them. However, in a war between worlds of the same level, there is no such thing as surrender. Only when all the creatures in one world are exterminated can it be devoured by the other world. Therefore, it is either death or victory. Surrender? That would save me some energy in killing you. Fortunately, the god has tremendous fighting power and he can fight 1 against 5 without losing. Not only was the god fighting 1 against 5, but for some reason, our combat power was far superior to that of the people at the same level. Fighting 1 against 2 or 3 was a normal operation. We won victory after victory on the battlefield, and the casualty ratio reached 1 to 4. The Kanglan realm has a total of 48 domains, each containing 3,000 states. A single state is roughly the size of a 7th-order world. Even someone as powerful as the Yushan realm would need 10 days to cross a single domain. At the beginning of the war, the enemy brought the world channel to the Dongli domain, a large domain on the border of the world, because the Kanglan realm was caught off guard initially, and because the enemy's 5 Yushan realm masters secretly attacked. The Dongji territory didn't react until 500 states had fallen, and they hurriedly organized a resistance. It wasn't until they lost nearly half their territory that they finally stabilized the front. The war lasted for 50 years, with countless casualties on both sides. Although the Dongji region had unmatched combat power at the same level, they could not withstand the enemy's large numbers and extremely thorough preparation. They suffered heavy losses at the beginning, and even an 8th-level Taoist sect was completely killed in the battle, and the soul of the semi-sane ancestor was extinguished. It was not until the Lord God took action and reinforcements from other domains arrived that the Kanglan realm was able to recapture the 1,400 states that had initially been lost, and in one breath, the battle line was pushed to the world channel. When the saints were preparing for a counterattack with great pride, another supreme god of the enemy walked out of the passage, and the power he exuded was no weaker than that of the Lord God. The god, who was already struggling to fight 5 people alone, suddenly fell into a disadvantage. On the battlefield of Yushan realm, even saints cannot intervene, not even with the strength of Saint Kanglan, unless 9 saints form the 9 talents formation. What's more, there were 7 or 8 saints who came out together with the supreme god of the universe. Together with the ones that were left, there were nearly 90 saints in total. On the other hand, there were only more than 30 saints on Kanglan's side, who were firmly restrained by the other side and could not help the god at all. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, Kanglan Tiandao opened a hole above the god and opened the boundary wall. The god no longer hesitated and rushed out of the Kanglan boundary, pretending to escape. The 6 people hurriedly chased after him. In the vast space outside the boundary, 6 balls of light were chasing 1 ball of light. They were finally caught up near the enemy's Huangqingjie, and then a shocking battle broke out again. In this battle, the avenue wailed and space collapsed. The god used his most precious treasure, the sky-breaking needle, which not only injured the enemy but also created a crack in the wall of the Huangqing realm. The god lord also rushed into the Huangqing realm and led the Yushan battlefield to the other world. After a month of fierce fighting, the god was exhausted, but the battlefield has been led to the vicinity of the passage. The 6 enemies certainly know what the god is planning. He wants to destroy the passage. They didn't want to do that, but this god had endless tricks up his sleeve and was really hard to deal with. It would be too embarrassing if it got out that we were outnumbered like this, but fortunately we were about to win. We just had to do our best to prevent him from destroying the passage, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. The god sacrificed all his treasures, looking like a madman, and pushed the treasures towards the 6 people, detonating them all. At one time, nearly 100 states were completely wiped out and the land was reduced to scorched earth. While the 6 people were resisting the shock wave, the god hurriedly took the soul-destroying pill and stimulated his last potential. With long roar, he rushed towards the most seriously injured person among the 6 people, holding him tightly, and rushed to the side of the passage. Then golden light appeared on his body. He's going to self-destruct. Boom! A loud noise spread throughout the entire Huangqing realm. This was not a sound wave, but the sound of the Tao being moved. After the devastating explosion, half of the domain was destroyed. Even if Huangqingjie's heavenly Tao wanted to repair the broken avenue, it would take more than 100,000 years. With such destructive power, the passage will naturally cease to exist. The remaining 5 people had complicated expressions and were all seriously injured. They knew that this battle would be difficult, but in order to survive this disaster and the great terror that was to come, they had to fight no matter how difficult it was. Bet everything on one throw. As long as you win, the Huangqing realm will double in size, the avenue will be more perfect, and the chances of survival will be greater, but this battle is much more difficult than they imagined. What kind of monsters are the people in this world? The four of them looked at the strongest old man, waiting for his decision. The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Rebuild the passage, reorganize the army and fight again. Put all your wealth into it. Either you win or you die. Now that their Yushin is dead, I don't believe that another one as strong will appear in 500 years." The four of them looked solemn and nodded in agreement. It would take at least 500 years to rebuild the passage. They need the help of Yushinjing to build the channel. With the remaining 5 people seriously injured, it is unknown whether they can make it in time. Chapter 2. Is there no god in Kanglan? The people of Huangqing realm were anxious because nearly 30% of their high-end combat power was left in Kanglan realm. According to the latest news from the front lines, over 30 people have been killed in the battle. There are still over 90 saints scattered abroad. The battle reports show that the creatures in the Kanglan realm are extremely ferocious. They are now surrounded and the passage is gone. These expeditionary forces are likely to be in great danger. For Huangqing's creatures, the only good news is that the enemy's only cosmic god has fallen. When he entered Kanglan again one day, the 5 gods led the way, and Huangqinger was invincible. Soon, the divine order from the highest command spread to every domain and every corner of every state in Huangqing realm. The content is only 4 words: get ready. Get ready. Wherever the divine order goes, all living beings are excited. War. Only war. We must use the blood and souls of our enemies to commemorate the martyrs who opened up our territory. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. We must always remember this day. Huangchang will win. It has never failed before, and it will be the same this time. All the major sects, races, and schools of thought took out their treasures. All the hidden sects came out, and various wandering cultivators gathered together. There is only one goal: to take over the Kanglan realm. Huangqing was defeated, but his fighting spirit was high. Kanglan won, but the top management looked dejected. I in the Kanglan realm, on the front lines of the Dongji territory, saints, semi-saints, and prominent figures from various domains gathered together. Everyone had a bitter look on their face, and the soul seal floating in the center of the hall made everyone present feel like they were falling into the abyss. This was the last moment when the passage was destroyed. The soul seal that flew out of the passage belonged to the Divine Lord. An old man stood up and everyone looked at him. This was the longest-lived saint in the Kanglan realm, with a lifespan of at least 2 million years. Before the god was born, he was already a saint. Those who can survive through repeated turmoil are definitely not ordinary people. He said slowly, "I believe everyone understands that this is the situation. The god has fallen. Now, although the passage is destroyed, the enemy still exists. When it is rebuilt, it will be the time when Kanglan will be destroyed. We have 6 cosmic gods, and there is absolutely no way we can resist them. We have also investigated the soul seal left by the Lord God. It has only one function: to unseal the falling demon mountain." After these words were spoken, the expressions of the saints and semi-saints did not change. They understood it when they saw the soul seal, but the other leaders and sect leaders were furious. The one from the demon mountain is a taboo in Kanglan. 50,000 years have passed, and the creatures that survived back then are all terrified when they talk about it. There were originally 2 gods in the Kanglan realm. One was the god of war, and the other was the devil who was sealed in the demon mountain. Since the Kanglan realm was promoted to the 9th level world, the demon controlled by Lu Feng's inner demon became the first cosmic god in the Kanglan realm. The heavenly demon became a god 4,000 years earlier than the god, but after becoming a god, his temperament changed drastically. He became extremely cruel and took pleasure in killing living beings. They often destroy people's Taoist traditions and cut off their inheritance. He even boasted that he would try every race in the Kanglan realm. Creatures that have just ascended out of the 2nd level small world no longer have any interest in food, but this demon, as a god of the top 9th order world, actually wants to eat all the species in the Kanglan realm one by one. The brutality was so great that even the demons themselves turned against them. In the end, the whole world is your enemy. Someone said, if we couldn't survive, would we become enemies of our own god? It was not until the god was born and fought with the demon for 1,000 years, and with the support of heaven, that he sealed it in the demon mountain. What outsiders don't know is that the god has suffered irreparable damage as a result. The old man's expression was full of nostalgia as he continued. When I was born, the Kanglan realm was still an 8th order world, barely the size of a domain. About 200 years after being promoted to the 9th order world, I became a saint. At that time, there were only two major domains in the Kanglan realm, the demonic realm and the divine realm. I belonged to the divine realm. Later, the Kanglan realm expanded periodically, expanding by one region each time. It sounds like a good thing, but few of you know that each expansion brought devastating losses. The major species fought fiercely for resources and space, resulting in countless casualties. In each war, the number of dead creatures far exceeded the number of demonic casualties. Before the birth of the heavenly demon, I experienced this kind of catastrophe 12 times. 3,000 years after the heavenly demon was sealed, most of you should know that the Xingqing domain was born. But that time, because the Divine Master was in charge, no blood was shed. The Divine Master presided over the distribution without any selfish motives. In less than 500 years, the Xingqing domain became prosperous and flourished, almost indistinguishable from other established domains. I'm relieved. In the past 500 years? The war wouldn't have ended yet. 30,000 years ago, the god was away for 1,000 years. When he returned, he expanded the Kanglan realm by 33 domains in one go. Under the heaven's blessing, that person of ours was cleansed from soul to spirit, and with ample resources, how could he have the fighting power he has today? We're in the same world, but our feelings don't seem to be that intuitive. But this time, when the foreign enemy invades, let me ask you, when fighting against an alien world, who doesn't fight one against two or three? It took us 30,000 years to digest the general idea of these 33 realms. During this period, geniuses frequently appeared in the world, and talented people were everywhere. But 30,000 years is too short. Without tens of thousands of years of accumulation, how can one achieve sainthood? Even someone as powerful as the godly demon took 30,000 years to become a saint, and 1,000,000 years to become a god. Our genius is just beginning to grow, everyone. Now the alien race is invading with great force. Wherever they pass, no grass will grow, and the mountains and rivers will be covered in black. The god has died in battle, so why should we continue to live? Time. All we lack is time. As long as the younger generations waiting for me have enough time, victory will definitely belong to the Kanglan realm. Now, if we old bones don't take the lead, are we going to let our younger generations die? But the enemy is powerful. Everyone is the pillar of my Kanglan realm. The enemy has 6 Yushun. We have one and only one solution. At any cost, we must invite the demon to come out. As long as he's willing to help and buy time for us younger generations, and as long as I'm not a bother to be an old man, I'll be the first to feed him. The god created such a glorious Kanglan realm, but it was ultimately destroyed by us. How can we even have the dignity to commemorate him here? If the Kanglan realm is destroyed, can we survive? You are all sensible people, and I believe you know the pros and cons of this. This old man's words only represent my clan of gods. That's all I have to say. Everyone, make your decision. After the old saint finished his passionate speech, he sat back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. Old Chen is right. A saint stood up and said, on behalf of Lanfan territory, I am willing to pay any price to invite the demon to come out and resist the foreign enemies. With someone taking the lead, the remaining saints expressed their opinions one after another. We are willing to work with Master Chen to invite the devil to come out of the mountain. Of course, the ones with the most complicated expressions among them belong to the Chaos Thunder Dragon clan. This clan was the favorite food of the demon back then. The leader of the Chaos Thunder Dragon clan, Ling Qingyuan, who was also the strongest in the clan, actually stood up in the hall and agreed. His strength is that of a semi-saint, and he is undoubtedly one of the top fighters in the Kanglan realm. He is also the only semi-saint in his clan. Don't ask where the ancestor is. When discussing the rules for unsealing the heavenly demon, many people turned their attention to Ling Qingyuan and Li Tangqing, the patriarch of the heavenly demon clan, the Chaos Thunder Dragon. Clan does not distinguish between males and females, and Ling Qingyuan often appears as a female when she transforms into a Taoist body. The Tao turns into a few wisps of thin air and becomes clothes, which seem to reveal the spring light, appearing and disappearing, making ordinary people feel restless. What a graceful fairy, however. All those present were enlightened beings who had long since left the mortal world and had long since abandoned all sexual ambiguity and no longer had any fantasies about it. In fact, when one reaches the highest realm of Tao body that a second-order small world can endure, all the so-called lust, beauty and ugliness will turn into clouds and smoke, and one will be able to transcend the ordinary world from then on, the realm of Tao body, transcending the ordinary. Incarnating into the Tao body can be divided into the original body and the Tao body. The human form is the innate Tao body, so all races usually transform into human form and walk in the world. After reaching the Tao body realm, one only observes the Tao, regardless of form. In other words, no one cares whether it looks good or not, and the face and body can be shaped as desired. Those worlds where people recruit concubines based on looks are all low-level small worlds. A saint can shatter them with a single glance and make them disappear with a single thought without any effort. Therefore, for a cosmic god like the demon who still has the desire for food, he is truly an alien. In fact, many people have speculated that this is not desire, but devilish nature. The demon before he became a god was not like this. According to legend, he was easygoing and had the power of destruction, but he never killed indiscriminately, even under its leadership. The two races of gods and demons, the two absolutely powerful races in Kanglan, lived in peace with each other for nearly 1,000,000 years. Chapter 3: Feed the demon with your body and protect Kanglan. Ling Qingyuan was breathing weakly at this time, and it was obvious that he had not recovered from his serious injuries to eye in the previous battle. She confronted a saint and killed him. As the greatest genius of the Chaos Thunder Dragon clan in 1,000,000 years, she lived up to her reputation. With his own efforts, he brought the tribe back to the top ranks of Kanglan. When the meeting discussed how to please the devil, everyone said that they should do it. It's just to be eaten. Why should I care about my life? They all said they would stew themselves to the devil first. Ling Qingyuan stood up and saluted everyone in the hall, and said in a clear and crisp voice, "Everyone, please listen to what Qingyuan has to say." Seeing that everyone was quiet, he continued, "There's no need to argue. There's no one more suitable than Qingyuan. You'll just have to offer Qingyuan up when the time comes. If the demon's nature has changed, then you naturally don't need to offer sacrifices. If his original nature remains, then I'm afraid you don't need to take the initiative. Who else can stop him? Qingyuan is here to ask for only one favor. There are a few promising young men in my clan. I hope you can help support them so that they can become talented and contribute to the great cause of Kanglan. Mr. Chen, Qingyuan is willing to feed the demon with his own body. I hope you can help me." After saying that, he looked at Mr. Chen, who was sitting in the main seat. Old Saint Chen opened his eyes, looked at Ling Qingyuan's determined expression, stood up and bowed to him solemnly. The others also bent down and bowed from the bottom of their hearts. When a saint bows, anyone below the saint level who is not worthy of it will probably have his body shattered and his soul enter the cycle of reincarnation, but she, Ling Qingyuan, deserves it at this moment. After standing up, Old Chen laughed heartily, his tone carrying a hint of sadness. All the people of Kanglan are like this, so why should we fear foreign invaders? Even if we die, it is with a heroic spirit. I just happen to be looking to take in a few personal disciples. Clan leader Ling, please feel free to send them to me. As long as I live, your Chaos Thunder Dragon clan will not be destroyed. This saint also wants to accept a disciple. My Dan temple is in need of a holy son. I have never accepted a disciple before. I need to accept more. My Taoist teachings cannot be interrupted. Ling Qingyuan bowed again. In this case, Qingyuan will be relieved. At this time, another deep voice sounded, and this one. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It turned out to be Li Tangqing, the only saint of the demon clan, who was the most loyal subordinate of the demon clan. Although he did not explicitly betray the demon clan, he did not take action when the demon clan was attacked. Li Tangqing said slowly, "When the time comes, I will tie myself up and apologize to Lord Tianhua." Elder Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's go together. All the saints and semi-saints, let's go together to invite the demon." "Okay. Let's go together," the people below shouted in unison. Another saint asked, "What should we do with the remnants of the yellow purity realm?" There are still more than 60 lesser saints left. There were more than 120 Huangqing saints who invaded Kanglan. After more than 50 years of war, there are only more than 60 left, especially after the channel was destroyed. Without the support of Huangqing Tiandao, the strength of those Huangqing saints plummeted and they were called little saints by the Kanglan realm. In just one battle, he killed more than 30 people without losing any saint on his side. So far in the battle, only 3 saints have died in the Kanglan domain, and all of them were injured by the enemy Yushin in the early stage. Ulchin pondered, these autumn grasshoppers won't be able to jump for many more days. For now, let heaven continue to weaken their strength. After a year, I estimate that only 20% to 30% of their strength will remain. We will then wipe them out and strive for 0 casualties. I believe that we, the saints, should work together to set up a large formation to temporarily seal the state they have occupied. Unsealing the heavenly demon is the top priority. By then, we will all be at the falling demon mountain. If we don't control these people well, something unexpected might happen. Everyone expressed their agreement. Seeing this, Elder Chen ordered, since this is the case, we will set up the formation starting tomorrow and complete it within 10 days. This place is a long way from the Devil Mountain. In a year and a half, I will gather all the saints and semi-saints of the Kanglan realm, as well as the 9th and 8th order Taoist sects, at the Devil Mountain to unseal the heavenly demon. I'll take your orders. In the Demon Mountain, Lu Feng and Tian Dao are in intense negotiation over their dirty, illegal deal. Lu Feng never imagined that in the short 50,000 years since he went into reincarnation, the Kanglan realm expanded to 3 times its original size. He also completely integrated into this identity. After all, 30 years of memories were almost insignificant compared to his original million-year life. This kid Xiao Kuan went to the outside world and brought back 4 Ninth Order world debris, which made Go Tian Dao full of food. Not bad, not bad. It leaves me with a good foundation. The space and destruction controlled by the heavenly Dao of the Kanglan realm are 2 extremely powerful avenues in themselves. This means that the creatures in the Kanglan realm can more easily comprehend these 2 great principles, and their average strength is higher than that of most Ninth Order worlds. P.S. You can also comprehend any other great way, but the highest achievement is to become a saint. But at the same time, the more powerful the avenue, the more difficult it is to practice, and the fewer the wills of living beings are recognized by the avenue. The Kanglan realm's heavenly Dao applied for a place as the heavenly venerable on both the avenue of destruction and the avenue of space within. The universe God realm is divided into 3 realms: God Lord, Heaven Lord, and God Emperor. Only when the heavenly Dao that living beings rely on applies for a place on the cosmic avenue can they be promoted to the universe God realm. As for the quota, applications are based on the unique origin of the heavenly Dao. For example, Huang Qingjie applied for 7 positions as God Lords and 2 positions as Heaven Lords. Huang Qing Tian Dao is in charge of the 4 great ways of gold, water, cold, and killing. Among them, gold and killing each applied for 1 Tianzuan quota. Water and cold applied for 4 and 3 Shinzuan quotas respectively. They are either saints who have met the promotion requirements but have no vacancies, or saints who have vacancies but have not met the promotion requirements. They have already broken through to the level of Yushin, but it is not very impressive. The guy who is qualified for the title of Jin Tianzuan is still unable to break through. Those who mainly practiced the way of killing were still at the saint realm, and there were only 2 of them, so it was difficult for them to break through. They were all sent to the Kanglan realm to participate in the war. Unfortunately, both of them died in the battle, because those who majored in the way of killing usually rushed to the front line and were naturally targeted by Saint Kanglan. The way of killing is slightly restrained by the way of space, and is also the weaker of the 7 top avenues. It can be said that the number of places you apply for in Tian Dao determines your upper limit, but the lower limit is still firmly in your own hands. In addition, the origin required to apply for 5 God Lord positions is only enough for 1 Heaven Lord position. The position of Divine Emperor not only requires the origin of 5 heavenly venerable positions, but also requires that the scale of the heavenly Dao applied for reaches more than 100 domains. So, you applied for 2 places for the heavenly venerable back then? Lu Feng said slowly. Tian Dao, yes, but neither of you 2 is up to the task and you are even killing each other. Lu Feng, it's my fault. Tian Dao was a little dejected. Now that Xiao Kuan has fallen, the spot is vacant and can be reappointed. To be honest, you are all my children, and I don't want to see any of you die. Lu Feng, excuse me, what's the current condition of my body? Is my strength still there? Oh? Tian Dao, you are the god of destruction that I chose. Xiao Kuan didn't have the ability to seal you at that time. I helped him seal you. And I, the Taoist priest, will naturally not harm your true body. Lu Feng, huh? Tian Dao, don't interrupt. I only sealed your inner demon in your sea of consciousness. In fact, your body is still running the heavenly demonic art, and it has been practicing silently and automatically for 50,000 years. Furthermore, after I devoured and grew stronger, I carried out a purge on behalf of all the creatures in the Kanglan realm. Even a dog in the Kanglan realm barks louder than those in other realms. Shifa took special care of you that time. Now your cultivation has reached the level of heavenly venerable. Once you are unsealed, you will be a true demon heavenly venerable. The demon heavenly venerable of my Kanglan realm. Lu Feng was anxious. Since you sealed it, then help me unseal it quickly. Anyway, the inner demon is gone. Yes, it is possible, but it will take at least 500 years. What's taking so long? I forgot my password. Lu Feng, do you remember your name? Of course, I am the only person in the universe who controls 2 top-level avenues, the greatest genius since the birth of the heavenly Tao world, the guide of the Kanglan realm, the creator of billions of lives, and, 3,000 words omitted here, the heavenly Tao of the Kanglan realm. How many digits are in the password? 3 or 2, Lu Feng, try a few more times. After trying and failing 12 times, you can only try again in 500 years. Lu Feng, don't worry, you can open it again with the key. Where are the keys? In Shao Kuan's soul. After another silence. Destroy it, I'm tired. Tian Dao was a little embarrassed, although his soul was shattered. I could sense that he sent the key back at the last moment. You're in the hands of those little guys now. In another year or 2, they'll let you go. Lu Feng also sighed. Alas, Shao Kuan is much more reliable than you. We have known each other for hundreds of thousands of years, and he helped me seal my inner demon, but when I came back, you were gone. Okay then, _winky face, it's only been a little over a year, and it won't be boring having you around to chat with me. Suddenly, Lu Feng seemed to think of something. You said before that you applied for 2 Tianzuan places at the beginning. In the past 50,000 years, your territory has grown greatly. Can you apply for more? Tian Dao was embarrassed. You finally got to the point. The devouring during this period has increased my origin of destruction to the point where I can apply for 2 Tianzuan places. The origin of space can also apply for 2 heavenly venerable places. After all, it is obtained by devouring, not self-evolving, so the growth of the origin is a bit small. Lu Feng, then why don't you apply quickly? Wouldn't it be nice to have 2 more Yushin? Tian Dao said slowly, I want to save up and apply for the position of God Emperor. Chapter 4, The Demon Breaks the Seal, Who Can Conquer It? Lu Feng smiled and said, Boss, you're so generous. This is the focus of our next discussion. Tian Dao said viciously, that's right. That bastard Huang Cheng wants to devour me, but in fact, it's not certain who will target whom. This is also my chance. That guy has 52 domains. You know, the prerequisite for applying for the position of God Emperor is to reach the 100 realms heavenly Tao. Swallow him, and that will be enough. When the time comes, I will apply for a position as a divine emperor of the great Tao of destruction, and you will be the 7th divine emperor in the universe. A demon emperor from my Kanglan realm. There can only be 7 divine emperors in the universe. For some reason, all other great avenues cannot apply for the position of divine emperor. Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. What a familiar cliché. So, by swallowing up the yellow purity realm, I've accumulated enough spots to apply for the divine emperor position on the great Tao of destruction? Tian Dao said leisurely, I can evenly distribute it from the great avenue of space. It will definitely be enough. Lu Feng was shocked. Can this be balanced? Are they trying to team up? I haven't practiced much, don't lie to me why did I give birth to such a fool like you? If I swallow Huang Qing, his avenue will be refined into the origin of my own heavenly way, and then the origin of the heavenly way will be transformed into the origin of the avenue. Tian Dao felt a little disappointed, but still explained patiently. In the past, I divided the 2 avenues equally. Now, I can give your avenue of destruction a little more. After he finished speaking, he said silently in his heart, Child, grow up quickly. Only when you become a God Emperor can the Kanglan realm survive the coming Great Terror. The 4 wrecks the child brought with him indicate that Great Terror is not far off. In this year, I will simulate and familiarize you with the power of the Heavenly Lord. A year and a half later, he fell into Demon Mountain. All the saints and semi-saints in the Kanglan realm have arrived. In the past, a demon sealing ceremony was held at the Demon Mountain every 1,000 years, where geniuses from all domains would compete against each other and all kinds of talents would gather. It was a top event in the Kanglan realm, with a large number of attendees and a large scale, so the venue was readily available. However, this time it changed from a demon sealing conference to a welcome party for the demons breaking the seal. In front of the 1,000-foot-high demon falling mountain, there is a huge tripod, which is obviously made of top-quality natural materials and treasures. The fire below is not simple either. The Holy Land of Heavenly Fire has taken out the foundation of its own sect. Wisps of Taoist energy emerged from the cauldron, and it was obvious that something was being cooked. For a person below the semi-saint realm, a single sniff was equivalent to 1,000 years of hard training. Other void realms below the void source realm may be able to break through after hearing this. P.S. The 4 realms of emptiness, 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 emptiness. Upon hearing this, those in the nirvana realm below the void realm would explode and die on the spot. A young girl was kneeling in front of the tripod with a sad look on her face. A middle-aged man was kneeling beside him. His Taoist power was sealed and he was relying entirely on his physical strength to support himself. Old Sage Chen sighed, and seeing that the time was almost up, he waved his hand, and a stream of Taoism spread out. Wherever the Taoism passed, the creatures from all the major sects took action. According to Dao Yun's instructions, everyone stood in position. At one time, hundreds of millions of powerful men gathered in front of the Demon Mountain, and everyone here was in the Holy Realm. Any one of them alone would be a formidable presence. Old Chen exchanged glances with the other saints, then took out their soul seals. All the saints moved together, chanting spells and injecting Taoist power. The soul seal emitted a golden light, which continued to grow, and finally shattered and turned into the appearance of a living creature. Seeing the appearance of that creature, a sense of sadness filled the place. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color and a red rain fell. This is heaven weeping blood, God. It's God. Everyone looked at that figure with sadness. The figure looked at everyone, pursed his lips, and said only 2 words, no problem. Then he transformed into a size of 10,000 feet, as tall as the Demon Mountain. He stepped in and merged into the Demon Mountain. After a moment of silence, boom. 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 The heartbeat that shook the mountains shattered the red clouds in the sky that had just rained blood. Not only that, the heartbeats of all living beings at the scene were forced to sync with this heartbeat, give everyone a feeling that life and death are controlled. Boom. 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 With each heartbeat, the rocks of the Demon Mountain were shaken into flying pieces and dissipated. The darkness covered billions of miles, the light dimmed, and the avenue stopped moving. Suddenly, an extreme feeling of oppression came over me. Everyone below had only one feeling, to quote a famous saying, I can't breathe. The last ray of light pierced the darkness. The devil has awakened. Originally, the creatures below were using all their strength to support the situation, thinking that it would last for a long time. Suddenly the oppressive feeling disappeared and the world became clear again. Liu Feng thought to himself, I just came out and lost control of my strength. I almost killed someone. When everyone looked again, the 10,000-foot-tall demon body had disappeared, and the original Demon Mountain had turned into flat ground. A young man in white stood in place. Although no breath leaked out, it seemed as if the entire universe was revolving around him. When everyone didn't know what to say, that person spoke first. What is your intention in awakening me from my seclusion? Bah, shameless, clearly sealed. This was the only thought in everyone's mind, but they also realized that with this sentence, the most critical link was solved, and the devil would not destroy the Kanglan realm because of the seal. Chen Lao and the others hurriedly bowed and said, We are here to welcome the demon lord out of seclusion. We have specially prepared your favorite things for you before your retreat. Only then did Lu Feng notice the cauldron. The next moment, he was in front of the cauldron, where a pot of dragon meat was cooking. This is, stew a dragon to cheer up the demon lord. It's not good to treat me badly. As soon as I get here, I picked up a piece at random. It smelled good, very Taoist. 30 years of living on earth made him blurt out, it smells so good. After hearing this, the girl in front of the tripod knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Liu Feng asked in confusion, Look up. Who are you? Why are you crying? The girl quickly obeyed Lu Feng's order. I am the young master of the Chaos Thunder Dragon clan, and the one in the cauldron is my father, Wu this. Lu Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. Thinking back on the inner demon's behavior, it was truly brutal. This clan before him was indeed the inner demon's favorite food. I remember that when I reached the initial stage of the Dao realm, the Dao body realm, I had lost all sense of appetite. This inner demon didn't have so many strange habits. Lu Feng didn't know how to comfort her for a moment, so he turned around and looked at Li Tangqing, who was tying himself up next to him. This guy is a bit foolishly loyal. He clearly feels that the inner demon is not me, but he still refuses to betray me. Alas, with a glance, he untied all the restraints on him and cursed in a low voice, "Get up! Shame on you!" When Li Tangqing heard this, his originally uneasy heart was filled with joy. Lord Tianma scolded me, ha 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 ha, Omega, hiya hiya hiya, your subordinates deserve to die. He quickly stood up and stood behind Lu Feng like a guard. The girl in front of him couldn't stop crying. Lu Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. He raised the meat in his hand and said hesitantly, "Don't cry. How about, have a bite?" "Good boy," he cried even harder. Lu Feng sighed. "Your welcome ceremony of stewing hands and feet is really unique." Then he raised his left hand, grabbed the void, grabbed Kanglin's long river of time, and fished out a ball of light, which contained a copy of the dragon's memories before his death. With another wave of his hand, the long river of time disappeared, and what appeared instead was Kanglin's river of reincarnation. He reached in and pulled out a soul. He pointed at the cauldron with his right hand, and saw that the stewed meat that was boiled by the heavenly fire and divine water was reorganized into a chaotic thunder dragon, radiating endless vitality. With a wave of his left hand, he sent his soul into the body of the thunder dragon. With a dragon roar, Ling Qingyuan was resurrected. The aura of the semi-saint emanated for thousands of miles, and Lei Yang behind him displayed the pressure of chaos. Although it is nothing compared to Lu Feng's oppressive feeling, it also makes those people in the void realm extremely fascinated. "Stop yelling, it's so noisy." Upon hearing the sound, the thunder dragon quickly transformed into a Taoist body, still looking slightly revealing. Then he knelt on the ground and said, "Qingyuan kneels to thank the demon lord for sparing his life. In the future, Qingyuan will not dare to disobey the demon lord's orders." Lu Feng thought to himself, "Do I have to wait until later to get you to obey? So direct? Wait, this is your father?" Lu Feng pointed at Ling Qingyuan and looked at the girl. Although she looked like a girl, she had also reached the void realm and was estimated to have lived for at least 30,000 years. The girl hugged Ling Qingyuan's arm tightly and cried with joy, "Lord Demon, if you want to eat me, eat me. Please let my father go. I am still young and my flesh is tender." Ignoring what the little girl said, Lu Feng frantically searched his memory. Oh, right, the Chaos Thunder Dragon clan does not distinguish between males and females. No wonder, that can't happen in the future. Chapter 5 The Godfather of the Demon, training people online. Lu Feng glanced at Qingyuan, who was standing at his feet, and said in a deep voice, "Did they force you to commit suicide and become my food?" Ling Qingyuan quickly replied, "I'm doing this all on my own accord. I only asked the demon lord to help save Kanglin from the butcher's knife of the Huangqing realm. We are doing this just to show that if the demon lord is willing to help protect Kanglin, we are willing to sacrifice everything. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a cauldron of oil, I will not hesitate." Lu Feng began to believe it a little. This was just talk for others, but these people were really good and could be dealt with. In fact, when resurrecting Ling Qingyuan, Lu Feng had already searched her soul and knew everything. Asking an extra question can also help lead to the following text. All the saints quickly knelt down, and Elder Chen, as their representative, spoke. Now the foreign enemies are watching covetously, and the god has already fallen. The enemy Yushin is very powerful. We are definitely no match for him. We can only ask the demon lord to help protect Kanglin. From now on, whatever the demon lord says, we will not dare to disobey him. We will die 1,000 times to thank him for his kindness." The millions of powerful men behind them also bowed and shouted, "Please, demon lord, help us protect Kanglin. Please ask the demon lord to help protect Kanglin. Please ask the demon lord to help protect Kanglin." The voices of hundreds of millions of people spread throughout the entire region at once. Lu Feng looked at the people in front of him, but he was not in a hurry. Obviously, he has a bad taste. With a casual move of his hand, a recliner appeared and he lay comfortably on the chair. He grabbed a half-saint of the tiger tribe, turned him into a cat, and started petting him. "Tiger tribe half-saint, meow meow meow, carrot carrot." He snapped his fingers, and a strange background music sounded between heaven and earth. Lu Feng lowered his voice and said slowly, "Very good. I can't do that." Regardless of the sudden change in the expressions of those people who heard his words, Lu Feng continued to talk to himself. "You've known me for so many years, and this is the first time you've come to me for help. I can hardly remember the last time you treated me to dragon meat. Let me be honest, you never wanted my help and were afraid of owing me a favor. After a pause, Lu Feng teased the tiger tribe half-saint and continued, you don't need a demon lord like me. Now you come to me and say, Demon Lord, please help us save Kanglan. You have no respect for me at all. You don't even consider me a living being in Kanglan. You don't even call me Sir. You came to me on the day I was released from confinement and bribed me with a pot of meat to kill for you. Elder Chen said quickly, whatever you want, we can give it to you. Good cooperation. Lu Feng secretly praised, but looking at the tiger half-saint in his arms, he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with this guy? He didn't move at all. Compared with that little dragon, he was far inferior. He sighed, put the frightened tiger tribe half-saint to the ground, stood up and took 2 steps, saying, Chen Shuhua, what did I do to make you disrespect me so much? If you come to me as a Kanglan creature, all the scum who invaded Kanglan will die. The enemies of Kanglan's creatures will also be my enemies, and then the enemies will be afraid of Kanglan. Elder Chen lowered his head and said, Demon Lord, sir, very good. Lu Feng patted Chen Lao's shoulder, gave him an affirmative look, stared at him and said, I may ask you for help in the future, or I may not need you for help in the future. Before that day arrives, the position of Lord of the Kanglan realm will be considered as your gift for my release from seclusion. Without waiting for others to speak, Lu Feng waved his hand and swept up all the demon creatures. Let's go, follow me back to the demon realm. Tens of millions of demon creatures were taken away from the crowd by Lu Feng in an instant. After a while, the terrifying oppressive feeling disappeared, and everyone looked up. The saints gathered around old Chen, watching the direction where the demon lord was going. Just leaving now? Yes, he said he was going back to the demon realm, replied Mr. Chen. Is this a success? Could it be a dream? Yes, it succeeded. Lord Demon agreed to take action, but from now on, Lord Demon will be the master of the Kanglan realm. We must obey all his orders. Anyone who dares to disobey will be the first to be killed before I take action. Do you understand? Clear. For a moment, the joy of all beings dispelled the previous sadness. Looking at the direction where the demon lord was going away, many saints and semi-saints still had a hint of doubt. Isn't the demon realm behind? But none of this matters. The demon lord's agreement to take action means there is hope for the Kanglan realm, and judging from the current situation, the demon lord is no longer crazy and cruel, and his vision has become wise and far-sighted again. The new generation also feels that this demon lord is not as brutal as rumored. Many creatures even directly regard Lu Feng as their faith and secretly vow to follow him for the rest of their lives. In the cheerful atmosphere, no one noticed the frightened tiger tribe half saint who fainted. Lu Feng led the demons and flew at high speed in the Kanglan realm. I couldn't help but feel proud. This wave of pretending was so cool. Classics are classics, they can be used anywhere. I never expected that I would reincarnate there for more than 30 years, but when I came back, I found myself in the Yushan realm that I had always dreamed of, and even reached the Tianzuan level. But the inner demon is still the inner demon after all. Its understanding of the way of destruction is far inferior to mine. Even the true body of the demon is only a few tens of thousands of feet long. Now that I have returned to my full strength, my true body can at least reach several million feet. The inner demon relied on his demonic body, which was only tens of thousands of feet long, to fight Shao Kuan for 1,000 years, relying entirely on those hundreds of divine weapons. He was clearly bullying Shao Kuan because he couldn't refine weapons, but after being sealed, the artifacts were taken away. Thinking of this, he became even more anxious to go back. He would not feel at ease unless he refined dozens or hundreds of magical artifacts, so he could not help but speed up. Li Tangqing behind him felt the speed of advancement and had a deeper understanding of Lord Tianma's strength. He hesitated for a while, but finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Excuse me, sir, where are you going?" Lu Feng said casually, "It's only been over 50,000 years, and you're already hearing problems? Didn't you hear me say we were going back to the demon realm before we set out?" But what? Let's talk about it when you get back. Do you have anything else to do outside the demon realm? Lu Feng ruthlessly interrupted Li Tangqing's words. Li Tangqing gritted his teeth and bowed, saying, "Your Excellency, I have nothing important to do, but the demon realm is over there." Li Tangqing pointed behind him. Lu Feng was stunned and coughed lightly, saying, "I haven't been out for a long time. I heard that Kanglan has changed a lot, so I wanted to look around." "Are you questioning my decision?" Li Tangqing quickly bowed and said, "I dare not. It is my fault for not thinking carefully. Please punish me, sir. Lu Feng pretended to be dignified and said, since this is your first offense, I will waive the punishment. Please find me the latest and most complete map of the Kanglan realm. Thank you for your forgiveness, sir. Li Dangqing quickly took out a small square box from the storage space and handed it over respectfully. Lu Feng probed with his spiritual sense and found that it was a Kanglan realm that had been shrunk countless times. The major domains, states, mountains, rivers, oceans, and glaciers are all drawn in detail in this small box. Looking at this miniature version of the Kanglan realm, Lu Feng muttered in his heart, Shao Kuan, you really left a good foundation. I'm even beginning to admire you. You've tripled your territory in just 50,000 years. You're truly amazing. But don't worry, the Kanglan realm will only become more glorious in my hands. Originally, considering the strength of Yushinji Tianzuan realm, even with so many people, it would only take 2 days to travel, but in order to make up for his mistake, Lu Feng took tens of millions of powerful demons and flew over every major domain. The powerful men who had fought in front of the demon mountain all returned home to celebrate, and Ling Qingyuan returned to the clan with his daughter. Even the half-saint of the tiger tribe had finished crying at his parents' grave, but the demons were still flying in the sky. The journey was full of twists and turns, and even with Lu Feng Tianzuan's strength, it took him half a year to fly back to the demon realm. As soon as I entered the demon realm, the familiar scent hit me in the face, and it felt like even the air had become sweet. Chapter 6 God-Given Destiny, the revival of the demon race. Going home. Ever since Lu Feng could remember, he had been cultivating and growing in the demon realm. Think about it, I am also an old monster who has lived for 1,000,000 years. In this life, I have become a little childish. I am really getting older and older. When he first became a saint, the Kanglan realm was only the size of 4 domains. It had been in a superior position for millions of years, and its aura of kingship had long been natural. After just over 30 years of reincarnation, my mentality has changed. That technology-dominated world is truly fascinating. Lu Feng deduced that the world was not in this universe. Now, Lu Feng is the co-lord of all 48 regions. I think I need to stop playing around looking at the demon temple in front of him. Lu Feng gave Li Dangqing an approving look and said, you are thoughtful. It turned out that after the inner demon was defeated, his residence was preserved intact by the demons without any signs of change, and it was exactly the same as before it was sealed. Lu Feng walked into the hall and began to direct the cleaning work. Move those grills away. Take them down and have them melted down by the weapon refiner to make some holy weapons. The holy weapons made from the good things roasted by saints and semi-saints will surely be quite powerful. And those pots, move them away and melt them. A cross stained with holy blood? It's also a good thing. Let's refine it. Let's refine it. What? There are still holy bones? And it's become a spirit? Lock it up for me, I'll keep it for later. A bowl of unfinished holy soup evolved into 3,000 small worlds? Are there still living beings about to ascend from it? Levels 1, 2, 3, and 4 are called small worlds, while levels 5, 6, 7, and 8 are called large worlds. The difference is that level 5 worlds allow creatures to ascend to the realm of emptiness. Those Tao realm Nirvana realm guys will die if they even look at me, so why are they staying here? What? Because of the holy soup, they have good aptitude. There's a medicinal herb farm 1,000,000 miles to the east. Those ascended beings plant whatever can be grown first, and those without can take care of the medicinal herbs. Bring them over with the bowls. There's still a lot of holy blood spilled on the ground that hasn't dried up yet. Collect it, and use it to refine medicine and weapons. Don't bother me with these things, just clean it up for me. Take whatever you can refine, no matter if it's for medicine or equipment. All the refined items are stored in the warehouse. I have my own uses for them. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh, this saint is full of good stuff. With a strange look, he glanced at Li Dangqing, who had just come to report the matter, and the guy's soul trembled instantly. Li Dangqing hurriedly presented a list. Sir, this is the list of all the demons in my clan who are above the void realm, not including independent cultivators. There is 1 saint, 17 semi-saints, 57,489 people in the void source realm, 727,444 people in the void tribulation realm, 5,479,652 people in the void profound realm, and 39,655,383 people in the Void Spirit realm. Yes, very detailed. Lu Feng nodded after reading it. In Lingqing Yuan Soul, he also learned about the development of the Demon Clan. Although Shao Kuan did not make things difficult for the Demon Clan and treated them equally, he allocated resources without selfish motives. Not only that, it also restricts all saints from taking action at will. However, the Demon Clan had been targeted on occasion, though these attacks were minor, but they still had an impact. Fortunately, Lidang Qing did not participate in the battle, and the main force of the Demon Lord still existed, and they were still the only two top super clans in Kanglan. There were indeed fewer saints. After all, the inner demon had executed 9 saints of the Demon Clan. In the end, there were only 8 semi-saints left. There are now 17 semi-saints, and Li Tangqing has not been idle in these years. The first step now is to win back the people's hearts. The people Lu Feng brought with him had not yet dispersed, and were all crowded in the Demon Temple. With more than 40 million empty realms, Lu Feng can't produce anything good now, so he can only ask the Heavenly Tao for it. In the end, he was about to throw a tantrum, and the Heavenly Tao finally relented. This is only the first time, and it won't happen again. Above the Demon Temple, the aura of Taoism filled the air and colorful divine light surged. A long and deep voice rang out, "I will give you a chance. This is the only time, so use your heart to comprehend it." Everyone suppressed their excitement and confusion and quickly entered a state of meditation. At once, the source power, the Tao power, and the spiritual power surged. This is a reward from heaven. For a moment, the entire Kanglan realm felt it. For anyone who reaches the state of emptiness, all negative emotions that are not conducive to spiritual practice, such as jealousy and resentment, are wiped out. Countless powerful people felt that the strength of the Demon Clan would definitely increase greatly, which would be very helpful for the upcoming battle against the enemy. The last large-scale reward was when the god brought back the remains of 4 Ninth Order worlds. The God Clan received a reward of 60 million void realms. On that occasion, the gods gave birth to 4 saints and 19 semi-saints. The gods, who were originally close to the demons, have further widened the gap. The gods are the original race of the gods. As long as the gods do not cause trouble for the demons, other races will not pose a fundamental threat to the demons. This is a gift from heaven that only happens once in 10,000 years. Usually only one or a few people receive it, but this time more than 40 million people received it together. Although the average amount was only 20% to 30% of the normal gift from heaven, the total amount was too terrifying. After this reward, the gap between the Demon Clan and the God Clan was not so big anymore. Even without Lu Feng, the Demon Clan's status as the top super clan in the Kanglan realm was re-established. The place that Huang Qingjie invaded happened to be the territory dominated by the gods. In this war, the gods suffered the most serious losses. The 3 saints who died in the battle were all from the gods, but even so, the God Clan still has 12 saints, and its status as the largest clan remains unshakable. The current situation in Kanglan is dominated by gods and demons, and all races are flourishing. The gods master the way of space, while the demons master the way of destruction. These 2 great ways are equally important. Don't think that the Demon Clan only has 1 saint. After all, they are a race that has reached the realm of the universe. Even if the demon was sealed, they left behind many divine artifacts and holy artifacts, especially the divine artifacts. Li Tangqing is a saint, but he owns 5 divine artifacts. Isn't that scary? At that time, Lu Feng's inner demon had 2 major hobbies, eating and refining equipment. Li Tangqing, who possessed the divine weapon, even fought with an enemy god for more than a month after the god escaped from the battle circle drawn by the god. Although 2 of the artifacts were shattered, their reputation was truly established, and no one dared to underestimate the demons anymore. If it weren't for Li Tangqing, the enemy Yushin would have been like a tiger among a flock of sheep in that wave of sneak attacks, and the price that Kanglan realm could not afford. After seeing Li Tangqing, who possessed the divine weapon, the enemy Yushin gave up the idea of launching a surprise attack on Kanglan's army. The other saints would be very happy if they had even 1 or 2 holy artifacts, but on the demon side, even the semi-saints were equipped with holy artifacts. These were all made casually by the inner demon and placed in the warehouse of the heavenly demon temple. Li Tangqing took them out to enhance the strength of the Demon Clan. Otherwise, why do they say that a lean camel is bigger than a horse? If you ask if someone will snatch it away, after all, the principle of possessing a treasure is a crime. Is there? Lu Feng has to complain here. To put it bluntly, the Jaden possessing a jade is a crime is just for the sake of appearance, and it cannot increase combat effectiveness. This is a divine weapon that can kill people. Of course, some people would be jealous of me if I had a priceless jade in my arms, but that thing can't hurt anyone. But what I have in my hand is a thing that emits blue fire, so you can try to grab one. If you carry a sacred artifact in your arms, it is equivalent to carrying a gun in your arms. This increases the deterrent effect. Can you rob someone just because you want to? Those who have only lived for a few decades can just be more careful in their next life. But old monsters who have lived for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years are all thoughtful, knowledgeable, and quick-witted. Would they risk their lives for material possessions? Those who are brainless and stubborn can't even concentrate their Tao heart, let alone live for tens of thousands of years. The idea is replaced by the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure, and then the plot is watered down, which makes people feel upset. Besides, at worst, we can just detonate it and not take it from anyone. Anyone who can control a treasure must have reached that level of strength. Although there are murders and treasure stealing, it is definitely not as brainless as described in some books. The protagonist carries a treasure in his arms, and a bunch of different sects, different forces, and even people who originally had hatreds can unite to grab the treasure. Lu Feng couldn't help but complain, "It's really a story that only one dares to write and one dares to believe." Chapter 7, Order to Kanglan, Conspiracy for a big event. The gift from heaven that lasted for a month ended, and the demon's harvest was richer than expected. In just 1 month, 4 out of the 17 semi-saints broke through to the saint realm, and 16 people in the void realm also broke through successfully and became semi-saints. Today, the demon clan has 5 saints and 29 semi-saints, which has completely changed the status quo of the demon clan's young saints. A gift from heaven itself consumes a great deal of the way of heaven. Unless it is an emergency or someone has made great contributions to the world, a gift from heaven will never be bestowed. This time was of the essence and the enemies were watching closely. In addition, Lu Feng's chest was pounding with anger as he almost vomited blood. Only then did Tian Dao agree to Lu Feng's request. After the gift from heaven ended, the demons hurriedly retreated to digest the food, and for a while the entire demon clan fell silent. It was not until half a year later that Lu Feng summoned the high-level demons to the Heavenly Demon Temple to discuss matters. Lu Feng sat at the head of the hall, using his spiritual sense to read the battle report of his previous battle with Huang Qing. Next came Li Tangqing and the 4 newly promoted saints. And after that came the 29 semi-saints and more than 100 powerful men at the peak of Kongyuan, or the state of great perfection. Looking at the situation in this battle report, Go Tian Dao really did not lie to me. The average combat power of the Kanglan realm is indeed far ahead of other worlds. The casualty ratio of the void realm reached 1-4, that of the semi-saints was 1-6, and that of the saints was a terrifying 1-20. Although this was because after the passage was destroyed, Huang Qing and his group were suppressed by the laws of heaven, so they killed a few more people. But looking at the situations of the 3 saints who died in the battle, they were all seriously injured by the enemy Yushin, or were directly killed by Yushin. If it were not for the suppression of their realm, they would not have died so easily. This is too scary. Lu Feng had only one thought in his mind: how dare they do that? What on earth gave them the courage to invade a Ninth Order world of similar size? In fact, in the entire universe, a life and death battle in the Ninth Order world is almost impossible to happen. There are 3 reasons. First, the 9th level world can grow on its own. The key to growth is the number and quality of the creatures within it. Once a war breaks out, a large number of people will die, which is not worth it. Even a tie is a loss. Unless you're almost certain of a win, it's best to grow slowly. Taking shortcuts can easily lead to losing everything. Secondly, the vast majority of the Ninth Order worlds are dominated by ordinary avenues, and the growth of ordinary avenues is limited, with a maximum of 50 domains. When it reaches the size of 50 domains, it can no longer grow even if it swallows more. Only a world that possesses one of the 7 top avenues can grow into 100 domains. For example, Kanglan's destruction, the avenue of space, and Huang Qing's avenue of killing. Logically speaking, Huang Qingjia has the avenue of slaughter and his strength is not weak. However, the avenue of slaughter is the only outlier among all the top avenues. It causes enormous damage to the creatures in the realm. They must grow through killing, and only 1 out of 100 creatures will survive. Therefore, there are only 2 choices for the avenue of slaughter. One is to go all the way to the end. There will definitely be an extremely powerful person in the world. If this kind of person wants to become the Emperor of Slaughter, he will have to slaughter even his own heavenly Tao in the end. The second option is that very few people practice. Although they may not produce extremely powerful people, at least they can enjoy the dividends of the top avenue and grow to the size of 100 domains. Besides, there is already a killing emperor in the universe, so Huang Qing chose the latter. Third, the universe is too vast, and there are too few ninth-order worlds, so they rarely encounter each other. Moreover, neither side knows the opponent's background, and unless a war breaks out, they have no idea how much strength the other side has. Hidden, even if they meet, they either avoid each other or make deals, and rarely go to war. In fact, Huang Qing had done enough homework for this invasion. They had been tracking Kanglan for 20,000 years. For such a rapidly growing world, it will definitely be swallowed up, and the foundation is definitely insufficient. In order to cope with the great terror that was to come, they chose to take risks. Fortunately, they thought they made the right choice. After all, in their opinion, Kanglan's only Yushin had died in battle. Although the passage was destroyed, it could be rebuilt, and the next trip would be just a matter of harvesting the fruits. However, Kanglan's foundation is indeed insufficient. His saint realm is only 20% of Huang Qing's, and his semi-saint realm is 40%. His void realm is slightly better, at about 60%. If the demon lord had not resurrected, Kanglan would have had no hope. There is a bug. Why doesn't the god release the demon to fight together when he finds that he can't win? There are two reasons. One is that he is not sure whether the inner demon is dead or not. The other is that when the seal is released, Lu Feng has 3 breaths of blank time. As long as the 3 gods attack at the same time, Lu Feng will definitely die. The god didn't dare to gamble because the success rate was too low, so he chose death. Thinking of this, Lu Feng sighed. If he had taken his opponent Xiao Kuan seriously before, he now respected him. The battle report said that there were still remnants of Huang Qing trapped in the huge formation in Dongli territory. This saint is full of treasures, and we can't give them to those people from the God clan. Choose a subordinate world of suitable size, and it should be able to accommodate it after refining. That's it. Pass on my order. Order 1. All living beings in Kanglan, regardless of their Taoist lineage, background, cultivation level, or race, have the responsibility to defend the land and kill the enemy. Order 2. All Kanglan domains, with 5th-ranked Taoist lineages and above, are ordered to come to the Demon Realm's Tianma Prefecture before July of the 5433rd year of the 256th epoch of the Kanglan calendar to participate in the campaign to annihilate Huang Qing. Those who fail to arrive by this deadline will have their Taoist lineage destroyed and their heritage annihilated. All independent cultivators above the Void Realm may also participate voluntarily. No coercion is permitted. Ling San, Ling Litanking, Du Hun, Lu Tu, Xian Qi and Kuan Tu were responsible for the layout of the venue and the life and guidance of the participants. Everyone bowed and said, "We will obey the order. If you have nothing else, please leave. I still have some things to do, promise." After leaving the hall, the 4 saints and those semi-saints surrounded Qing in the auditorium. Qing Yan in the auditorium said, "This conference will surely be unprecedentedly grand. This is the first grand event since you became the co-leader of Kanglan. Every prominent being in Kanglan will be attending. We absolutely cannot mess it up. No matter who is from the demon clan, if anyone brings disgrace upon my name, I will make him regret his cultivation." Everyone nodded. The auditorium said, "Everyone, please share your thoughts." Xian Qi first said, "All 5th order sects must attend this conference. However, even if a person in the Void Realm flies at full speed from here without stopping to reach the distant Great Domain, it would still take 50 years to arrive." Du Hun said, "If we use a semi-saint level boat, it will only take half a year to reach the destination at full speed. Gather all of our Demon Clan semi-saint level and above boats and deploy them to the farthest 7 regions to pick up these 5th order Taoist creatures. A semi-saint level boat can accommodate at least 100,000 Void Realm creatures." Koan Tu added, "My Demon Clan can probably muster 7,000 semi-saint boats and 200 saint level boats. With proper deployment, it will definitely be enough." Du Hun continued, "All teleportation arrays controlled by our Demon Clan, not just in the Demon Realm, but also in all other major realms, will be open free of charge to all participants and fully activated." Lidong Cheng nodded and said, "I will go talk to Qin Shuhua. 70% of the teleportation arrays in the Kanglan realm are in the hands of the gods. If I rent it to him for 10 or 8 years, that old man won't refuse." Lu Tu said, "After the conference is held, it is equivalent to the strong men of the entire Kanglan gathering in one state. Although the power of heaven and earth will be generated on its own, half a month is fine. But over time, the spiritual power source will fall below the critical value and cause irreparable damage to the demon state. Tianmazu is the residence of Lord Demon. If anything goes wrong, we will be held responsible for our own deaths. I suggest establishing spirit drawing formations in neighboring states to replenish the losses in demon state. I believe that building 9,000 spirit drawing formations in the 300 nearby states would be sufficient to handle any emergencies without impacting the surrounding states. Everyone nodded in agreement. Cohen too said, the construction of the venue is not difficult. With the ability of a semi-saint and sufficient materials, it can be built in half a month. The difficulty lies in the materials and design. I have a small third-order world under my jurisdiction, and the creatures there are very skilled in architecture. Leave the design to me. As for the materials, there just happens to be a nearly desolate seventh-order world in a nearby state. No living creatures have ascended to it in tens of thousands of years. It only requires the help of one saint and 4 half-saints, and it can be refined within 3 years. Even if 9 out of 10 are lost, there's still enough material. Furthermore, it's more than enough to move all the creatures out within 3 years. Everyone agreed. After everyone finished speaking, Shi said, as for the location of the meeting place, I suggest a location 5 million miles west of the temple. It's not too far from the adults, but it's not too noisy to disturb them. Everyone nodded in agreement again. Shi continued, this conference will undoubtedly cost a lot, but there's no need to be frugal. With the strength of our demon clan, hosting 20 events is more than enough. Not to mention that those people didn't just come for a meeting. The gathering of so many beings must also involve transactions. A supporting department must also be established. For example, auction houses, trading venues, and fighting arenas. Although accommodation is free, we still have to charge booth fees. Besides, as the host, it wouldn't be too much for us to hold tens of thousands of auctions. During this war, every race that came to support the battle counted the spoils. Those that were no longer useful were naturally exchanged with others. We will provide them with this platform. Li, Du, Lu, and Cohen were all confused. How could they play like this, regardless of the 4 people's expressions? Shi continued, with the establishment of the soul summoning array, Tianmazu will inevitably become a holy place for cultivation. Tianmazu has always been the direct territory of Lord Demon. All the profits from this will definitely be deposited into the inventory of Tianma Temple. Lord Tianma has been in seclusion for a long time, and his collection is not as good as before. I am afraid that it will be inconvenient for your subordinates. As we have received your kindness, we naturally have to share your worries. Furthermore, once the venue is built, the conference will definitely be held more than once. The prosperity of the demon state is almost inevitable, and by then, every inch of land in the demon state will be worth a lot of money. And the land of Tianmazu is only rented, not sold. Since Lord Tianma has entrusted this place to us, we must not betray his trust. Litanking nodded and said, Shen Qi is absolutely right. Since everyone has their own ideas, let's act accordingly. Whoever makes the suggestion gets to carry it out. As the operation unfolded, the demons, upon learning of the adults' plan, erupted in unprecedented enthusiasm. In the past, this kind of thing was done by the gods. As a top clan, the demons have always been like a vassal, holding their breath. Now we finally catch up. The demons, who had been quiet for half a year, suddenly became active. Chapter 8. Huang Qing's remaining enemies are all very useful in less than 3 months. With the full cooperation of the 9th and 8th order sects in all major domains, Lu Feng's orders spread to every corner of every major state in Sanglan. In order to pass on an order, the people of the demon clan were so brutal that they would even shout out the order of Lord Demon if they saw a flock of sheep drinking water by the river. If a dog passes by, he must pull it over and ask what Lord Demon's orders are. If he doesn't know, he must slap it twice and then convey the order again. Even if he saw a nest of eggs, he would say a few words to let the eggs convey an order to their mother: destroy the Huang Qing conference. These 6 words set the entire Kanglan ablaze. Yes. If the enemy can go, I can go too. The God Lord is helping us defend it, so the Demon Lord will lead us to attack. Why? Why can we only defend? The Demon Lord is indeed the Demon Lord. In order to carry out the orders without fail, all major ethnic groups opened their teleportation arrays for free. In the world that focuses on space, teleportation arrays have long been built in all directions, which is unimaginable in other 9th-level worlds. Most of the 8th and 9th order sects spontaneously gathered people from nearby 5th, 6th, and 7th order sects and set off together. The independent cultivators could no longer sit still and rushed to the demon realm in groups. Some sects and families that refined weapons and elixirs were persuaded by the big swindler of the demon clan and went to Tianmazu with large stocks. Everything went more smoothly than expected, except Kuntu. My world is so big. Ah. Can someone help me answer this question? I'm waiting online and it's urgent. Don't let me catch you, thief who stole my world, or else, at this time, someone nearby whispered. Someone reported that Lord Tianma was here. Kuntu quickly shut up. Donli territory frontline formation. The three guarding semi-saints were talking. Have you heard? Lord Demon is preparing to counterattack Huangqing realm. I heard this morning that a crusade meeting was going to be held in the demon realm, and almost all the strong ones were there. Yes, even minor sects of the 5th and 6th ranks have been invited over. If they are overdue, their entire clan will be exterminated. Such a grand event is truly fascinating. Unfortunately, we have to guard the remnants of the Huangqing here. If anything goes wrong, we will be held responsible. Suddenly a voice came. You don't have to guard it anymore, I will handle this place. The three of them looked in the direction of the voice. Heaven. Lord Demon. Lu Feng said, that's me. Thank you for your hard work. Now go back and join the crusade meeting. The three of them immediately bowed in thanks. Thank you, Lord Tianma, we will obey your orders. This Lord Demon was much more polite than one might have imagined. Even though Lu Feng did not eat Lingqing Yuan on the day of the unblocking, he resurrected her. However, many people are still worried that they might be noticed by the Lord Demon and turned into a pot of soup. After they finished bowing and looked up, the three of them noticed that what Lu Feng was holding in his left hand was actually a 7th order world. Lu Feng waved his hand and took the large space formation surrounding the entire state into his right hand, along with the artifact formation spirit inside. It was obvious that this large space formation was created by the gods, and the spirit of the formation was from Lidang Qingfang. If the formation spirit had not been refined by the inner demon, it would probably not be so easy to subdue such a large formation. This formation is a good thing and can be used as a war reserve resource. Then he flipped his hand and put the formation into the storage space. The formation disappeared, and the remnants of Huangqing inside were revealed. Lu Feng swept his huge and terrifying spiritual sense and found that each of these creatures had a weak breath and was suppressed by the laws of heaven. There are more than 70 million living beings in total, all above the empty realm. Seeing the formation disappear, the creatures inside felt hopeful. Could they come back to fight so soon? And when this terrifying divine sense swept over them without any cover, they fell into despair. This is the power that only exists in the realm of Yushin. Those saints have seen Yushin before, but none of them have been as oppressive as the one in front of them. This must be the contrast caused by our suppressed strength. What if one more comes? I have 6 cosmic gods in my Huangqing realm. The speaker himself is embarrassed to say such encouraging words. The enemy only has 1 Yushin to beat us like this. If there is another one, it will be a problem whether we can hold on. 30% of our strength was lost in the Kanglan realm, but the damage to the enemy was not much. This is a completely unequal exchange of blood. With so many people on the other side, Lu Feng used the power of the heavenly venerable and attacked with all his strength, unleashing the full force of the way of destruction and slapping down from the sky with one palm. Looking at the terrifying palm print covering the entire sky, with their current strength only at 1/10 of what it was, they had no desire to resist. But more than 60 saints still joined hands, set up a formation, and attacked together. This blow actually blocked the palm print, and then they shouted loudly, "Son of Huangqing, let us use our lives to tell Kanglan, tell them our unyielding will. Attack together, even if it means death. We must fight." Then beams of light shot up into the sky and hit the palm print. In fact, this is normal. If it weren't for the avenue of destruction, it would have taken the army to fight a group fight to deal with these more than 70 million lives. Although Yushin is powerful, for the saints of Kanglan realm, 9 people forming a formation can resist him, or a peak saint holding a magic weapon can also fight against ordinary Da Yushin for a long time until the magic weapon collapses. Refer to Li Tang Cheng. If Yushin is invincible, then why bother with a group fight? Let's just let the big guy fight one-on-one. The stakes are our lives. An ordinary Dao saint only needs 36 people to form the Tiangang formation to fight against an ordinary Dao god. This time, the remnants of Huangqing found a few semi-saints to impersonate them and formed a more powerful 72 earthly fiends formation. In addition, Lu Feng only wanted to destroy their consciousness and did not inject too much destructive methods. The enemy also burned their life and blood to fight for their lives. That's why that scene happened. 1 or 2 ants can be crushed with a pinch, so dozens? Hundreds? Thousands? It makes no difference, but there are tens of millions of them. Wherever the African army ants pass, all living things avoid them. Millions of beams of light seem to illuminate the sky and pierce the darkness, and victory seems to be just around the corner. If a god-level figure of ordinary Tao wanted to kill 70 million strong men with one palm, even if only 1/10 of their strength remained, it would be a dream. If all 70 million people were at the peak of their powers, they would probably be killed in reverse. Unfortunately, Lu Feng is a heavenly venerable who cultivates the great way of destruction. Lu Feng sneered. The dying struggle of ants is meaningless after all, but we must resolve it quickly. I still have use for your bodies, go. Afterwards, the seventh order world that Lu Feng had refined and condensed in his left hand flew up into the sky, rapidly growing larger as it spun, and soon became the same size as this state, covering the entire state. It was pressed down upside down, and the palm print that was pushed down was pressed down again, and the speed suddenly became extremely fast, without giving them the chance to self-destruct and continue burning. Under the seal, 70 million consciousness is shattered, their souls separated from their bodies, and they were all received into that seventh order world. Originally, the seventh level world could not accommodate saints or semi-saints, but it could after Lu Feng condensed and refined it with the power of the great Dao. Outsiders. It seemed that Lu Feng's palm destroyed the enemy's body and soul. With one move, he wiped out 70 million remnants of the Huangqing army. According to the legends of the spectators, Lu Feng's strength refreshed people's cognition. With Lu Feng Tianzuan's level of destruction, he can already accurately destroy one thing while protecting others. For example, this palm strike only destroyed their consciousness, but their souls and bodies remained intact, just like counting spoils of war. He counted 64 holy corpses and more than 270 semi-holy corpses. There are species of all kinds, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, and growing in the ground. This is over 70 million. Game, the blood and flesh of animals, and the roots, stems, fruits and seeds of plants are all precious medicines, and their souls, if they were to become soul flags, they would definitely be quite powerful. Saints are full of good stuff, but he also plundered the storage space of saints and semi-saints, and his wealth increased significantly in an instant. Creatures who reached the void realm would generally create a storage space in their bodies to store magic weapons, elixirs, etc. With the spatial attainments of Kanglin creatures, unlocking the storage space was not difficult. Therefore, in the battle with Huangqing's creatures, Kanglin tried his best to keep the enemy's body intact. Finished counting the game. Of course, there are also humanoid beings with innate Tao bodies, similar to the demons and gods. These can all be trained into puppets. As for the suppression of the heavenly Tao, there is no need to worry about it, just say hello. After counting, I found that I could refine 16 saint-level puppets and 84 semi-saint puppets, which was exactly 100. Keep them all, they are useful. I am the dignified leader of the Kanglin realm, so the reward cannot be too shabby. Lu Feng planned to select 100,000 of the more powerful ones from the 70 million Sky Realm corpses and train them into puppets. The rest would be thrown into the market and sold as blind boxes. Chapter 9, All Spirits Gather Together. It is very lively. Lu Feng roughly counted the spoils, his heart filled with joy. He turned around and saw, why haven't these 3 little ones left yet? Like 3 children waiting for candy, Lu Feng was helpless. In recognition of your 3 contributions in guarding the city, I will reward each of you with a semi-sacred artifact. As he spoke, he randomly picked 3 items from the pile of spoils and threw them to the 3 semi-saints. It's not that Lu Feng is stingy. He has been a guard here for 2 years, and he only gets a holy weapon or something. How is he going to reward others when they make great contributions in the future? Semi-holy artifacts are already beyond specifications. Without waiting for the 3 to thank him for the reward, Lu Feng slipped away. He was in a hurry to refine equipment in puppets. A wave of fat junglers hurried back to the city to get equipment. Xinlan practiced well in her own world. 1,000 years ago, she broke through to the void tribulation realm and became the most powerful person in that world. She lived a good life. While I was in seclusion, contemplating and pursuing a higher realm, a crack appeared in the sky, and it was announced that demolition was imminent. The cultivation level of those people was extremely terrifying and it was impossible to resist. So, I just accepted my fate. Most people were extremely reluctant and unwilling at the beginning and stayed for less than half a year. So delicious. The world here is of a high level, and the affinity with the avenue is unimaginable in the previous world, but Qinlan was an exception. When he saw those people with high cultivation levels, he was extremely excited. As long as he can make one more step forward, his hope will continue. After coming to this world, he suddenly realized that with his cultivation level, he could only be regarded as a local tyrant, but at least she is at the upper end of the sky realm. According to Lord Tianma's order, Qinlan is qualified to participate in this conference. So he took advantage of the situation and came to Tianmazu to see the demeanor of the unparalleled powerful man in this world. However, this also aroused his determination to become stronger. He had reasons to become stronger. Two spaces opened up within his body, one for storage, the other containing a coffin, within which lay a woman who had yet to transcend the ordinary. Kuan too felt so miserable, it was hard to describe. On the demon clan side, a desolate world is not easy to find. Once one appears, it is basically used to practice and comprehend the great way of destruction, not to mention this 7th level world. 30,000 years ago, he suddenly discovered that there was a 7th level world in his territory. The Taoism in it was declining, there was a lack of successors, and there were almost no living creatures. After discovering it, he kept it carefully and didn't tell anyone. He originally intended to save it for breaking through to the Sate realm. Unexpectedly, Lord Tianma attracted a godsend and directly promoted himself. So in order to repay Lord Tianma for his cultivation, he prepared to take it out for refinement. However, he discovered that the 7th level world that had existed for a long time was taken away by Lord Demon. Without permission. It was originally intended for adults, so I don't feel bad about it, but what about the venue? We're all waiting for the materials. He was so worried for a moment that he even wanted to take on the consequences of his actions and create a prosperous world. Finally, Lidang Qing took action and helped him find a subordinate 7th level world. However, this world is not desolate, so all the living creatures in it can be brought out, although there would be divine punishment. The two saints took action, and with the help of Li Tongqing's artifact, they were able to forcibly withstand it and take the creatures out. Although it would be easier to refine it directly along with the living beings, the demons have already borne a lot of consequences due to their practice of the great way of destruction, and this is under the premise of only destroying the desolate world. If a world filled with living beings were to be destroyed directly, the consequences would be horrific. Therefore, the demons are the ones who are best for the creatures of the lower realms. The cultivators in other domains had also discovered long ago that the subordinate worlds would disappear inexplicably after they became desolate, and they all thought that they would die out naturally, so they didn't care. In fact, these desolate worlds eventually came to the demon realm, and were encountered by powerful demons who practiced the great Tao of destruction. They used them to practice and comprehend the great Tao. Naturally, this was all a deliberate practice by heaven for the demons. Cultivating living beings requires a certain amount of effort. Different heavenly Taos have different ways of doing things. Some heavenly Taos are very Buddhist, allowing the creatures within them to make trouble without caring about anything, while the Kanglan heavenly Tao is a workaholic. Kanglan Tian Tao said, "You only know that you are strong, and never know how tired I am. You don't know, and you don't care." Qinlan walked for half a year and finally arrived at the venue in Tianmazu. The venue under construction is surrounded by a large-scale city, with every detail carved with great artistic sense. There are empty realms everywhere, and semi-saints are as numerous as dogs. Hundreds of millions of monks have gathered here, and a large number of Tao Nirvana cultivators are walking among them, doing odd jobs. Using spiritual sense to scan here is a suicidal act. We are all strong, so don't test each other. As soon as you enter the city, there will be demon volunteers to lead the way. I reported my identity as a casual cultivator, registered, and received 2 badges, one for my room and the other for the venue. After the volunteer took Qinlan to find the room, he also gave her some friendly tips. The conference will be held in 2 years. During this period, you can move freely in the city, but you cannot take action. It will. Qinlan bowed in thanks, sent the Nirvana volunteer away, and began to look around the room. It looked normal in size from the outside, a square about 3 meters long, but inside it was a huge space, even bigger than the cave he had in the lower world. The only way to open a room is with the room card in your hand. There is plenty of power of heaven and earth in the room, so I can stay here for a few more years. So I made some general arrangements according to my own habits. There is also a map of the city inside the room card, and you can see there is a trading area. Qinlan has a lot of good things that she doesn't need, so she was thinking about going to take a look and buy some useful things. She could just go. After handing over 2 high-quality Sir stones, he successfully entered the trading area. The trading area is located in the east of the venue, also known as the East Zone. There are countless large stores and small stalls inside. Here, creatures of all ethnic groups transform into innate Taoist bodies, that is, they walk in human form, although it's said that after achieving the Tao body, there's no longer any sexual desire. But is it really okay for you to wear so little? Is it, hot in the East District, after the Taoist body, the face and body are just the appearance, which can be shaped at will? Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, everyone on the street is stunningly beautiful. With the appearance of Pan and Lan Ling, some female cultivators had two proud things sticking out under their collarbones, and their entire bodies were covered with only 3 narrow silk scarves. Don't underestimate those 3 thin scarves, they are real defensive treasures. You say that the fairy is wearing too little, and the fairy turns around and complains, only mortals wrap themselves tightly. After all, no matter where on the body is punctured, it will bleed. The fairy has 3 pieces of cloth on her body, which can protect her from attacks from all directions. Do you understand? Ha? Do you understand? We're all above the Tao body, so what's wrong with dressing casually? No way, no way, there can't be a monk who has transcended the mortal world and is so conservative. Look at the entire market. Some people were selling the spoils of their battles with Huang Qing, some were selling the pills they had refined, some were selling the source weapons they had refined, and some were selling refining materials and various precious medicines. There are even people selling their own fruit. Big brother, is that okay? Can a fruit tree be so arrogant? The fruit I produced myself is full of spiritual power. Do you want to have a bite? Pick it now. Sure enough, after becoming a spirit, it does whatever it wants. Chapter 10. The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things. Qin also found it interesting. A tree spirit in the sky tribulation realm selling its own fruit was truly rare. She walked over and asked the price. 100,000 low-grade originium stones per piece, no bargaining. The exchange rate between different grades of originium is 10 to 1, that is, 10 low-grade originium are equivalent to 1 medium-grade originium. He looked down at the 10 spiritual fruits in his hand, feeling the spiritual power and the power of heaven and earth contained in them. It was really worth the money. In the Daofan and Fan realms, one only cultivates spiritual power. In the Nirvana and Kong realms, one cultivates both spiritual and source powers, and from the semi-saint realm onwards, one cultivates all 3 powers of spiritual, source, and Tao. Exchanging a source stone containing 1 power for a fruit containing 2 powers is a very reasonable price. However, seeing Qinlan's slightly puzzled expression, the tree spirit still explained, isn't it just selling my body? For originium, it's not shameful. Yeah, isn't it just selling my body? For originium, it's not shameful. Shen-Shi looked at the more than 5 million void realm game that the master had given him, and couldn't help but sigh as he remembered the last words that the master had told him. Feeling emotional, he dared not delay the work he was assigned. Shen-Shi continued to direct his subordinates to open the store. This was the last blind box store, including this one. There are 50 such stores in the huge trading area. Each company is temporarily given 100,000 stocks, which can be taken back after they are sold out. The price of the next batch will be determined based on the sales performance of this batch. The small batch is tentatively priced as follows. The price of 2 low-grade source tools from the Void Realm Corps is 20,000 high-grade source stones. The price of 2 mid-grade source tools in the Kongshan realm is 400,000 high-grade source stones. In the Void Tribulation realm, the price of 2 top-grade source instruments is 100,000 top-grade source stones. In the Void Source realm, the price of 2 top-grade source instruments is 2.4 million top-grade source stones or 2,000 Tao crystals. Tao crystals are only formed by the Tao of Death after the 7th or 8th level world of death is completely desolate. Or it is very rare to be born in the 9th level world. Only the 9th level Taoist sect is qualified to own the Tao crystal mine, and it is their absolute foundation. When the 9th level Taoist sect perishes, the final battle must be the defense of the Tao Jing mine. There is only one Tao crystal mine in the entire demon realm. After the blind box store opened, not only Qinlan, but even the knowledgeable Kanglan people found it novel. At first I had no idea what was being sold until I saw the prices and the product list, as well as the strong Huang Qing style of the goods on display. The onlookers also understood, it's just a gamble, let's see what good things can be taken out of the storage space of the corpse. The corpse itself is worth a quarter of the price after being refined into a puppet, not to mention that after the storage space is unlocked, who can know what good things the owner of this corpse had hidden in the past? Qinlan feels that compared to the goods, this price is quite affordable. However, independent cultivators like him were not wealthy, and they would have to spend almost all their source stones to buy a corpse of the same rank. In addition, these corpses must have been captured from the battlefield. If there were any valuable items, most of them were used to save lives, and there are probably not many left. As for how much can be left behind, it depends on how quickly you die out. If he is killed in one blow, there must be a lot of good things left and used, so the possibility of making a profit is naturally very high. If you use up all your tricks in the constant fighting and die of exhaustion, then you basically lose money if you buy it. With this idea in mind, Xinlan planned to pick someone with a single wound and a quick death. Entering the store, there is also a folding open space, which is surprisingly large. After a rough count with spiritual consciousness, there were actually 10,000 corpses displayed inside. Blind box. After careful investigation, Xinlan was suddenly shocked. These corpses were all killed with one strike, a total of 10,000. Then he had an even more terrifying guess and checked it again. Sure enough, these people died in the same blow. What kind of existence is this? With one strike, all 10,000 void realms were killed, unable to even resist. Similarly, Xinlan was not the only one who discovered this. It can be said that everyone discovered this after entering the store. Before entering the store, these people all bought blind boxes with the same idea as Xinlan. After all, they are all old monsters who have been around for thousands of years, so who is smarter than who? These people also realized one thing: this store must have a huge background. This also proves another point. The chances of making a profit from buying this batch of blind boxes are very high, but before the sale even started, everyone was stopped outside the exhibition area. The shop owner is giving a speech at the opening ceremony. First, once you make a purchase, you cannot regret it. Profits and losses have nothing to do with our store. Second, if you don't have enough originium, you can use origin devices or pills instead, but the price is set by our store. If you feel you are losing money, please exchange them for originium in advance before making the transaction. Point 3. Our store can provide free blind box opening service. In the compartment on the left, there is a monk who is proficient in space, and he is hired by our store at a high price. I'm done, everyone, let's begin. Over 7,000 monks poured in all at once. Xinlan carefully looked at the 500 Void Tribulation Realm blind boxes on display, of which nearly 30% were innate Taoist bodies, that is, human-shaped creatures. Judging from its condition, it is extremely well preserved, as if it is sleeping, without any trace of fear before death. If Xinlan hadn't sensed a trace of life, she would have thought that this person was still alive. Just imagine, men and women, some handsome, some cute, some charming, some strong, some beautiful girls from good families, and some elegant gentlemen. Now they are all on display in crystal boxes for sale. As long as you pay enough source stones, you can take them home and play with them however you want. Most ordinary people do this out of desire. After all, hormones can affect thinking. The reason why transcendent cultivators act this way is much simpler: they are simply perverts. For example, Lu Feng's inner demon. Xinlan naturally had no special hobby in this regard, so she chose a phoenix and spent nearly 80% of her source stones on it. As was his personality, he was very straightforward when buying things. After paying, he took the phoenix corpse and went to the compartment. His knowledge of space was not very high, and could even be said to be very poor. After a little exploration, he knew that he could not solve it. I was shocked when I entered the cubicle. Damn, half-saint. Did the half-saint also come out to work? Although it is hard to believe, the Shangyang behind him cannot be fake. When one condenses his own unique holy sun, it means he has entered the semi-holy realm, and has truly stepped into the pinnacle of Kanglin. The sign of a saint is that the holy yang enters the body, the great way casts the body, and they become one. This half-saint is not from the demon clan. There are less than 50 half-saints in the demon clan. He has to work everywhere, build venues, and receive people from various sections. He has no time at all. The semi-saint in front of him was from the God clan. His speed in opening blind boxes was faster than that of 20 people at the peak of the Void Source or the Great Perfection Realm. The semi-saint also said, "I didn't want to come, but they gave me too much." A semi-saint Taoist artifact is worth 100 years of work. Xinlan handed over the phoenix respectfully, and saw divine light surging in the hands of the semi-saint, covering the entire body of the phoenix. In less than a breath, a mark appeared in Xinlan's hand. The half-saint stopped looking at him and said directly, "Okay, next one." It was so fast that I didn't even have time to say thank you. What are you thanking me for? You thank me once, I thank you once. It only takes a breath to unlock the space seal, but it takes 2 or 3 breaths to express your gratitude. Slacking off is shameful. Workers should have the consciousness of being workers. Xinlan was about to leave the store with the seal and the phoenix when a familiar voice rang out from inside the store. "Shopkeeper, can I exchange some fruit for yours? It's homegrown and has plenty of energy." This wave is about selling oneself and buying oneself. Chapter 11, The Stars and the Moon are coal. You haven't entered the door yet. Lan shook her head with a half smile and walked out the door holding the bird by the neck. Although he was a deceased great master, the storage space in his body could not hold him. Many people along the way asked, "What's going on? Is he walking his bird?" "But that's not the way to walk it." Lan answered them one by one with a wry smile. The only reason he bought this Luan bird was because this Luan bird seemed to be cultivating the way of life. Readers with good memory will remember that Huang Qingjie did not mention the way to control life. Therefore, I have to remind you that what the master meant was that compared to other avenues, these avenues are easier to comprehend and can also help one achieve the God of the universe. It doesn't mean that other avenues cannot be practiced. However, the highest level is just that of a saint. I will not provide explanations or increase the word count in the future. Lan put the phoenix aside and didn't rush to check if there was any treasure. Because it was not important, he opened another space in his body and took out the coffin. The person inside seemed to have just fallen asleep. Lan sat beside the coffin, just watching and doing nothing else. At this moment, Lan only has eyes for her. All the darkness, deceit, killing and cruelty on the road of cultivation are gone now, and only tenderness remains in his eyes. It's been 90,000 years. I thought there might be no hope, but I came to a brand new world. Here, there is someone who can save people from the long river of time. Don't worry, I will definitely let you return to my side. Back then, Xingyue acted as matchmaker, and I was still waiting for you to marry me." He was speechless after saying this. The short 25 years he had known senior sister had brought back memories of 90,000 years. He practices the most brutal and ruthless path of killing, yet possesses the deepest love. One extreme often has the shadow of another extreme. Lan is not heartless, he just gives all his love to one person. After telling Sleeping Beauty about his experiences of the past few days, he took the body of the phoenix, marked it, took out all the items inside, and began the ritual. This is destined to be a long process, at least a year and a half. Since returning from hunting, Lu Feng has been busy sorting, refining medicine, and refining weapons. It took more than 3 years and he finally completed it. After doing all this, he changed his appearance and transformed himself into a casual cultivator in the Void Source realm. It would be a pity not to go and see such a wonderful world. Walking in the trading area, each stall has a wide variety of goods. Sometimes an originium will not stay in a storage space for half a day before it is spent. It can be said that originium only had the real function of currency at this time. In the rapid circulation, everyone has become richer, and all the things that were previously useless have been replaced with useful ones. For example, the low-grade source instruments of the void tribulation creatures are basically left in the storage space to gather dust. The mid-grade source instruments are also not easy to use, but to the ethereal and mysterious creatures, you are as discarded as a worn-out shoe. But I regard you as a treasure. The purpose of trading is to exchange what each party does not need for what is useful, which is mutually beneficial. A win-win situation is the best situation. Lu Feng was very satisfied with this prosperous scene. If everyone's strength increased by 30%, it would mean that the strength of the entire world would increase by 30%. He ate fruit while walking down the street, and from time to time he would pay for some new and interesting things. Ever since a certain eccentric tree creature made a fortune by selling the fruits of his body, and opened a blind box, all the tree creatures let themselves go. But Lu Feng bought all kinds of fruits along the way. Lidong Qing, who was following beside him, was already in tears. In order to suppress his cannibalistic nature, the adults kept giving him fruit instead. Now, even if he ate people, no living creature would dare to say anything. But, as handfuls of blind boxes were distributed, news of the demon lord annihilating 70 million Huangqing remnants with a single move spread. When the two are combined, anyone with a discerning eye will naturally notice the existence of this blind box store. However, the existence of blind boxes has greatly promoted business prosperity, and 90% of buyers make money. As the blind boxes continue to sell, the temple's warehouse quickly filled up. Lu Feng felt like he had made a killing. Then the question is, the buyer makes money, the seller also makes money. Who loses? Huang Qingren, I star you star coin, and #yuan and dollar and yuan and #yuan. And however, due to the special nature of blind boxes, the things open may not be useful, so the trading area had to be expanded again. Sure enough, for the strong, war is a shortcut to wealth. Every day, boats transport people from outside the region to Tianmazu, where all the elites of Kanglan gather. Li Tangqing had already issued a strict order that the people of the demon clan were not allowed to bully others by taking advantage of their power, nor were they allowed to allow any high-level sect to oppress people of smaller sects. No matter how powerful your Taoist lineage is, can it be as strong as my demon clan? The God clan, needless to say, is almost a model for Kanglin. The God Lord had a good reputation when he was alive, and now the demon clan is powerful, not to mention that it was their own God clan who took the lead and begged the demon lord to take action. They obey the orders of the demon lord and seem to be more active than the demons. Take this conference for example. Originally, the demons sent people everywhere to convey orders and pick up and drop off the young Taoists, but less than half a year later, the gods invested even more manpower and material resources. This is treating the demon lord as a god. No, the demon lord is the demon lord of my demon clan. Then, in other major domains, the spectacle of gods and demons fighting over people occurred. As a result, 1 year before the conference began, all the 5th level sects in Kanglin had gathered, and the last few batches were on the way. Occasionally, the two met on the street, with disbelief in their eyes. Metropolitan? Grand Elder? Didn't you say that we brought people to the meeting to look after the house? Why are you here? I don't know. Not long after you left, a group of people suddenly showed up and carried me away, saying that the God clan's takeover didn't count and we had to follow the demon clan's rules. Lu Feng was listening with a frown on his face. Being positive is a good thing, but being positive for the sake of being positive requires criticism. I need to ask them to investigate and arrange for those who are overrepresented to be together. We can't just rely on chance encounters. Each sect has its own headquarters, and they are numbered and counted. This is also a disguised census of the sects in the Kanglin realm. Excessive volume will become outrageous. In a certain area, a group of people broke into a sect and asked directly, "Where is your sect leader?" A young man seemed to be used to it. "A year ago, we went to the 7th level sects in this state to gather and attend the conference together." "Where is the great elder?" "Half a year ago, he was picked up by the only 9th level sect in this region and went to attend the conference together." "Where's the second elder?" "All the elders went together." "Where's the ancestor?" "He was dug out by the gods 7 days ago, revived, and taken to the conference." "Then who are you?" "Master's disciple. This is the eldest brother of the younger generation of this sect." "Okay, it's you. Follow me, Demon Clan." The young man seemed to have anticipated this day and said to the woman behind him, "According to the plan, you will take charge after I leave." Afterwards, he calmly followed the demons, having packed up his things long ago, and set off on the scene. The demons grumbled, "We have to hurry. As long as we can get back before them, the place will be ours." At the sect's headquarters in Tianma province, the old ancestor looked at the eldest brother of his young disciple and didn't know what to say for a moment. The elders were even more horrified when they arrived. "Old ancestor, how did you survive? Could it be that the one buried was a fake one?" "Old ancestor, I don't know either. When I woke up, I was already on the boat." The sect master was the last one to arrive, so he was greeted by old friends with eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 12, starting with respecting Yang, all races crazy for it. Looking at the countless stalls in the trading area, Lu Feng admired Shen Qi more and more. Talent, absolute talent. One of the drawbacks of the Kanglin cultivation world has always been the inconvenience of transactions. With the continuous expansion over the years, no one has paid attention to this problem. As my cultivation level grew rapidly, many things were slowly put aside and gathered dust, becoming useless. Shen Qi's plan this time not only enriched his own private warehouse, but also allowed the Kanglin elites to complete a significant transformation. Liu Feng's original purpose was very simple. He just wanted to hold the conference. The purpose of hunting wild game was just to plunder some things and prepare for the rewards after the conference. He had never expected what was happening before his eyes. But as a senior who had studied abroad on Earth, he immediately understood the magic of this series of operations. The Kanglin cultivation world, which has a large amount of idle items, has only now begun to show its potential for war. Liu Feng asked, "How do you collect the booth fee?" Lidang Qing bowed and said, "Your Excellency, the price of 1,000 high-grade source stones per day is estimated by Shen Qi based on the daily transaction volume. It will not place too much of a burden on the cultivators." Lu Feng agreed with this. Just the fruit in his hand cost 1,000 top-grade source stones. Today, he plucked out 16 tree spirits that had let themselves go in one breath. How could he pull them out by force? Of course, he exchanged them for source stones. Even if these tree spirits do not normally sell their fruits, they will be picked if they are seen by powerful monks. Some tree spirits even have to hand over a portion of their fruits to the sect as protection fees every once in a while. This place is protected by the demons, and the tree spirits are almost treating it as their own home. Liu Feng instructed, "This fruit is really good. Find more tree spirits and buy the fruit. Buy in large quantities." The source stone piles in the temple warehouse are also gathering dust. Try to return them to the market. Xian Shi understands this. Give him a verbal instruction and let him handle it himself. A demon semi-saint behind him received the order. I obey the order. Then I will retreat and pass on the message. Lu Feng continued, I remember there seemed to be a tree spirit in the semi-saint realm, and it was also a fruit tree. Lidong Qing, I understand. I thought to myself, it's obvious he's addicted to it. Lu Feng, pull all his fruits away. Pay a little, don't fight over them. I'll keep them for the banquet. Look, he is worthy of being our master, his reasons are so reasonable. Liu Feng took out another fruit and ate it, saying as he ate, the auction is about to begin. For this first large-scale auction, I've thrown in a magical artifact as the finale. Let's go and see such a grand event. Lu Feng brought Lidong Qing into the private room prepared in advance, and scanned the area with his spiritual sense unscrupulously. Anyway, no one here could notice it unless he deliberately let them sense it. Well, Chen Shuhua from the God Clan is here, as well as the Skyfire Holy Land, the Danyuan Temple, the Fire Phoenix Clan, and the Spirit Water Palace. Wow, including my own side. 52 9th level sects are all in their respective boxes. The summoning power of the artifact is quite strong, and Kanglin, who has some influence, has come to investigate the news, just to catch a glimpse of the beauty of the artifact. The scene of Li Tangqing holding the artifact to fight against Yushin is still vivid in his mind. Fortunately, the auction hall is large enough to accommodate most of it.at this auction. Only the 9th level Taoist sect has a private room. Liu Feng also found a few familiar people in the ordinary area. Ling Qingyuan was there, the semi-saint fruit tree was there, and there was also the familiar little cat. I don't know if the psychological trauma has recovered. There are many items to be auctioned this time, and they are all semi-saint or saint-level treasures, and of course there is also a grand finale artifact. This magical weapon was refined by Lu Feng in the past 2 years. He directly created 16 clones to work on it. With his level of weapon refining, he can't have any more clones. They are all delicate work, and even if he has more, his energy will not be enough. However, there are only a few people in the entire universe who can create 16 clones to refine weapons in medicine. Not only is Lu Feng's weapon refining skills firmly ranked first in Kanglin, but there are also few people in the billions of worlds in the universe who can surpass him. His ability in refining medicine is relatively poor. The 16 clones each did their own work. He used 10 clones to refine weapons, and obtained a total of 16 divine weapons, more than 70 holy weapons, and 900 semi-holy weapons. All the confiscated materials were used up, even the inner demon's barbecue grill was used up. If the materials had not been exhausted, he would not have come out a year earlier. There is only one purpose for doing this, which is to start a group fight. Only when everyone is strong can we be truly strong. Of course, it will not be free. Either buy it with money or earn it by working. The auction began as the host came on stage. The people below quickly discovered that this host was actually a semi-saint. Without further ado, the first item for auction, 5-wheeled half-saint Zunyang IT was seized from the battlefield in Dongji territory and has been refined by our demon clan until it is recognized by heaven. There is no need to worry about heaven suppressing it, and you can feel free to refine and absorb it. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience exploded. Is the first lot so exciting? The reason why saints are covered with treasures is that they have become one with Zunyang, and everything that semi-saints cultivate exists within Zunyang. With Zunyang, the semi-saints can choose the person to protect them based on what Zunyang protects, and then they can reincarnate and avoid the dilemma of losing their Tao due to insufficient lifespan. Generally speaking, the lifespan of a semi-saint is about 1 million years. It can be said that when one reaches the semi-saint level, one can achieve immortality in a certain sense, and these 5 wheels of semi-saint Zunyang represent 5 semi-saints. In addition, the semi-saints would burn Zunyang completely before they died in battle. Unless they were killed before Zunyang was completely burned, but he is a semi-saint after all. At present, there is only one person in the entire Kanglin who has the ability to do this, so it is obvious where these 5 holy sons came from. Lord Demon took out such a precious treasure to share with all races in Kanglin. Instead of just strengthening the demon race, Lord Demon and Lord God are no different. both are worthy of my utmost efforts. An existence like Zun Yang cannot be measured by the treasure Dao crystal. The Kanglan realm had never traded with Zun Yang before. Its preciousness is self-evident. The first round of Zun Yang contains the power of 2 Dao sources, water and gold. The starting price is 10,000 Dao crystals, 20,000 Dao crystals, 50,000 Dao crystals, 100,000 Dao crystals. It quickly soared to 2 million, since the Dao crystal ores are all controlled by the 9th order Dao sect. The Dao crystals of the 8th order Dao sect are basically exchanged from the 9th order Dao sect. Of course, most of them were exchanged from the demons. After all, the world that was about to be destroyed was given to the demon realm by God. Heaven has no business interfering with Dao Jing's affairs. 2 million has already exceeded the treasury of most 8th level Taoist sections. The only one currently bidding is the 9th level Taoist sect. In the first round, Zun Yang was finally bought by the Shuiling tribe at a price of 2.7 million. Lu Feng exclaimed that it was exciting. No wonder the fantasy world likes to set up auctions. It is so convenient to increase the word count. So many Zun Yang were sold in the first round. Lu Feng calculated that, not counting the more than 50 rounds of Zun Yang distributed to the demons, he still had 120 rounds in his hands. The palm strike was a little slow at that time. More than 80 people had already burned Zun Yang to ashes, so he could only make do with it and refine him into a puppet. After all, I haven't played for such a long time, so it's inevitable that I'm a little rusty. The semi-saint corpse after Zun Yang was stripped of its substance was useless, so Lu Feng destroyed it on the spot. After burning Zun Yang, he could refine it into a puppet, which was slightly stronger than Kong Yuan's great perfection, so it was not too much of a loss. These Zun Yangs must be sent out as soon as possible to allow Kanglan to quickly improve his strength. After the first piece was auctioned, Lu Feng sent a message to the front. The host announced on the spot after receiving the news, "We have just received instructions from Lord Demon. First, starting from the second round of Zun Yang, the auction will be conducted with originium. You can also use originium devices instead of originium to pay off the debt. The second one is for the Water Spirit Clan. Lord Demon said that after the auction is over, you can go to the Heavenly Demon Temple to receive another round of Water Avenue Zuanyang." Lord Demon, justice. The myriad races were moved again, and the meaning was very clear. This Zuanyang auction was to enhance the overall strength of Kanglan. This price is too high. Furthermore, the Lord seemed to possess more than one Zuanyang. Combined with rumors of the Lord's actions in the Dongxi region, some sages speculated that he possessed at least 100 Zunyangs. Everyone has a share in the 9th level Taoist tradition, and the adults don't seem to want to plunder the foundation of the Kanglan Taoist tradition. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths and give the Shuiling clan a Yang Dai? In reality, the demons had no shortage of Dao crystals. Preliminary estimates suggested that 70% of Kanglan's Dao crystals were in the demon's possession, and Latangking had already moved all of them to the temple's warehouse. Dao crystals can only be used by those at the semi-saint and saint levels, and can be used as an aid in refining Dao power. Moreover, the amount used is basically fixed. A semi-saint usually only uses 1 to 5 Dao crystals a day. A saints use more, only about 10 to 20 Dao crystals a day, and they don't use them every day. They are only used during retreats or normal cultivation. When they reach the saint stage, the time for comprehension is far greater than the time for cultivation. The purpose of using originium is to make it affordable for those in the sky realm. Another meaning is that the purpose of selling Zun Yang is to have more semi-saints, not to enhance the strength of the semi-saints. In this round of Zun Yang auction, the gods and demons never made a bid from beginning to end. Chapter 13, The Gods and Demons. Background is unimaginable. There is no need to mention the demons, but why are there these gods? Half-saints shouldn't be everywhere. Purchasing a round of Zun Yang is equivalent to adding a semi-saint with the background of the God clan, let alone the items on the stage. They can also buy the 7th and 8th level Taoist sects in the audience, but he didn't participate in the bidding. Could it be because of Zun Yang behind him? In fact, Chen Shuhua probably understood what the demon lord meant. He wanted all the major sects to flourish. Even though Woluan Zuanyang could afford it, it would be a really stupid move to displease the demon lord just for the sake of 5 semi-saint places. The gods should just choose the best round of Zuanyang to be Uyi. In fact, the last round of Zun Yang in today's auction was indeed reserved by Lu Feng for the God clan, or to be more precise, for the cultivators of the Space Avenue. Sure enough, the next 3 Zun Yangs were snatched away by 3 9th order sects, and the last one, a 5 Dao Zun Yang, was bought by the God clan at a single price, leaving the others without the confidence to bid. 100 billion top-grade originium. If anyone likes it, feel free to bid. My God clan will only bid once. How can we play this game? I can't even discuss you. 100 billion top-grade originium stones are almost equivalent to 100 million Dao crystals. The three Zunyangs in front of him only bid for 70 billion top-grade source stones in total. Ling Qingyuan of the Chaos Thunder Dragon clan was also secretly astonished. He had worked so hard to save up his fortune, and even if he sold everything he could, it would still not be enough for 40 billion top-grade originium. Lu Feng also laughed. After all, it was a big family with a strong foundation. This round of Zunyang was the only one in his hands that possessed the Great Way of Slaughter, but for this avenue, even 1 trillion is worth it. The Slaughter Avenue plus the Protoss Inherent Space Avenue. I wonder what kind of genius the Protoss will create. In the box, Lu Feng flipped his palm, and a blood-red sun appeared in his palm, emitting endless murderous aura. The Killing Avenue in Zunyang this time is much purer than that bought by the gods, and he is ready to look for a good candidate. The combination of space and killing will have unexpected effects, but the combination of destruction and killing will lead to a complete fall into the abyss. Consciousness will no longer be able to control the avenue and will backfire on itself. Destruction and killing, similar but incompatible. The host continued the auction process. Please welcome the second item, the sacred weapon, Xianshui Spirit Axe. Starting price, 20,000 Dao crystals. After several rounds of bidding, it was won by the 9th level Taoist Jihan Palace for 1.7 million. It's unexpected, isn't it? A sacred artifact isn't worth as much as a semi-saint's Zunyang. No explanation, no extra words, just use your imagination. Later on, there were the holy artifacts consigned by the gods and the holy level elixirs consigned by the Danyuan temple. The only thing that interested Lu Feng was the divine gold consigned by a semi-saint cultivator. This was a necessity for refining divine artifacts and was something that was urgently needed. I don't know what kind of luck I had, but the divine gold that many 9th level Taoist sects don't have actually fell into the hands of a half-saint. There is only one person in the Kanglan realm who was qualified to refine the divine weapon. Other sects did not bid, and Lu Feng won it with a flat price of 5 million Dao crystals. The price is quite reasonable, and the Demon Lord has no intention of taking advantage of any one item after another was auctioned. Ling Qingyuan also gritted his teeth and bought a holy artifact. She had prepared 1.5 million Dao crystals in advance. Originally, the entire treasury of the Chaos Thunder Dragon clan only had more than 500,000. A few days ago, she took out 3 semi-sacred artifacts and 4 holy level elixirs, intending to pawn them to the gods in exchange for some more. Unexpectedly, Shen Shuhua, mindful of her willingness to be a part of the pot that day, didn't confiscate the items and instead lent her 1 million Dao crystals. 0 interest, payable within a million years. Observing the changes in the little dragon's expression, Lu Feng guessed that he had probably bled a lot. How could the rich know that 1.4 million Dao crystals would be a huge burden for an 8th level Dao sect? Because of her selfless spirit that day, all the major 9th level sects gave in and stopped bidding. Besides, this holy weapon is on consignment from the God clan, so even a wealthy family wouldn't be short of this little bit of Dao crystal. Lu Feng couldn't help laughing when he thought about how he had stewed his hands and feet before. He instructed the people behind him, pay for Xiaolong. The money will come from the temple. After a while, he saw Ling Qingyuan's distressed expression turned into surprise, and it seemed that she had received the news. The auction was coming to an end, and except for Ling Qingyuan's holy artifact, all the others were bought by the 9th level Taoist sect. The 8th ranked ones only managed to get some semi-saint or saint level elixirs. The entire auction was spent watching others show off their wealth. I think our 8th level Taoist sect is also a well-known force in the region, second only to one sect and above all other sections. Who would have thought that when I got here, I couldn't even get a private room, and I had to watch others show off their wealth. It was a bit uncomfortable, but I gained a lot of experience. Usually, when a Taoist sect holds an auction, semi-sacred artifacts are considered the finale, but here are all sacred artifacts. Fortunately, this show of wealth is about to end. By now, it's time for the main course. The original host stepped down from the stage and a saint stepped up. Many people knew this person when he was still a semi-saint, but after just a few years, he had become a saint. Lu Feng laughed. Xianqi actually came up himself. Xianqi didn't bow either. After all, there were people in the void realm below, and they couldn't bear the courtesy of a saint. He said directly, those below the semi-saint level should leave. This sword cannot be looked at directly in the void realm. It will damage the soul. Upon hearing this, the creatures in the sky realm were greatly disappointed. They had originally come here to see the divine artifact, but I didn't expect that his strength was so low that he would get hurt even if he just looked at him. After seeing everyone in the void realm leave, Xianqi bowed and continued, please welcome our final item, the divine weapon, the heavenly silence sword. It was personally forged by the demon lord. Two semi-saints were seen carrying a ball of sealed black energy onto the stage. Seeing everyone's confusion, Xianxi waved his hand and reduced the seal by 30%. Suddenly, a few wisps of black air inside it were emitted into the auction hall. Xianxi introduced, "My lord said that this sword can kill gods." In an instant, everyone except Lu Feng was suppressed and seemed to be unable to breathe. Even the semi-saints had to use the power of Zun Yang to resist with all their might. If it weren't for the on-site formation to resist, anyone within 100 miles of the auction house would have died under the void tribulation. Even if they didn't die, they would have suffered severe Dao injuries. Only then could everyone see the sword shadow inside, and the breath of destruction inside made people's souls tremble. Xianxi waved his hand again, the seal was restored, the terrifying feeling of oppression disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxi continued, "This artifact is not priced in Dao crystals. My lord, you don't need Dao crystals, so the price will be calculated based on points. 100 low-grade source instruments are worth 1 point, that is, 10 mid-grade or 1 high-grade source instrument are worth 1 point, a top-grade source instrument is worth 10 points, a semi-saint level source instrument is worth 200 points, and a saintly instrument is worth 2,000 points. This time, we won't be using elixirs to redeem points. 6 months from now, there will be another artifact auction, and only elixirs will be used to redeem points then. Starting price, 10,000 points." After hurriedly calculating their assets, each sect began to bid. They couldn't compete with the Protoss in Dao crystals, but they couldn't compete with you in source devices. 11,000 points, 12,000 points, 20,000 points, 25,000 points, 585,000 points, 1,200,000 points. Well, I can't win, so I just accept my fate. 200,000 points, 100 holy artifacts. Even source artifacts or semi-holy artifacts can be exchanged for points, but in that case, should the disciples still be trained? You've doubled the price, so how can we bid? This is no fun at all. Your clan is so rich and powerful, we can't afford to pay you back. Please come. Please come. 1,201,000 points, Who is this? A voice drifted over. I am from the Fire Forest territory, the Golden Fire Sacred Land. Naturally, our sect's wealth cannot be compared with that of the gods, let alone Dao crystals. However, the younger generations in the sect enjoy forging iron, and over the years, they have accumulated a lot of it. We are running out of space to store it. This is a good opportunity to clear out the inventory and make some room for the younger generations. Lu Feng was delighted and took the bait. He has been eyeing the Golden Fire Holy Land for 3 years. For this reason, Lu Feng specially sent people to tell the people of this sect indirectly that he wanted to expand his armaments and needed to purchase a large number of source weapons, and he could exchange them for divine weapons if necessary. The Golden Fire Holy Land is the 9th level Taoist sect that produces the most refined weapons in the Kanglin continent, and it is also the sheep that Lu Feng is going to pluck bald tonight. Chapter 14. A setup, 3 parties happy. This is an open conspiracy. It depends on whether you accept it or not. Sure enough, the power of the artifact made all the 9th level sects uneasy. Although they had seen Li Tangqing use the artifact to hold back the enemy Yushin, many people still felt that it was more due to Li Tangqing's own combat power. But when they saw the ownerless artifact up close for the first time, they understood that no matter which saint wielded this sword, he could withstand the attack of the God of Universe on his own for a period of time. The Golden Fire Holy Land was determined to obtain this sword, even if it meant devoting all its resources. As long as they had the sword, they would not fear the gods. Chen Shuhua laughed heartily and said, "It's an auction, so naturally the highest bidder wins. As long as your price, Huarong, is higher than ours, it's only natural that you can take the sword. However, ours won't let it go easily. We recently collected over 10 million worth of blind boxes, and opened quite a few items, giving us 1.25 million points." Huarong, the Holy Lord of the Golden Fire Holy Land, replied, "Ha ha ha, as expected of a Protoss, so magnanimous. 1,270,000 points. 2,300,000 points, 2,350,000 points, crazy. Crazy." All the sects cheered in unison, but such a divine weapon is worth going crazy for, but it's a pity that we don't even have the foundation to go crazy for a while. 4 million points, 4,200,000 points, 4,600,000 points, 5 million, everyone was numb, and Xianxi couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He subconsciously sensed his own divine weapon. Before this, because of his meritorious suggestions on the trading zone, the Lord specially bestowed him with a divine weapon. The other 4 were only 3 holy weapons. Seeing this scene, he realized again the preciousness of this artifact. First, it helped him to become a saint, and now it is a divine artifact. I should repay the kindness of the great man with my life. Liu Feng put his hands on the table, tapping it lightly with his fingers. He suddenly stopped and sent a secret message to Chen Shuhua. It's not time yet. According to my estimation, 8 million points is their limit. The final bid was 7.9 million. Xianqi below was shouting, 7,450,000 points at a time, 7,450,000 points twice, 700, ahem. 7,900,000 points. Now the pressure came to the Golden Fire Holy Land, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the box where Huorong was. 7,950,000 points. Ah, good job, Huorong. Congratulations. You win. If you insist, I'll have to rip you off the youngster. Everyone was shocked. This is just the inventory. With the sound of Xianqi's hammer, the artifact finally landed. Huorong laughed heartily and said, "Thank you, Saint Chen, for letting me go. I am ashamed and have already put my dignity aside. Half of what I have on me has already been stripped off." Chen Shuhua smiled and said, "I should thank the Demon Lord. If you hadn't given me this treasure, how could we have the opportunity to compete for it?" Huorong said quickly, That's right. Lord Demon not only defended Kanglan from foreign enemies, but also gifted me with this precious treasure. In the future battles, I will wield this sword and slay all the Huangqing thieves. What else do you want us to do if you kill everyone? A sudden voice was heard, and then all the compartments disappeared. All the 9th level sects and the remaining 8th level semi-saints who were watching the fun looked at each other for a moment. When they all looked towards the source of the sound, they were shocked. Lord Demon is here too. Except for the gods and demons who looked normal, all other saints and semi-saints hurriedly bowed down. No need to be so polite. Before the saints could bow down, they were lifted up by the power of the Dao. Liu Feng said slowly, "You can't just take this divine sword. Your holy body can't handle it." Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lu Feng stretched out his hand, and the Tianji divine sword automatically broke the seal and flew into his hand. The other hand made a hand seal, forming 2 flat circular marks the size of a palm. 1 mark was injected into the Tianji sword, and the other mark flew in front of Huorong together with the Tianji sword. Liu Feng explained, "This sword will hurt both the enemy and yourself. If you use it forcefully without the great Tao of destruction, even an ordinary celestial god will be injured. Your saintly body will not last more than 2 years. After refining this seal, you can use it without harming yourself and can unleash its full power. It's a bit stamina consuming, though, so use it with caution." Huorong quickly knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Demon, for the gift of the treasure and for taking pity on my old bones. From now on, everyone in the Holy Land of Heavenly Fire will follow Master Demon's lead. In future battles, we will never let you down for the gift of the sword." Lu Feng smiled and said, "This isn't a gift, it's something you bought. Remember to pay for it later. Even if there's one item missing, I'll go to your Holy Land and get it back." All the saints present laughed, and the tense atmosphere suddenly became lively. Huorong patted his chest and agreed, "Don't worry about that, my lord. There isn't much else in my Holy Land, but I have several warehouses full of source artifacts. I will definitely deliver every one of them to you, my lord." Lu Feng continued with a smile, "With your support of this batch of source instruments, my army will have an extra layer of protection when it goes out to fight." It turns out it was prepared for the marching army. The saints stood in awe. Their Excellency's generosity was beyond our reach, sir. The Dan Shang of the Dan Yuan Temple bowed and said, "I dare to ask for your grace, explain. I heard from Taoist Xianqi that the master has another magical artifact that he wants to auction off with the price of the elixir. I'm not boasting, but I'm afraid the elixirs stored by the gods are not as good as those in my alchemy palace. I dare to exchange all the elixirs in the Dan Palace for this divine weapon." Lu Feng said, "Okay, since you have this intention, I will save myself the trouble of taking things from you." The saints laughed again. Everyone present was a smart person, and Lu Feng generously admitted the fact that he had cheated the Golden Fire Holy Land. Only after the Golden Fire Holy Land is drained will the Dan Yuan Temple be willing to give up everything. Let's first trick the Golden Fire Holy Land as an example, and then the other sects will naturally understand what they should pay, but no one felt dissatisfied. If they were more afraid of Lu Feng before, now they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Lord Demon Lord has gone to great lengths to devise schemes, not for himself, but for all the living beings in Kanglan. With such a broad mind, how can we be so stingy? They also understood that the brutal existence before was definitely not the Demon Lord himself. Suddenly, everyone felt the avenue surging, and a seal appeared in front of Lu Feng. He said, "This is the heaven-shaking seal. Tian Dao, Lu Feng, you must be holding a grudge against me. What kind of names did you choose? Heavenly Silent Sword, Heaven-Shaking Seal. Ha! Do you want to go out and practice alone? Ignore the heavens' complaints." Lu Feng continued to make 2 seals, using the same method. One seal was stamped into the seal, and the other seal was given to Dan Sheng. Lu Feng said, "I am ashamed to say that I am not as good as the alchemy saint in alchemy. This seal can be used for both offense and defense. It has a spirit inside and will automatically protect its master. With this seal, it will be difficult for villains to harm the alchemy saint. It's a pity that I have run out of materials, otherwise I could refine more artifacts." Chen Shuhua hurriedly said, "My god clan has many rare treasures of divine gold. It would be a waste to let them gather dust in our hands. I will send someone to fetch them and present them to you, my lord, to contribute my humble contribution to Kanglan's great cause of conquering Huangqing." The alchemy saint accepted the artifact and thanked him. "I thank you for the gift, sir. I also have some hidden items in my alchemy palace, which have been gathering dust in the warehouse. I have taken them all and presented them to you, sir." The saints all said, "So do I. So do I." Lu Feng laughed heartily, "You all claim to be my subordinates, so I won't refuse. If the materials are sufficient, I will fight for my Kanglan saint, and everyone will have a divine weapon." When these words were spoken, all the saints were excited. Before the battle with Huangqing, not even everyone had a holy weapon, and nearly 30% of the saints were still using semi-sacred weapons. Not to mention divine weapons, no one had even thought about it, nor dared to think about it that time. Lidang Qing's artifact almost made the saints cry with envy, and now, a fire is rising in the hearts of the saints, and I will also have a day to hold the divine weapon in my hands. Maybe there are not enough materials and we don't have enough to share, but what if we can conquer Huangqingji? Just thinking about it makes me motivated. When one's cultivation reaches above the level of a semi-saint, every word and action of his is related to the great Tao, and they are truly golden words and jade words. Therefore, those above the semi-saint level will not tell lies, although there are many cases of deception. What is said is absolutely true. So they believed what Lu Feng said without a doubt. The Lord God Kanglan has been here for 50,000 years. Why doesn't he refine some divine weapons for the people of the God clan? It wasn't that he didn't want to refine, but he simply didn't know how to refine. He had tried to refine divine artifacts before, but not only did all of them fail, but he also wasted precious materials. Most of the artifacts in his hands were taken from the inner demon when he sealed it that time. The inner demon did not have a thorough grasp of the way of destruction and relied more on divine weapons. Xiao Kuan's level of refining equipment in medicine is at most saint level, and this is achieved through hard work. Lu Feng was born into a noble family, while Xiao Kuan was born into a humble background. Lu Feng was nurtured by the resources of the demon clan, blossoming in many aspects. Xiao Kuan could only grow madly on the avenue of space. Xiao Kuan relied on his unique talent in the way of space to improve steadily, and put all his talent points into the way of space. This true protagonist relied on his own strength and became a god in 200,000 years less than Lu Feng. When Lu Feng became famous all over the world, Xiao Kuan was not yet born. Unfortunately, Xiao Kuan's death is a pity. In order to seal Lu Feng's inner demon, he suffered permanent trauma and has been unable to break through to the level of Tianzian. Lu Feng himself secretly went to Earth to study abroad. Chapter 15 Small Meeting, General Meeting Announcement. Ling Qingyuan bit her lip. The bosses surrounded Lu Feng and she couldn't get a word in for a while. She was not someone who would not repay a favor, but facing the Lord Demon in front of her, she really didn't know how to repay him. Compared with him, I am too far away. Or, stew it again. After the artifact was handed over, he knelt down and said loudly, "Qingyuan thanks you for the gift of the treasure." The saints made way for him, and Lu Feng looked at the kneeling woman. He laughed heartily and said, "Since you were able to stew yourself for me, it is only natural that I should give you a holy weapon. Get up, you don't need to thank me for this." Seeing Ling Qingyuan stand up, Chen Shuhua said, "I'm ashamed. I was the one who came up with that bad idea back then." Lu Feng waved his hand, "I know, and I don't blame you. Then he said to Ling Qingyuan, that sacred artifact of yours wasn't just a gift from me. It was consigned by the God clan. Seeing your bid, none of the Ninth Order Taoists present bid. Ling Qingyuan quickly bowed again. Qingyuan thanks everyone for your care. Lu Feng jokingly said, while these top sects are here, we're having a meeting today. If you're interested, I have some spiritual tea here. I'll make some and pour some for you. Ling Qingyuan said gratefully. Qingyuan is honored. Just as she was about to make tea with the tea leaves in her hand, Huorong stopped her and said, little girl, ordinary spiritual fire can't make tea like this. You don't have to return my fire after using it. Just consider it a thank you for pouring tea. The semi-saints were shocked. This was actually a holy fire of the great Tao. Upon hearing this, the alchemy saint said, this fiery furnace can't withstand the burning, but I have plenty in my alchemy palace. It's okay to give you one. Little kid, take it. The water spirit palace master said, ordinary spiritual water is not worthy of this tea. This is a bottle of Tao spirit divine water. P.S. The author has come up with 2 names for this, Fusang divine water and Taiyin holy water. I've come up with too many names, so I'm embarrassed to use either one. Please use whichever name you prefer. Use this to make tea. Daoling divine water. It's usually measured by the drop. Half a drop can fill an ocean. 1 drop can enlighten you to the fundamental principles of water. For those in the realm of emptiness, even a single drop is hard to come by, Chen Shuhua said. Palace Master Hai has even taken out the foundation of the sect. The Palace Master of Heijixing said with a smile, Your Excellency's spiritual tea is the real good stuff. I am just the icing on the cake. I am a Palace Master after all. It's not too much to prepare a few bottles to give away. Chen Shuhua said, so, I'll shamelessly take advantage of you. This is a teapot I've used for nearly 2 million years. I've brewed so many different kinds of spiritual tea that I can't even remember. Qingyuan, use this teapot to brew tea and help me maintain it. Oh, okay. Ling Qingyuan held the stove in one hand, took the teapot, ran to the corner, lit the sacred fire, grabbed a handful of tea leaves and threw them in. With just 1 drop of sacred water, the teapot was full. Chen Shuhua jokingly said, you don't have to return their things. This teapot of mine is more than 10 times older than you. I have feelings for it, so I can't give it to you. Ling Qingyuan herself was not good at speaking, she just blushed and nodded quickly. All the saints laughed out loud when they saw this, looking at Ling Qingyuan, who was like a group pet. The tiger tribe half-saint cried inwardly, my lord doesn't love me anymore, meow. Lidang Qingzi said, the Lord's collection of spiritual tea, plus the holy fire, the heavenly furnace, the divine water, and the spiritual pot that old Chen has nurtured for 2 million years, put all these together, this tea is probably the best in Kanglan. Then, for those of us who have nothing to offer, wouldn't we be drinking it for nothing? Lu Feng, that's good to know. Everyone who brought something today will have a share. This tea was planted by me 100,000 years ago and carefully cultivated for 50,000 years. I plan to drink it after I become a god. I solemnly declare that I love tea, not holy soup. The saints laughed again. They had completely put their minds at ease. Li Tangqing was about to cry. After more than 55,000 years, the easygoing demon lord was finally back. Lu Feng continued, let's turn the auction house into a meeting place today. Before the meeting begins, let's set the tone first, so that we don't make a fool of ourselves by talking nonsense. This is the first meeting between you and me since I saw the light of day again, and before my life and death crisis. During meetings, no one should be punished for their words. Everyone should speak freely and say whatever they want. No one should hold back. Even if you are dissatisfied with me, you can point your finger at me and curse me. If there is a problem, we must solve it. If anyone doesn't speak up during the meeting, becomes dissatisfied afterward, or stirs up trouble, I will execute him. Let's discuss what needs to be discussed first, and then go through the motions and announce the decision during the meeting. We, the top sects, have a unified voice, and the rest will certainly follow. Do you understand? I understand. Lu Feng gave Xianqi a look. Xianqi nodded, and immediately took action. He just waved his hand and an oval conference table appeared with 89 seats. All the saints of Kanglan were there. which was pitifully small compared to Huangqing. At the same time, the demon clan's half-saint led people to clear the area, and no one was allowed to approach within 100 miles of the auction site. Many people from all races saw this scene and thought that the demon lord wanted to bury all these saints and semi-saints in one pot. I only heard the demonic semi-saints say, "The adults are discussing matters inside, no one outside is allowed to approach." 88 saints sat down in unison, without distinction of importance or priority. Following Xian Qi's instructions, the semi-saints moved chairs and sat on the periphery, forming a large circle. Liu Feng sat alone at one end and said, "Now that we have come to this, I will speak clearly." Upon hearing this, everyone became serious and listened attentively to what the demon lord said. He paused, then continued, "More than 55,000 years ago, I ascended to the cosmic god realm. At that time, I was so full of vigor and ambition, the number one god in Kanglan. But I failed. The inner demon took over my body, and I became a cosmic god. From that moment on, I was no longer myself. When you returned, it was 10 years ago. You and Huangqing were fighting fiercely at that time, right?" A saint said, "Yes, at that time, the front lines were winning victory after victory, but the Divine Master was outnumbered, 1 against 6, and was at a disadvantage. We were completely unable to intervene." Lu Feng nodded. "Yes, he's still in the first stage of the universe god realm, a divine venerable cultivation level. Fighting 1 against 5 is already exhausting his strength, not to mention the fact that there's a half-step heavenly venerable coming up behind him." Hai Jixing asked, "May I ask, sir, are there also smaller realms above the supreme cosmic god?" "I'll give you a brief overview. Qing Yuan, is the tea ready? All right. Pour the tea." All at once, the saints brought out different containers. Most of them were teacups of various shapes, but there were always some that stood out from the crowd. Some people just point their finger in the air and a cup-shaped space appears independently. Some took out a basin, but seeing the contemptuous looks of the saints, they changed to a smaller basin. Some took out half a gourd and said, "Wait, isn't this just a ladle? It's cut vertically, so it's fine." As Ling Qing Yuan poured tea one by one, the fragrance of tea filled the air, and the half-saint's heart was moved by it. Liu Feng took a sip of tea and continued, "The gods of the universe are divided into 3 realms, God Lord, Heaven Lord, and God Emperor. The God Emperor is the strongest, followed by the Heavenly Venerable. Most of the gods in the universe are in the realm of God Venerable. For example, among the 6 gods of Huangqing, the strongest is only half a step to Heavenly Venerable. Huangqingnian is 90 million years older than Kanglan, and there are only a few cosmic gods. You can imagine how difficult it is to give birth to a cosmic god. As for the god emperors, there are only 6 in the entire universe." Lu Feng told all the saints what he could say, and the semi-saints behind him were also dumbfounded. It turns out that the strength and weakness of the great Tao is so clear after reaching the Yushan realm. Since Lord Tianma has become the supreme god, then this battle is sure to be won. Lu Feng said, "I am confident of victory in this battle. My only concern is the casualties. Kanglan, will definitely capture Huangqing at the lowest cost. I don't want to see a few people missing from the celebration party." Seeing that the demon lord did not want to talk about the past, the saints dared not ask any more questions. There was no point in asking any more questions, so they all tactfully continued to ask, "Does the lord have any instructions?" He finished the tea in one gulp and Ling Qing Yuan immediately came over to refill it. As the tea was poured, Lu Feng asked, "Have you noticed what's happened around the venue in the past 3 years? Do you have any thoughts?" The saints were lost in thought, and Lu Feng didn't urge them. He simply gestured to Ling Qing Yuan to give a pot of tea to the semi-saints outside. However, he told them to pour it for themselves. Chapter 16, The Lord of Tao, the Lord of the Realm Palace is established after an incense stick of time. Chen Shuhua spoke first. "Let me, a subordinate who has lived longer, say a few words first. I hope to stimulate discussion." Lu Feng nodded and signaled to continue. Chen Shuhua paused and continued, "It's not that Kanglan hasn't held conferences before, in fact, they've held quite a few. However, every time, the conference gets straight to the point, and everyone leaves after their work is done. Although there are occasional transactions, the scale has never been this large. They are just random auctions, and the good stuff is reluctant to be sold. Let's think about it. Who doesn't have some things they don't use? Trading the useless for the useful. The same magic weapon is like chicken ribs to you, but it is a divine help to me. In such a large-scale transaction, the total amount of magical treasures remains unchanged, but these treasures appear in the hands of creatures who need them. Although the treasures still number in the billions or even tens of billions, the strength of each living being has increased significantly.
Sir, am I right? Lu Feng nodded. There is no problem with what you said. Does anyone have anything to add?
Huorong bowed, looking somewhat ashamed. Master Chen's words have really enlightened me.
Your Excellency's considerations are entirely from the perspective of the people of Kanglan.
It's ridiculous that I've lived for over 1,000,000 years.
Although my cultivation level isn't as high as yours, I'm still considered top tier in Kanglan.
However, I'm limited by my perspective and only act from the perspective of my sect.
I'm ashamed of myself.
Just as Elder Chen said, if every magical weapon falls into the hands of a living being that needs it, Kanglan's strength will have greatly increased.
But if every Kanglan living being is in a place where they are needed, wouldn't Kanglan's overall strength increase even more?
After Huorong finished speaking, Lidong Cheng spoke up.
This was the strongest person under Yushin at present.
The saints present still remembered vividly the scene of his battle with the enemy Yushin that day. In the previous battle with Huang Cheng, although we won victory after victory, the battle was quite chaotic, with each clan and tribe fighting on their own. On the other hand, the enemy's army is well organized and coordinated. They attack and defend with measured measures, and retreat in an orderly manner.
If we were to descend upon your Fire Forest territory, your White Ice territory, or my Clear Dust territory, would we be able to withstand the enemy's first round of raging attacks like we did in the Dongji territory?
The 5 saints of the Protoss happened to be stationed in the Dongji region. The death of 3 of them delayed the enemy's attack, buying time for us to provide support. If they hadn't chosen the wrong place to land, it wouldn't have been just half the domain that fell.
Problems arose frequently during battles.
Not only did sects fight on their own, but fellow disciples did the same. Only in rare cases did they form a formation to fight the enemy. It can be said that victory on the battlefield is entirely due to our strong suppression. He often surprises his enemies with his superior combat power, and often uses the power of space to attack from unexpected places. Although we won, many of the casualties should not have occurred. If we deploy our forces properly, casualties can be reduced by more than 40%. Dan Sheng added with a gloomy face, furthermore, most of the 9th level sects only send half-saints to lead the troops to participate in the battle. In the early stages of the war, the resistance was entirely up to the gods. The first to arrive to support were actually the demons, who were farther away from the Dongji territory. Seeing the gods and demons join forces, the enemy's offensive was halted, and support from all sides slowly arrived.
In the end, 60% of the saints didn't even participate in the battle, otherwise the God Lord wouldn't have died in the battle.
Upon hearing this, many saints looked ashamed.
I am ashamed.
Chen Shuhua quickly said, the righteousness of the demon clan, the righteousness of the demon lord, our divine clan will never forget your support.
You don't have to be so.
After the demon clan's support arrived, and under the persuasion of fellow Daoisli, our divine clan sent out the first request for assistance. You all naturally have concerns because we haven't received the request for assistance.
My God clan will never blame you.
All the sins are due to my arrogance and attempt to support myself independently, which led to such consequences. Fortunately, the God Lord did not let Kanglan down, otherwise the God clan would have been guilty of a great sin. A saint said with a face full of shame, at the beginning of the war, we had no idea of the enemy's details, and we had never dared to intervene in the land of the gods. Seeing the enemy coming with such a fierce force, we were all arranging defenses and strengthening the formation. Only after seeing the battle line stabilize and the Protoss's request for assistance arrive did we dare to take action.
So, there are problems with Kanglan's development. We only know how to fight within Kanglan and have never thought about enemies outside of Kanglan.
In a world war, unless one side is more than 99% dead, the heavenly Tao cannot swallow it. Its cruelty is incomparable to that of ordinary battles.
The war will only end when one side is completely annihilated. No one on the defeated side can escape unscathed. We must wake up. Old Chen said earlier that our world is too young and geniuses are still growing. Time, what we need most is time.
Although the Ninth Order Taoist sect is powerful, it is far from enough to face the enemies from outside the realm. If Kanglen wants to face the threats from the outside world, we must work together and abandon the differences between Taoist sects and species. In the face of the world war, we only have one identity, the beings of Kanglen. Lu Feng smiled upon hearing this and said, "Not bad, you can draw inferences from one instance. This is exactly the purpose of this meeting. Don't worry about what happened in the past. This is the result of the division of the various sects, and it has little to do with you." Chen Shu bowed and said, "May I ask, sir, do you want to integrate the Kanglen forces?" Lu Feng nodded, "That's right, but it's not about integrating all the sects of Kanglen into one sect, but another kind of integration." After saying that, he stood up, and the saints followed suit. Lu Feng's solemn expression told them that something big was about to happen. At this moment, the operation of Kanglen's Heaven and Earth avenues seemed to be blocked. The saints were surprised to find that Heaven and Earth were building up momentum for what was about to happen. I only heard Lu Feng use words slowly falling. "I would like to ask for a position from you all, the position of Lord of the Kanglen realm. Do you agree?" These words, word by word, strike at the heartstrings of the person, as if the sound of the Tao penetrates into every part of the body. Outside the auction house, everyone stared at the sky because the weather had changed. Although they were prepared, the people present still took a moment to react after hearing what was said. Everyone was excited and saluted Lu Feng. "We are here to pay our respects to the Lord of the realm. My Protoss represents the divine realm, the Dongxi realm, my demon clan represents the demon realm and the Qingchen realm, my golden fire holy land represents the fire forest region, I am the representative of Shuailing Palace, my Danyuan divine palace and my Qingyun sword sect jointly represent the Dailan region. We hereby swear, we jointly respect Lord Demon as the Lord of the Kanglen realm. We obey the Lord's orders as the highest command. We will obey the Lord's orders in everything. We will jointly conquer foreign enemies and punish disloyalty. If we disobey, our Taoism and clan will be destroyed, and our inheritance will be cut off." Lu Feng said solemnly, his expression dignified. "With your support, I, Lu Feng, will live up to my position as Realm Master. I will lead you to annihilate all external enemies and strengthen Kanglen. I promise you that you will never regret your decision today. From now on, we will work together, establish our destiny for Kanglen, pave the way for future generations, and with our spirit, create everlasting glory for Kanglen." Ha 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 ha. As Lu Feng laughed loudly, a group of saints and semi-saints laughed along with him. No one tried to agree, but everyone felt their blood boiling and a surge of passion. At this moment, the sky of Kanglen has changed, a surge of heroic spirit rushed to the sky, and all living beings in the world were affected by this heroic spirit. Some cultivators who were at a critical stage suddenly felt cheerful, and even the old cultivators who were on their deathbed mustered up the courage to make another breakthrough. The saints exclaimed that even if they died in battle in such a situation, they would have no regrets. "I have not let Kanglen down, and Kanglen will never let me down." Such a grand event, how intoxicating it is. This is a partner, this is the power of bonds, this is ultra. "Ugh, I'm interrupting," Lu Feng said. "Now that we have a realm master, we need to finalize the remaining matters. Everyone, the meeting has just begun, and there are still many things to do. Everyone, speak freely. Qingyuan, don't think pouring tea is easy. The sacred vessel is not easy to handle. You will be busy." Ling Qingyuan smiled sweetly. "My lords, please feel free to discuss. Qingyuan has participated in such a grand event. This is a great honor for Qingyuan, so how can I be tired?" The saints sat down again amidst laughter. Seeing everyone seated, Lu Feng smiled and said, "Now that I've become the Realm Lord, you can't let me be alone, Commander. I'm establishing the Realm Lord Hall today, and none of you can escape. I propose to establish the Realm Lord Hall in the name of the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord Hall is not a Taoist sect, but the co-master of the Kanglen Taoist sect. All external wars will be fought in the name of the Realm Lord Hall. The responsibilities of the Realm Lord Hall are, 1. To manage all the sects of Kanglen, 2. To deploy all the manpower and material resources of the sects under its management during wartime." Everyone said in unison, "We have no objection. I hereby declare the establishment of the Realm Lord Palace Treasury. The payment you two made for the artifacts will be deposited into the treasury. I will also personally contribute 5 billion Dao crystals, 300 billion top-grade originium, and an additional 500 billion top-grade originium of various high, medium, and low-grade originium. The saints were shocked.
This was too much. An 8th-tier sect typically had tens of billions of top-grade originium in its treasury. An average 9th-tier sect would only have a few hundred billion. The gods and demons were another matter. The Dan Palace and the Golden Fire Holy Land relied on their unique craftsmanship to become wealthy. Take the Golden Fire Holy Land, for example. 1 point is worth approximately 50,000 top-grade source stones. 9 million points worth of goods is worth 45 million top-grade source stones. This doesn't even include the sect's existing source stone inventory. The value of the elixirs sent by the Dan Palace can only be higher. The main reason why Lu Feng was able to release so many at one time was that the blind boxes sold well. At present, they are basically sold out, and it can almost be said that they are being snapped up. On average, one blind box is worth about 20,000 top-grade originiums. The blind box brought Lu Feng an inventory of almost 1.4 trillion top-grade originiums. Please note that this place is worth so much, it is better to spend the source stones than to keep them in hand. Lu Feng ordered people to take the opportunity to purchase a large number of source instruments and elixirs, and gave them all to the people of the demon clan. The demons can be controlled by relying solely on authority, but Lu Feng is unwilling to do so. A good leader must use both kindness and force. This time, he kept a small portion of the remaining source stones on himself and took the rest to the temple treasury. Just what Lu Feng had taken out already exceeded the treasury of most 9th-level sects, not to mention the vast majority of the inventory of the two recognized wealthy sects, the Dan Palace and the Golden Fire sect. Pills and holy artifacts are both essential items, or in other words, they are basic needs. As for Dao crystals, 70% of them were in the hands of the demons, and he only took 20% of them. If he wanted to do something big, he would need the full support of his family. Lu Feng continued. The Realm Lord Hall operates in two situations. Let's first discuss the normal state. It is my opinion that the Kanglan Guard army be established in the name of the Realm Lord Hall, with Kong Ling as the soldier, Kong Xian as the lieutenant, Kong Jia as the captain, Kong Yuan as the general, and Ban Shang as the commander. The Realm Lord Hall collects all Daodong's income as daily operation, and collects it once every 100 years. Agree, the Realm Lord Hall doesn't just belong to me, it also belongs to you all, and even more so to Kanglan. When the Realm Lord Hall was first built, everything was new, like a blank sheet of paper. Today, let's see if you are good painters. So it took a full 4 months, during which time the plaque of the auction hall was replaced with the 3 big words conference hall. That in this venue, background, tradition, and even cultivation are no longer important. In the face of the great event of a new heaven and earth, selfishness cannot exist. Everyone has only one goal, which is how to make the Realm Lord Hall manage Kanglan well and serve Kanglan well. Most of the semi-saints present at the meeting were leaders of 8th Order sects. And now they were reduced to recorders. The saints never stop talking. They know that they are doing something great that will change the world, and every detail must be carefully considered. At first, the saints were somewhat reserved, frequently bowing to each other, praising and flattering each other. After 2 days, the sour face had already appeared, especially Huorong's violent temper came out, his body was really on fire, and the tables and chairs were burned. As a last resort, Lu Feng had his men find top-grade materials to make it so strong that it wouldn't melt even after being burned for 10 years. Even 2 saints from the God clan assisted Huorong in his fight against Chen Shuhua. Shen Qi and Du Han argued for 2 whole days without any result. Take this as an example. There are countless examples. In the past 2 months, none of the people in the venue had ever had a quarrel. And even then, the quarrels were minor. Lu Feng had also seen that when the saints fought, they didn't care about their image at all. In such a scene, he actually had nothing to do and was more focused on maintaining order. Let's talk it over nicely. It's all for Kanglan. That's a bit harsh, we're all colleagues. If he's rude, are you rude too? You can't say that. Throwing a cup is wrong. Your saint-level cup has smashed a hole in my venue. Qing Yuan, pick up the cup. And that little cat, come and fix it quickly. Hey! You too. Cool down. You can't just get angry just because you were scolded. Who is that? Don't use magic. Fighting with magic can easily cause accidental injuries. This is the venue. You are not allowed to use the divine weapon. Put it away from me.
Amidst constant discussions, arguments, quarrels, cup smashing, and even fights, departments, responsibilities, rules, and regulations were sorted out and recorded. The last few proposals were input into the decree condensed by the power of the Tao, engraved on the Kanglan Avenue, and tied to the entire world. If not for this, those saints would not be so serious and lose their composure. Every statement affects billions of lives. Every word and every decision they make now affects the fate of all living beings in Kanglan. One careless move may lead to the burial of genius and frequent conflicts. Even if we fight now, it is better than the suffering of all living beings in the future. The existence of the Realm Lord Palace is related to the foundation of Kanglan. Therefore, no matter how cautious you are, it is never too much. They are all old monsters who have lived for tens or even millions of years, so they are definitely experienced. These 4 months are destined to be extraordinary and destined to be remembered for billions of years. Even if all the saints present have disappeared, their names will be permanently engraved on Kanglan Avenue along with their achievements. Chapter 17, the first year of the new calendar, a new world. As the arguments continued in the conference hall, a new era of Kanglan began. 7 months before the conference, the parliament finally ended, and all the saints looked at the decree in front of them with tears in their eyes. This is the result of our hard work. For the creatures of Kanglan, it is the most meaningful thing in millions of years. This means that Kanglan's millions of years of separatist era has come to an end, and we are all participants, promoters, and makers. From now on, Kanglan will enter a new orbit. Lu Feng stood in front of the edict, turned around, and bowed deeply to all the saints and semi-saints. This realm master bows to you on behalf of all the living beings in Kanglan. You must be worthy of this bow. Everyone bowed in unison. We congratulate the Realm Master, congratulate Kanglan, and congratulate all living beings. Lu Feng activated all the great ways of Kanglan and said with the voice of the Great Way, "It is settled. From now on, this day, this year onwards, by this decree, the Realm Lord Hall is officially established. It is decided that this year will be the first year of the Kanglan new calendar." After hearing this, I thought to myself, I have lived for 1,000,000 years, why am I still crying? For a moment, the road roared and was full of excitement. The new weather energy started from Tianma province and swept across the major provinces and regions. The decadent air and deathly energy that had accumulated for millions of years were all swept away. This was the dividend of the times, and the tightly locked bottlenecks of many creatures were also loosened. As the order from the Realm Lord Hall spread, all the major sects signed their own sects and races on it, respecting the Realm Lord Hall as the common leader. All the saints also dispersed and returned to their respective sections after the Realm Lord Hall's decree was issued. The meeting hall became a sacred place of the Heavenly Tao, protected by the Kanglan Heavenly Tao. Only those who attended the meeting that day were eligible to enter, or those who had made great contributions to Kanglan in the future could also enter. Tian Dao actually wants to complain. Why is it an auction venue? It's a bit cheap. Lu Feng, you don't understand. The venue is not important. What's important is the living beings and what they do. Many saints returned to the sect in high spirits, and the younger generations hugged them and cried. Master, I thought you would never come back. What do you mean? I thought you and the other saints were all boiled together. Bang! You traitor! My master and I are off to do something big that will change the world. Go and face the wall. Qin Lan also came out at this time. As expected, her resurrection failed this time, just like many times before, but unlike before, under this heroic spirit, his depression only lasted for a few breaths before he regained his fighting spirit. In the past, it was common for people to remain insane for several years, only then did he begin to count the treasures he had taken out of the Luan bird's storage space. There were only a few pills, only 3 or 5. But there were quite a few source stones, about 70,000 top-grade source stones, 2 high-grade source weapons, and a dozen mid and low-grade source weapons. All in all, I made a lot of money. However, most of these source devices were not in line with his ideas, so he packed them up and went out to exchange them. If there were blind boxes, he would buy 2 more. After a year and a half, Qin Lan went out again and went to the trading area. In just a year and a half, the area around the venue has changed dramatically, and the venue, which can accommodate more than 1 billion lives, has been completed. When we arrived at the trading area, there was an area in the middle that was shrouded in divine light. It was nearly 100 miles away and no one could get close to it. All the nearby shops and stalls had moved away, so Qin Lan had to hire another guide to lead the way. After asking along the way, he finally understood what had happened in those days. He found it hard to believe what he heard. How could such a horrific change happen in such a short period of time? The last time I came out of seclusion, my home was gone. After reaching the upper realm, I had only been in seclusion for a year and a half when everything changed. After a careful study, I roughly understood the reason. After listening to what Lord Demon, now the Lord of Kanglan Realm, had done, he admired the Demon Lord from the bottom of his heart. The existence of the Realm Lord Hall is to control Kanglan, integrate the Taoist traditions, mediate conflicts, and improve the survival rate of cultivators according to the order of the Realm Lord Hall. Independent cultivators must either join the Realm Lord Hall or register at the Independent Cultivator Office, otherwise they will not be protected. This is normal. The Taoist sect has to hand over 10% of its profits. Why should the independent cultivators be protected if they have done nothing? But as long as you register your name in the Realm Lord's Hall and hand over some resources, you can leave behind a life plate. If the life plate is broken, the Realm Lord's Hall has the responsibility to investigate the cause of death, handle it impartially, and punish according to the law. You can also appeal for grievances in normal times. Qinlan thought about it and decided to register in the Realm Master Hall for the time being. When he arrived at the office, there was already a long line. He didn't like crowded places, but since he thought it was nothing important, he queued up. I heard that such offices will be distributed in every corner of Kanglan in the future, and the staff inside will be under the unified command of the Realm Lord Hall. Qinlan did a simple calculation. There are 3,000 states in one domain, and a total of 48 domains, so there are 144,000 large states. Such an office would need to be manned year-round. It seemed the amount of manpower and originium Dao crystals needed for the Realm Lord Hall would be a terrifying amount. The cost of running the office alone is enormous, not to mention the maintenance of the standing army. This also explains why all the profits from Kanglan's unification are collected. 2 days later, the matter was finally completed. 2 plates, a token and a life plate, each with a drop of blood, were used to complete the authentication. His life has been connected with the Great Dao through the law. If he dies, his life plate will be broken, and the cause of death can be replayed based on the traces of the Great Dao. This is one way. If the life card is damaged, it will have no effect on the person. The token records the fees paid. With Qinlan Kongjia's level of cultivation, he needs to pay 50 top-grade source stones a year. The price was very reasonable. He paid 20,000 yuan in one lump sum, which meant a 400-year registration. Within 400 years, if you are threatened or coerced by force, you may follow this order and seek asylum at any Realm Lord Hall office. The biggest fear of independent cultivators is being targeted, so they generally don't provoke others. With this order, their lives are extremely well protected. From the small to the big, we can see what kind of existence this Realm Lord Palace is, the absolute cornerstone of Kanglan's stability. Qinlan put the token away and prepared to buy a blind box, but was told by the guide that the blind boxes had been sold out and had been cleared out by the disciples of the De Dao sect. In desperation, he was about to set up a stall to sell these source weapons, but when he looked up, he saw a huge building. The 5 big words "weapons exchange" on it were dazzling. After entering the hall, there is another folded space inside, which is surprisingly large. You first exchange the source device for source stone at the door, and then find the one that suits you among the tens of millions of source devices inside. The weapons inside are also arranged in categories. So first arrange them according to the avenue, then according to the grade. Qinlan soon found a source device that suited him. He had originally held low hopes and wanted to find one that was more or less the same, but I never thought that there would be a source weapon with such a strong murderous aura here. This kind of killing weapon will backfire on oneself if one is not careful. If a cultivator does not master the source of killing, no one would be willing to use such a weapon, because it had been hanging for so long and no one took it. The shopkeeper even gave it a 20% discount. It was a short sword about the length of his forearm. He could clearly feel that the sword had a spirit, but it was not an innate spirit, but a murderous spirit that was created because it was contaminated with too much murderous aura. Qinlan returned to her residence with the dagger, took out the mark given by the shopkeeper, and struck it into the sword to unlock the seal of the small sword. The moment it was unsealed, the small sword burst out with murderous aura and stabbed towards Qinlan's face. He did not use his hands to resist, but snorted coldly, inspired by the source of killing, and then fixed the small sword 3 inches in front of his eyebrows. Afterwards, a murderous aura several times stronger than that of the small sword emanated from Qinlan. It seemed as if there were endless wrong souls surrounding her, but they did not dare to get close at all. She was like a god of death. He stared with bloodshot eyes and uttered only 2 words, "Surrender." The small sword began to tremble constantly. Under the suppression of Qinlan's terrifying murderous aura, it finally stopped struggling and fell into her hands automatically. Qinlan looked at the small red sword in her hand and was quite satisfied. This sword looks like a top-grade source weapon, but it is actually a disguise for this small sword. Its grade has long reached the pinnacle, and it can be further improved. This is a small sword that can be upgraded. With the cultivation level of Kongjie, he has such a fierce murderous aura, which is not bad. Lu Feng, who was refining the weapon, murmured that he released this small sword specifically to find people, and he would not dare to take it from any living being without the origin of killing. That he had already made some small changes to the small sword so that he could track it at any time. The main reason he went to so much trouble was to find a creature that cultivated the origin of killing to inherit the Zunyang in his hand. After calculating this person's background, Lu Feng couldn't help but frown. So this is what happened. This kid actually has some connection with him. He shook his head, put aside all distractions and continued refining the weapon. Recently, the divine gold from all the major sects has been delivered, and 16 clones have been activated to refine weapons together again. I owe a favor to heaven, so I have to be a workaholic for a while, and I have to pretend to be like that. This Go Tian Dao is so stingy. Chapter 18. The conference is held, and the elites gather 5 days before the conference officially started. There was a movement on the venue location card in Qinlan's hand due to the large number of participating creatures. The demons have begun to organize the creatures to enter. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by its grandeur when he entered the venue. The venue resembled a large, beveled bowl, divided into many layers from bottom to top. A rough estimate indicated it could accommodate at least 1.5 billion souls. In the north of the venue, there is an independent high platform. Presumably, that is where the Realm Lord and the high-level officials of the Realm Lord's Hall are located. This place is just right for the Realm Lord to face all the participating creatures. The power of heaven and earth was so strong in the venue, stronger than any other place Qinlan had ever been. Looking up, she saw 10 spirit-inducing formations above that were continuously transporting the power of heaven and earth into the venue. If it were filled with living beings, it would probably be lighter, Qinlan thought. After entering the venue, I walked for 3 hours, but the more I looked, the more frightened I became. Although there were many living beings in attendance, it was by no means crowded. Each creature has an independent seat with gifts placed on it. Each seat is 10 feet apart, and in front of it is a 1-meter-long low table. On the table is a jar of spiritual wine, a wine bottle, a plate of spiritual fruits, and an identity card indicating the Taoist origin and name. Qinlan followed the location sign and arrived at the area for independent cultivators. There were a total of 300 floors from bottom to top, and she was on the 128th floor. It was easy to find his seat. He walked to the table marked with the name of the casual cultivator Qinlan and sat cross-legged there, looking at the spiritual fruits on the table. I couldn't help but think of the tree spirit that day. Although the spiritual fruits here were not as good as the ones I bought that day, they were still of good quality. They also contained the 2 great powers of heaven and earth, source power and spiritual power. Such a spiritual fruit would definitely be snatched up in his original world, but here it was treated as an ordinary thing and everyone could have a share. I couldn't help but wonder, are there many spiritual fruits like this in the upper realm? No, it seems that since I came out of seclusion more than half a year ago, I haven't seen any tree spirits selling spiritual fruits. Considering how many tree spirits have been generous recently, could it be that the demons are so generous? This plate of spiritual fruit is worth at least 50 top-grade source stones, and the spiritual wine is also worth 50. Qinlan continued to calculate. I'm afraid that the spiritual fruits placed on the display will be of different grades for creatures of different cultivation levels. The total cost of these spiritual wines and spiritual fruits alone is probably over 100 billion top-grade source stones. She felt very painful. He first purchased from various states, and then plucked out all the fruit trees in the trading area. The gods also urgently helped by transporting 1 billion fruits to make up the number. Just these fruits from the Void Realm, which contain only the 2 great powers of heaven and earth, spiritual power and source power, cost 60 billion top-grade source stones, and purchasing spiritual wine cost another 50 billion. In order to carry out the master's order to pluck out the semi-sacred fruit tree, but without violence, the price of 1.5 million Dao crystals was somewhat painful. It's almost as good as a holy weapon. Seeing that the tree had been picked clean of all its fruits and had a slightly wilted atmosphere, She finally felt a little more balanced. However, he was a semi-saint after all, so his output was really high, nearly 700,000 semi-saint Dao fruits. That's 2 Dao crystals per fruit. Don't they say 1 grows per year? You're almost 1,000,000 years old, how come you're only 700,000? Listening to Xi's shameless words, if this half-saint tree spirit could defeat him, he would have to fight him a few times. Lao Shu didn't explain, but forced to laugh and blurted out 2 words, send you out. Since she came in early, Qinlan didn't want to miss such a rich power of heaven and earth, so she closed her eyes and began to practice. 3 days later, He opened his eyes when he heard some noise nearby. Just 3 days, equivalent to half a year of hard training. Glancing around, he discovered that the creatures around him had the same cultivation level as himself, and were all casual cultivators of the Void Tribulation realm. These wandering cultivators would either discuss the Tao, share their own insights, or drink together. The guy next to Qin Lan was quite talkative, and everyone around him was listening to him talk about what was happening on the front line of the Dongxi region. I was originally a casual cultivator from the Dongxi region, but I was lucky. Although 1,400 states were initially occupied, the state where my family lived was not invaded. When the Demon Clan's reinforcement army passed by, my family followed them to the front line of Yuanzhou province. A cultivator nearby complimented him, "Fellow Daoist Su is so righteous." When the battle first started, many Ninth Order Daoists were afraid to go to support, but fellow Daoist Su went all out.
We admire him. The man surnamed Su waved his hand and said righteously, "You are too kind, fellow Daoist. I am also a member of Kanglan. Although I am a free cultivator, how can I retreat when foreign enemies invade?"
Of course, he remembered that day. After packing his things and fleeing, he was encountered by demon reinforcements and forced to the front lines.
He also remembered the words of the demon half-saint, "The war in the Dongxi region, the Dongxi people ran away. How can this be justified? You have to go whether you want to or not." He continued, "Before joining the battle, I was actually quite uneasy.
The enemy was moving so quickly, I was afraid it would be difficult to resist. Furthermore, the army I was assigned to at the time only had 360,000 soldiers, led by 5 Demon Clan masters of the great perfection of the Void Source. The enemy is said to number 900,000, led by a semi-saint. I believe I'm doomed this time, and several fellow demons in my team are ready to die." But after the actual fight, it was disappointing. In the first battle, I fought alone against 3 Kongjie of Huangqing, the dog thief, and killed one of them. Only half of the 900,000 enemies escaped. The half-saint was forced to burn his noble son by the combined efforts of the 5 great masters of the Void Source of the Demon Clan, and was ultimately exhausted to death on the way out. In this battle, we recovered an entire state. The army did not stop, leaving behind the wounded.
The remaining 260,000 men were ordered to encircle a larger enemy force.
A certain family was injured and was left behind to clean up the battlefield. After the battle, we counted and found that over 20,000 of our men were killed. By the time the wounds were almost healed, the enemy was left with only one state to survive.
Someone said excitedly, "Didn't they say the casualty ratio was 1 to 4? Now it's almost 1 to 20.
It seems that this battle you participated in was a rare big victory."
Another person continued, "What you said isn't entirely true.
This battle was indeed a great victory, and the casualty ratio is indeed better than most battles. However, the 1 to 4 ratio refers to the overall casualty ratio. At the beginning of the battle, the Huangqing bandits were aggressive and their numbers were overwhelming. Faced with such a huge numerical disadvantage, Kanglan suffered heavy losses. Normally, 1 man against a dozen or even dozens of men is simply no match. The casualty ratio is almost the opposite. As large areas were lost, the enemy split their forces, which caused some casualties.
Later, the Protoss urgently dispatched reinforcements. The Supreme God took action to hold back the enemy Yushin. The arrival of a large number of Protoss reinforcements delayed the enemy's attack. After the demons' 30 million reinforcements joined the
battle, the gods and demons organized their forces and fought 4 decisive battles with the Huangqing thieves, winning all of them.
Only then did they launch a counterattack.
Furthermore, in all 4 decisive battles, the outnumbered side was the enemy. Aside from the Western Route battle, the enemy's numbers in the other 3 battles were usually more than 3 times that of the God-Devil Alliance, and the casualty ratio was around 1 to 5. After the counterattack began, casualties dropped rapidly, especially during the pursuit phase, where a ratio of 1 to 20 or 30 was common. But when we reached the last state, the large state where the enemy's passage was located, a large number of saints and semi-saints participated in the battle, and the enemy continued to receive reinforcements from the passage. In addition, the enemy's battle formation also greatly disturbed my Kanglan monks, so that the battle loss ratio has reached about 1 to 4 to 1 to 5. Besides, although they are called the coalition of gods and demons, in reality, 70% of them are composed of the creatures of their affiliated sections. And most of those who died in the battle were ordinary Taoist beings. I believe everyone understands the terror of divine and demonic bloodlines. Anyone with divine and demonic bloodlines is a rare genius among 7th level Taoist lines. The man from Huangqing can even defeat 2 or 3 of us, let alone the god and demon Tianjia. After hearing this, someone asked, "How do you know this, fellow Taoist?" The man said, "When I was traveling in my early years, I met a person from the God clan. We became close friends. He also came to attend this meeting. We happened to meet him, so we chatted. However, he didn't say much, only that the details of the Dongxi War would be reported at this conference." Everyone nodded in agreement, and one person said, "Then we'll wait and see." It's a shame we weren't able to participate in the previous Dongxi War, but just hearing about it makes our blood boil. Now that the Demon Lord wants to counterattack Huangqing, I'll follow him even if it means sacrificing my life. To be honest, I've already signed up to join the Realm Lord Hall's expeditionary force. Ha, what a coincidence, so-and-so is also here. So does someone else. I'll sign up after the meeting. Let's do it together later. Xin Lan hadn't thought it through yet. He didn't have such deep feelings for the upper world, so he just drank a sip of the spiritual wine by himself. Seeing that Xin Lan didn't say anything, the others ignored her and just took care of themselves. The talkative cultivators would have been buried long ago and would not have survived to reach the realm of emptiness. Chapter 19, Dongxi Battle Report, Brutal World War. Finally, he refined a few more artifacts, and there were still 10 clones busy with them. These ones were more troublesome, so Lu Feng left the clones in the temple to continue refining the artifacts, but the original body had to set off. Today is the day of the meeting. There are 1.2 billion creatures present. There are more than so many Kanglan void realms, so some have to be left behind to watch over the place. It is impossible for all the void realms of the 8th and 9th level Taoist sects to come. This was actually the first time that Lu Feng saw the entire completed venue. It was said that it was designed and built by mortals from the lower realm. As everyone has their own expertise, this is understandable. When other sects saw it, they all sighed in amazement at how grand and magnificent it was. Only he was a little dissatisfied with the terrifying feeling of oppression. The avenue of heaven and earth stopped moving, black fog rolled on the high platform, a figure walked out of the darkness, and all living beings held their breath. It was not until that figure sat down that the avenue began to move again, and all living beings finally recovered, but it was different from before. Previously, the avenue was running smoothly, but now, the avenue was moving around that figure. Not until the black fog slowly dissipated did everyone see the Realm Master clearly. All the living beings stood up and paid homage. "We pay our respects to the Realm Master." Lu Feng waved his hand and said, "Stand up." "Thank you, Realm Master." Is this the power of the cosmic god? The more informed 8th and 9th rank disciples heard that the current Realm Master was a celestial venerable of the cosmic god realm, a being higher than the divine venerable. Those present had only one feeling: wherever he sat, he was the Tao. Even above the Tao, the power of the Heavenly Lord does not need to be deliberately embellished. Wherever he sits is the center, unless there is another Heavenly Lord or even a divine emperor next to him. Everyone was stunned. Lu Feng had only one thought in his mind: this pot. Ugh, why does this venue look like a pot? Who built this? Is this some crazy innuendo? As expected, the host was Xin Qi again. There were only firsts and countless times for things like this. The first item of the conference is to comfort the lives lost on the front lines and the innocent lives of all races who died in this war. In this battle, the Protoss sacrificed over 11.7 million, and the demons sacrificed over 5.6 million. Lu Feng felt distressed when he heard this. There were only 45 million demon clan members left in the Sky Realm now. 1/10 of them were killed in the Battle of Dongxi. These were all elites of the demon clan headquarters who were truly capable of destruction. Similarly, as a member of the Protoss clan, he felt heartbroken when he heard this. After the battle, the Protoss clan only had about 60 million left. Now both the gods and demons are the most elite forces in his hands, and their individual combat power is far stronger than that of ordinary forces in Kanglan. Only the 9th and 8th rank sects can produce a handful of elites who can be compared with them, and the number of such disciples in all the 8th and 9th rank sects combined is less than 20 million. In this battle alone, the gods and demons lost 17 million. How could Lu Feng not feel heartbroken? Although the two tribes are weak in military strength, their terrifying power makes them not afraid of the combined forces of all other tribes in Kanglan. Their strength is equivalent to the combined strength of Rabbit, Eagle, and Big Hair on that planet. Shin Chi's voice continued to float in the conference hall. The various tribes, sects and independent cultivators of Kanglan sacrificed a total of more than 157 million void realms, 65 semi-saints, 3 saints and 1 god. There are tens of trillions of innocent people implicated in the Tao realm and Nirvana realm. The death of innocent mortals is estimated to be 96 trillion. The exact number cannot be counted. First, I bow to the divine honored one who turned the tide, fought to the death against 6 cosmic gods, and blew himself up at the Huangqing passageway, slaying 1 god and destroying the passageway. This gave Kanglan 100 years of respite. Such a divine honored one deserves our respect. Everyone in the venue stood up and bowed, and as they bowed, a sense of sadness filled the entire venue. The last time everyone saw the god was at the Demon Mountain. His figure was always the same, unswerving, taking a step forward and never looking back. Second bow, to the soldiers who fought bravely and sacrificed their lives. You resisted relentlessly, refusing to retreat until death. In 4 decisive battles, you exchanged lives for lives. It was your blood that forged an immortal victory. You fought to the death, crushing the enemy's courage. Such soldiers deserve our bow. After this bow, red snow began to fall between heaven and earth. Among the souls that died in the battle were their masters, fellow apprentices, close relatives, and close friends. I didn't know you were leaving when you left, and when you came back, the red snow welcomed you. The third bow is to the innocent lives lost in the 1,400 states in the occupied areas. You should have lived without worries, and even birth, old age, sickness and death were destined by heaven. However, in the Huangqing disaster, you were innocently implicated and turned into wrong souls, wandering around the wilderness. This bow will send you into reincarnation, help your resentment dissipate, and give you a new life. This bow is also the beginning of revenge. The pain we suffer today will be multiplied 1,000 times in the future. With the third bow, the vast Kanglan river of samsara emerged, and the overwhelming resentment emanating from countless beings unwilling to enter the cycle of reincarnation dissipated. The souls that had regained their clarity of mind stopped and bowed to the beings in the venue. Kanglan Tiandao murmured, "Thank you, Lu Feng." With this bow, Hong Shui turned into murderous aura, kill. For the gods who died in battle, kill. For the sacrificed soldiers, kill. For the souls that died in vain, the blood of Huangqing must be used to wash away the blood feud of Dongji. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Under such murderous aura, Qin Lan was like a traveler in the desert who came across a sweet and refreshing iced happy water. She activated her origin and absorbed it madly. The origin of killing skyrocketed instantly, and her cultivation also skyrocketed. She directly reached the great perfection of the void tribulation and was only 1 step away from the void source. Moreover, as the murderous aura continued to grow, she would be able to break through after a short retreat. To receive such a great favor, Kanglan must participate in this battle with Huangqing. The murderous aura arises from this. If he does not make achievements in this battle, his Taoist heart will collapse. The second item of the meeting is to ask Chen Shuhua, the chief minister of the realm Lord Hall, to report the details of the Dongxi battle. Lu Feng gave Chen Shuhua a look. Chen Shuhua nodded, stood on the podium and began his report. 70 years before the Kanglan New Calendar, the Huangqing bandits built a world passage in Lugu Prefecture, Dongxi region. A month later, the entire prefecture had fallen, and all 7 million people of all races and 8 trillion lives in the prefecture were slaughtered, with no one spared. Young Rold.at the beginning of the war, Huangqing, led by 36 saints, divided his troops into 4 groups and invaded like fire, burning towards Dongji. Whenever a place was conquered, a massacre would immediately begin, regardless of cultivation level, sect, or race. Anyone with a chance of survival would be slaughtered. 2 months later, the 8th level Taoist sect, Xian Palace, was destroyed, and the entire family was wiped out. When more than 300 states were lost, Cui Hao, a saint from the God clan, organized the fleeing creatures to resist. 5 days later, Cui Hao died in battle. After the loss of more than 500 states, the divine saints Suiru and Yuxing organized a coalition of tens of millions of people from all races to resist the enemy in Hunling state. 12 days later, the entire army was wiped out, and the souls of the 2 saints have not returned to this day. After the fall of 700 states, a total of 70 million reinforcements, including 20 million of the Protoss and 50 million of its affiliated forces, arrived at the front line, and the gods joined the battle. After 3 years of struggling to hold off the enemy, they bought time for their own retreat. As the enemy continued to increase their numbers, they were forced to retreat once more. Fighting and retreating, they lost another 700 states in 10 years. This time, all the Protoss's own troops and affiliated forces were thrown into the war. When Chen Shuhua was giving her report, her mind was full of scenes from the Battle of Dongji.
Mr. Chen, reinforcements have arrived.
He swore that he would remember this sentence until his death.
Reinforcements? Where are they coming from?
All the forces that my Protoss can muster are at the front lines.
It's the demon tribe, the demon tribe's reinforcements.
Li Tangqing is leading 10 million demon tribe headquarters and 20 million affiliated troops as the vanguard.
3 days ago, we engaged the enemy in Yuanzhou province.
On that day, we killed 3 million Huangqing thieves.
They are now approaching us. I estimate that Yuanzhou province has been recaptured by now.
Chen Shuhua looked at the saint of her own clan in disbelief. The first one to come to support her was actually a demon. After the demon support arrived, they directly took over the battlefield along the way, and the pressure on the front battlefield dropped sharply. 3 months later, at the military meeting between the gods and demons, Li Tangqing put forward 2 suggestions. First, seek assistance from all other major regions in the world and issue a letter of request for assistance. Second, engage in a decisive battle with the enemy's main force.
Even if we win one battle, reinforcements will arrive. We just need to prove to the Kanglan Dao sect that the enemy is not invincible.
Chen Shuhua worriedly said, the enemy has 4 large armies, and each one is commanded by 12 to 16 saints, with nearly 100 semi-saints.
How can we win? Lidong Cheng was confident, we'll fight all the way.
Today, I came here to borrow 3 saints and 30 semi-saints from you.
As long as you can gather them together, I will give you a great victory. Chen Shuhua no longer hesitated. Done.
All the saints of the God clan are here, you can choose whatever you want. Li Tangqing nodded and said, also, during our decisive battle, you must hold off the other 3 enemy lines. Once I have eliminated the enemy's northern army, I will immediately join forces with your western army to launch a pincer attack. I don't think I need to explain how to cooperate at that time.
Chen Shuhua nodded and said, I understand, fellow Daoist, don't worry.
Chapter 24 Decisive Battles, aid from all sides inside the meeting hall. Chen Shuhua continued, 55 years before the Kanglan New Calendar, the 4 decisive battles began. The demons took the lead in Sanggu Prefecture and crushed the Huangqing Northern Route Army. At that time, he could hardly believe the battle report in front of him, which clearly read, fellow Daoist Li had 10 million soldiers and suddenly joined the battle when the situation was tense, throwing the enemy's formation into disarray. While the enemy's saints were distracted on the battlefield, he used his divine weapon. In this battle, 9 enemy saints, 62 semi-saints, and countless void realms were killed.
The initial estimate is 50 million.
The remaining enemies fled south, the first victory at Dongji, the great victory at Sanghu. At the cost of over 10 million casualties, nearly 60 million enemies were killed. After the war, Li Tangqing left the wounded to heal their wounds and the 5 million troops to clean up the battlefield and recover the lost territory. He personally led 30 million people to attack the enemy's western army. On their way to support, the demons brought all the 6th, 7th, and 8th level sects along the way to the battlefield. Although these people were slow, they still arrived at the front line before the Sanghu decisive battle began. Chen Shuhua not only gave the saints of the God clan the semi-saint status, but also mobilized 5 million God clan headquarters to go to Sanghu together. Therefore, Li Tangqing hid the 7 million demons and 3 million gods in the refining world. Huang Qingren felt that the number of troops in Kanglan's army had not changed much. Before the 4 decisive battles, Li Tangqing had
never used the divine weapon.
At this time, he took action and killed 7 enemy saints, and the other 2 were killed by the saints of the gods. Before this, no saint had died in battle in Huangqing. The decisive battle of the Western Route Army was a perfect battle of annihilation. Recorded in historical records as the Great Victory of Huangling, it is considered the most brutal of the 4 decisive battles and the most brutal of the Dongji campaign. In this battle, the 70 million strong army of gods and demons surrounded Huangqing's 140 million men in Huangling Prefecture. Maybe it's because of the name of this state. In that battle, Huangqing's army formation was torn apart by millions of elite gods and demons who suddenly emerged from the middle of the formation. The center of the formation was destroyed and the commander was beheaded. With their battle formation shattered, monk Huangqing was forced into a chaotic battle with the coalition of gods and demons. The endless fighting lasted for 16 days, the entire state was completely reduced to scorched earth, and the evil spirit within was so overwhelming that no one could enter for 1,000,000 years. As a result, the entire state had to be sealed off. Too many lives were lost, 3 of the enemy's 14 saints escaped, and only 7 semi-saints were left. Only 1 out of 100 escaped from the Void Realm. Even the demon Du Hui, with his semi-saint cultivation, single-handedly killed a saint, shocking the battlefield and becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back for Saint Huangcheng. Saint Huangcheng, a half-saint, abandoned their soldiers and fled alone. The gods and demons suffered over 40% casualties, and only 40 million of their 70 million strong army remained. Of the more than 30 million people who died in the battle, nearly 20% were from the main force of gods and demons. After 2 decisive battles, only 7 million of the 10 million demons were left. The combat power of the affiliated forces themselves is not as strong as that of the gods and demons themselves, and the casualties are horrific, with only 1 in 10 surviving. It was not that the gods and demons deliberately sent them to their deaths, but rather their own soldiers fought first. It's because the blood of the 2 clans are too powerful. One clan controls the space, and the other clan controls destruction. Ordinary Kanglan Taoist priests of the same level can only fight 1 against 2 or 3 at most, while gods and demons can fight 5 or 6, or even more. Some people in Kanglan estimated that the combined strength of all the other 9th level sects was comparable to the combined strength of gods and demons. And these subordinate descendants who died in battle or those who made great contributions may all obtain the bloodline of gods and demons. After the Battle of Huangling, Chen Shuhua remembered very clearly that the first thing he said when he saw Li Tangqing was, "How did you hide your 10 million troops?" Li Tangqing was a little confused as to why he asked such a question. The second battle was over, and you were still worried about the first battle? But seeing his inquiring eyes, he still gave an explanation. Before joining the battle, we sacrificed and refined a 6th level subordinate world of death, destroy the remnant of the heavenly Tao within it, refine the boundary wall, and bring it to Kanglan, where we can hide our troops. With our strength, we can refine it to a depth of at least 100 feet, just 3 Saint-class boats will pull it. You don't know such a simple method? Don't tell me you don't have a desolate world with subordinates. Chen Shuhua thought about it for a long time. She had never heard of the desolate world in the territory of the gods. As for why Huangqing didn't do this, they didn't have anyone proficient in the great Tao of destruction, and there was no way to guarantee that after destroying the remnant consciousness of the heavenly Tao, they could still preserve the corpse of the heavenly Tao. The function of the corpse of the heavenly Tao was to stabilize the world's main body and prevent it from collapsing, and therefore, there are only a handful of people in the universe who possess this ability. Li Tangqing's words were somewhat exaggerated. As the army rested, a divine saint hurried over and said, "The enemy's southeastern and southern armies have retreated. They ignored our attempts to stop them and left behind a large number of wounded." Li Tangqing laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, they're scared. These bastards, so weak as they are, dare to invade Kanglan." Chen Shuhua also smiled and said, "If it weren't for the righteousness of our fellow Taoists from the demon clan, we would never have won today's victory. On behalf of the God clan, I promise that after the foreign enemies are driven out, the demon clan can make any request, as long as we can fulfill it." Li Tangqing waved his hand upon hearing this. "Let's not talk about this for now. We can't even search the souls of people from other worlds. We have no idea how strong the enemy is. I don't know how many more people will come. Let's focus on the current situation first. Regarding the 2 armies, I suggest that the affiliated forces pursue at a normal speed, while the main force of the Protoss uses the way of space to quickly advance, catch up, and hold him captive. Make sure the enemy's southern army doesn't cross fucking prefecture within a month, and the southeastern army doesn't cross Yuhua prefecture within 2 months. We will split our forces into 2 groups. I will lead the demon clan's main force of 6 million plus 6 million subordinates, hiding in the refining world, to set up an ambush in fucking prefecture. Then, I will give me half of your saints and semi-saints, and we will attack your Yuhua after the battle of fucking is over. Leave the seriously injured behind and leave another million to look after them. You lead the remaining 20 million troops to Yuhua territory. Once the battle is over here, send all the saints and semi-saints to assist us. What do you think?" Chen Shuhua said, "Good. As you say, fellow Taoist, in this battle, we must cut off the enemy's remaining 2 hands." After a brief repair, the army of gods and demons took action again. 25 days later, Fukingzu Battlefield. As the Huangqingnan army retreated all the way, they gathered 180 million troops along the way and redeployed their battle formation in Fuking Prefecture, preparing for a decisive battle with the coalition forces of the gods. They also understood that after another large clan of Kanglan joined the war, the time for a decisive battle had arrived. However, the other two armies were greedy for merit and advanced rashly, and reacted slowly. Of the Protoss, more than 23 million southern resistance forces also waited for the arrival of 40 million affiliated troops. The war broke out immediately, and fighting was taking place everywhere on the vast battlefield. The monks on both sides, who were so bloodthirsty that they saw no hope of survival, chose to self-destruct on the spot. Despite the fierce battle, the Huangqing army below remained as steady as a rock. They believed they could continue to rely on their numerical advantage to achieve the final victory. In the battlefield of saints, the 4 saints of the gods plus several semi-saints are struggling against the 15 saints of Huangqing. Suddenly, 3 holy level boats appeared from behind Huangqing's army. Upon closer inspection, they were pulling a 300-foot-long world. The Huangqing saints felt a chill in their hearts. What the northern army said was true. They really could bring people out from the refining world. Lidang Qin came with 4 saints. Without further ado, he directly summoned the divine weapon and chopped it down. For the first time, the Yellow Qing saint here comprehended the power of the divine weapon. The enemy held out for only 3 days before they were completely routed. After the 6 saints were killed, the remaining 9 saints and most of the semi-saints fled desperately. Lidang Qing did not continue to pursue their saints, but instead set his sights on the enemies below the semi-saint level. In 20 days, more than 120 million enemies were killed and more than 50 states were recovered. This battle had a very wide impact and was collectively known as the Fucking Victory. Afterwards, Lidang Qing took the 5 saints to Yuhuazhou without stopping. Originally, Chen Shuo's reinforcements had put the Huangqing southeast road front in danger. When Li Tangqing and the other 6 saints joined the battle, they began to collapse. Since then, all 4 decisive battles have been won. When the news of victory spread throughout Kanglan, all the major 9th and 8th level sects finally took action. To secure victory in the 4 decisive battles, the Demon Clan's 10 million main members were reduced to just over 5.5 million. Of the 30 million affiliated members, only a little over 7 million remained. The Protoss main force suffered even more casualties, reaching 8 million. Including those killed at the beginning of the invasion, the total was nearly 10 million. All 70 million elite gods were thrown into the battlefield, and now there are only more than 60 million left, and most of them are injured. Half a year after the great victory of Yuhua, 30 million demons from the main force plus 30 million subordinates, totaling 60 million reinforcements arrived. Reinforcements from other major regions rushed over. 16 sects even came out in full force, led by saints. The frontline gathered 29 saints, more than 300 semi-saints, and 500 million troops. The coalition forces are stronger than ever. The counterattack is ready. After the 4 decisive battles, although Huangqing urgently reinforced his troops, he was still unable to hold on. The coalition forces also divided their forces into 4 groups and, with overwhelming force, recovered lost territory and drove out the enemy. However, after Chen Shuhua finished speaking about the decisive battle, when it came to the counterattack, her tone should have been passionate, but there was a sense of sadness in her voice. The monks who participated in the counterattack also recalled the scene at that time. Chapter 21. After the fall, the land was scorched. The states that fell later were relatively better off. It was only when they reached the first 300 states that all the sects finally realized the cruelty of the world war. I was frightened all the way as I moved forward. The mountains and forests were all turned to charcoal, and the rivers were filled with miasma. What a world it was! A silence, a soundless silence, a lifeless silence, with only the crackling sound of scorched earth as one stepped on it. Scorched earth and ruins were not enough to describe it, broken limbs were not enough to describe it, and corpses and bones were not enough to describe it. Wrong souls everywhere, the resentment unable to dissipate. They all maintain the same routines as they did in life: fetching water, cooking, children playing, young people working, and the elderly chatting. These wrong souls refuse to believe that they are dead. Perhaps in their minds, they are still a son, a father, a wife, and a mother. Even a small cultivator who is still in the mortal realm can collect these wrong souls and send them into reincarnation, let alone these powerful people in the void realm. But they couldn't bear it. Some monks cursed angrily. They are just ordinary spirits. What threat can they pose? What a bunch of bastards! It was the captain who took action, collected the souls here, and sent them into the Kanglan reincarnation. A monk staggered over from a distance, looking mad, shouting, "Heads, corpses, heads, a mountain of heads, a mountain, and corpses all over the ground." Seeing that he was not in good condition, the leader quickly fed him a pill, and he finally felt better. Everyone hurriedly asked what was going on, and the monk said in a trembling voice, "You should come with me to take a look." When the group of monks arrived, they were all shocked. Judging from the architecture and layout, this place must be a holy place for cultivation. Now it is filled with endless deathly energy, and the ground is littered with corpses, all without heads according to the relics found on the corpse. This is a fifth-level Taoist sect. The corpses of all kinds, from the mortal realm, the Tao realm, and the Nirvana realm, total to millions. The doors, pillars, and stones were covered with dried blood. When they arrived at the sect's main hall, the entire team almost lost their minds. The heads were found, and there were millions of them piled up like a mountain in front of them. The flowing blood covered the entire square and turned it black. The leader, the Kongjia realm cultivator, suppressed his rage and tried to appear calm, saying slowly, "Let's burn them all, clean them up and erect a monument. I'll keep this hall. I'm going to fill the entire hall with the heads of Huang Qing the bastard." At the end, he almost shouted. After the Dongji War, the captain brought a huge Kongyuan realm lion head and more than 2,000 Kongling heads, and filled the hall to the brim. Of course, the lion heads accounted for 99% of the total. When he left, he said proudly, "I, Monk Kanglin, always keep my word." Chen Shuohua's report was introduced as follows. The army's attack on the initially occupied area was so horrific that it was beyond words. The hundreds of millions of monks had never seen such a thing in their lives. The world sank, the mountains and rivers turned black, all life perished, the legacy was broken, wronged souls filled the vast wilderness, and the aura of death soared to the sky. Living beings clung to charred trees, and human and animal bones mixed into a mountain. Rivers are blocked, miasma pervades them, lakes and seas surge, rotting fish drift on the waves. Heaven weeps and earth trembles, but no one sympathizes with its sorrow. The Dharma disappears, the way is blocked, and no spirit can guide its progress. The creatures in the venue were not deeply moved by what Chen Shuhua said. After all, the description in words is limited, but when the images recorded by the video technology were played in the center of the venue, everyone fell silent. Qin Lan, who prides herself on her killing nature, was also terrified by such a scene. Was the World War supposed to be so terrifying, or were the creatures of Huang Qing inherently brutal? But no matter which one it is, the outcome of the war between Kanglin and Huang Qing is doomed to be the total death of one side, with almost no possibility of reconciliation, because the atmosphere in the venue had reached a fever pitch. Anger was evident in the eyes of every living being. This is a world war. No one can escape. If Huang Qingrua wins, the scene in the picture will be our fate even. If Qin Lan has no thoughts of Kanglin as his homeland, he cannot escape since he is in Kanglin. Between killing and being killed, he will not hesitate at all except when it comes to Yur. After Chen Shuhua finished speaking, Lu Feng stood up and pointed at the video playing non-stop in the center of the venue. The sound of the Great Way shook everyone's heartstrings. "Look, everyone, look at these images. Now you have two choices. One is to become like the occupied areas of Dongli, and the other is to make the people of Huangqing become like that. Tell me your choice." The venue was boiling with activity, everyone was roaring, including the demons, the gods, all the major clans, all the major holy places, the saints, and even the semi-saints. Kill. Kill all the Huang Qing bastards until they are dead. Revenge. Revenge. War, only war. Killing, only killing. In order to avoid being reduced to ashes, we must reduce our enemies to ashes. Lu Feng looked at the angry crowd in the field with satisfaction and raised his hand to signal for silence. "I say, if the enemy can go, I can go too." The clerk in the auditorium stepped forward holding the decree, and at Lu Feng's signal, began to read order from the Realm Lord's palace. Since the old Kanglin calendar, the creatures in our realm have been protected by the way of heaven and have devoted themselves to development. They have never intended to invade other realms and have never committed evil or made enemies with the outside world. For 50,000 years, there has been peace and tranquility, with spirits living in peace in all directions, monks cultivating and growing, the Taoist tradition passed on continuously, and all races thriving. However, there is a bandit named Huang Qing, who, without declaring war, suddenly arrived at Dongji and invaded Kanglin. Wherever he passed, all living things died. Kill those who seek the truth and ask the heavens, and slaughter my kind and peaceful people. This is intolerable. What else can't be tolerated? The Realm Lord's palace complies with the wishes of heaven and responds to the revenge of all spirits. Proclaim it to heaven and announce it to the spirits. Since the first year of the Kanglin new calendar, war has been declared on Huangqing, and the fight will continue until one side's Taoist school is destroyed. And all living beings are extinct from now on. All Kanglan creatures, regardless of their sect, race, or level of cultivation, must take it as their responsibility to kill the enemies of Huangqing until all the bandits are wiped out and the Huangqing world is destroyed. Those who are afraid of fighting will be killed, those who show kindness indiscriminately will be beheaded, those who disobey the boundary order will be beheaded. We have received your order and will obey your orders. Li Tangqing finished reading the decree and stepped aside. Lu Feng continued, this is a world war. It concerns all the lives of the two worlds. No one can escape. I ask you to put away your kindness. To bring the most brutal slaughter upon Huangqing is the greatest mercy to Kanglan. At Lu Feng's signal, Huorong, as the military chief of the Realm Lord Hall, announced the Realm Lord Hall's current war plan. The first thing to do is prepare for war. Gather all the resources you can and build war machines. Don't sacrifice your life for anything that can consume originium. The second thing is the war. The war has already begun, and Huangqing over there is also preparing for war, so how can they proceed smoothly? Today I am calling on all Taoist sects of level 5 and above. The most important thing is that you are needed to fight the first battle. Go and attack Huangqing's subordinate world. The Realm Lord Palace will pave the way for you. Just rob and kill, bring back everything you can as war resources. At least 70% of all profits must be submitted to the Realm Lord Hall, with the remainder remaining for your respective sects or private ownership. In the name of the Realm Lord's Hall, a list of seized resources will be published. Based on the total amount of resources handed in, there are 10,000 names on the list, and anyone on the list can get a Kongyuan realm puppet and a top-grade source weapon. The first 5,000 people will receive an additional empty source blind box. The top 1,000 will receive 5 top-grade source pills. The top 100 will receive a semi-sacred weapon. The top 10 will receive one more round of semi-saint Zun Yang and one semi-saint puppet. The third place winner will receive a holy artifact and a holy pill in addition to the top 10. The second place winner will receive a holy weapon, a holy pill and a holy puppet in addition to the top 10. The first place winner, in addition to the top 10, will receive a round of Slaughter Avenue Zun Yang, a holy weapon, a holy pill, a holy realm puppet, and a wish from the Realm Lord Hall to help him fulfill it. This list is only open to the Void Realm, and only supports the 5th, 6th, and 7th level Taoist sects, as well as individual cultivators in the Void Realm. All living beings who participate in the attack on Huangqing's subordinate world must join the Realm Lord Hall Expeditionary Force and act in the name of the Expeditionary Force. Those who invade the enemy's subordinate world will be rewarded with 1,000 high-grade source stones every month in the ethereal realm. In the Kongshan realm, 5,000 high-grade source stones are issued every month. In the Void Tribulation realm, 1,000 top-grade originium stones are issued every month. In the Void Source realm, 5,000 top-grade originium stones are issued every month. Fighting among the Kanglan creatures is strictly prohibited. Any disputes may be brought to the Realm Master Hall for adjudication. Anyone who maliciously seizes the spoils of others will be killed without mercy. Anyone who does not have a token of delegation from the Realm Lord Hall, does not act in the name of the Realm Lord Hall, sneaks in privately, and embezzles money will not be protected by the Realm Lord Hall. The list of seized items will be calculated on January 1st of the 30th year of the Kanglan new calendar, and will not be recorded after that date. Looking at the first place award, Xinlan's heart was pounding. It seemed as if this award was tailor-made for him. Chapter 22. The Master of Refining Equipment must be the Realm Master killing Zun Yang, and that wish. The hundreds of millions of cultivators below were also excited. For Kongjing, as long as he was on the list, he would gain huge benefits, both in terms of rewards and fame, not to mention 70%, even if it's all paid. I would be willing to do it. Moreover, the monthly payment is more than the annual subsidy for most 9th-level Taoist practitioners. When you go there this time, don't waste time killing people. Remember 2 words, resources. Huorong said and walked aside, and Lu Feng continued. What are resources? Originium, origin instruments, origin pills, alchemists, instrument refiners, formation masters, and even prisoners. We want them all. The purpose of killing is to better seize resources. I want you to empty their minds, empty their Taoist traditions, and extract all their precious medicines. Be more aggressive, more ruthless. Even if a passing dog barks a few times, I have to slap it twice. I want the sex treasury, the treasures in the hands of the cultivators, the clothes on their bodies, even the 3 pieces of thin cloth on the female cultivators' bodies. Don't even let people go. Capture them all and use them as laborers. It doesn't matter if they are fairies or fairies.
Treat them as excellent workers who don't want any salary. Bring them all back.
Rather than crushing something to death with one finger, it's better to recycle waste and make use of its remaining energy. Even if it's the ancestor who has been buried in the ground, dig him out and refine him into a puppet. Attention, we only accept those in the Nirvana realm and Void realm.
But there is one thing. Kanglin doesn't want evil skills.
Even if the captives can be used to absorb essence, it's not allowed. Under my rule, just like the god of old, I will not tolerate evil. I advise that those who practice evil methods should forget about it. Lu Feng's leisurely voice echoed in the venue, and countless creatures sighed, "You were so cruel, Huang Qingrun, at least give us a quick death." There were cultivators below who chuckled, "We Kanglin are all serious people, how could we do that? We'll be satisfied if we confiscate their protective clothing and watch them work. Sexual desire will disappear, but beauty won't. Aesthetics will always be fine, right?" Evil cultivators have been hunted down and killed in Kanglin for 50,000 years. All sects regard evil cultivators as taboos. Once discovered, their souls will be searched and their bodies will be eradicated. The proper way of dual cultivation, the practice of yin and yang, is based on the mutual trust and cooperation between both parties. Where yin and yang interact and improve together, the evil path is one-sided. Some harvest the essence of the cultivators, while others are even more cruel, feeding on the souls of mortals. Newborns are particularly vulnerable. This is detrimental to the development of Kanglin. During the reign of the god, millions of evil cultivators were executed within 1,000 years, and many evil ways were eradicated. Even today, the most vicious way to slander someone is to call them an evil cultivator. Once this happens, you will either actively search someone's soul, or be forced to search their soul. In any case, it will be a soul search. If you are found to have done so, you will die. The method of collecting and replenishing has no place in Kanglin. A serious person in the world, Lu Feng continued. The enemy has hundreds of millions of 5th to 7th level subordinate worlds, and we only have 30 years, so we must seize the opportunity. Of course, we must act within our capabilities. It's not shameful to lose one's life in a lower realm. If there are casualties, the souls must be brought back no matter what. Qinlan looked at the fussy world master on the stage, wondering what he was thinking. He had seen a lot of intrigues and deceptions in the world of cultivation, and had also seen many scenes where one general's success came at the cost of countless lives. Some cultivators don't even care about their descendants, let alone their subordinates. The Almighty God before him, acting like a patriarch, is ruthless to his enemies but gentle to his own people. The conference finally ended, and the demon volunteers kept complaining while cleaning the venue, "Just go if you want to. I can understand that you take the wine and fruits, but what are you going to do with the table?" There were also some living creatures. I know that the atmosphere at the conference was a bit tense, and I was also very excited, but I didn't smash the table or the venue. The ground was covered with table fragments, gravel, potholes, crushed wine bottles, smashed spiritual fruits, and broken wine jars. Maintenance costs are another expense. After the meeting, the saints did not leave, but went to the demon temple, gathered around a floating model, and talked a lot. Seeing Lu Feng coming, they stopped discussing and saluted one after another. "Greetings, Realm Master." Lu Feng walked up to the model and said to the saints, "This is the great gift I'm going to give to Huang Cheng. Do you see what's going on?" Huarong said, "I have some skills in refining weapons, so I can see something. This is a war fortress, right? It's equipped with offensive weapons and is also integrated with the power of formations." Lu Feng nodded and said, "Yes, a 7th order world can be used to refine a war fortress. Such a fortress can accommodate up to 10 million void realms." Li Dongqing only built an adobe house. It's good for housing a few people, but it can't be used for fighting. It needs a boat to tow it. This one can attack. Even the worst weapon can unleash a semi-saint attack. The 16 main guns in the middle can fire a saint attack, but it takes time to charge. You can fire one shot every hour. The highest speed can reach semi-saint. We can retreat or defend. When the formation is fully activated, the spiritual power source does not need to be exhausted. Huang Cheng and his several cosmic gods cannot get in. All the saints were shocked when they heard this. Chen Shuhua hesitated and said, "If we had a war fortress like this, the casualties in capturing Huangqing could be reduced by more than 50%.
Who said we're only building one? This model is the blueprint.
As long as we have enough materials, we can build 40 or 50.
Once the fortress is completed, you'll be credited as the first.
Lu Feng spoke with great pride. Huarong was stunned.
The blueprints were actually for me?
These blueprints were truly a treasure of the clan.
Is the master so happy to give them away?
Sir, is it really for us? I'm not giving this to you, the Golden Fire Holy Land.
This thing belongs to the Realm Lord Hall. A divine artifact like this can only belong to the Realm Lord Hall. No other sect is allowed to create it privately. Do you understand?
Lu Feng said this to all the 9th level Taoist sects in the field. Huarong thought to himself, that's nothing. As long as we possess the technology, the Golden Fire Holy Land can maintain its position in the Realm Lord Hall.
With what you've said, who would dare to rebel?
Although he was thinking it, he still said respectfully, it is a great honor for our Holy Land to be able to create such a sharp weapon.
How could we expect anything else? Only in the hands of the Realm Lord Palace can we rest assured.
Xianqi pondered for a moment and said, the cost of building this thing would be enormous. Not only that, but the cost of operating the formation would also be a terrifying figure.
Not to mention the protective formation against Yushin.
As expected of someone in charge of logistics, you hit the nail on the head. Lu Feng clapped his hands, his face full of appreciation. I estimate that building one will require 1 trillion top-grade originium and 50 million Dao crystals.
At full speed, it will consume 1 million top-grade originium per day.
A single shot from the main gun will cost 1,000 Dao crystals, and a single shot from the secondary gun will cost 100,000 top-grade originium. After hearing the price, all the saints were stunned. Apart from the gods and demons, these 9th level sects could not build one even if they spent all their money. As for Dao crystals, the entire Kanglan had only a little over 30 billion, no more than 35 billion. However, most of them were concentrated in the hands of the demons, so there was no shortage of them. This battle was fought with Origin Stone Dao crystals. Using Origin Stone Dao crystals to buy the lives of Huang Qingrun was the most cost-effective. As long as this item was used properly, the losses suffered by Kanglan in the upcoming war would likely be minimal. As for the economic losses, they can be compensated by Huang Qingrun. How can you lose money even if you win the war? Do you know how to fight a war? Lu Feng continued. The second thing needs to be done by the gods. After plundering Huangqing's subordinate worlds, you will need to build a world channel.
This is the boundary-breaking needle that I refined using the Way of Destruction. With this needle, you can easily build a space channel. There are a total of 20,000 saint-level ones. Although they can't break the top world of the 9th level, they can easily penetrate those below the 9th level. This is your family's magical power. The task of clearing the way for the Kanglan Expeditionary Force is now entrusted to you.
Seeing that everyone understood, Lu Feng gave the order. I order all the major sects to gather their weapon refiners and hand them over to Huarong. We will build 20 Xianqi fortresses at once. The captured items will be given priority for supplying the war fortresses. Also, urgently refine hundreds of millions of soul-gathering gourds and equip all void realms who have conquered Huangqing's subordinate worlds with one. Anyone who dies in battle will have their soul returned to their homeland. If the soul is not severely damaged, they may be able to regenerate a physical body. The refining method should also be announced. The Realm Lord Hall should be stricter in controlling it. Without the soul-gathering gourd, they will not be allowed to go into battle. They can either refine it themselves or wait for the Realm Lord Hall to issue it. Third, Li Tangking, Duhan, Kuntu, and all the saints of the God clan will go with me to Huangqing to find 20 suitable 7th Order worlds to serve as bases. At the same time, we'll scout out the area and mark their subordinate worlds to facilitate the establishment of a passage. The saints bowed and said, we will obey your orders. Establishing a channel is simple. Find a good location, poke a hole, and then use the way of space to condense a channel in your own world. Aiming and inserting it, let your will of the heavenly way enter the other world through the space channel. In this way, the creatures on our side can come in and out. Chapter 23, A Rising Star in the Path of Killing. After the conference ended, Lan returned to her residence and immediately began her retreat. He had to fight for the first place on the spoils list no matter what. If killing Zunyang only aroused his strong interest, that wish was the reason why he had to take the first place. Kong Jie's cultivation is not enough. He absorbed the murderous aura in the venue and now he is just one step away from success. Add this little sword and it's more than enough. This breakthrough took only 2 months. When Lan came out of seclusion, she was accompanied by a powerful aura of air source. When he arrived at Kongyuan, he was already considered a real strong man in Sanglan. In his previous world, he was nearly invincible among his peers. But after arriving at Kanglan, he completely understood the truth that there are always people better than you. If it weren't for his killing nature, he, who had just come from the lower realm, would definitely be at the bottom of his level. He had watched battles in the martial arts arena, and the creatures here were so powerful that they constantly refreshed his knowledge, especially the legendary bloodline of gods and demons. It wasn't until I read Huang Qing's battle report that I felt more balanced. Not all beings in the Ninth Order world were powerful. Kanglan was just an exception. Perhaps it was because the paths of destruction in space were too terrifying. These 2 avenues are definitely not weaker than the avenue of killing, and may even be stronger. Moreover, most of the people in Kanglan Void Realm have experienced the heavenly Tao cleansing 30,000 years ago. In addition, although they do not have the blood of gods and demons, their understanding of space and destruction is far beyond that of other ordinary worlds. With the combined effect of the two, the creatures of Kanglan this generation are exceptionally strong. Now, even though Lan possesses the origin of killing and has evolved into the Great Tao, he is at most at the same level as the gods and demons. The news of his breakthrough was also passed on to Lu Feng through Xiaojian. This boy is not bad and worth training. It depends on whether you can pass this level. Lan understood that his strength was not superior to Kanglan's, and it was almost impossible to take first place by following the normal path. He had to find another way. He flipped his palm and a milky white bead appeared in his hand. Old buddy, I'm relying on you again this time, Lan muttered to herself. The bead looked like an ordinary item, but at this moment it lit up, as if responding to Lan. Kanglan Tiandao also sensed the presence of the same kind, but it was so damaged and incomplete that it posed no threat, so he ignored it. Huang Qing was making moves again, so he had to hold on tight this time. The Expeditionary Force Registration Office was crowded with people. Soul collecting gourd? Interesting, it's not difficult to refine, but it's precisely because of its simplicity that it seems complex. Every step is a stroke of genius, easy to use, and doesn't require expensive materials. There were also some for sale nearby, each costing 1,000 low-grade source stones. Lan was too lazy to refine them, so she bought one. After waiting for a long time, I finally got the Expeditionary Force Seizure Certificate, Robbery Certificate. In addition to being a certificate, this certificate also contains a huge storage space and a soul-locking formation for collecting soul slaves. The first batch of 100,000 world channels opened. Lan chose a 7th Order world and walked into it. After entering the space channel, his figure split apart. The 2 Lans looked at each other. One of them held the milky white bead and disappeared into the channel. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Huangqing realm. He had obtained this bead at the beginning of his cultivation, and it had always accompanied him in his practice, helping him to attain enlightenment. It was not until he had broken through the void realm that he realized that the bead contained a remnant of the heavenly Tao. The complete form is the 8th level heavenly Tao. After the world collapsed, only a remnant soul remained in the heavenly Tao pearl. This spirit is both a teacher and a friend to him. It has helped him overcome many disasters and can also protect him when he goes to any world below the 9th level without worrying about being suppressed by the local heavenly laws. The 2 Lans acted independently. Although their strength was only 80% of their complete form, it was enough considering their own Kongyuan strength. Lan, following the main group, finally arrived at the 7th Order world. He clearly felt that this place was not even as good as the world he had originally lived in. A group of people first worked together to destroy a sect that looked well decorated. After some torture and questioning, and with the help of some books, they quickly figured out the power structure of this world. Why not search souls? This book is set up so that souls cannot be searched between different worlds. The most powerful one is Kong Jia. It is said that there are 5 of them, belonging to 5 sects, and these 5 sects jointly rule the sky. Lan asked for a top-level Taoist sect in this world with the power of Kongjia, called Tianzong. Seeing that no one had any objections, she left alone. Take as much as you can from this body, but the real fight for first place still depends on the other one. With Kong Yuan's strength, no one would object to him taking it all by himself. As long as he could defeat them, it would be fine. If he couldn't defeat them, he could use the Expeditionary Force token to ask for help, and then he couldn't blame others for taking a share. The remaining 300 or so people were divided up by the other major and minor sections. Of those who came, there were 6 from Kong Yuan, the weakest being Kong Xian, who could definitely handle this world without any problems. On the way to Tianzong, murderous aura slowly emanated from Qin Lan's body, and the murderous aura increased with every step. The murderous aura turned into a red mist that engulfed Qin Lan's figure. Every step is 1,000 miles long, and every step carries murderous intent. The black hair slowly turned into white hair. I, Qin Lan, have no grudge against you, fellow cultivators of the Tianzong. This calamity was caused by Huang Cheng. The war between realms is ruthless, the killing is merciless. I am by no means a good person. I only blame you for becoming my enemy. He muttered to himself all the way, his murderous intent rising. When he arrived outside the Tianzong formation, the formation was already fully activated. Since you have come here, our sect should have opened its gates and welcomed you with open arms. However, we have recently encountered some troubles. Senior, please be magnanimous and forgive us for our poor hospitality. As long as you leave, as long as you have any request, our sect will grant it. This will be considered as an apology. If there are any fools in the sect who provoke you, just tell us their names, and we will hand them over to you for your disposal. In the Tianzong's confinement formation, a thought and consciousness came, and the words were very beautiful. Qin Lan laughed when she heard it. Hand over all your clan's treasures, and become slaves, and I will spare your lives. Senior, please don't joke. Our sect doesn't remember provoking you in the past. If there is any grudge, please tell us clearly. We will do everything in our power to make amends. Wuchou, this is the first time I have descended upon this world. Soon, this world will be destroyed. You must decide for yourself. If you wish to survive, you must hand over your soul seal and all your treasures. Qin Lan was not in a hurry and answered slowly. It was quiet for a while, and then a divine thought came from inside, extremely firm. I'd rather die than wait. Qin Lan was not surprised at all when she heard this. The reason she was talking nonsense was to investigate the formation. The formation is good. If you can't break it, then force your way through it. Killing, extreme. The red mist beside him turned into a monstrous black gas and rushed towards the formation. The entire Tianzong was covered by the black gas. Upon closer inspection, the black energy seemed to be a group of wronged souls, constantly tearing at the formation. This formation is spiritual, then kill this spirit. After testing the spirit of the formation, Qin Lan no longer hesitated and slapped out with one palm. Killing is an act, slaughter is the law, killing is the way, killing, exterminating the soul. This palm was not intended to fight against the formation, but to directly penetrate into the formation and kill the formation spirit. Feeling the vibration of the formation, the leader of the Tianzong sect was shocked. Cultivators of the Tianzong, resist with all your might. Inject source power into the formation above all the empty realms. Tianzong, I will never be a slave. Inside the formation, all living beings were fighting desperately. You don't know your own limitations. Qin Lan snorted coldly and continued to attack. Kill the law, cut off life. In the surging black fog, 2 scarlet rays shot out and hit the Tianzong formation. The formation spirit that was struggling to hold on under the jeweling technique could no longer bear it and dissipated. Children, I can't hold you back anymore, run. Before the formation spirit disappeared, a voice spread throughout Tianzong. Ancestor! Ancestor! After their first ancestor, Kong Jie, passed away, his soul entered the formation to protect the sect. At this time, the entire sect was filled with grief. Tianzong was completely exposed in front of Qin Lan. The Tianzong sect master was filled with grief and anger. Master! For 120,000 years, I have protected the Tianzong sect. Today, I will protect our original promise with my life. Elderly, I and the other elders will hold this man back. You lead the disciples below the Nirvana realm and run. Don't look back. Elderly no longer hesitated after hearing this and shouted to his disciples, Scatter! Scatter! Run, run quickly, children! As long as you survive, there is hope. Elderly watched his disciples flee in all directions and then went back. Master,
I'd better die with you. I'm afraid if I run away, I won't be able to find you, and where will I go to get the wine I owe you? Ha 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 ha. The remaining 57 sky realms all laughed. Form a formation. By the younger ones sometime. Looking at these empty realm formations, the strongest one is only an empty calamity. Qianlan looked at their movements, sneered, and pointed to the sky. Killing, extreme, forbidden. The monstrous black air around turned back into red mist, then dissipated and suddenly merged into the surrounding sky and earth. In an instant, the area within hundreds of thousands of miles around was completely controlled by Qianlan. The fleeing disciples in the void realm all stopped in their tracks. Even with their low cultivation, they could still clearly feel the threat of death. All of the 3 million escaped disciples of Tianzong could clearly feel that if they took another step forward, they would die. The Tianzong leader looked at the disciples with his eyes wide open. Run. Why aren't you running? Run, kids. It must be you who did this. For the sake of our disciples and the inheritance of the Tianzong, kill him. The elders of Tianzong turned to look at Qianlan. At this time, without the murderous aura, his figure appeared in front of everyone, dressed in white and with white hair. Chapter 24, Looting like the wind, locusts passing through die. Tianzong's Kongjing rushed forward like crazy. Qianlan was not in a hurry at all. She put 2 fingers together and tapped 5 times in the air. Killing is an action that cuts off life. A huge palm print came down from the sky, and the powerful man in the sky realm below suddenly felt that the vitality that had been surging had stopped surging, and a deathly aura emanated from his body. They hurriedly mobilized their primordial power to resist. Such a method? Couldn't they even withstand a single blow? No. Absolutely not. They had to force him to use his full strength to save the child. Kill him. Ah. Sect Master Tian's expression was distorted and he was roaring. Origin, burn for me, essence and blood, burn for me, soul, burn for me, fire seal. Xian Tian gathering, he was ready for a fatal attack. Burning all these meant giving up all his cultivation. He even gave up on self-destruction, using the most painful death in exchange for time for his disciples to escape. But even a Kongyuan with several Kongjis is no match for Qianlan, let alone just one Kongjie. Even if an ant burns itself, it will only be slightly burned. Seeing that her life-breaking move was blocked by everyone, Qianlan remained calm and composed. I admire your perseverance in waiting. You are worthy of witnessing this move. It may seem like overkill, but your spirit is worth dying for. It will be your honor to remember the name of this style. Killing is the way, the soul is extinguished. Qianlan waved her hand, and a red light curtain passed through the bodies of the Tianzong Kongjing people at an extremely fast speed. Qianlan has used this technique to kill enemies who were 1 level higher than him. Now it is indeed their honor to use this technique to kill people of lower levels. These void realm bodies fell from mid-air and hit the ground. Their souls were extinguished, leaving only their bodies. Qianlan casually collected these corpses. He probably understood that this was probably how the blind boxes in the trading area of the venue came about. Afterwards, Qianlan turned her attention to the more than 3 million disciples. These people are still useful. I can't go mining alone. It will take forever. I can set 70% of you free. Whether you can survive depends entirely on your performance. Now, everyone gather in front of the mountain. All the sect leaders and elders were dead, and their lives and deaths depended entirely on the thoughts of this terrifying existence. Escape was completely impossible, and they had no choice but to obey orders. The remaining disciples of Tianzong gathered at the foot of the mountain. 3 million people filled the entire valley, making it packed. After killing 2,000 unruly people, the rest became obedient. In the next few days, Qianlan first searched through all their sect's collections. The source stones of various grades added up to a value of 3 million top-grade source stones. A business with no capital makes money quickly. He even found 5,000 Dao crystals, which was a real windfall. As for the origin of these Dao crystals, it is rumored that they came from the first sect master of Tianzong, the Array Spirit, who brought them after a 1,000-year-long absence. According to the old sect master, they are related to the Void Realm, so they have been kept as the sect's treasure. After staying in Kanglan for a few years, Qianlan naturally knew what Dao Crystal was. Later, it was discovered that there were more than a dozen source weapons of various types and more than 500 source pills. This sect actually has a Void Realm alchemist who can refine mid-grade source pills. Oh, I regret it. Why did I kill so quickly? Next time, I should first ask what the other party will do before deciding whether to kill him or not. Qianlan strictly followed the spirit of the Lord's speech. Seeing that the material was good,
She even took the plaque away. These pillars are nice, move them. The alchemy furnace is also a good thing, move it away. It seems to be some magical skill, take it away too. Trial secret realm?
This is not easy to move.
If it breaks, all the good stuff will be blown away. Medicinal field?
Dig it up, there's also a fruit tree that's become a spirit.
The Void Realm, Shenlong dismantled the entire sect, taking away all the sacred trees, meteorite gold, precious medicines, and spiritual plants. Even the valuables on the bodies of the young people in Nirvana were stripped away. Afterwards, he took these disciples to the mine owned by Tianzong, and at the same time, he used the resource detector distributed by the Lord of the Realm Hall to look for minerals on the territory of Tianzong. With the joint efforts of millions of disciples, the Source Stone mine was completely mined, and even the 2 deep mines that were discovered were plundered by him. In 4 months, Shenlong had already mined over 13 million worth of top-grade source stones. She also had countless spirit stones. Fortunately, the space inside the Expeditionary Force token was large enough. Even after putting things in like this, it was only 1/3 full. The space inside was 5 times larger than the space he had opened up inside his body. While searching the disciples' bodies, Shenlong couldn't help but sigh. Why are the disciples dressed so boldly when the sect leader is so strong-willed? Looking at the clothes he had just confiscated, which were less than the size of a palm, a whole set of clothes.
Your sect still has some who haven't transcended the mortal realm yet. Aren't you afraid that this will affect the cultivation of the mortal realm cultivators? Still shy? You still have the nerve to be shy? What's the difference between this and not wearing anything?
Hand over your soul seal to me, and you'll definitely be doing hard labor.
What? You want to wear something before you leave, because you're afraid someone will do something bad?
Don't worry, we're all decent people in this world.
No need to wear anything.
I have to admit that, at least in this respect, Shenlong is very Kanglan. 100,000 Nirvana Realm cultivators were selected and their soul seals were collected using tokens. These were to be taken to Kanglan as laborers. Although the young generation in Nirvana Realm cannot do anything big, they can still do some mining. When Shenlong dug 30,000 feet into the ground, the Expeditionary Force token on her waist moved. This was a call for help. He was the closest person to the aerial source realm. Without any hesitation, he aimed in the right direction and flew straight towards it. The Tianzong disciples who were mining did not notice his departure. In less than half a day, Shenlong arrived at the place and sensed a breath of air from afar. Broken, kill as you go. Swiftly, Kuta killing sword condensed from the origin rushed towards the Kongyuan woman at an extremely fast speed. Sensing the murderous intent approaching quickly from the side, the woman hurriedly raised her sword to resist, but the condensed magical sword actually pushed her back hundreds of miles. Fortunately, it was still in time. After Shenlong arrived at the scene, the injured Kanglan Kongjia man finally relaxed. He realized that there was no need to rush at all. The guy in front of him could at least hold on for 2 or 3 days, forgot the terrifying individual combat power of the Kanglan people. This guy was a newly promoted Kongjia realm cultivator. He originally thought that with a dozen Kongshan cultivators, he could easily defeat a sect rumored to have only Kongshan realm cultivators. After all, they had already destroyed 3 sects of the same level. That was indeed the case at the beginning. He even wanted to capture the Kongjing of this sect alive and take it back as a prize. Everything was going smoothly, but who knew that a Kongyuanjing would appear? When they first met this woman, they wanted to work together to kill her. However, after fighting for 2 days, they found that they could not beat her, so they asked for help.
So it's fellow Daoist Shen. Now that you're here, we can definitely capture this girl.
The hard labor of the Kongyuan realm is worth a lot of points.
If you take it, you might be able to enter the confiscated spoils list. Fellow Daoist, go ahead and fight. Leave the looting to me.
We are sure that half of what this sect has hidden belongs to you. While speaking, the guy in the sky robbery realm took out a pill and swallowed it, then called on others to continue searching.
Damn it, keep digging.
I don't believe we can dig out another Kongyuan bitch. Obviously, something went wrong when they were about to dig out the ancestor. Shenlong nodded and turned to face the woman in red from Kongyuan who was rushing towards her. After performing a few normal attacks and thinking back to the past, I couldn't help but feel that it would be better to wear more clothes to look good. For example, the woman in red, with her long black hair like a waterfall and a red silk skirt, the fabric from this set is enough to make hundreds of pieces for that young man in Nirvana. People like Qin Lan are destined to be different from Ling Qingyuan, the parliament's favorite. Killing is an action that cuts off life. He shook his head to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. The woman in front of him was of average strength, but she was also considered a veteran Kong Yuan. Besides, his strength was only 80% of what it was before, so he had to take it seriously. As soon as this move was performed, the woman in red knew that it was time to use her skills. Sword Soul Secret Shadow. He suppressed his vitality and suddenly created 36 sword shadow clones, which completely surrounded it from top to bottom, from front to back, and stabbed towards the middle together. Seeing this, Qin Lan closed her eyes and a red light suddenly appeared in her palm. Killing is the action. Star killing. The red light transformed into a blood star, smashing in all directions around him. All the sword shadows were broken one by one, leaving only the main body, which tried its best to split the blood star with one sword. Killing is the action. Moon killing. While the woman in red was resisting, a crescent moon shone red light at her. Feeling the unparalleled murderous intent within it, the woman in red's expression suddenly changed. Sword dance. Billions of swords instantly condensed out of thin air and blocked in front of him. The red light arrived in an instant, and when the swords encountered the red light, they dissipated like smoke. The sword was almost worn out, and coupled with the continued effect of the art of life severing, the woman in red finally couldn't hold on and was seriously injured. Qin Lan snorted coldly, thinking, even if you only have 80% of your strength, you can't last until the sun killing? Here, sun is a noun, not a verb. Serious person, hand over your soul seal, and I will spare your life. In your current state, you won't last more than 3 moves in my hands. Chapter 25. Killing is ruthless, but the most affectionate. At this time, the group of people digging for the ancestor dug out another coffin and took a look. Wow! It's from the Void Realm again. Take it back. After seeing the coffin that had just been dug out, the woman's weak body suddenly burst out with terrifying strength, and she rushed towards those people like a madman, completely ignoring her injuries and whether Qin Lan would kill her. At this moment, the only thing in her eyes was the coffin. Swift cut. Qin Lan quickly attacked. This move was launched, and everyone thought that she would resist, but she didn't expect that she would take it with her back. Even if the woman in red was a defensive treasure, she couldn't withstand such a blow. Her shirt was torn apart, and a horrific wound was cut on her back. The source of killing was madly destroying her body thanks to the momentum of Qin Lan's attack. The woman, who was only in her silk skirt, rushed to the coffin at an even faster speed. A sword was slashed out, and several Kanglin Kongjing people quickly avoided it. All of them were shocked. Is this woman crazy? If it weren't for the last gasp of their strength, someone would definitely be injured again. Qin Lan also quickly came to the coffin, took out the small killing sword, and pointed it at the woman in red. Luo skirt. The woman was seen hugging the coffin tightly, ignoring everyone and showing no fear of death. She only looked at the person in the coffin with tenderness and affection in her eyes, and her whole body exuded the aura of death. He couldn't even resist the technique of breaking life, which clearly showed that he didn't want to live anymore and was determined to die together with his family. Wow, a female version of Wang. Qin Lan looked at the coffin, and inside was a man. Ugh. Woman? You, a woman, are protecting another woman in a coffin. To some extent, she is also a female version of Wang. The male version protects women, and the female version also protects women. No problem. No matter what, they are still fellow travelers, and this behavior touched the only soft string in Qin Lan's hard heart. Qin Lan said to the dozen or so people who were dividing the spoils, dirty Taoist friend, this man, and this coffin, give them to me. I don't want the rest. I thought if I gave up something, they would definitely agree, but I didn't expect that person to refuse outright. How can this be? We don't agree. The man said seriously, this woman hurt several of us. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have died. This is absolutely not okay. Qin Lan was about to speak, intending to give something more, when the man pointed at a pile of source stones, source artifacts, and elixirs and said, take these too, Taoist friend. You've come thousands of miles to help me, how can I only give you this little? See you later. I'm leaving now. There's still nearly half of this world left to be snatched. After saying that, he collected another pile of spoils of the same size and left with his men. Qin Lan looked at them with a strange expression as they left in a hurry, leaving behind at least 500,000 top-grade source stones, a lot of source weapons and source pills, more than 20,000 captives, and 3 dugout ancestors. The people in this world are not only serious, but also honest. He used the token to collect the captives' soul seals, source stones, and source pills. Finally, after storing the ancestors he had dug out in the token space, he walked over to the woman. "Hand over your soul seal, and I will protect you." Standing in front of the coffin, looking at the woman hugging the coffin tightly, Shinlan's voice sounded somewhat sincere.
"I don't know what you've been through, but I think we're kindred spirits.
On this world's empty mirror, no one will survive after this.
The most I can do is protect you and the one in the coffin."
The woman raised her body, looked at Shinlan's sincere eyes, nodded, and opened her soul. After putting the soul seal away with the token, Shinlan handed the woman in Luochuan a top-grade healing source pill. The woman in the skirt took it without hesitation and swallowed it. She let Shinlan caress her back and absorb the killing essence from the wound. If it wasn't sucked out, the wound wouldn't heal for 1,000 years. As the source of killing was stripped away, the wound healed visibly. The woman took out a red dress from the storage space and put it on, turning into a woman in red again.
"May I have your name?"
Red.
"Ha? Is the author too lazy to come up with a name? Just call me Shinlan." Shinlan nodded and replied, "We are acquainted."
Then he asked hesitantly, "I'm not asking you who's in the coffin.
"I want to know, can she survive?"
Yes.
"He definitely can. In another 5,000 years, he will be back."
Hongi said seriously. Shinlan heard this and carefully investigated.
Sure enough, a vitality was slowly resurfacing within.
The soul inside was adapting to this body. Yes, at this rate, it would indeed wake up in about 5,000 years. Wait. No, this soul inside seems to be a man. And it's a void realm soul. The soul can only change its gender after reincarnation. Looking again, the woman in the coffin and the woman in red were somewhat similar. What's going on? Shinlan's mind was full of questions. On the way back to Tianzhong Mine, Hongi saw Shinlan's face full of curiosity and took the initiative to explain.
"I was born with one soul and two bodies. One soul, two bodies? What does that mean?"
Shinlan was still confused. He had been practicing Taoism for 90,000 years and had never heard of this before. A mother gave birth to two children, only to discover that there was only one soul. Strangely, both children were breathing. Later, I discovered that I could switch between the two bodies at will. It was as if both bodies belonged to me, and I could use whichever I wanted.
"This body in the coffin is my other body."
Hongi knew that many people had not heard of the concept of one soul and two bodies, so she patiently explained it to Shinlan. Shinlan was surprised when she heard this. This was the first time she had heard of it. 12,000 years ago, I met him. Hongi spoke slowly, his eyes full of memories.
Shinlan also understood that the man here should be that soul.
By then, I had already practiced for 70,000 years, but I didn't expect, lost in memories. Hongi's eyes are full of tenderness. After the Tao body, there is no desire, but there is love. Until later, 45,000 years ago, he saved me, leaving only his soul.
My other body is very tolerant. As long as I wish, I can revive a living being with only a soul in it. The price is just the loss of a body. So you left him in that body to revive him? Shinlan asked additional questions. Hongi nodded and continued, "That's right.
In order to avoid being disturbed, I took him and slept underground, waiting for 45,000 years. Because my lifespan was almost over, I had no choice but to break through to the void origin realm during this period, which increased my lifespan by 200,000 years. In order to continue to stay in this world, I sealed my cultivation. Until I suddenly found out that someone was trying to poach me. Then does this sect belong to you too?" "No, I don't know when it was built."
"My goodness, what's wrong with you being a homebody?"
"You've got a sect growing on your head." Shinlan waved her hand and said, "It's okay. Although the highest level of this world can only accommodate Kongjia, we have built a passage. Under the protection of Kanglan, we can walk here with Kongyuan strength. Now that your soul seal has been collected by the Realm Lord Hall token, it can be regarded as the protection of Kanglan Heavenly Tao." In fact, Shinlan envied Hongi very much. She at least confirmed that the person in the coffin could wake up. Compared with her, her countless crazy days and nights were like years. Halfway through the walk, Shinlan suddenly turned back. Hongi asked doubtfully, "Where are you going?" "I forgot to bring the prisoner." After attending the groundbreaking ceremony for 20 war fortresses, Lu Feng received another good news that the last 5 artifacts had been refined. He took a step forward, and in the next moment he was back at the demon temple. All his clones entered his body, and he returned to his peak. He glanced at the 5 god-level boundary-breaking needles in his hand and smiled evilly. He only opened up the qualification to conquer the 5th, 6th, and 7th level worlds to ordinary sects, and reserved the 8th level for the 2 tribes of gods and demons and the 8th and 9th level sects, allowing these forces directly under the Realm Lord Hall to grab the lion's share. If these forces compete for the captured list, others will have no chance to play. So how can we motivate them? In the 8th Order world, the highest level is only the great perfection of the Void Source. After breaking through the semi-saint, one will either seal himself or ascend. Unless a higher order world intervenes. The last time he went outside Huangqing to select a suitable 7th level world, he roughly counted and found that there seemed to be more than 500 8th level subordinate worlds. Gods and demons take half of the responsibility, the other half will be divided among other sections. The Kong Yuan of these 2 clans is no less powerful than the upper half saint, not to mention the Kong Yuan of the subordinate Big World, who is also Huangqing's subordinate. They are directly under the control of the creatures of the 9th level world above, and being killed by gods and demons is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. This is completely like the king's ship entering the novice village to block the door, and now everything is ready, let's grab it. 30 million elite gods and demons are ready to go. More than 50 million elite Taoists of the 8th and 9th ranks are also ready, and now the passage is almost built. All that's left is to poke a hole and insert the plug in. This time, you'll be gone for 2 months. I'll only give you 2 months. Clear out the space for me. 20 war fortresses at home are waiting for you to bring back. After saying that, Lu Feng led 70% of the semi-saints in the world out of Kanglan. After arriving in the universe, they flew for a long time with the semi-saints and finally arrived at the outskirts of Huangqing. The massive Huangqing realm stretched before him, with Kanglan standing beside him not much smaller. Within the pitch-black universe, a radiance emanated. There are countless large and small light balls outside the 2 worlds, which are the subordinate worlds of the 2 realms, but even the smallest world is countless times larger than creatures like Lu Feng. Lu Feng summoned 5 god-level boundary-breaking needles, waved his hand, and the 5 needles flew out at high speed, madly making holes around Huangqing. The semi-saints also made hand seals and summoned space channels. 3 hours later, the 5 boundary-breaking needles returned to Lu Feng's hands, and the job was done. Hundreds of semi-saints rushed forward with space channels. According to the previous division, Kanglan, the demonic state, seeing the passages opening one after another, the leader waved his hand and each team went to their respective battlefields. Standing outside the world, watching the Kanglan creatures rushing in through the passage frantically, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel proud. Who asked you to wage an invasion war against a world that specializes in the art of space? I'm afraid you're tired of living and want to hang yourself. When he was feeling proud, he suddenly felt uneasy. Lu Feng turned his head and looked into the depths of the universe, where it was dark. What exactly is there? Tianzuan's feeling is not wrong. There must be something terrifying deep in the universe. We need to prepare in advance. Let's finish this battle first. After we destroy Huangqing, we must find out what exactly is causing this trembling in my heart. Chapter 26. The origin of White Pearl. Outside the killing prison, Qinlan, holding milky white beads, had just come out of a big world. From her expression, you could tell that she had gained a lot. Suddenly I felt someone's gaze on me, and I was startled. Looking in that direction, even though it was billions of miles away, it felt like it was right in front of me. It's the Lord of the Realm. Why would the Lord come here? He must have other things to do. He couldn't have come here for a small figure like me. But how do you explain the reward on the captured list? First, let's rule out the possibility that the Lord wouldn't kill me. Could it be that the Lord is dissatisfied with my actions alone? Qinlan's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. He immediately recalled everything he had done recently, to see if he had done anything disrespectful to the Supreme Kanglan. Even if his heart was as turbulent as the sea, he would appear as calm as Mount Tai. Bowed towards that gaze. Lu Feng was about to leave when he suddenly sensed something familiar and looked over. It was that milky white bead. In the beginning, in order to practice the way of destruction, Lu Feng specially refined this bead to simulate the destruction of the world. It was one of the tens of thousands of methods he had tried to achieve enlightenment, but it was obvious that the bead had not worked. 100,000 years ago, after realizing the ultimate mystery of the avenue of destruction, this bead became completely useless and was thrown away. The main reason was that Lu Feng discovered that the beads he had spent so much effort to refine were basically useless for practicing the great way of destruction, otherwise he would not have thrown them away. Wouldn't it be better to leave them to future generations? One of the many waste products refined back then is now in Qinlan's hands.
This guy had caught my attention a few days ago. Could this be the legendary son of destiny? The prototype of the protagonist? Thinking of this, Lu Feng became uneasy. I was so panicked. A living protagonist was in front of me. What should I do? I was waiting online. It was very urgent. That's not right. I shouldn't be the protagonist's mortal enemy. Could it be that UNEI, that terrifying creature that makes my heart pound, is his type? That makes sense. Why should I panic?
Really, neither side is panicking, so let the protagonist deal with the big terror. We will complete the mission by helping him grow. For this type of protagonist, just be nice to him.
Okay, let's do this.
First, accumulate experience, and then publish a book called The Survival Manual for Facing the Protagonist. Lu Feng's mind was full of fantasies. Xin Lan on the other side had been bowing for more than 10 breaths under Lu Feng's gaze. Although she was very panicked inside, her body remained firm.
You can follow this person to the killing prison realm. It's a good place for you. You can move freely there afterward.
Hearing this, Xin Lan felt relieved.
Follow the orders of the realm master. After replying, she looked away from him. It was so scary. Killing prison realm?
What is that place? Xin Lan was very confused, as there weren't many worlds with the word kill in them. After no longer feeling the pressure from the realm lord, another voice called out to him from not far ahead.
Come with me, little one.
The speaker was a semi-saint of the demon clan, and the grey Zuinyang behind him exuded a terrifying pressure. Xin Lan hurried over. Junior Xin Lan greets senior. Facing the semi-saint, he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect.
No need to be so polite.
I don't know how you, little guy, attracted the attention of the realm master.
Let's go. This killing prison realm is not simple. Don't stay too far away from me. This half-saint of the demon clan is very generous and approachable.
He even calls himself I when talking to Xin Lan.
May I ask, senior, what is the difference between this killing prison realm and the other?
Xin Lan, who was being carried by the half-saint of the demon clan, couldn't help but ask. The land of killing is extremely rare, and the name of this world is so murderous.
I don't know much about the killing prison realm either.
My lord said that this is the most powerful world among Huang Qing's subordinates. There is only one great way to cultivate in it, killing.
My lord asked you to follow me. Could it be that you are also practicing the way of slaughter?
After the demonic semi-saint finished explaining, he asked a question casually. To answer the elder, I am not talented enough to be called a great Dao.
I only have a source of killing. Not bad.
During the battle with the Huang Qing bastards, only a few who had cultivated the great way of slaughter could compete with my demon clan's great way of destruction.
The rest were just chickens and dogs. My lord has asked you to destroy the prison realm. I'm afraid it's not just about seizing some things.
My lord has only given me 2 months to destroy this realm.
We will do the killing and looting when the time comes. You can just focus on enlightenment. There should be a lot of good things in there to help you improve.
Xin Lan felt a warm feeling in her heart as she listened to the semi-saint's carefree words. Then she thought again, it seems this supreme being of the first realm knows her quite well, and is trying to help her improve her strength.
Junior thanks senior.
He truly regarded the term senior as a senior, and his feelings for Kanglin gradually deepened. He had not contributed anything to this world, but instead gained many benefits from it. This was extremely rare in Qinlan's 90,000 years of cultivation.
What are you thanking me for? We are all Kanglin creatures. Be careful. We are about to enter the space channel from the middle of the channel. There will be some tremors. Stand firm.
The demon clan's half-saint spoke in a cheerful voice, and brought Xin Lan to the vicinity of the killing prison realm. Upon hearing this, Xin Lan became very alert. After entering the passage, they arrived soon. As soon as they entered this world, a depressing atmosphere came over them. The half-saint of the demon clan felt a little uncomfortable, but Xin Lan was like a stranded fish entering the sea. There were already nearly 100,000 Sky Realm warriors lined up waiting in front. Upon closer inspection, they were all from the God and Demon clan, with powerful auras.
Master Hong Yu, you are finally here.
It turns out that this semi-saint's name is Hongyu, after those people saw Qin Lan and the others. A Kongyuan de Quan from each of the gods and demons came to greet them, with the embryonic form of Zun Yang already behind them.
Is everyone here?
We're here. 50,000 demons and 50,000 gods have arrived, waiting for you, my lord.
Who is this? The God Clan's Kong Yuan de Yuan was a little surprised when he saw Qin Lan. Didn't the Lord specify that the elite gods and demons destroy this world?
Why was there a creature outside the two clans? Hongyu smiled and said, this person was sent here by the Lord. This guy has cultivated the origin of killing and is about to be promoted to the great Tao. He came here to improve his strength. Qin Lan greeted all the fellow Taoists and bowed while introducing herself. Upon hearing this, the two men returned the greeting and said, since it is your excellency's order, we will certainly lend you a helping hand.
Qin Lan thanked him and said, thank you all in advance. How's the situation? Have you inquired about it? Hongyu raised his hand to interrupt their endless politeness and asked about the business. We have already wiped out a sect.
This world has a sparse population, but everyone is very powerful.
In a small battle, 3 of our juniors were injured. One person replied, looking somewhat serious.
Another added, the creatures here are extremely decisive and ruthless in their attacks. The slaughter path is indeed very powerful, almost on par with our two clans. Hongyu nodded upon hearing this and said seriously, on the Dongji battlefield, I fought against a semi-saint who possessed the great way of slaughter. Even with my full strength, I couldn't kill him.
The great way of slaughter should never be underestimated. However, this time, we are overwhelming the enemy in both strength and numbers.
This time, we must wipe out Huang Qing's elite base camp.
The God's avenue of space is combined with the demon's avenue of destruction.
With close cooperation, it will not be difficult to kill them.
Try to avoid death. Have you figured out the distribution of power? I've inquired.
Huang Qing recently recruited soldiers and took away 90% of the void realms in this world. The remaining ones are less than 5,000, with only one void source guarding the Killing God Mountain. The rest of the empty realms are basically in the 9 major sects in this world. This is the distribution map. One of the gods answered, took out a cube, injected his spiritual consciousness into it, and the map appeared before everyone. According to the map, Hongyu divided his men into 3 groups, with each of them leading one group, and each group was a mixture of gods and demons. After the division, Hongyu said to Qin Lan, follow me to see the sacred mountain. Then he said to the other 2, keep an eye on it. Bring back anything that can help you gain the source of killing to Qin Xiaoyu.
In this battle, don't spare anyone in the Nirvana realm. Kill them all.
The 2 men bowed and said, don't worry, take care.
Hongyu nodded and said, let's go. Along the way, Qin Lan didn't have any chance to take action.
He rarely saw gods and demons take action, but this time he fully witnessed the power of these 2 tribes. The Protagonist's way of space is unpredictable, flexible, and changeable. Often, when the enemy launches a move, the attack passes through the enemy's body and is directed to other spaces. Sometimes, the attack you launch will appear behind you. Qin Lan saw with her own eyes that several people were constantly attacking, but not only did they miss, but in the end, they died at her hands. She secretly sighed. Thankfully, they were on her side of the gods and demons. If she had been their enemy, it would have been a headache just thinking about it. The demon clan's method of destruction was even more domineering and could even destroy murderous aura. The 2 murderous cultivators with overwhelming momentum had their murderous aura destroyed by the demon clan.
They were stunned on the spot and couldn't even make a move.
Heh, you dare to show your murderous intent against my demon clan? You don't know how to live or die. Hongyu sneered, as if disdainful. Qin Lan knew very well that before the way of slaughter could be unleashed, one must accumulate enough murderous intent. The stronger the murderous intent, the more terrifying the combat power. If the murderous intent was gone, the cultivator of slaughter might not even be able to defeat an opponent of a lower level. Chapter 27, 3 questions on killing. Tracing back to the origin, when Qin Lan arrived at the Killing Mountain, Hongyu had already cleaned it up for him.
Hurry up, my friend.
There's a place up there that's dedicated to understanding the way of killing. There are still more than 50 days left.
You can try first. If it's not enough, we'll move this mountain to Kanglan. Then you can go there whenever you want.
Listening to Hong Yu's words, Qinlan bowed gratefully. Thank you for your help, senior.
Hong Yu didn't say anything.
He patted Qinlan on the shoulder, gave her an encouraging look, and left, turning to look at the majestic mountains. A staircase extends from the foot of the mountain all the way to the clouds. He did not use Taoist magic to fly up, but chose to walk up the stairs. As we walked along, we saw many fresh corpses on both sides of the road, but there were even more debris and bones. It was unknown how many years had passed since they died here. With every step up, the murderous intent increases. Qinlan's long hair is loose, and it starts to turn white at the tip. The mountain trail was filled with the smell of blood and the breath of killing. As Qinlan's killing intent was stimulated, she became more and more intoxicated. This is the holy land of killing. It's a pity that it is too clean. It would be more perfect if we could kill a few more people to liven up the atmosphere. As the murderous intent surged, he only took one step at first, but later on, it was only a light step, and when he appeared again, he was already 10,000 steps up. His black hair had turned completely white, moving without wind, and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. After 2 days of walking,
we finally reached the top of the mountain.
On top of it, there was only a huge black stone, exuding the charm of the avenue. There were 3 red words engraved on the stone. Ask the killing stone. There is a bloody palm print under the word. Qinlan placed her handprint on the palm print, and the murderous origin in her body was directly stimulated and then sucked into the boulder. After entering, I found that it was a bloody space with wrong souls everywhere. After noticing the visitor, these souls wandered around and asked questions at the same time.
What is killing?
Hearing this and recalling the name of the stone, Qinlan understood that this was both asking about the Tao and testing the Tao. Qin has practiced for 90,000 years. He believes that he has slaughtered countless lives and entered the Tao through killing.
Killing is the way, slaughter is the law, slaughter is the way.
Destroy the soul, sever life, end life, return life to zero, and extinguish the soul. This way is the ultimate, cut off the future, and it is the end. This is Qin's killing. Qinlan's voice floated in the space, and about 20% of the wrong souls turned into the source of killing and entered his body. Suddenly, the source in his cultivation level soared, directly reaching the middle stage of the void source. If anyone from the killing prison realm saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. According to the records of this realm before, only 15% of the wrong souls entered the body after the first question. Most of them are only about half full, and besides, everyone who can come here is a genius. Seeing that Qinlan had finished absorbing the energy, these wrong souls all asked, where does the killing come from? Qinlan couldn't help but recall the first time she killed someone. At that time, I was still a little beggar running around the streets. On a winter night, he curled up in a corner, his hands and feet swollen from the cold, but he didn't dare sleep. The old beggar had taught him that if he fell asleep, he might never wake up again, but his consciousness still became blurred. When he woke up again, he was in a thatched hut, his hands and feet tied.
A man brought him a bowl of porridge.
The hot porridge made his stomach, which had been hungry for 2 days, want nothing more than to fill it up. On the man's smiling face, he saw the appearance of his deceased father, crying while eating. The man was heard feeding her while saying, "Don't cry, don't cry. If you keep begging like this, you'll starve to death sooner or later.
It's a miracle that you're still alive. Eat quickly. Only when you're full can you get through this. Then someone will teach you how to beg for food." Qinlan was very smart and he immediately sensed something was wrong.
Thinking of those little beggars with broken arms and legs, he knew that they had entered a den of thieves. Just then, someone called the man outside. The man put down the porridge, stroked his little head gently, stood up and walked out. After drinking some porridge and regaining some strength, he rolled over to the stove with great effort and used the fire to burn the rope on his hands. Although the flames hurt, he managed to hold back and not scream. The thief's knife was still in the hut, so he picked up the knife and hid behind the door. The moment the thief pushed open the door, a white light flashed and the knife pierced straight into his stomach. He was only 13 years old at that time. The man never thought that he would be killed by the little beggar, just as Qinlan never thought that his first fortune would come from killing people. After looting the man's property, she found the most important thing in her life, a white jade hairpin. The reason a certain family initially killed people was simple: to survive, to live with dignity, and to live a better life. After hearing Qinlan's answer, another 10% of the wrong souls turned into the source of killing and merged into his body. As these killings entered her body, Qinlan's strength increased again, directly reaching the peak of the middle stage of Kong Yuan, just one step away from the late stage. The remaining wandering souls then asked, "Why kill? Recalling the 90,000 years of cultivation, Xinlan laughed out loud.
Why kill? To fight for life. Fight for life against people, fight for life against injustice, fight for life against heaven.
Living beings are insignificant and unaware of this, and they take pleasure in oppressing one another.
Xin does not wish to be oppressed, and can only kill, to fight for his own life.
Xinlan's voice shook the entire space, and another 30% of the wrong souls turned into the source of killing and entered her body. Xinlan's cultivation level skyrocketed again, and this time, she reached the peak of the late Kongyuan realm. Going further, it is the great perfection, and then it is the half-saint. After his house was demolished, in just less than 7 years, he went from the late stage of Kongjie to the late stage of Kongyuan, a huge leap in realm. It's like a dream, sure enough. Another way to get rich quickly is demolition. After the 3 questions were completed, Xinlan came out of the bloodstone space, meditated on the spot, and began to feel the benefits and consolidate her realm. On the other side, in the 7th level world, the 5 major sects have been destroyed, and the existing resources have been basically robbed. They are currently searching the world for minerals, mining, picking precious medicines, and cutting down sacred trees. Hongyi and another Xinlan were sitting side by side, watching millions of cultivators below mining source stones. Suddenly, Hongyi noticed that Xinlan next to him was advancing rapidly. What's going on?
We were sitting together, and you got promoted? You went from the early stage to the late stage in one go. Why is there no progress in my cultivation?
Is it because my posture is wrong? The man in red imitated Xinlan's posture and meditated in exactly the same manner. Xinlan couldn't help laughing when she noticed the movement of the red-clothed woman and thought about the great Kongyuan, a man who had lived for more than 200,000 years and still believed this.
Seeing her imitating herself madly, she couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Why did you suddenly break through 2 levels of the mirror in succession?
The girl in red frowned slightly, unable to suppress the doubts in her heart, and stared at Xinlan and asked.
It's a secret. Xinlan rarely laughs. You have so many secrets.
The man in red pursed his lips and said something, then stood up, walked to Xinlan, put his hands behind his back, bent down and stared into his eyes. You said we were kindred spirits.
I've told you everything about me, and now I want to hear yours. At least tell me how you two met.
Seeing that he kept silent, Hongyi walked behind Xinlan and shook his shoulders. Just tell me. Xinlan shook her head helplessly. Facing the girl in red, he compromised. But then again, perhaps the only person who could understand him was the one in front of him. He began to tell that story for the first time in 90,000 years. I've known her since I was 13. I was a little beggar then, and she was a noble from one of the 3 great families in Hongye City. Even though she was a concubine's daughter, she was far more than a little beggar like me could compare to.
Wow, you knew each other when you were mortals. Hongyi couldn't help but sigh.
She was born into a family of cultivators, so naturally she didn't understand the affairs of the mortal world. Xinlan ignored him and continued talking to herself. At that time, I had run out of money, so I took a white jade hairpin and prepared to go to the pawn shop to exchange it for some silver to fill my stomach. Xinlan recalled that scene countless times during the 90,000 years of her cultivation. On a street corner, a well-dressed 14-year-old girl called out to a little beggar.
Hey! Can you sell me the hairpin in your hand?
She was worried that she would not be able to answer when someone asked her about the origin of the money when she went to the pawn shop, but now someone wanted it directly. Xinlan was delighted and quickly replied.
Of course, how much are you willing to pay?
At that time, he had no idea how much the hairpin cost, so he could only ask first. The girl had a face like a peach blossom, eyebrows like blue smoke, and a mouth like a cherry, which made the young Xinlan's heart beat fast. The girl looked troubled. She searched around and found more than 20 taels of silver in her 2 small hands. She said weakly, "This is all I have."
Do you think it's enough?
Xinlan, who originally thought he could only get 3 or 4 taels of silver, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had never seen so much silver before. He only got 1 or 2 taels from the human traffickers, which helped him get through the winter. When the spring came and the weather got warmer, it was all spent. This money is enough for him to live on for several years.
Miss, it's too much. 10 taels will be enough.
Seeing the distressed look on the girl's face, he only took half. After receiving the hairpin. The girl smiled brightly and said in a crisp voice, "Young man, you were so kind. What do you do?"
Xinlan's cheeks flushed when he first met the girl.
He was full of youthful spirit and said proudly, "I am a wanderer who travels around the world." When the girl heard this, her eyes seemed to light up. Chapter 28. The rich spoils are astonishing. I envy you so much. I was born in a big house, and all I heard were storytellers talking about immortals, knights, and wanderers.
Can they really fly? It can fly. I've seen it with my own eyes.
After telling the first lie, Lan was already certain about the second lie. Looking at the girl's admiring eyes after listening to what she said, Lan seemed to be floating.
Then, can you tell me about what's happening outside, about the immortals and knights?
Okay.
Lan agreed reluctantly. Seeing Lan agreed, the girl clapped her hands happily. You're so nice, little brother. My name is Yu. What's your name? I'm a wanderer, I don't have a name.
He really didn't have a name, and his parents called him Juzi before they died.
Then I'll get one for you.
Looking at the girl with a beautiful smile, Lan touched the back of her head with her right hand and smiled awkwardly. Okay. Whenever Lan recalls this scene, her heart feels extremely warm. Hongi was also trying to imagine the scene at that time. All I could hear was Lan slowly saying, "From that day on, I had a name, Lan.
For the first time, I had a formal name.
From then on, no matter who called me little beggar, I would reply, my name is Lan." We agreed that on the last day of every month, she would come out to see me, I would tell her stories, and she would teach me how to read and count.
At that time, I could count the days.
She could see me every time she came out, simply because I was there waiting for her every day. 2 years passed like this. Once I waited for her for half a year, from the scorching summer to the cold winter.
I just kept waiting and waiting.
Finally one day, a richly dressed woman came and claimed to be Yuer's mother. She told me that Yuer had been chosen by an immortal to become an immortal in the Yunhai sect. I was stunned on the spot. My first reaction was, oh no! She's going to find out I'm lying. I made up all those stories about immortals. The woman continued, I don't know what my daughter Yuer likes about you, a little beggar. Before she left, she told me to tell you not to wait any longer. I was reluctant to pay any attention, but seeing your sincerity, you've waited for half a year, so I finally told you. I don't remember what Yuer's mother said afterwards. I only know that I will never see Yuer again. But I still stubbornly replied, my name is not little beggar, my name is Lan. When she said this, tears welled up in Lan's eyes. A few days later, I joined a merchant caravan as a guard, and also inquired about the location of the Yunhai sect along the way. Just at this moment, the expeditionary force token in his arms lit up. He picked it up and saw that it was the signal to gather back to Kanglan. Okay, time to pack up and go plunder the next world. The man in red curled his lips and muttered, saying he hadn't heard enough. Lan put away the token, put all the mine materials into the token space, counted the 120,000 prisoners, dismissed the rest, and she and the red-clothed man each rolled up more than 60,000 and moved towards the assembly point. When they arrived at the gathering point, everyone looked at the red-clothed figure from Kongyuan realm behind Lan with different expressions. Fellow Daoist, you are so lucky to have captured a void origin realm creature in a 7th order world. I'm afraid you might even be able to make it onto the list of captured creatures. Some people couldn't help but bow and congratulate, but they were also curious about what was going on. After all, the 7th level world could not accommodate Kong Yuan, who was born in this world. He would be sent away by the heaven after staying for 1 or 2 years at most. Fellow Daoist Qin is here first as expected. The voice came before the people arrived. Lan smiled when she heard it and dug out the group of people in red clothes. After the person from the Sky Tribulation arrived and exchanged pleasantries, he said, we dug this woman out. She sealed her cultivation to stay in this world. After we dug her out, she unsealed it. He realized that he couldn't subdue the enemy completely and might even lose his life, so he had no choice but to call on fellow Daoist Qin for help. Fellow Daoist Qin, we parted in a hurry and haven't been able to thank you properly. Now that I'm back in Kanglan, I have some fine wines in my collection. Please do me the honor of coming and having a drink. Thank you for your kindness, Daoist friend. Qin has just had some insights and is preparing to go back to seclusion. Daoist friend, please save your wine for next time.
Lan waved her hand and politely declined the invitation.
He was a quiet person and didn't want to socialize with too many people. In fact, along the way, Lan had almost no friends and no enemies, and basically all his enemies were killed by him. During his cultivation, he was accompanied only by Tiandao and Yuer in the White Pearl. Outside the assembly point, more than 2 million prisoners stood neatly in a dozen groups of varying sizes. The appointed time arrived.
Looking around, I found that no one was missing, only a dozen injured people who were breathing weakly. Let's go. Go home.
Xianqi's head was about to explode. The first batch of conquerors had returned, and all the spoils had to be converted into points. However, this amount of spoils is too much. Apart from anything else, what should be done with hundreds of billions of prisoners? He secretly felt fortunate that he had built the spirit-attracting formation. Otherwise, with so many creatures crowded here, the power of heaven and earth would not be enough. The points redemption counter was completely packed. Lan was also stunned by the scene before her.
Tianmazu was almost crowded with cultivators. The Realm Lord Hall urgently organized 10,000 exchange points.
He and Hongyi flew with the captives for nearly half a day, and there were teams carrying large groups of captives everywhere. First, hand over the Expeditionary Force token in front of the exchange point, and a dedicated person will start the valuation. Points are calculated based on originium, with 10,000 top-grade originium being equal to 1 point. Miscellaneous items are calculated based on their value in top-grade originium.as for the captives. The opinion of the Realm Lord Hall is that those in the Nirvana realm, no matter which realm they are in, will be counted as 1 point for every 1,000 people, even if the strength difference is 100 times. 1 point for the Void Spirit realm, 5 points for the Void Mysterious realm, 30 points for the Void Tribulation realm, and 100 points for the Void Origin realm. Lan
looked up and down at Hongyi and said, "Wow, a weakling like you is worth 1 million top-grade originium?"
2 hours later, Lan's spoils were calculated, with a total value of 31 million top-grade source stones. Not including the captives, there are more than 16 million source stones of various kinds, and 5,000 Dao crystals, plus various materials and precious medicines including the captives, nearly 20 Void Realm corpses, and a Void Realm fruit tree. The points reach 342. According to the regulations, you need to submit at least 2,340 points of captured goods and all Nirvana prisoners. The staff at the points redemption counter kindly reminded me. Lan did not hesitate. Except for the one in red and the one in the red coffin, she handed in all the others and exchanged them for points.
Congratulations! You've reached 7,353rd place on the captured items list with 3,242 points.
The staff respectfully handed Lan the token, which was now empty with only the red soul seal remaining. It is not easy for Lan to be included in the list as a casual cultivator. You should know that the people on the list are all from various sects, and they can easily support one person to compete for the list with the entire sect. More monks did not catch up with the first batch of looting, and they all secretly vowed to be the first to catch up with the next batch. The biggest contribution to Lan's inclusion on the list was the 5,000 Dao crystals, which directly provided him with 500 points. The 10,000th place had a score of over 2,700. A trophy list is displayed above each point's redemption point, and Lan's name also appears on it. The centralized support for one person competing for the top spot is also reflected in the list. The current number 1 on the seizure list has reached 500,000 points, the top 10 have more than 200,000 points, and the top 500 have all exceeded 10,000 points. Lan was secretly shocked. If she wanted to compete for the first place, she had to rely on her clone next. There is another thing to do. The Realm Lord Hall has strictly ordered that no sect or individual other than the Realm Lord Hall is allowed to privately possess Nirvana realm captives. Void realm captives must be reported to the Realm Lord's Hall, and one person is not allowed to own more than one captive. The meaning is very clear. The Realm Lord Hall does not allow the killing of prisoners. All captured living beings must be recorded and filed. The one in the red coffin is considered cargo. After completing all the formalities, Lan took Hongyi to her residence. Her soul seal was divided into 2 parts, one as a secondary seal, in the Realm Lord Hall, and the other as a main seal, in Lan's Sea of Consciousness. Only the main seal can control the life and death of the red-cloaked person. However, once the red-cloaked person dies, not only the main seal will disappear, but the secondary seal will also disappear. At that time, the Realm Lord Hall will investigate the cause. There is only one purpose for doing this, to put an end to evil practices. Lu Feng was almost dumbfounded. When he saw the list handed over by Xianqi, he couldn't believe his eyes. The total value of goods and originium of various grades is 7,500,000,000,000 Nirvana level captives. This was only the first round of looting, but it had already exceeded all his initial expectations. The large force I sent to the Eighth Order world hasn't returned yet. I thought that in 30 years, the total amount would be around 5 trillion yuan, but I didn't expect these small sects to achieve the goal in the first round. The next round of opening is expected to be in 3 years. We must try every possible means to build the channel faster, and it must be done in advance. This was Lu Feng's first thought, and then he went to the place where the captured materials were stored without stopping. The captured materials occupied an area of 90,000 miles in radius. The essence of 100,000 worlds was concentrated in the state of Tiamazu. These materials are currently being sorted and then packed into space treasure chests according to their categories, and finally placed in the warehouse of the Realm Lord's Hall. She looked at the scene and introduced the situation to Lu Feng with an intoxicated look on his face. Each level of source stone emits a soft milky white light. The aroma of elixirs, precious medicines and spiritual plants filled the air, and a large number of people were sorting and stacking them. Various gold, stone, minerals and refining raw materials sparkled with various colors of light. The whole dug-up spiritual trees were piled up into a forest. Although there are only more than 1 million Dao crystals, they all exude the charm of Dao. These supplies arrived just in time. If they were all sent to build the war fortress, it would save the trouble of mobilizing them from various major regions. Looking at these supplies, Lu Feng's mouth was crooked with smiles, and he quickly ordered the supply of resources for the construction of the war fortress. After these rounds, the wealth of the Realm Lord Palace will reach an incomprehensible level. There is no need for assistance from other sections. The Realm Lord Hall alone can afford the war costs of destroying Huangcheng. But when he walked into the sundry area, he became a little uneasy. Pillars, plaques, door panels, beams, boats, all kinds of spiritual water, flames, spiritual soil. Millions of Sky Realm corpses were waiting to be refined into puppets, and a lot of precious clothes. When he saw the captives, Lu Feng probably understood where the treasured robe came from. Find some captives, alter their robes, and make them into uniform styles based on gender. Distribute them so they all wear the same uniform. We're all monks, how can we look naked like this? Lu Feng made arrangements with a dark face. Chapter 29. Huang Qing prepares for battle, risking everything. Sir, please tell me how to deal with these prisoners. Xian Shi bowed and threw the difficult problem to Lu Feng. There are 500 billion captives. It is destined that not many of them will be able to grow up, and most of them will die within 10,000 years due to the end of their lifespan. These creatures must never work in the offices scattered throughout Kanglan, even if their loyalty is absolutely reliable. It's best to treat these sudden extras as consumables. I guess the reconstruction in Dongxi territory is short of manpower. Thinking of this, Lu Feng asked, how is the reconstruction going in Dongli territory? Reporting to you, my lord, we are currently mobilizing spirits from all realms to fill the gap. We expect the arrangements to be completed within 100 years. Mortal spirits reproduce and develop very quickly. After another 2,000 to 3,000 years, vitality should be restored. Your Excellency, do you wish to? After hearing Lu Feng's question, Xian Shi also understood that it would be best to use these captives to dredge rivers, dissolve poisonous water, clean up miasma, dissipate dead air, and migrate the population. That's right. Leave some people behind to do odd jobs, and send all the remaining prisoners to rebuild Dongji. Lu Feng replied, and added, place a high restriction on their souls. Anyone who is disloyal to the Realm Lord Palace or harms the creatures of Kanglan will have their soul extinguished and their body destroyed. Your Excellency is wise. I will do it right away. Xian Shi received the instructions and immediately took action. The Dongshu region, Xinhang Prefecture, is one of the large prefectures that was not affected by the Dongshu War. There are countless dynasties scattered throughout this state. Even a large province like Tianma Province, where mortals only occupy 1/10,000th of its territory, has more than 1 million dynasties of all sizes. The old people in Yen State can still remember that the meteors they used to see often when they were young have not been seen for more than 10 years. The newly enthroned emperor of Yen was a young man who had just reached adulthood. He did not really believe the meteor showers that his mother often talked about. After all, he had never seen one with his own eyes, but today he believed it. Large spots of light streaked across the sky. It was so beautiful. Imperial Master, look, aren't there 3 meteors growing bigger? It seems to be true. Your Majesty has a keen eye. The Emperor of Yen summoned all his concubines, his mother, and several important ministers to watch this meteor shower together. Wow! Look at those 3 shooting stars getting bigger and bigger.
They're so beautiful. Some concubines clapped their hands and cheered. Yes, it seems to be right in front of us. Yes, yes, yes. Bullshit, it's about to fall, run. Emperor Yen was the first to react, however. Before he could take 2 steps, the 3 beams of light had already arrived in the palace. The 3 Nirvana realm monks, dressed in uniform, followed the guidance of the imperial aura and went directly to the palace. The young emperor of Yen still felt that this was a dream, even though he had been in the huge boat for 2 months. These 3 immortals actually said that they would take all the subjects of Yen state to migrate to a new place. Once you get there, you no longer have to worry about not having enough arable land, not having enough land, or having no one to raise your children. When the whole nation heard that it was an immortal, they immediately took action. Many farmers even moved their chickens, ducks, pigs and sheep onto the boat. Even the ancestors of Emperor Yen were dug out and taken away. Looking at the dozen or so coffins before him, all the emperors of the Yin kingdom after its founding were buried here. He now regretted why he had insisted on saying that the ancestral temple was here and dared not move it lightly. Now, like the Kanglan realm, the Huangqing realm is also making big moves. The Huangqing people urgently organized forces to bring in living beings from the major subordinate worlds. Remember, all those in the void realm must be taken up, no matter if they are willing or not. All the treasures of the sect must be taken away. As for those who are qualified in the Dao Nirvana realm, anyone who wants to take up an old guy who is about to die will be punished. Before departure, the team leader of the Sky Robbery realm was explaining the key points of the operation. The news of what happened in the subordinate world soon reached Huang Cheng, and Huang Qing was so angry that he was jumping up and down, but there is no other way but to rescue them. Go to the netherworld and confront them? But you have to be able to go down there. They can send in monks 1 level higher than the world can accommodate. Can we? No. So what should we do? Bring them all up. Although it is very tiring and there is a risk of being encountered by the Kanglan people, it is better than giving it all to the enemy. Despicable. Shameless. In the next war, I will definitely extract the soul and refine the spirit of that thief Kanglan. Unforgivable, unforgivable. I thought the Kanglan creatures, who were like lambs to be slaughtered, actually dared to fight back. Why can't we attack their subordinate worlds? Why can't we stop them? Do you know the way of space? Won't. No, you're just yelling. Just wait until our god builds the space channel, and then we'll go and take revenge. But my hometown was destroyed. All my Taoist lineage and clan members who stayed in the lower world are gone. Some are dead, some are missing, and even our ancestors have been dug up. The Huangqing people everywhere are incompetent and cursed. I in the upper floors of Huangqing, 5 gods of the universe sat together. They all looked weak, having not yet recovered from their injuries from the battle with the god, especially the final self-explosion. The damage it caused them to go into seclusion right after the battle, and it was only recently that they eliminated the Divine Lord's Tao. It's only now that I've started to recover from my injury. Before that, I was lucky enough that it didn't get any worse. This was their first meeting after the war, but they didn't expect Kanglan to give them a big gift as soon as they came out of seclusion. A boy came to report that the sage from Tianmeng wanted to see him. It seems that I have found something with the 2 holy souls I captured. Call him in. A Yushin spoke. This person was the Yushin who killed Huiro and Yushing, 2 saints of the gods in Hunlingzhou. To be honest, I spent a lot of effort to kill these 2 saints. The way of space is indeed difficult. Tianmeng's ability is quite extraordinary. I believe his dream path can give us a surprise. Let's call him to listen. The gods nodded in unison upon hearing this. Tianmeng came in and saluted the several gods of Huangqingjie. Then he said, Your Excellency, I have fulfilled my mission and have used the dream Tao to obtain the memories of those 2 holy souls. Then a ball of light was respectfully presented. After praising Tianmeng, several gods began to investigate. Their expressions all changed. Sure enough, there was another one. The good news is in the seal. What should I do? Could it be that the Kanglan people have already unsealed it? Although this god is extremely cruel, in such a situation, it is not a bad idea for the creatures of Kanglan to choose to fight to the death. The gods were overwhelmed with thoughts. It would be nice if we could investigate. A god spoke, then added, It's a pity that the passage has been destroyed, so we won't be able to go there in the short term. At this moment, they envied the space skills of the Kanglan creatures, which was simply a necessary skill for robbing and looting. After hearing the sigh of Yushin from above, Tianmeng said, This matter, the little saint may have a way.
The five gods all looked at him, and Tian Meng felt a surge of pressure. He quickly continued, I think that the creatures in my world don't know much about space, but those two Kanglin holy souls are proficient in it. As long as the adults are willing to help one or two, I can use the dream Tao to confuse them to build this channel for Huangqing.
The half-step heavenly venerable said in a deep voice, go ahead and do it. If this succeeds, you will be credited as the first to achieve this. Little Saint will do his utmost, even if it means death. After Tian Meng received the order, he immediately returned and began practicing Taoism. Ha ha, Lord God has won, we won. Yes, the God is always like that.
I have never seen him defeated in millions of years.
Kill. Follow the Lord God and fight back.
Avenge the dead lives.
Sir God, wherever you go, Huira will follow you. After the two holy souls sent out such divine thoughts, Tian Meng breathed a sigh of relief.
It had finally worked. He only needed to help these two rebuild their Tao bodies. He could leave this matter to the adults, however, these two people have different feelings towards their gods. The male Saint Yuxing respects him from the bottom of his heart, while the female Saint Huiru admires him more, but it seems that nothing happened between their god and this female saint. What a pitiful unrequited love.
If I can overcome this, I can help you realize your dream.
By taking your essence, I will be much stronger, perhaps becoming the greatest saint under the celestial god.
As Tian Meng thought about this, he couldn't help but let out a strange laugh.
By taking advantage of this person's emotions,
he could easily make them voluntarily give up their essence and aim, allowing them to have intercourse with him, but it's not appropriate right now. Let's wait until the war is over. A year later, the five gods of Huangqing looked at the space passage under construction and were all amazed. How could it be so hidden? No wonder they invaded my subordinate world so crazily, but we still couldn't find the passage. Kanglin's way of space is truly amazing and has many uses. Thinking of the unpredictable changes during the battle with the god, they can only be thankful that there is only one god of space. Tian Meng had now become the first person under the five gods of Huangqing. The two Kanglin saints' holy souls were suppressed and completely fell into the dream path, and now they were at his mercy. The two Kanglin saints now firmly believed that it was the god who led them to build a passage, fight back and take revenge. While building, he murmured, kill them, revenge. Kill them, revenge. Follow the god, follow the god. It seems that this plan is completely feasible.
With these two Kanglin saints who have reshaped their holy bodies, I, Huangqing, will have more initiative. The half-step heavenly venerable thought so, and then said, according to the plan we have drawn up, prepare for battle.
Isn't it true that the 8th level world has been plundered? When the time comes, we will make Kanglin spit out everything.
After giving the order, he transmitted the message to the other four gods. If the demon is still sealed, we will build a few more passages, and then we will go there together. The whole world will press forward, and we, the five gods, will lead the team and advance in 5 directions to clear this world with the force of thunder. A few days ago, I felt that the great terror was not far away, and we had no choice but to make a desperate attempt. It was too late to stop the war now. Tian Dao told me that when the lower realm was invaded, he thought about keeping some distance, but Kanglin took the initiative to stick close to us. I'm afraid this battle will end to the death. Someone among the four gods snorted coldly, Kanglin is courting death. Another god said solemnly, Kanglin Tian Dao is acting this way. I'm afraid that the demon has been unsealed.
Half-step heavenly venerable nodded and said, no matter what, let's go and take a look.
Even if the seal is broken, it doesn't mean we can't win. Their god venerable was surrounded and killed by us, let alone the defeated generals of that god venerable.
There are 5 of us, and one of them. The advantage is mine. Don't worry too much. Go and recover from your injuries first.
20 years from now, when this passage is passable by saints, we will come back to check it out. Upon hearing this, the gods nodded in unison and then dispersed to heal their wounds. Chapter 30, War Fortress. So terrifying, all the creatures that robbed the 8th level world have returned. In total, they brought back 3 trillion top-grade originium stones. Although not as much as the first wave, it was at least within Lu Feng's expectations. Those brought from the 8th level world are at least of higher quality and are used more in the construction of war fortresses. Although the value is only 1/3 of that brought by the first wave of 100,000 worlds, it has greatly increased the speed of the war fortress. With the support of a large amount of materials, the Realm Lord Palace started the construction of 30 more war fortresses. The Mobilization of materials from various regions of Kanglan has continued, 50 war fortresses. I wonder what the dog thief Huang Qing would think when he sees such a magical weapon, thinking of the scene of Huang Qing's creatures fleeing in all directions after being massacred in the war fortress. All the major sects wished they could dismantle their own sects and hand them all over to the Realm Lord's palace. After the second wave of expeditionary forces that plundered Huang Qing's subordinate worlds returned, the first war fortress was also built in a hurry. There is an area of tens of millions of miles in Tianma province that has been shrouded in fog for nearly a decade. This area is the construction area of the war fortress. In front of the fog near the conference venue, hundreds of millions of people gathered just to catch a glimpse of the artifact. The area of thousands of miles is filled with living beings. They are either talking, meditating, discussing, or contemplating, but without exception, they all have expectations in their hearts. When the great way of heaven and earth stopped running, all living beings knew that the Lord of the Realm was about to arrive. They all bowed down. We respectfully welcome the Lord of the Realm. Lu Feng stepped out of the void, stood in front of the fog, and faced billions of creatures. Stand up. You all retreat 100,000 miles to watch the ceremony. The creatures below all retreated. The next moment, Lu Feng revealed his true form as the heavenly demon. This time, he was directly transformed into a body 3 million feet tall. His demonic body exuded an endless aura of destruction, and behind him he wore a cloak of destruction transformed from the great Tao. No matter what spiritual energy and Tao Raimut had, it would all be reduced to nothing upon touching it. For the Lord of the Realm's true demon body, most of the creatures present have been to the Demon Mountain and are more or less immune to it, but the following scene will be remembered by them for the rest of their lives. Lu Feng waved his magic arm, the fog dissipated, and a huge monster revealed its majestic head. At first, a tiny corner thousands of feet high was revealed, and all living creatures felt that this might be all of this 1,000-foot-high war fortress is worth all our hard work. With this weapon, we can definitely deal a heavy blow to Huang Qing, the bastard. Wait. No, it's still moving. The entire war fortress emerged from the fogis. Is this the war fortress? It's even taller than the Realm Lord's true form. I thought it was all, but it turned out to be just a small part. A giant object that is 4 million feet tall is very oppressive even when viewed from 10,000 miles away. Is this the work of the Realm Lord Hall? No, this is my Kanglan's true strength. As long as the Kanglan people unite, there will be no war that cannot be won. Such a huge thing is actually floating in the air. Since it was refined and created from the 7th level world, its size has been reduced by hundreds of thousands of times, and its corresponding hardness has also increased by hundreds of thousands of times. This war fortress is a 7th level world. The square fortress is 25,000 miles long and wide. It is filled with buildings and walls made of spiritual gold, magic stones, and spiritual wood. It emits dazzling light, and colorful auspicious clouds float above it. Pavilions dot the landscape, sacred trees surround it, hills and ridges become immortal caves, rivers and lakes are sacred places for aquatic creatures, 1,000-foot waterfalls rise, and dense forests sway for thousands of miles. The widespread spirit-attracting arrays will make this fortress not only used for war, but also a holy place for cultivation. It is said that it can accommodate 10 million empty realms. In this case, 50 million can be accommodated. No matter how it is decorated, it cannot conceal its horror as a killing machine. There are also countless formations on it that contain heart-pounding fluctuations, especially the hundreds of hollow golden pillars of different sizes in the middle, which made even saints and semi-saints feel uneasy. If it is not used for war, it can be said to be a holy place for immortals, which is incomparable to the locations of most of the 9th-level Taoist sects. In Sanglan, it can be said that a war fortress can support a 9th-level Taoist sect. We will build 50 such fortresses. It can scare the bastard Huang Qing to death. Qin Lan was also watching the ceremony below. It was rumored that a war fortress cost 1 trillion top-grade source stones to build. Now it seemed that it was definitely worth the money. Such a sharp weapon was said to have been designed by the Realm Master himself. He felt an even greater admiration for this mysterious Realm Master, whom he had only seen from afar a few times. Not only did he possess an omnipresent cultivation, he was also a top-tier master in the weapon refining world. What kind of existence is he? He was completely dumbfounded at first. The world master who stopped the great Tao from turning seemed to be able to destroy himself with just a thought. It was the true body of the heavenly demon, which was 3 million feet tall. The mountains under his feet were as small as grains of sand. Within a radius of 50,000 miles around him, all things were annihilated. Even with his Konyuan cultivation level, if he entered that range, it would only take 10 breaths for his origin, soul, and body to be annihilated. No wonder the people in this world say that the Lord of the Realm cannot be looked directly at in the empty realm, otherwise you will die. Then there was that terrifying war fortress. Within a 50,000-mile radius of the Realm Master's true form, it remained immovable as a mountain. What a defense, she said to Lu Feng in an almost trembling voice. Are you going to use this thing to conquer the upper realm of my world? Xinlan nodded and said, that's right, but we can't rely on just this one. There are 49 more under construction. Once they're finished, we'll all go out together. Just to correct you, this thing you call a war fortress. What? Under the 4th level of shock, Hongi no longer had any hope for his upper realm. In addition, each war fortress is built on a refined 7th level world as its base. After hearing Xinlan's supplement, Hongi didn't know what to say. Well, 5 levels of shock, this one is not a big deal. A cultivator nearby couldn't help but say, Xia Baoqing, why did you mess with Li Yunlong when you could mess with anyone else? Now, the name Huang Qingjie will never exist again. Only Xinlan heard this, but he has never been very curious, so he just pretended not to hear it. Liu Feng returned to the demon temple, picked up a semi-holy fruit and started biting it. He was quite satisfied with the results of this cutting ceremony. If he took so many materials from the major sects and failed to accomplish anything, it would easily lead to gossip. Even the great Lord of Heaven cannot stop the gossips of the people. It would be better to shock them for a while and make them hand over the resources peacefully. What's the purpose of building a fortress? It's to protect your lives. Paying more originium now will save you a few lives on the battlefield. Even mortals understand this. We just need to show them that this fortress can really save lives. In the Battle of Dongji, the casualties ratio was 1 to 4, my goal is 1 to 10,000. He called over Xin Shi and ordered, preparations for the 3rd expedition can begin. Even the smallest mosquito is still neat. The second wave of looting only yielded 2 trillion top-grade originium, most of which was originium. Huang Qing reacted quickly and took away everything he could, so they went over and dug up everything they could to get this much loot. Xinlan only got 700 points in the second round of looting, and now her ranking has dropped to over 8000. We are too far away from the first place, and now we have to rely on our clones. Today is Yuer's birthday again. I later met a caravan and they hired me as their escort. Now I can really travel the world. Similarly, I'm also looking for news about the Yunhai sect. Xinlan vaguely remembered that everyone in that caravan was very caring towards him. He also traveled with the caravan and inquired about the location of the Yunhai sect. One day, the caravan encountered bandits. Xinlan was thin and was kicked into the river. However, he got the white pearl that changed his life, and the white pearl directly merged into his body. After that, he went out into the world alone. During this period, Bai Zhu quietly changed his qualifications, and when he met someone from Yunhai sect again, his qualifications had become superior. After 16 years, he finally saw Yuer again. Alan, from now on, you have to call me senior sister. Xin Yu's excitement when she saw him, her demeanor, movements, tone, were forever engraved in Xinlan's memory. She had recalled it countless times in the past 90,000 years, but at that time, the Yunhai sect was facing a crisis. From time to time, news came that disciples of the sect were injured or died outside, and the whole sect was in panic. The rumors started when the second elder's son was killed by the Qingyu sect, and the second elder killed many disciples of the Qingyu sect in revenge. As a result, the two sects often attacked and killed each other's disciples. However, during this period, Xinlan was accepted as a direct disciple by the fifth elder, and usually did not have to leave the sect and could concentrate on practicing. Xin Yu often came to see him and gave him some guidance on his cultivation at the beginning. The two of them spent nearly 10 years of sweet time together. After joining the sect, it only took Xinlan 2 years to surpass Xin Yu in cultivation. Moreover, as the direct disciple of the fifth elder of Yunhai sect, he made all the disciples of Yunhai sect dare not disturb Xin Yu. 10 years after Xinlan joined the sect, the conflict between the Yunhai sect and the Qingyu sect broke out completely. Xin Yu repeatedly advised him to leave and not to get involved, but Xinlan was too grateful to leave and chose to fight for the Yunhai sect until death. In that battle, the Yunhai sect was defeated. Xinlan was seriously injured and almost died. When he woke up again, it was 20 years later and it was Yuer who took care of him. This time, Xin Yu had lost all his cultivation, and there was a long and narrow scar on his face, which was extremely rough due to wind and frost. Even his lifespan is coming to an end, but he clearly remembered that Yuer did not participate in that battle, but
Why, he didn't know. No matter how he asked, Yor wouldn't say anything.
She just liked Qin holding her. Qin Yu's lifespan finally came to an end. Although Qin Lan tried many ways, she still couldn't condense a trace of spiritual power.
I'm so happy, please forget me.
You were left with a smile, but Qin Lan did not listen to her last words. He swore that he would practice Taoism his entire life just for Yor to return. More than 10 years later, in Hulan territory, Huzhou Lu Feng's true demon body has been in this state for 50,000 years, the state where the demon mountain is located. 2 months have passed since Huang Qing opened the passage to this state. For 2 months, troops were continuously sent down, all staying within an area of 10,000 miles.
Quietly accumulating strength, due to time constraints, this passage is currently only accessible to saints.
For Huang Qing, this is enough. The first batch of 30 saints, 200 semi-saints, and 4 million void calamities have gathered. It's time to attack. This is absolutely elite. There is only one goal: to establish a forward base and capture Demon Mountain. As for why they don't go and check whether the Demon Mountain is still there, this is what the leading saints thought at first. The war must be fought regardless of whether they are there or not, and the second round of attack has
begun. Second, we must act quickly from the outset. The Kanglan people certainly wouldn't expect me to return so soon. We need to catch them off guard. If we send someone to investigate, we'll probably alert them. What if the enemy forces attack us before we can fully gather our forces?
What if the Yushin hasn't arrived yet and the passage is destroyed? Third, taking a step back, the one from the Demon Mountain has been unsealed, and we only have so few people, and if we are discovered, we won't be able to catch them all. Fourth, what if you got the information?
Could you get it out?
Creatures were constantly descending into Kanglan through the passage, all getting off. How could you possibly squeeze in? After comprehensive consideration, they decided to first deploy the army to accumulate strength, and then strike with lightning speed to capture the nearest states and establish a forward base. When our God of the universe arrives, it will be the end of Kanglan, and now, the strength has been accumulated enough.
Huang Qing's men attack. Chapter 31, Huang Qing, the thief?
Ask for the decree. At this time, the Kanglan Expeditionary Force was conducting its 7th round of plundering in Huang Qing's subordinate worlds. The only troops available at the moment were the gods and demons themselves and the elite 8th and 9th rank Taoists. You said, haven't you caught up? When the 30 saints of the Huang Qing invading army rushed all the way to the Demon Mountain, the mountain disappeared. Huang Qing's army's reckless advance was also discovered by the 2 7th level Taoist sects in Huzhou, who activated a large formation. Half of the creatures in these 2 sects have gone to join the expeditionary force,
leaving the sects short of manpower.
That must be Huang Qing, the bastard. The blind boxes he bought in Tianmazu have the same style as theirs.
Great Elder, what should we do? The sect leader is still in Tianmazu. Several high-ranking officials of the Yanqi sect, the closest sect to the demon falling mountain, were in a panic. What are you panicking about?
The Great Elder maintained a calm decree as he continued. The sect master left behind a decree specifically to deal with foreign invasions.
Elder Du, go inform the Dunling sect and tell them to retreat quickly. We're in front of them and can hold them off for a while. Don't come back once you go.
Tell the Lord of the Realm that the Huang Qing thieves have invaded again as soon as possible. Then my death will have meaning. This elder named Du is the only elder in Yanqi sect, a sect that mainly cultivates the origin of fire, who possesses the origin of space. His speed is also the fastest in this sect. Upon hearing this, Elder Du nodded and set off immediately. Even a moment of time was important at this moment. After making the arrangements, the Great Elder sneered and said slowly, those Huang Qing bastards came here this time and unexpectedly headed straight for the falling demon mountain.
It seems they know about the Realm Master's affairs. It's a pity that they're too late.
In 3 hours at most, they should be here to kill us. Even if we all die, the sect master and most of the elite are still in Tianma province, and our Yanqi sect will not perish. Even if we all die in battle today, we will still bite off a piece of their flesh. This will earn the sect master honor, and they will take better care of us when we rebuild the sect. Listening to the encouraging words of the Great Elder, they also understood that after the Realm Lord was born, Kanglan was destined to win, and now that the bastard Huang Qing appeared here, they were destined to perish.
Don't just sit there like an idiot. Follow me and ask for my orders.
The great elder stood up, and several other elders followed him to the sect master's hall to ask for the decree issued by the realm master's hall. In fact, they didn't know what the decree was for. After the sect leader gave the decree and the method of using it to the great elder, he left in a hurry, explaining a lot of other things but didn't explain the function of the decree. As the great elder pinched the seal, the essence was injected, and the decree slowly opened. Lu Feng, who was in charge of refining the war fortress in the foggy area, suddenly found that the law in his body was moving. He asked directly through the law, "What is it?" Upon hearing this, the great elder of the Yanqi sect suppressed his ecstasy and shouted, "Hualin territory Huzhou has discovered the Huangqing invading army, nearly 10 million. A terrifying divine thought spread throughout the entire Tianma state. Army of gods and demons, elite troops from all sects, assemble immediately. Huangqing has invaded again, location, Huzhou, Fire Forest territory, urgent." All of a sudden, Tianmazu was in an uproar. How dare they? Gather, gather. This time, I'm going to extract their souls and refine their spirits. Huangqing, you bastard, deserve to die. He's still determined to destroy me. This thief won't tolerate even a little mercy. There are currently 30 million gods and demons in Tianmazu, and 50 million elite Taoists of the 8th and 9th levels. There are already 16 war fortresses built. Inside the main hall of the Yanqi sect, a voice issued an edict: hang the edict above the sect. Upon hearing this, the great elder immediately did as he was told. At the same time, the decrees of all the Fifth Order and above Taoist sects in the entire Fire Forest domain and the surrounding large domains were automatically activated. The Realm Lord's palace has issued an order: Huangqing is attacking. All cultivators of the Void Realm must rush to support Huzhou with all their might. No mistakes are allowed. Before the enemy reached Yanqi sect, reinforcements from the surrounding states and regions had already gathered towards Huzhou. Du Hui, Kuntu, Xianxi, and Hai Jixing led the elites of the two tribes of gods and demons in various major sects to advance at full speed towards the Fire Forest region, riding on boats. In this battle, the war fortress must not be exposed. Li Tangqing, Chen Shuhua, and all the saints of the God clan, follow me to provide support first. Lu Feng issued orders one after another. It would take Lu Feng 2 days to travel from Tianma State to Zhuemu Mountain even at full speed. After Lu Feng set off with a dozen saints, Huangqing's invading army also arrived at Yanqi sect. From afar, I could see the majestic decree emanating from above the sect. They didn't know what it was used for. But what good things could a small sect that didn't even have a half-saint come up with? Without any nonsense, the army rushed in and crushed the place to the ground. A million miles away from the Yanqi sect, Saint Huangqing discovered that the Dharma decree had been activated. The flat edict was erected, and a golden figure walked out from the 100-foot-high edict. The Yanqi sect below was in an uproar. Realm Master, it's Lord Realm Master. The Realm Master's Dharmakaya has come in person. What is there for a mere Huangqing thief to fear? Elders and guardians of the Flaming Sect, please do not make a fool of yourself for the Nirvana Realm disciples. As long as they are in the Void Realm, follow the Realm Master to kill the enemy. The Great Elder's origin was activated, and the aura of the late stage of the Void Source Realm was fully revealed. The 800 existing Void Realms of the Yanqi sect followed the Dharmakaya of the Realm Lord, rose into the air and lined up, ready for battle. This is the clone of the Great Tao condensed by Lu Feng through the decree, and its strength is half a step into the realm of Yushin. 30 saints, 200 semi-saints, and more than 4 million people in the realm of empty disasters and empty origins, with only half a step into the realm of the gods. I am afraid it is difficult to fight. The mountain is silent. The sound of the long and profound avenue rang out between heaven and earth. Lu Feng raised his hand and pointed at the center of heaven and earth. At that moment, the millions of creatures that were rushing towards Huangqing found that all the mountains along their way began to turn into wisps of dust, which were floating in the air, emitting a strange smell. Waves gathered in the dust, and as the dust grew more and more, the waves became more and more heart-pounding. Careful. The leading saint frowned slightly and gave a reminder. After death, his spirit came out and attacked again, along with the sound of the Tao. Lu Feng, the incarnation of the Tao, raised his hand and tapped 4 times between heaven and earth. The mountains within a million miles collapsed, and then even the dust turned into black light and gathered towards their respective centers. The collapsed mountains all turned into black giants of varying sizes, hundreds of thousands of feet tall, numbering as many as 1 million, and pounced towards Huangqing's army. These giants all rushed forward with fearlessness, launching attacks with varying strengths from air source to ethereal. There were more than a dozen giants several thousand feet tall emitting the pressure of a semi-saint. There are also 3 giants who are 10,000 feet tall, and each punch is comparable to that of a saint.
looking at the Huangqing army fighting with the giants, the leading saint looked grim. Damn it, you managed to hold back my 4 million troops with just one move? He no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards Lu Feng's Dharma body with 25 saints and 150 semi. Saints. A million miles away, Saint Huangqing and Semi-Saint Huangqing launched an attack together. Looking at the various magical powers they displayed, Lu Feng was not anxious at all of the way of extinction, emptiness. Suddenly, the 900,000-mile space between Saint Huangqing and Lu Feng disappeared, along with their magical powers and Taoism, and turned into nothingness. The distance between the two seemed to be shortened in an instant afterwards. The space was quickly filled, and those saints and semi-saints were swept up by the space, and in an instant they were 10,000 miles away from Lu Feng. Huangqing Saint was horrified to find that Lu Feng's Tao incarnation was laughing. Why was he laughing? Something's wrong. Run! They immediately noticed something was wrong. Lu Feng sneered. If you don't leave immediately after I use this move, it will be too late. Want to leave now? It's too late. Those Huangqing creatures who had come into contact with the space and the avenue of destruction died before they had the chance to tell them about the horrors of the space of the gods and demons and the avenue of destruction. These saints are still too confident. How would they know? Destruction is also accompanied by rebirth. One flower withers and another blooms, the space becomes silent and still, and the various powers of the great Tao within it will be concentrated at one point and explode, not to mention the blessing of their own magical powers and Taoism. Boom, a terrifying wave that shook the heavens and the earth spread out. The first to be affected were Huangqing's saints and semi-saints. They were almost at the center. Lu Feng waved his hand and used the decree to cover the entire Yanqi sect and the hundreds of empty realms behind him. Wherever the wave reaches, the avenue collapses and space shatters. It still has destructive power thousands of miles away. Elder Du, who was still on his way, was affected and injured. A pit with a diameter of 1 million miles was suddenly exploded, and a large amount of water came out from the ground. Congratulations to the Yanqi sect, you will soon own a sea. Because of the Yanqi sect's Taoist principles, the surrounding area of hundreds of millions of miles is completely barren. Gobi and Bear Mountains, a forbidden area for mortal spirits. All living beings are concentrated within the sect. With the protection of the law, Kanglin suffered no losses. Looking at those saints and semi-saints, they were all weak. More than 30 semi-saints died on the spot, and the 2 saints who were standing in the front also fell. However, the armies in the distance that were fighting against the giant transformed by Lu Feng's magical powers did not suffer much loss because they joined forces to resist and were at a long distance. Lu Feng, who was galloping with the saints, also fell into self-doubt. Am I making a big deal out of nothing? I can do this to them just by myself with the help of the law. Why bother with group fights? Am I that strong? As far as Lu Feng could remember, he was surrounded by the elite of the demon clan, and his opponents were also gods of the gods who were at the ceiling level of combat power of the same level. This time, they encountered the Huangqing people who had no idea how terrifying the way of destruction was. If the people of the god clan were on the opposite side, they would have slipped away as soon as Lu Feng's silent space just started. Therefore, gods and demons rarely defeat each other in battles. What to do if you can't kill the other person? Just be friends. Harmony brings wealth. Only a fool would insist on a life and death struggle. So every time Kanglin added a large domain, the gods and demons would join forces to get their own share, and then divide it equally. Then they would sit back and watch the other sects fight to the death. It was so tragic that both the gods and demons were shocked. Therefore, before the inner demon took over Lu Feng, the relationship between gods and demons had always been harmonious. This is getting off topic. Chapter 32, No Rush to Attack. Rescue the 2 saints. While the Huangqing saints were using the decree to resist the blast wave, they retreated to the army headquarters, killed several black giants, and began to reorganize the army. In a hurry, an army of more than 2 million was gathered, and the leading saint gave the order, "We saints will deal with it, and the semi-saints will lead the army to attack from all directions. We must destroy this sect and destroy the law." Upon hearing this, the army immediately took action. When the Huangqing army rushed towards the Yanqi sect like several tentacles, suddenly, thousands of miles away, another decree lit up. The first batch of reinforcements arrived. It's the Shield Spirit sect. Elder Du encountered their reinforcements before he even reached Dunling's sect. It seemed that they also knew about Huangqing's invasion. Huangqing is a thief. How could he possibly escape with the saint as his leader? Why not go to the Yanqi sect and fight the enemy together? This was the first sentence the deputy leader of Dunling's sect said after hearing Elder Du. Another Dharma body of Lu Feng walked out from the Dharma decree and looked at the Huangqing army from afar. One incarnation has been beaten into this state. How can we defeat another one? Seeing this scene,
the saints led by Huang Qing suppressed their injuries, and Huang Qing's unique divine consciousness spread in all directions. Withdraw. Go back to the passage and line up, guard the passage and hold out until the adults arrive. God Yu is invincible. After receiving the order to retreat, the Huang Qing people retreated directly regardless of the attacks of the black giants, leaving only more than 100,000 people behind. The tentacles all retracted, gathered into one, and withdrew from this place. Liu Feng relies on the incarnation of the decree, and can create up to 5 clones at the same time, and they can only appear within 100 feet of the decree. If all the decrees can be transformed at the same time, then you can. Just take the decrees with you and go to Huangqing to perform summoning magic. Back then, heaven sent down 3 million decrees at once. The enemy has retreated. We have won. The entire Yanqi sect cheered. Long live the Realm Master! Long live the Realm Master Palace! Although Lu Feng smiled when he heard this, he complained in his heart, long live? You are cursing me. Kanglin can live without me. And his heroic image is also deeply imprinted in the lives of this generation of Yanqi sect members. 1 Dharma body and 2 magical powers defeated millions of enemy troops. Being invincible is nothing to be proud of. Sir, do you want to catch up? The great elder asked with a bow. He was more excited than anyone else that the enemy had retreated. He didn't have to die. There was only one reason for asking this question, Master Realm Master. You see, my Yanqi sect has never been afraid. No need for that. You all should guard the sect well and wait for reinforcements. You are not allowed to attack on your own. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he turned into a point of light and dispersed into the decree. The Yanqi and Dunling sects merged, 2 decrees hung in the sky, and the elder named Du, who ran to report the news, became the only injured person. The remaining 200,000 black giants also guarded the front of the Yanqi sect. They could only exist for 7 days, and then they would dissipate. After a shocking explosion, the area around the sect became a deep pit, and a large amount of water emerged from the ground, which would inevitably become a sea within 10 years. The sect's location, protected by a decree, is isolated in a deep pit. Once filled with water, it will become an isolated island. Just change the name to Yanqi Island. The great elder's mind is now full of what it would be like when the sect master returns. A fire cultivation sect is built on the sea. Make a batch of fishing rods first and store them. Maybe you can make some money. Some unfilial sons have already started planning other things. 2 days later, Lu Feng brought the saints of the gods to Huzhou. Liu Feng, Li Tangqing, and all the saints of the god clan stood above Huang Qing's invading army, scanning them unscrupulously with their spiritual sense. Look at this passage, it's very much in the style of the gods. I was wondering how they got here so quickly. Lu Feng's voice was calm, and no emotion could be heard. It is definitely from the hands of the gods. It contains the teachings of the 2 saints, Yuxing and Huiru. Chen Shuhua commented, with a hint of joy in her voice. These 2 saints will never betray Kanglin. There is another hidden reason. Lord Realm Master, please understand. A saint from the God clan couldn't help but speak, very anxiously. Nonsense, I naturally know the answer, tell me something useful. When Lu Feng said this, several saints of the God clan breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shuhua was a steady person after all, and Songhua understood Lu Feng's thoughts from the beginning. He could be said to have watched Lu Feng and the godly lord grow up. After confirming the matter of the inner demon, he was completely sure that the wise and easygoing demon supreme had returned. During the time when the gods and demons were led by Lu Feng and Xiao Kuan, the 2 tribes lived in peace for hundreds of thousands of years. I'd straight off topic again, my lord, this is good news. It proves that the 2 saints are still alive. I just don't know what kind of magic the enemy used to control them. Chen Shuhua spoke first, not taking the invading enemy below seriously at all. All the saints also understood that it was definitely not a puppet. Puppets could not do such delicate work. They could only exert the strength of their physical bodies and could not use Taoist magic. Since the 2 saints are still alive, perhaps 1 or 2 can be rescued. Indeed, in our next plan, we can't kill all of these people. We need to force them to withdraw and attack the passageway during their retreat. They will inevitably release the 2 saints to maintain stability. When Lu Feng said this, all the saints understood. They all retreated 10,000 miles, and the stage is left to you. Lu Feng, the demon, appeared in the world again with a body of 3 million feet. Under the destructive force field around him, the 500,000 empty spaces within the force field were reduced to ashes in a few breaths. Afterwards, he faced the saints without using any fancy Taoist magic, just a simple punch. Feeling the terrifying power contained in that punch, the Huangqing saints hurriedly joined forces to form a formation to resist it, and a light curtain barrier covering the 100,000 mountains appeared in an instant. Liu Feng punched the barrier, and with two crackling sounds, the barrier turned into light spots and dissipated, lasting less than 3 breaths. He didn't get any good results even when facing the clone of the great Tao transformed by the Dharma, let alone facing the original Buddha. They suddenly realized that they were no match for their opponents and were injured after just one punch. How can he resist this? It's not like God Yu hasn't seen this before, but why is he so desperate in front of this God Yu? After throwing a punch, Lu Feng did not attack again, but turned and left. What does he mean? With his strength, he can kill all of us here, so why did he leave? Saint Huangqing was puzzled, but looking at the Huangqing army that continued to descend, the leading saint seemed to understand.
Don't come down again.
They are planning to capture all of our Huangqing elite troops in one fell swoop.
This retreat is just to give us a reason to keep holding on. This is an open conspiracy.
As long as we have the will to attack, we will be killed by them, and all our sacrifices will be in vain.
The leading saint suddenly shouted. The other saints hurriedly asked, "What exactly do you mean? Please explain it more clearly."
They are not afraid of us Huangqing at all, and they are even planning a counterattack. When these words were spoken, all the saints were shocked.
How is that possible? They only have one Yushan. Doesn't he know that I, Huangqing, have the 5 great divine realms?
Some people asked in confusion. In the hearts of these creatures below the divine realm, the 5 cosmic gods are their greatest confidence. The leading saint smiled bitterly and said in a deep voice, "To be disrespectful, which of our gods could, with just one incarnation and 2 magical powers, stop the advance of millions of my troops? And stop the attack of 30 saints and 200 semi-saints? And even cause a lot of casualties to us? We didn't even touch the other person's incarnation, but were instead toyed with by him." Before, we all speculated about how powerful the god sealed by Kanglin's predecessor, Yushan, could be. Now it seems that this god is even more powerful than the previous one. At that time, I, Huangqing, had 6 gods. Admit it, they have the ability. Now that you've trapped us here and haven't destroyed the passage, it's clear that you're sending more of Huangqing's elite troops down here to die. As long as I, Huangqing, am thinking about attacking Kanglin, I must protect the passage. They kill a few today, a few tomorrow. If we want to defend the passage, we have to send people to be killed by them every day. Yes. We could have used casualties to buy time and wait for the arrival of the celestial god. But judging by the scene today, they are fully capable of destroying the passage in a few breaths. When they realize that a Yushan is about to descend, they can easily destroy the passage. Even if a cosmic god descends, what can he do? Can he stop him? Compared to Kanglin, the number of saints and semi-saints like us far exceeds his. This is also my only advantage. When half of the saints and semi-saints are killed here, my only advantage will be lost, and that will be the end of me, Huangqing. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. They had never imagined that Huangqing would end up in such a dangerous situation overnight. How ridiculous! We thought Kanglin could take it all. What should we do? You tell us, we'll do as you say. Seeing this, the leading saint continued, there is only one solution. Stop descending. Withdraw immediately. Save your strength and prepare for the next defensive battle. Everyone nodded and said, understood. Then, a divine thought was transmitted through the space channel, a major incident has occurred. Stop descending and transmit the message backwards. As it quickly descended through the space channel, this message was passed as far back as possible. Chapter 33, Breaking the Boundary with One Arm. Feeling the terror Wankingji, the passage. A large number of troops were entering the passage in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a divine thought came from the passage. Stop entering the passage immediately, everyone retreat and make room. A saint in front of the passage immediately responded and stopped descending. The divine thoughts from the other side were sent out with great effort, so something extraordinary must have happened. About 3 hours later, a saint with a weak breath emerged from the passage, bringing only one sentence. The god of Kanglin has revived. One word caused a huge uproar, and the god Yu who had his eyes closed in the distance also opened his eyes. It's finally unblocked, but how strong can you be? I'm looking forward to it.lu Foam, who had already reached the outer reaches of the Kanglan realm, was hiding near the passage. He had another purpose in delivering that punch, to leave a trace of the avenue, making it easier to confirm the coordinates and find the passage. Seeing that some people had already gone back, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "They reacted quite quickly." They stopped descending and started walking back. Then he crushed a ball of light. At the same time, in the Kanglan realm. "My lord wants us to attack." As the ball of light shattered, the 13 saints in Huzhou received the signal from Lu Feng. Li Dangqing said with a smile, "These people reacted really quickly." "They started running so quickly?" "The army will take another 5 days to arrive. Let's go and hold off Saint Huangqing first. If the saints all run away, I guess Saint Huangqing won't care much about the remaining juniors in the Void Realm." Chen Shuhua said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Li is absolutely right. We will set out immediately and send a message to Xian Qi and the others, asking them to speed up and come to the front line to help. But we still have the Master's 200,000 magical giants. The Master has given us the control method, so we can quickly provide support." When everything was ready, the saints took out their holy weapons and looked in the direction of Huangqing's invading army with fierce eyes. "Ha ha ha, I can kill happily again. My divine weapon can't be restrained any longer." Li Dangqing laughed heartily, and with a single stride he charged towards Huangqing's army. The other saints smiled at each other and followed suit. At this time, the Huangqing invading army had 3 new saints with complete strength, and the 2 most seriously injured had already returned, making a total of 31 saints. 180 semi-saints and an army of more than 3 million. There are only 13 saints and 200,000 black giants on Kanglan's side. 13 Murderous intentions locked onto Huangqing's army. Li Tangqing, holding a divine weapon, rushed to the front, flanked by 6 Protoss saints on each side, and behind him was the terrifying black giant. Fight! Fight! Army formation ready. The semi-saint formed his own formation. "Come here, a few peak semi-saints, to cooperate with us saints to form the 36 heavenly formations. Give the enemy a head-on blow and make sure they never return." When Huangqing was on full alert and ready to give a thundering blow to the invading Kanglan saint, something unexpected happened. With the help of the God's Space Avenue, even though they were still a million miles away, they appeared in the center of the enemy army in the next moment. What's going on? The formations, military arrays, everything the Huangqing people hastily prepared became useless in an instant. He was even trapped in the formation and unable to escape for a while. Watching the 13 saints start slaughtering in the army formation, they were lined up to meet the enemy and using their skills against each other, but it suddenly turned into a melee. 13 gods and demons broke into the enemy camp and fought to the death with Huangqing's millions of soldiers. The gods' unique skill is spatial dislocation. It can sweep a large area and appear and disappear mysteriously. Even saints find it difficult to keep an eye on it, let alone the juniors in the Void Realm. Under the magic sword of the artifact Qing in the hall, thousands of lives were harvested with one strike. The creatures in the Void Realm are no different from paper in front of the divine artifact, and they will break at the slightest touch. Saint Huangqing was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. By the time they engaged these saints, nearly 300,000 soldiers had been killed. If they were prepared and the military formation was formed, the saints would really be unable to do anything to the million-strong Sky Realm army, and would even have to avoid the enemy's attack. However, their military formations, which had been invincible during the fight in Huangqing Realm, were not as useful when they faced the avenue of space. Upon seeing this, the saint and semi-saint fled the formation as quickly as possible. "We must stop them." The light of the semi-saint Venerable Yang was bright, and the sage's Taoism was fully activated. Fighting with the gods and demons, with the death of Saint Huangqing, the battlefield between the saints caused the army formation to be completely scattered. Then, 200,000 black giants rushed into the battlefield. The chaotic Huangqing army suddenly felt that there were enemies everywhere and could not help but panic. They were afraid of fighting, and felt that there were fighting and conflicts everywhere. They were in great confusion and suffered great casualties. The smaller party actually took the initiative, which made Saint Huangqing feel uncomfortable. What's more, most of them were injured, while their opponents were in full condition. As soon as they started fighting, Li Tangqing killed all 3 saints who rushed towards him with his sword, seriously injuring them one by one. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. The original plan was a 3-on-1 battle, with opponents already assigned, but once the fight started, the 3 saints were no match for it. But there were no other battlefields to spare. Li Dongqing, holding a divine weapon, can fight against Yushin. The advantage in numbers turned out to be a terrible joke. The army should not be in chaos, but should regroup, kill these giants, and then evacuate from the passage as soon as possible, quickly. Fortunately, there were enough Huangqing semi-saints to quickly replace the saints to stabilize the battlefield below. Under the siege, the Black Giant began to suffer heavy casualties. The army in the rear began to evacuate steadily. With millions of people, the evacuation was not fast. Less than 10,000 people could be evacuated in 1 hour. 3 seriously injured saints burned their blood and essence, and 50 half-saints burned their noble yang, fighting desperately to besiege Li Tangqing. The battle lasted a whole day, and only 4 or 5,000 black giants were left struggling to hold on. The evacuation is also proceeding steadily, and it seems that everything is developing in a direction that is beneficial to Huang Qing's creatures. On the battlefield of saints, Chen Shuhua showed weakness to the enemy from the beginning, and only dealt with Huang Qing, 1 saint and 5 half-saints. After paddling for so long, it was time to start working. This time, his avenue of space was fully activated. Space confinement. Seeing this, those people sneered. The same trick again. It seems you are running out of tricks. However, when they tried to break free, they couldn't laugh anymore. This was completely different from before. Chen Shuhua had used this trick before, but it only controlled them for 3 breaths. But at this moment, they clearly felt that they could not break free. I could only watch him appear at the space channel. The next moment, old ginger is still spicy. Suddenly, the avenue of space surged, and thousands of creatures preparing to enter the passage were directly crushed by the space. Then, a palm was slapped, and the passage suddenly began to vibrate, becoming extremely unstable and looking like it was about to collapse. Huang Qingyu, who was on the other side of the passage, also noticed it and shouted, "Tianmeng!" Saint Tianmeng understood immediately, and the 2 saints Meng Dao used his power to control Yuxing, while Weira took action to stabilize the space. When the great way of the 2 saints acted on the space channel, Lu Feng, who was between the Kanglan and Huangqing realms, opened his eyes, sensed it. To the next moment, the 3 million foot tall heavenly demon's true form materialized. The cloak of destruction behind him was untied and wrapped around his right arm, concentrating the entire avenue of destruction into one arm. "Break the boundary needle, break it for me." A needle was inserted into the other end of the space channel. Huang Qingyishan in the passage suddenly looked up. A huge hole in the wall appeared above that was the boundary-breaking needle. He had seen it before. A divine being breaking through a boundary with one needle. Then, a scene appeared that made the souls of hundreds of millions of Huangqing creatures present tremble. A giant dark hand emitting an endless aura of destruction stretched out from the hole and grabbed the ground. The giant hand, hundreds of thousands of feet long, covered the sky and the sun. Did that old fellow Tianmeng give me some Taoist magic? Am I dreaming? This scene was so shocking that most creatures were stunned on the spot. The Yushin's expression suddenly changed, and he waved his hand to Shen Shui, gathering a black palm made of black water, with its fingers clenched into a fist, rose up to meet the attack. Its size was comparable to the giant hand that emitted destruction. Hundreds of saints also launched their strongest attacks to meet the giant hand. The yellow and clear creatures below had their eyes full of hope, hoping that they could stop this giant hand or destroy it. However, when the Xianshui giant fist was thousands of miles away from the giant hand, it had already begun to disintegrate, and the attacks of the saints had all been annihilated at this point. Now we can only place our hopes on this great god of water. The giant Xianshui fist was approaching the terrifying giant hand of destruction with the hope of Huangqing's life. The water Dao god Yu had a ferocious look on his face. He summoned all the power of the Dao and urged the giant Xianshui fist upwards. When it was thousands of feet close to the giant hand, compared to its huge size, it seemed to the creatures below that it was almost touching it. Suddenly, a cold snort came from the loophole. The huge Xianshui fist could no longer hold on and dissipated into oblivion. The water Dao Yushin spat out a mouthful of divine blood, and his breath became weak. The injury has fully recurred. He was no longer able to resist the giant hand and could only avoid it. Our god has escaped? Huang Qingren looked at the movements of his own Yushin, and his heart almost became unstable. Run. Hundreds of millions of lives avoided it. They forgot to resist and did not dare to resist, and they were so exhausted that they did not even have time to form a military formation. This is because under Lu Feng's true form as the heavenly demon, the avenue of destruction is fully activated and concentrated on one arm of this world, at this moment, is invincible. But the area of 200,000 feet around Tianmeng below was all confined and no one could move at all. As the hand of destruction moved downwards, Tianmeng's face was filled with despair and he could only shout, "Sir, save me." The god Yu had a bitter look on his face. Even with all his strength, He couldn't stop for even a moment, and his speed didn't decrease at all. The giant hand fell, its fingers embedded in the earth, and the arm covered an area of thousands of miles. Shrouded in the avenue of destruction, millions of lives died in an instant. With a big hand, the earth was grabbed and thousands of pieces of gravel fell. Naturally, the space channel no longer existed, and tens of thousands of Huangqing creatures in the channel were all killed by a glance. From Lu Feng outside the realm, a huge pit with a radius of 200,000 feet and a depth of more than 100,000 feet was left at the passage for Lu Feng. Now that he has reached a certain level of strength, there is no need for so many fancy plans, calculations, designs, and twists and turns in his schemes. There's absolutely no need for that. Now that you know the location, just grab it. This is what we call domineering. You, Huangqing, can't stop it. Even if the 5 cosmic gods gather together, it won't work. All the living beings in Huangqingjie who witnessed all this had pale faces. Such a shocking move was just to save their 2 saints die in our world. People were taken away right in front of so many of us. It is not only about saving people, but also about demonstrating such a domineering and extraordinary demonstration. But we could only watch helplessly as hundreds of millions of lives were destroyed, with no way to stop them. Even the strongest attacks we launched failed to hit its body. How ridiculous and how powerless! This blow to Huangqing's morale was almost fatal. Chapter 34, Destruction with One Finger. Sword Sect comes to help the great water god. You watch the giant hand of destruction leave, and the boulders continue to fall. The auras of the 4 great cosmic gods in the distance were rapidly approaching. These 4 cosmic gods were not far from here, but everything happened too quickly, in less than 60 breaths. Don't leave! The 4 cosmic gods are full of momentum. They must restore morale. Feeling the unparalleled pressure from the god of universe on his side, Huangqing's souls regained hope. Even if 1 Yushin is defeated, what about 2? 3? 5? Not to mention the strongest Lord Jinzun. Don't be discouraged, Huangqing is not inferior to Kanglan. Lu Feng stood outside the boundary, and through the hole in the boundary wall, he felt the approach of 4 extremely powerful auras. These must be the 4 remaining cosmic gods they have. Why don't you make a bet? Bet on whether you can take my finger. The stakes are his life. Along with Lu Feng's arrogant words, a finger of destruction that spanned the sky entered the Huangqing realm. This finger was a magical power, and it was also a finger that was fully blessed by the cloak. The target of the destructive divine power was the water Dao god Yu, who was seriously injured and had a weak breath. Arrogant! I want to see how you can take my life with just 1 finger. Although Yushin was seriously injured, after hearing Lu Feng's infuriating words, he was still furious and burst out with powerful power of the Tao. Xianshui, no! The golden god felt the terror of that finger and immediately stopped the black water god's impulse. He then whispered, "Attack together." The 5 gods in the universe unleashed their strongest moves together to counter this finger. Xianshui, gathering holy water, condensed extreme cold, sealed cold weather. Jin Shang, Yu the black water sword slashed towards the sky. A column of pure water, emitting divine light, rushed towards the finger, as if to cleanse the destruction. Then, an extreme cold descended, as if to freeze the aura of destruction. A golden sword that was 1,000,000 feet long shot up into the sky and stabbed at that finger. Hundreds of millions of lives can only pray that their god can break Zhuo Tian's destructive finger. Before they even touched it, the black water sword was the first to collapse, and the divine light pure water that followed also shattered upon contact, and was then frozen into countless ice crystals by an extreme cold wave in a natural cold wave. As the finger continued to fall, ice crystals appeared on the surface of the black finger, turning white rapidly, and the falling speed suddenly slowed down just as he was about to be sealed by the 2 cold airs. Suddenly, a finger across the sky quickly shrank and concentrated. With a few crackling sounds, large pieces of ice fell off. Still struggling to break free, however, the aura of destruction on it was greatly reduced. After shrinking by half, it continued to press downwards. The final 1,000,000-foot-long golden sword pierced into the finger head-on. The magic sword was annihilated inch by inch, and the black finger was shrinking until only the hilt of the sword remained. The terrifying finger finally disappeared. Everyone in Huangqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. With just 1 magical power, even if the great Tao is half suppressed by your heavenly Tao, I can still let the 5 cosmic gods fight with all their might. If I point my true body at you, you won't be able to stop me. Next time I come with the Kanglan Tian Dao, humph, prepare to die. Lu Feng's strange laughter came from the hole in the boundary wall. No one thought about why his laughter was so strange, but they were all shocked by the information contained in his subsequent words.
Are they really going to kill us? This god is so terrifying that it makes people despair.
Now the passage no longer exists, and just as he grabbed it, 5 saints including Tianming fell, not to mention the more than 30 statues still in Kanglan. They will definitely not come back, the loss is indeed heavy. After making these harsh words, Lu Feng withdrew the boundary-breaking needle, and the boundary wall quickly recovered. The cloak spread out from his right arm and was almost transparent. He first destroyed the strongest attack of hundreds of saints, and then confronted the opponent, Yushin. The final destructive finger was pressed with all his strength, coupled with Huang Qingtiando's desperate suppression. The consumption was not small. This was Lu Feng's first time fighting against a supreme god-level opponent, but he was somewhat disappointed with Huang Qing's several cosmic gods. If it is outside the boundary, it is not difficult to kill it. Only then did he look at the vast Huang Qing land in his palm, which was 200,000 feet in radius, approximately 600 kilometers in diameter. On it, including the 2 Kanglan saints, there were actually 4 saints, more than 20 semi-saints, and a few fewer in the Void Realm, only 200 or 300.
So it's Meng Dao. That's quite interesting.
Lu Feng's magic eyes can see through all illusions, so he naturally discovered the Taoism of the 2 saints Yuxing and Wiru. Well, the soul is still under restrictions, and the holy body is also newly condensed, but the materials used are obviously ordinary, so it needs to be supplemented. Tian Meng was paralyzed with fear and fell to his knees.
The other saint, however, had an unyielding expression on his face. He stared at Lu Feng, as if ready to kill or chop him up at his will. Who? Come out.
Lu Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at the darkness outside the 2 worlds.
As expected of you, Lord Tianzuan. I admire your perception.
A figure in white appeared from the space and bowed to Lu Feng. It turned out to be a Yuzun of the Great Tao of Space, and it was definitely not Kanglan's Great Tao of Space. Lu Feng discovered something was wrong.
Where did you come from, and why did you come here?
If you can't explain clearly, even if you possess the Tao of Space, I'm afraid you will find it difficult to escape.
This avenue is not unfamiliar to me.
As Lu Feng spoke, the avenue of destruction surged, and the surrounding space of billions of miles became unstable, with signs of annihilation appearing. The space outside the boundary is not as stable as the space inside the boundary. God, you can shatter a chaotic galaxy with one hand. The god of space showed no resistance and said calmly, Your Majesty, there is no need to do this.
This will never be detrimental to you and your world. I come from the immortal realm, acting on the orders of the immortal emperor.
I was simply passing through and saw 2 ninth-order worlds running side by side.
I was simply curious, so I came to take a look and then leave.
The immortal realm will never take the initiative to harm you. These words were spoken with the voice of the Great Tao, and could not be false.
Lu Feng also retracted the Great Tao of Destruction and asked casually, The immortal emperor you're talking about is the space god emperor?
Exactly. However, Your Excellency may become the God Emperor of Destruction in the future.
We 2 worlds will need to keep in touch.
After all, the Zerg are constantly approaching, squeezing the living space of our heavenly Tao world. The God of Space remained humble.
Your Excellency said earlier that you were ordered to do something. I don't know what it was. Perhaps I can help you. Lu Feng continued to ask questions, also as a test. I dare not trouble you, sir. The immortal emperor sent us to calculate the universe. Now I am about to return and report the results. It is okay to tell you the results.
Under Lu Feng's face full of disbelief, the god of space threw a jade slip for storing information. I just asked for your name and you showed me your family tree. That's not appropriate. Kanglan, Hualien territory, Huzhou. After Chen Shuhua attacked the space channel, he was overwhelmed by waves of attacks. Even though the gods and demons are extremely powerful, there are still too few of them. As the saints struggled to resist and dodge, they suddenly heard bursts of wailing coming from behind Huang Qing. Looking again, the space channel had disappeared, and these people were completely left in Kanglan. Suddenly, the Kanglan heavenly Tao pressed down, and
Huang Qing's injuries were completely irrecoverable.
Every time he used a bit of strength, it was reduced by a bit, and the power of his attack was directly reduced by half. The gods and demons saints bathed in holy blood laughed heartily.
Master Realm Master has succeeded. Ha, the end of you bastards has come.
The Huangqing saints, with their gloomy expressions, began to look fierce.
Since we're going to die anyway, why not do it with a bang? Men of Huangqing, follow me and kill.
Let us use our blood, our souls, and the lives of these dozen or so Kanglan saints to tell Kanglan that those who are against Huangqing will pay a heavy price.
Don't show them your cowardice. Brother Huangqing, why should you fear death? Kill, boom. Boom.
Boom, the three most seriously injured saints chose to self-destruct. Under such an impact, Qingye's holy blood fell in the auditorium. Millions of Huangqing monks went crazy. This was a completely life-threatening fighting style. We must do whatever it takes to kill these 13 saints here. The soul is burning, the essence and blood are burning, the noble yang is burning, and the origin is burning. All that one has gained from practicing Taoism for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years is just for a moment of glory. Use the final bloom of millions of lives to take the lives of you 13 saints. All the gods, demons, and saints looked solemn. When Huangqing was burning and boiling, suddenly a shocking sword light cut through the sky and slashed into the army formation, causing nearly 10,000 branches to wither. A fellow Taoist of gods and demons, Xingyun has finally caught up. Along with the sound came a huge river in the sky, composed entirely of sword energy. Millions of monks rode their swords in it and rushed towards the battlefield. The cultivators of the Golden Fire Holy Land, a Ninth-Order Taoist sect native to the Fire Forest territory, were all building war fortresses in the demonic state, so the Qingyun sword sect became the Ninth-Order Taoist sect closest to this place. Sect leader Li Qingyun is the only sword-cultivating saint in Kanglan. Reinforcements have arrived. Li Qingyun brought all the remaining void realms in the sect, totaling more
than 2 million. Brotherly, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early.
These guys are crazy, don't get bitten. Listening to the banter among the enemy, the Huangqing people were completely desperate. The arrival of reinforcements shattered their last bit of blood. The sword river surged into the battlefield, stirring up clouds of blood mist. For a moment, the sword river seemed to have turned into a river of blood. The leading Saint Huangqing had a sad face. He was seriously injured, covered in blood, and his holy body was broken into pieces. He could only stand with the help of the holy weapon. He had already lost his fighting power.
Now he looked up to the sky and murmured, "Are we wrong?
We've been on the run for 200,000 years, never daring to face the Zerg, yet we repeatedly turn our butcher knives against our own kind.
Maybe we deserve to die."
Ha 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 ha! He laughed wildly, as if he wasn't on the battlefield, just laughing wildly and unscrupulously.
Damn it! It's us who deserve to die.
Ha ha ha! As he laughed, his eyes became lifeless, tears and blood gushed out, and he died. Chapter 35, Waking Up Again. The sky has changed. Was it wrong?
Another old sage sighed. Everyone in the world is running away. Why am I the only one who is wrong? Huangqing. We just want to survive. What's wrong with that? Keep killing.
For the sake of Huangqing's descendants, I must make Song Lan tremble in fear today and not dare to touch me. Huangqing. Saint Kanglan was confused, but no matter how confused he was, he still wanted to kill the waves of Huangqing monks who rushed up without caring about their lives. After the support from Qingyun's sword sect arrived, the Sky Realm battlefield turned into a complete massacre. The sword energy spanned millions of miles, and the battlefield was full of sword shadows, some fierce, some gentle, some like ink paintings, and some with surging murderous aura, but no matter what kind of sword energy it was. Every outburst was accompanied by the breath of the Huangqing army's waning vitality. When Huangqing Kong realm was wiped out, the sword cultivators formed a formation and sent streams of sword energy towards the saints and semi-saints above. The spatial confinement of the gods made it impossible for them to avoid the sword energy stimulated by these empty realms. The bloom of the epiphyllum is short-lived and it withers in the blink of an eye. In the end, there were only 12 saints left, and
5 semi-saints supporting each other, surrounded by the Kanglan army.
Although your strength is weak, your will is admirable. You have fought till now and even lost the ability to self-destruct. It is impossible for you to cause any more harm to us. There's no point in persisting any longer.
Commit suicide. I'll erect a monument for you.
Chen Shuhua did not have the arrogance of a winner. The enemy in front of her was worthy of respect. The two sides who were fighting to the death suddenly stopped, and the only 17 people who were left stopped and saluted the enemy in front of them. After the ceremony, a saint pointed at the corpses of Huangqing scattered on the ground and said, "Please allow us to collect them."
Chen Shuhua nodded and made way.
"Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help." After expressing their gratitude, the The 17 people used their remaining strength to collect the millions of corpses and their remaining souls scattered everywhere. When they came, there were millions of strong troops, but in the blink of an eye, there were corpses everywhere. Upon seeing this, the disciples of Qing Yun's sword sect spontaneously helped the 17 people carry the bodies and collect the remaining souls. A Huangqing saint stretched out his hand and stopped a Qing Yun sword sect disciple who had just placed the corpse in the sky tribulation realm. He said in a weak voice, "Little kid, this sword has been with me for 500,000 years. Even though it's damaged now, it's still a good sword. You, with your void tribulation cultivation, were able to injure my holy body. This sword is not considered dusty in your hands. Please don't despise the sword of a loser like me." The cultivator was shocked and at a loss for what to do. He turned to look at their sect leader. Seeing Li Qingyun nodded, he respectfully took it with both hands. "Thank you, senior, for the sword. Whatever the sword's name is, I will live up to it." Hearing this, the saint laughed and said, "Ha, that's good. I left something behind. The sword is named Zhang Han." The Sky Tribulation sword cultivator held his sword and bowed. After 2 full hours, all the body parts that could be found were gathered together. Huang Qing and the 17 others stood in front of the mountain of corpses. With a wave of their hands, the fire of Tao ignited. Dust returned to dust, earth returned to earth, and the Tao body returned to Tao. After doing all this, the 17 people bowed to the Kanglan people in front of them. Today, 17 of us will sit and pass away here. This secret realm of Daohua will only open once every 1,000 years. If you are interested, you can come here to seek the inheritance. I would like to express my gratitude to my fellow Daoist for his help. Everyone present was moved upon hearing this. This was definitely a great gift. Such a secret realm can be the foundation for the 9th level Taoist tradition. On behalf of Kanglan, we thank you all. See you all off, on your way. All the Kanglan creatures present bowed deeply. This bow came from the heart. Even Kanglan Tiandao was shocked by these words, and instead accepted the soul of Huang Cheng who died in battle here, and helped him reincarnate. 17 people felt the changes in the way of heaven, laughed heartily, and turned into green smoke. At the same time, a secret realm covering an area of 10,000 miles appeared here. Chen Shuhua used his Taoist power to carve 2 words at the entrance of the secret realm, Holy Tomb. They exchanged their perseverance for countless years to come for the reincarnation of millions of soldiers who died in battle. Putting aside their stance, they are respectable. This secret realm should belong to the Realm Lord Palace, Li Tangqing suggested. The saints nodded in agreement. At this time, Xin Shiduhun and his men arrived in a hurry with the reinforcements of gods and demons. If we were any later, we would have finished playing and gone back. Demonic state, Realm Lord Palace. There are 2 more confused saints here. Weira still refuses to believe that the god has fallen. The 2 people who came to express their gratitude felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, they were following the god in the counterattack just a moment ago, and suddenly someone said that it was time to wake up. After all, it was hard to accept such a huge contrast. The God Lord died in battle, and the wise and easygoing Demon Lord came back and established the Realm Lord Hall. The one who saved him was actually this person. He was also the only person who had the final say in Kanglan. Your subordinate Yuxing, your subordinate Huiru, greets you, sir. We thank you for saving our lives. From now on, we will be loyal to you, Lord Realm Master, and to the Realm Master Palace, even to the death. However, if we disobey, Kanglan will not tolerate it, the way of heaven will not tolerate it, and the great Tao will not tolerate it. Looking at the 2 saints kneeling in front of him, a lot of thoughts suddenly crossed his mind, and he didn't care much about what they said. They were all acquaintances from the past. Before they were promoted to the celestial gods, they were already equals. Liu Feng was deeply impressed by Huiru. In his early years, this woman was always by Xiao Kuan's side almost every time he saw him. He didn't believe that Xiao Kuan didn't know how this woman felt about him, but looking at the situation, it was obvious that nothing had happened between the 2 of them. As expected, 90% of the protagonists are scumbags. Either he has a harem and claims to love every one of them deeply, or he just flirts with them but doesn't marry them. Alas, if you don't have the life of a heroine, don't hang around in front of the protagonist, really. Stand up, it's not just me who saved you, they've also saved you. Lu Feng pointed at the gods, demons and saints standing on both sides. Chen Shuhua laughed out loud and said, Yuxing Huiru and the others have already thanked us. Besides, we were just helping the master find the location.
I never thought the master would be so direct in saving them. Ha, it's because Huang Qingyu is too weak. This time, I only took away 2 people. I still have the upper hand. Lu Feng was also very rude and not modest at all. He said that the most important thing before a war is self-confidence. The saints laughed. This holding in hand really means it literally. Huira bit her lip, her mind conflicted for a moment, then she bowed and said, Huira, may I ask, Your Excellency, is it true that the Divine Master cannot be saved? After these words were spoken, the saints were filled with both worry and hope. After all, no one had dared to ask such a question before, but everyone wanted to know whether the godly lord could return. The realm lord's hall was extremely quiet for a moment. After thinking for a while, Lu Feng said in a deep voice, It's almost impossible. He finally self-destructed in the Huangqing realm. His avenue and soul exploded together. If you want to revive him, you must recover his soul and reshape his ways. After you capture Huang Cheng, you can try to collect his soul fragments. But it's too scattered, and most of it has already turned into nothingness in the self-explosion. Even if you gather all the scattered soul fragments, at least half of it will be incomplete. How much of its memory can be restored? Besides, this remnant soul is unable to inherit his way. Seeing Huira wanted to continue speaking, Lu Feng raised his hand to interrupt her and continued, I support you in finding all his remaining souls, but it is extremely difficult and the chances are extremely slim. And the prerequisite is that you conquer Huang Qingjie. If you have found all of them by then, you can ask me for help. Upon hearing this, Huiru knelt down on the ground. Thank you, sir, Huiru. Please accept this gift. Then a soul seal flew out of her body. All the saints present were shocked, and Chen Shuhua slapped her head directly. How could this girl be so stupid? Lu Feng was a little angry. He slapped the soul seal back into Huiru's body with a palm. If you act like this again, I will definitely punish you. Chen Shuhua, go back and teach her a lesson. The last wave of expeditionary forces is about to return. Let's prepare to build the passage. Huorong, first concentrate on completing the 5 war fortresses that are progressing quickly, and then slowly build the remaining 20. I estimate there are 30, which is about enough. Okay, let's go. That's all for today. After leaving the Realm Lord's Hall, Lu Feng was a little unhappy. I just rescued you, but you treated me as a villain, but Tianmeng looks like a real villain, let's tease him. The other saint who was captured at that time has been refined and used to replenish the bodies of those 2 guys. Your name is Tianmeng? Lu Feng pulled out the holy prison that the inner demon had built and used it again, and Tianmeng was imprisoned there. That's right, Xiaoshang. You can just call me Xiaomeng. That name is just used to scare the younger generation. Tianmeng knelt in front of Lu Feng with a flattering smile on his face. This guy is so shameless that he wants to save his life. To be honest, sir, I have long been indignant about Huang Qing's wanton invasion. It's a pity that I am too weak to do anything about it. Now that your majesty has descended upon us, it is the perfect time to execute all of Huang Qing's executioners, whose hands are stained with the blood of their own kind, and to promote righteousness throughout the universe. Although I am of humble strength, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you, my lord. You don't know, my lord, but every time I see the evil thief Huang Qing slaughtering the creatures of other worlds, my heart aches. Every time I'm coerced into doing this, my heart is bleeding. I beg you, sir, for the sake of all living beings in the universe, to destroy the cruel villains in this world. If Lu Feng didn't have good skills in cultivating his qi, he would have probably beaten this guy to death. Liu Feng was stunned. If Huang Qingtiando really wasn't here, you were just making up stories. Not only is he afraid of death, he is also a traitor. You say you are righteous? Smile for me. Lu Feng did this just for fun. Tianmeng never thought that Lu Feng would ask him to do this. He was a little confused. Ah? Oh. Then I will give you a smile right away. He. ND, your laughter is so weird, and you still say you're not a villain? Lu Feng thought to himself, the novel is not deceiving me. He couldn't help but complain. I don't know why, but I've only been able to smile like this since I was born. Tianmeng just cried out for injustice. Since when did laughter become the standard for judging whether a person is good or bad? If you want to survive, do 2 things. First, hand over the soul seal. Second, from now on you are not allowed to laugh unless I allow you to. Tian Mengru was pardoned and kowtowed repeatedly. As you command, I obey you. Thank you for not killing me, sir.
Lu Feng took the soul seal and assigned Tian Meng to work in the demon temple, ready to be summoned to do odd jobs at any time. He also ordered that Tian Meng was not allowed to leave the temple without permission. The main reason is that I think this person's dream is quite magical. If I keep it, it may be of great use. There are no people who cannot be used, only people who don't know how to use people. As long as you don't let him laugh and don't let him out to cause trouble, you should be fine. Chapter 36, Avoid Sensation. Privately offer rewards. The battle to destroy Huang Qing must begin as soon as possible. He looked at the jade slip given by the space god. The Great Terror was actually the Zerg, which would catch up with Kanglin in another 50 years. Moreover, people in the immortal world have come to a terrible conclusion. The universe is not boundless, but has boundaries. It means that one day, there will be nowhere to escape. Under Lu Feng's order, the saints of the gods have begun to build a space channel. Chen Shuhua believed that it would take at least 300 years to build a space channel that could pass through the war fortress, as that thing was too huge. Lu Feng lost his composure after hearing this.
300 years? The flowers are already cold. I only require that the saints can pass through. The greatest purpose of this passage is to attract the Kanglin heavenly Tao. As for how to enter the war fortress, I will have a way by then. If such a small passage isn't built within 5 years, I will plaster the words God race is not good enough all over every corner of Kanglin. Chen Shuhua took the order and went to work immediately. She pretended not to hear Lu Feng's last words and said to herself, if it's just a passage like this, and it can't be built in 3 years, let alone 5, then don't bother you. I'll build it myself. To be honest, Lu Feng was a little anxious because the real enemy was about to catch up. However, the protagonist he thought of had not yet grown up at this time. Qin Lan is in a 7th level world under Huang Qing, and the two will meet in this world. It's the last round of expedition and everything is about to be settled. It depends on this bet to see if it will work. For a casual cultivator like him, it is already quite difficult for him to enter the list through normal channels. Qin Lan, holding the white bead, followed the sensation and, outside this big world, as usual, sacrificed the white bead and, under the protection of the incomplete heavenly way, merged into this world. The one in red was in daily shock. While she was directing the mining, she saw Qin Lan walking towards her from a distance and greeted her in a friendly manner. After the two bodies merged, his cultivation level directly reached the peak of the late Kanyuan period, just one step away from the great perfection. He checked the contents of the milky white heavenly Tao pearl and smiled with satisfaction. Wait for me. The god of this world may have a way to revive you, and I have accumulated enough chips. Since coming out of the killing prison realm, Hongyu did not stop him because the realm master had designated him to move freely. After leaving him a bunch of rare treasures for practicing killing, they parted ways. In the days that followed, guided by the incomplete heavenly Tao within the white bead, Qin Lan found 3 dead 7th order worlds. A total of more than 40 million Tao crystals were collected, and the heavenly Tao and the pearl also took the opportunity to swallow some heavenly Tao fragments that had not yet dissipated, and its condition improved a lot. After the first round of expedition, the Huang Qing people took emergency action, and a large number of cultivators went down to the mortal world, withdrawing almost all the empty realms. This move greatly facilitated Qin Lan. After coming out of the killing prison realm, he was surprised by the first world of the 7 realms he entered. There was not even a single empty realm. After some questioning, he finally understood the reason. This made him even more excited. He was the only one in the world and he could do whatever he wanted. He had searched 4 7th-tier worlds on his own, digging up over 20 billion worth of top-grade originium. That totaled to 6 million points. The first place on the current spoils list is only 4.3 million points. Moreover, the spoils nowadays are not as good as before, so the first place can be said to be almost certain. Adding to that his original 23,000 points, Enmum, it seems that these points are of no use at all. At Tianmazu, points redemption place, the last round of expeditions ended and the 30-year period was about to end. The list of seized items will also be finalized. The first place is most likely Zhao Qinghong, the leader of Hongyu sect, a 7th-level sect in Xingqing domain. I just handed in the spoils and reached 4.5 million points. The points lead over the second place is as much as 700,000. The second place is Yanhong, the leader of the Qinghuan clan, a 7th-level force affiliated with the demon clan from the Qingchen realm.
I wonder if Qinghuan clan leader Yanhong can surpass Xiao Qinghong after this round.
I think it's difficult. The Huangqing thieves have retreated completely.
We can only rely on mining, unless we have a lucky encounter and dig up some top-notch treasure.
You are right, fellow Daoist.
Even if the entire Qinghuan clan gave up all their resources, they still couldn't make up the difference of 700,000. Furthermore, the Realm Lord Hall only accepts resources with an aura from the outside world.
You are right, fellow Daoist. Moreover, the Hanyu sect is said to be the best sect below the 8th rank. It just lacks a semi-saint to rule.
In fact, the number of inner void realms within it is greater than that of some 8th rank sections.
I don't think so. The Qinghuan clan is affiliated with the Demon clan.
If so, don't dare to say such nonsense.
You are slandering the Realm Master. You are courting death.
Be careful of your words. If you continue to talk nonsense and make such unfounded claims, not only will the Realm Lord Hall find out, but we will also not tolerate you.
You are right, Senior.
I made a mistake in my words.
As the master of a realm, you will never be partial.
As everyone was discussing, they all focused on the top TEN.N01 noticed Qinlan's staff, who were almost trembling. These captured items all carry an aura that does not belong to Kanglan, which proves that they were indeed taken from the underworld. N01 complained to the Realm Lord Hall, and all members returned from this expedition. This proved they weren't stolen, but why, so many? He was too scared to handle the situation, so he quickly notified his superiors. When his superiors arrived, they were also shocked, so they notified their superiors again. Xianxi looked at the seized goods, then looked at Qinlan, and then looked at the seized goods again.
How did you do it? Do you know what a sensation this will cause? How can you make them believe it? What if there's a commotion? Even a big splash has its time.
In order to avoid trouble, Xianxi actually had the idea of killing someone, since he was just a casual cultivator after all. Of the series of questions made Qinlan confused. He really did not consider the matter from the perspective of the Realm Lord Palace, and if he investigated, he would definitely not be able to explain it clearly. Seeing Qinlan's face turn pale, Xianxi comforted her. You are also loyal. The captured items are indeed real.
I will ask the Lord for instructions. Lu Feng smiled after hearing the rumor.
Ever since he met Qinlan outside the boundary that day, he almost anticipated that this day would come. This kind of injustice often happens in the protagonist's growth process.
If he follows the conventional routine, he will become enemies with the Realm Lord Palace because of this incident. Even in the eyes of the Realm Lord Hall, choosing to directly kill him, a casual cultivator, seemed to be the easiest option, since he was the one who violated the rules first anyway. Then he escaped, and the Realm Lord Palace sent people to hunt him down. Then the familiar scene happened. He ran away. They chased him, and he spread his wings and flew away. The result is naturally that Bobo gives away experience. Until the end, this person destroyed the Realm Lord Hall, and I, a poor Realm Lord, would become a stepping stone on his road to growth. It's a pity that I studied abroad. I will handle this matter. Bring this person here.
Xianxi breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the reply, thinking that the master must have a better way. The Lord of the Realm wants to see you, so please follow me. Qinlan suppressed the throbbing in her heart, relaxed her mind, and was swept away by Xin Chi. Lu Feng was wearing casual clothes, refining a sacred artifact in the Heavenly Demon Temple. He had run out of divine gold to refine artifacts, so he refined a few sacred artifacts to give away. It's such a shame that such an outstanding person like me was killed as a villain. This was the first time Qinlan faced the supreme being of this world at close range, and it was in the refining room. The figure had his back to him, concentrating on the unformed sword embryo. Although it didn't move, its power made Qinlan uneasy. I felt so awkward for a moment that I didn't know where to put my feet.
Why are you standing so far away?
There's no destructive force field around my body.
Please sit down.
Lu Feng's voice came from a distance, and a cushion appeared beside him. Seeing this, Qinlan knelt on the cushion and bowed.
Expeditionary Force Soldier Qinlan pays homage to the Realm Master. No need to be so polite. Tell me what was wrong with your behavior.
Lu Feng's words made Qinlan feel much more at ease. Since he was holding someone accountable, it at least proved that the seized goods had been recognized by the Realm Master. Qinlan thought for a moment and began to list. First, sending the clone to act alone violated the rules of this battle. Second, not thinking things through,
only caring about the ranking, not considering the perspective of the Realm Lord Hall. Third, ignoring the influence of this list, which was too wishful thinking. There was silence for a moment, and then the majestic voice continued to come. You broke the rules to compete for first place, which is considered cheating. Do you admit your guilt? Xinlan admits her guilt. Since you cheated, your ranking will be revoked and you will not be allowed to compete. Hearing this, Xinlan's eyes went dark and her heart sank to the bottom. Is there no hope? Ranking cancelled? These 4 big words were like 4 knives stabbing into his heart, knocking him to the brink of collapse. God, why do you always give me hope and then extinguish it with your own hands? Why? No one could understand the bitterness in my heart at this moment, and I almost vomited blood. But your seizure is real, so the reward is also real. You will receive the first place reward, but you won't be recognized as the first place winner. This means I'll give it to you privately. Are you willing? Lu Feng's voice sounded again, slowly and unhurriedly. Puff, this time, blood really spurted out. Extreme disappointment and even despair turned into ecstasy, and a mouthful of blood spurted out directly. Why are you spitting blood when you're fine? Are you trying to blackmail me? I'm telling you, I make the laws here, Lu Feng almost blurted out. Xinlan just wants to complain. Please don't breathe so hard when you speak, it's easy to kill people. Ha 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 ha, Lu Feng was overjoyed. That's how I want to mess with you, the protagonist, right? Don't think we villains are easy to bully. Yes, yes. Xinlan answered quickly. Lu Feng stopped talking and started moving his hands. The refining of this holy weapon was nearing completion. Suddenly, Xinlan's eyes widened as the Realm Master took out the familiar questioning stone. Sure enough, the demons had brought back the stone as well. The Lord of the Realm placed his palm on the stone and pulled it suddenly, and the wrong soul in the killing stone was pulled out with a monstrous murderous aura. Afterwards, they all merged into the sword embryo, and the sword suddenly turned blood red. Murderous energy surged and vibrated, as if trying to break free from its restraints. At the first glance of Lu Feng's demonic eyes, the sword immediately stopped moving and became very obedient. With all the wrong souls injected into it, the sword took shape. This is a holy sword of killing. It is definitely a holy weapon. Xinlan was extremely shocked. He actually witnessed the birth of a holy weapon with his own eyes, and it was the holy sword of killing. Lu Feng pulled out the sword, looked at it, and threw it in front of Xinlan. Take a look at this sword, give it a name, drip some soul blood on it, and it's yours. Hearing this, Xinlan was overjoyed. The holy sword of slaughter was right before her eyes. The Realm Master just threw it to me like that. His breathing became heavy for a moment. Just as he was about to thank him, the Realm Master raised his hand to interrupt him, signaling him to refine it directly. Xinlan didn't hesitate either. She dripped in soul blood and started refining it on the spot. Since it was a newly made holy weapon and had not passed through the hands of anyone else, it was not difficult to refine. Due to its compatibility with the Great Tao, it was even refined very quickly. In less than 2 hours, feeling the intimacy of the holy sword in his body, he even felt that this was a dream. Chapter 37, Teaching and Solving Doubts. Pursuing the Great Way. After the holy sword entered his body, Xinlan benefited from it and his cultivation level directly reached the realm of great perfection of Kongyuan. With one more step, he would become a semi-saint. Now your origin is only one step away from the Great Tao, but this step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Many Kongyuan have entered the great perfection early on, but are stuck at this step, unable to move forward. It's all because I lack an epiphany that transforms the origin into the Great Way. Today, I will give you a fight and exchange the reward you deserve for it. Xinlan bowed down upon hearing this, and said sincerely, Master Realm Master, I don't need this fortune, but I do ask for a favor from you. This is the greatest fortune for me. What is it? Lu Feng asked. Even though he knew the answer, Xinlan took out a coffin from the space inside her body, and inside it was a very pretty woman. Oh? A mortal corpse, that's quite unusual. Even though he was prepared, Lu Feng still found it novel. So far, except for the time when he was studying abroad, he had hardly ever come into contact with mortals. When he achieved the Taoist body at the age of 8, he became immortal. That he has always been the absolute elite among the demons, and after becoming a saint, he has been in charge of the demons for nearly 1,000,000 years. This woman has been dead for 93,542 years, 3 months, and 2 days. Why do you keep her with you? When Xinlan heard this, her eyes lit up. She was surprised that the Lord of the Realm could see through her at a glance. He quickly replied, "This is my wife. She is the only reason I have practiced Taoism for over 90,000 years. I have practiced Taoism for my entire life just to resurrect her. But I am dull and my cultivation is low. I see that I have no hope of success. I beg you to help me." Lu Feng glanced at the person in the coffin again and said in a deep voice, "You are a romantic. I once heard that after achieving the Tao body, desire disappears but love remains. Now I truly believe it. This woman is only a corpse left, her soul has long entered the cycle of reincarnation. Even ordinary supreme gods cannot save her. You should find another reason to practice Taoism." As soon as these words came out, Xinlan's despair intensified, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Could it be that even if she became a god, she couldn't find you? Or, why are you spitting again? I'm not kidding you, but don't make the protagonist mad or end up having to deal with the Zerg. Let me be clear. Turning to look at Xinlan, he said with a surprised look, "It seems you don't understand what I mean. My little heart still needs to be honed. Do you think I'm just an ordinary god? This woman is about to be resurrected, and you don't want to find another reason to practice Taoism?" Xinlan swore that if he could win, he would fight to the death. How can the Realm Master's divine power be ordinary? It's the junior Meng Lang who is so powerful. Lu Feng nodded and continued, "It's not impossible to resurrect this girl, but your next reason for practicing Taoism must be determined by me. A life-saving straw, an absolute life-saving straw. If you don't grab it now, when will you grab it? As long as Yuer returns, no matter what the adults ask, I will obey them even if it means death." Xinlan paid homage with great respect, and her oath echoed in the refining room. "I want you to cultivate the Tao to protect Kanglan. Of course, I won't let you do this in vain. I can accept you as my disciple. However, you will only be my disciple and have nothing to do with the Realm Lord Hall." Xinlan was shocked when these words came out. "This is not a request, this is a favor." How could he bear such a great favor? "May I ask, Your Excellency, Realm Master, how can Xinlan, a lowly casual cultivator, even if I were to hand over a large amount of captured resources, resurrect Yuer, and obtain a sacred artifact, that would be sufficient reward? How can I possibly deserve such a great favor from Your Excellency?" He has never been a greedy person and he knows the principle that what you give is what you gain. After all, he is the protagonist. Ordinary people would probably be so upset that they would not ask this question, for fear of regretting it. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. "You can't say you are the protagonist, alright? Since I'm accepting you as my disciple, I must explain clearly. The heavenly Tao pearl in your hand was refined by me 100,000 years ago. I discarded it when I realized it was no longer useful to me. Now you've reappeared before me with it. Isn't this a destiny? This is one. Your origin is killing, which is the same as my destruction, the ultimate destruction of life. There is a great crisis. In the face of this crisis, the disaster of Huang Chang is simply insignificant. And your path of killing will become one of the keys to breaking the situation. This is the second. For the sake of a mere mortal woman, you have persisted in practicing Taoism for over 90,000 years. You are a person of great perseverance and determination, of the utmost passion and nature. Your character is the key to my choice. In fact, even an ordinary dog can be trained by me to become a celestial god. Qualification is not within my consideration. I believe that you will not let my efforts go to waste. These three are the reasons why I chose you." After hearing what the Realm Master said, Xinlan fell into deep thought. Lu Feng was not in a hurry and just watched. After a stick of incense, Xinlan raised her head, her eyes revealing immense determination. "From now on, my wife and I will regard Kanglan as our home. I am willing to die for Kanglan, and for you, my lord." Lu Feng smiled and said, "Still calling me sir?" Xinlan also smiled, knelt down and kowtowed solemnly, "Master." The word master gave Xinlan a home from then on. "Since you call me master, I will give you this enlightenment as the first great gift. I have seen your 3 responses to the killing stone. The first question is about your path. I will not interfere. Second question, you said it was for the sake of a better life. It seems that you think the first time you killed someone was because you were forced to kill them. Is that true or not?
Qinlan nodded and said, exactly. At that time, I was 13 years old and had no idea what an immortal was.
I was just a beggar on the street.
I was about to be begged for money by a human trafficker who broke my limbs.
So I made up my mind to kill this man. Wrong. Wrong?
Looking at Qinlan, who was slightly surprised, Lu Feng continued, yes, you are wrong.
The first time you killed a living being was definitely not at this time. Think about it later.
Qinlan didn't know why, and after pondering for a long time, he finally bowed and said, disciple, I really can't remember.
Ha, that's right, I can't remember.
Lu Feng laughed, and Qinlan became even more confused. You will definitely not remember the first living being you killed, because their death is not worth your attention, even if they died because of you. Maybe it was an ant, maybe a mayfly, but you killed it and you didn't even notice it.
I never even considered why you killed it. Master, let me tell you, there is no reason at all. Just because it's in that place.
Essentially, I'm killing you simply because you happened to appear under my knife. Just like Huang Qing invaded my Kanglan, it was only because Kanglan happened to appear before their eyes.
Just like my avenue of destruction, destroying you is none of your business.
Killing and destruction are both extreme ways, the most unreasonable and the most tyrannical.
Where does the killing come from? Why do you kill? These two questions are actually one. The answer is just 4 words. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you?
The 4 big characters were imprinted fiercely on Qinlan's killing origin, directly catalyzing the origin and turning it into the avenue. Yes, killing doesn't need a reason. A blurry figure of killing Zuanyang appeared directly behind him. This most critical step was taken directly under Lu Feng's 4 words. Next, you just need to continuously enrich the power of the great Tao, condense the sun, and achieve semi-sainthood, and everything will come naturally. This first gift is so precious. Qinlan paid her respects directly.
Disciple thanks Master for his kindness in clearing up my doubts.
In Qinlan's heart, the importance she attaches to her master has surpassed that to herself. Qinlan, great favor.
Ah, good disciple, get up quickly.
Next, I will give you a second great gift to help you revive your. Lu Feng saw the coffin turned into powder at a glance, and the soulless Yuer inside was floating in the air. He raised his hand and grabbed the air, and the surrounding environment changed drastically. The weapon refining room was no longer there, and there was endless darkness before him. There were only Qinlan, Lu Feng, and Yuer, who was waiting to be resurrected. A long river comes from afar. Its destination is unclear and cannot be detected. This is the long river of time. Lu Feng smiled and said, there are countless rivers of time, this is just the one for my disciple's wife.
Let's go and look for it.
Lu Feng said this and walked towards the direction of the river of time. Qinlan hurriedly followed. Go back 1,000 years in one step, going back in time. Finally, the moment came when Yuer's body and soul were separated. It turned out that her name was Qinyu. So that's how your Qin came from. Lu Feng finally understood at this time. Although Qinlan followed, he could only move forward under the protection of his master, and he could not see anything happening in the Changha River. Use your body as a guide to search. Following the cause and effect of this body, the whereabouts of the soul were quickly determined. Found it. Then he pointed to a point in the river and copied a memory into his hand. This alarmed an old tree. The tree was rooted in the center of a 9th-order top-level world with hundreds of domains. It was as thick as a large domain and occupied an entire domain. The crown of the tree reaches directly to the top of the world, and this tree can be seen no matter where in this world. At this moment, the old tree was watching Master Lu Feng and his disciple from outside of time. Lu Feng was completely unaware of this. It was his inner demon who accidentally discovered the river of time. When he destroyed all the other avenues, leaving only the avenue of time, he would see the river of time if he grabbed it again. He really didn't notice the giant tree outside of time that was as tall as the 9th level top world. He was just thinking to himself, I've finally copied the memory. Now I just need to follow the soul's reincarnation trajectory to see where it is now. This is a very laborious process. Qinlan suddenly cupped her hands, her tone pleading. Disciple requests Master to let me see her past. Disciple wants to know what she went through all those years. Master suggests that it's better for you not to know. Since you want to see it, I will grant you your wish, but please stop spitting blood. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he he raised his hand and pointed at Qin Lan's eyes, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Take your time and see. I will need to put in some effort. There is no need to rush.
Qin Lan bowed deeply, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you, Master, for your help. P.S. Friendly reminder, the next chapter contains the only heart-wrenching part of this book, so pure love warriors please avoid it. Don't blame me if you get poisoned by it. Chapter 38, It's like this, let's start from when Yor was a child. Qin Lan thought so and stood outside the long river of time, watching how the beloved person grew up 90,000 years ago. Master, the third wife gave birth to a daughter. The man outside the delivery room's face darkened when he heard this.
I already have 4 daughters. If I can't give birth to a son, I'm afraid my second brother will get the family property. It seems I have to take in another wife.
The man thought so and left without paying any attention to the mother and daughter in the house. The man's wife spoke up. It's not easy to be pregnant for 10 months.
No matter what, you are the blood of the Qin family. This hairpin is a reward for the pain of pregnancy.
As he spoke, he pulled out a white jade hairpin from his head and sent it to the woman who had just given birth in the house. The first scene made Qin Lan's heart ache, not only because of her father, but also because of the hairpin. It turned out that the hairpin originally belonged to her. She recognized it that day, but still took out all her silver to buy it from me. The first time we met, she warned me with her kindness. Qin Yu's name was given by her mother. Her father just nodded when he heard it, and said, let's call her that, and the name was decided. Looking at Yor's childhood, Lu Feng smiled bitterly. Although Yor had never suffered from cold or hunger since childhood, his life was extremely boring. Afterwards, he saw Yor and himself meeting for the first time, and saw Yor so happy that she showed the lost hairpin to her mother. I also saw that Yor was looking forward to meeting me every day, and my heart was filled with sweetness. Until that day, the disciples of Yunhai sect came to Hongye City, and all the children of the Qin family went to pay homage to the immortal, the cultivators of Yunhai sect don't care about whether the child is born out of wedlock or legitimate, they only look at the aptitude for cultivating immortals. Several major families pushed their legitimate sons and daughters forward, but none of them received the immortal's positive look from the entire Qin family. Only Yor was chosen and taken away. He could see Yor's reluctance and her yearning for immortals. Looking back, it turned out that the caravan that hired him as a guard was actually requested by Yor's mother. He remembered that he once resented her for calling him a little beggar. I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of Yor after all. If it weren't for this caravan, he would probably never see Yor until he died. But after seeing what Qin Yu had gone through in the past 16 years, Qin Lan became angry. So that's how it was. Qin Yu felt reluctant in her heart. She couldn't bear to leave her mother, with whom she depended for everything, and she also couldn't bear to leave Xiao Lan'er, who had never broken a promise to in the entire Hongye city. She only has 2 concerns, but more than that, it was hope for the future. The immortal who was so far away the day before was taking me away today. I couldn't help but feel excited when I thought about becoming an immortal, like the others. He couldn't hide his joy, and even cast a sympathetic glance at the village below as he flew over it. When a mortal is born, he can only wait for death. However, cultivators can fight for their lives against heaven, and entering the Yunhai sect means they have this qualification. After arriving at the sect, everything inside made Qin Yu, a girl who seldom went out, extremely excited. There are pavilions all over the strange peaks and mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist. From time to time, monks leap into the air, and boats several meters long emerge from the clouds, causing cheers. She was completely unaware of the darkness hidden beneath this beautiful fairyland. People who grew up in the boudoir have never experienced the wickedness of human hearts in the mortal world, let alone the even more cruel world of cultivation. The daily training items distributed by the sect were often snatched away, leaving nothing behind. Some people also coveted her beauty. After entering the sect, her character grew rapidly, but the price was a bit high. 3 years later, Qin Yu met the person who would appear in her nightmares from then on. Even though her resources were not taken away by this person but increased more than usual, she would rather not have any resources than meet him. This person is Wang Xinxin, the biological son of the second elder of Yunhai sect, and he is also the root cause of the future destruction of Yunhai sect. The moment he saw Qin Yu for the first time, he investigated her background and decided to take her in as a slave. If you don't obey, I will send people to Hongye City to kill your mother. Listening to Wang Xinxin's words, she knew this person's identity and understood that he was indeed capable of doing this. There are not so many heroes falling from the sky. What is more common is helplessness and surrender. You're really a rookie, so inexperienced. So, show me how to do it.
Learn from me and serve me well. You won't regret it, you should feel lucky. Ha 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 ha.
Following Wang Xinxin's obscene laughter, Xinlan closed his eyes in pain.
He understood why his master did not recommend him to watch it. He also remembered that the Yunhai sect, for which he fought so hard, was destroyed because of these two people, father and son. I also understood why Yuer said it was not worth it that day. When Xinlan entered the Yunhai sect, the second elder's son had just died. When Xinyu saw Xinlan, she felt that God was blessing her. Otherwise, why would he kill the person she hated first and then send the person she missed to her side? The 10 years in Yunhai sect were the happiest and most worry-free 10 years for the two of them. Although there were rumors within the sect that Xinyu was truly shameless, first he hooked up with the second elder's son, and now that he had lost his backing, he hooked up with the fifth elder's direct disciple. Ugh, how shameless. Despite the constant criticism, Xinlan didn't care at all. Instead, she became closer to Xinyu. 10 short years are just a blink of an eye for a cultivator, but these 10 years healed Xinlan for 90,000 years. Next, I want to know how you got that scar. Although Xinlan couldn't bear it, she still opened her eyes to look. After the life and death battle of the Yunhai sect, Xinyu spent the entire day searching among the corpses, crying. When Xinlan was found, no trace of her could be detected. In fact, Xinlan should have died at that time. The injuries were completely fatal. Fortunately, thanks to Baiju's protection, he regained his pulse. The soul was also severely damaged and hid in the white bead to recover. Xinyu took Xinlan to a cave, but he was helpless against Xinlan, who didn't make any movement. Xinlan could only watch Xinyu crying helplessly in front of her from outside the long river of time. He watched her go out every day to find medicine and make medicine. Xinyu's knowledge of pharmacology is not extensive, and she only has a general impression of many medicines. Every time, she would taste it first to see if it was poisonous before feeding it to Xinlan, until one day, Xinyu came across the soul-calling grass. Seeing this, Xinlan burst into tears again. It turns out that her cultivation is so useless. Although the soul-calling grass has the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life, the way it is activated is rather cruel. Back then, the two of them looked at the usage of this medicine together, and Xinyu even blushed while reading it. One person needs to take it first, use the dantian to catalyze the medicine, and then transfer it into the other person's body through the perineum. The price is that the person who takes the medicine will lose all his cultivation, including his dantian. Xinyu did not hesitate. That night, without Xinlan's knowledge, he gave everything he had to Xinlan. Silly Yuer, even without the soul-calling grass, I can still come back. Why are you doing this? At this moment, my heart is broken. Xinyu, who had lost his cultivation, no longer had an easy time going out to look for medicine as before. The 2 or 3 meter high cliff became an insurmountable obstacle, but when she thought of Xinlan's rosy cheeks after using the soul-calling grass, she felt that all this made sense. Finally, one day when he was out, he encountered bandits. When he was still practicing, he could easily kill a few petty thieves, but now, it has become a big disaster. Looking at the thief's lustful eyes, she understood. Xinyu was only sure of one thing at this moment, that she could not die yet, and Xinlan was still waiting for her. No, it's not convenient here. Let's go back to the village so that I can serve the king. The bandits had not expected that such a pretty woman in front of them would be so proactive, with seductive eyes that made them feel restless. During the time she spent with the second elder son, Xinyu had learned how to control a man while drinking and chatting. Xinyu secretly threw the sleeping pills into the brazier. After killing all the unconscious thieves one by one, Xinyu left the stronghold with a knife and more than a dozen silver ingots. After returning to the cave, she sat next to Xinlan for a long time. Finally, she took out a knife and cut her face horizontally. It's not a good idea to stay in the cave all the time. Without cultivation, you will have to return to the human world. She knew that her beauty would bring disaster sooner or later, so she might as well cut it off with a single blow. The next morning, Xinyu, in his mortal body, had been carrying Xinlan on his back for 2 days. The sweat on his face flowed into the wound, stinging it painfully. After going through untold hardships, he arrived in a mortal town. Upon inquiry, I found out that this place is 3 countries away from Hongye City. I'm destined not to go home. After silently blessing her mother in her heart, she used the silver she got from the thief to open a blacksmith shop in the town. A female blacksmith appeared in this small town, and her blacksmithing skills were excellent. People in the town and surrounding villages would come to her for help whenever they had a request. But this female blacksmith only worked a fixed amount every day, and the money she earned was only enough for food and drink. The rest of the work was referred to other blacksmiths. Gradually, her colleagues also began to take care of her.
If there were any ruffians causing trouble, the surrounding blacksmiths and carpenters would come to her support. Life can finally go on, and not long after, an honest man who often helped Shinyu expressed his feelings to her. Listening to the man's sincere oath, Shinyu still smiled and shook his head. Why? The man was extremely puzzled. Shinyu was helpless. In order to put an end to this matter, she finally showed Shinlan to others. It turned out that she had a family, but her husband could only lie in silence. I don't care. I can help you. The man still wants to hold on. Shinyu still shook his head. The neighbors also knew that the female blacksmith had a husband who was a living dead. When there was a famine, one family would give a bowl of rice, another would give a piece of bread, and with the help from all sides, they all got through the famine. Such a good person, but she has a husband who was a living dead. How pitiful. When talking about this female blacksmith, everyone feels sorry for her. Gradually, Shinyu's face was no longer young, wrinkles appeared on it, and it became more vicissitudes of life. The elegance she had in her early years is long gone, and now she has become a typical poor woman. Chapter 39. The army sets out to conquer Huangqing. On this day, a military order was issued to the city. The government required all blacksmiths to go to the army to obey the order. The northern barbarians were marching south with great momentum. When Shinyu heard the news, the blacksmith's hammer suddenly hit his hand. When the village head arrived, he scolded her, "You stupid woman, how can you let a woman join the army? Don't you think about it? Are you crazy? You're destroying yourself like this for a living dead." The village head scolded for a long time, and his saliva sprayed on Shinyu's face. She just held her left hand and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, I don't know what to say to you. My boy is going to war, and your knife is great. I want it." The headman was tired of scolding, so he took a knife from the shop, threw a silver ingot to Shinyu, and left without looking back. She knew that this ingot of silver could buy 10 knives like that. Not long after the village head left, the honest man who had expressed his feelings to Shinyu came. There were wrinkles on his face, but his body was still strong. This time, he was conscripted by the court as a civilian laborer to serve as an auxiliary soldier. The man came into the room without saying a word. He poured all his savings of the years onto the table and turned away. Shinyu's heart was filled with warmth at this moment. Standing there, his eyes were wet and his nose was red. 2 lines of hot tears flowed from his eyes and fell on his bandaged left hand. When she wiped her tears and returned to the house, she suddenly saw Shinlan with her eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Shinyu was stunned and stood there for a long time. "You are," until Shinlan's weak voice came, 20 years of persistence, 20 years of waiting, 20 years of anticipation. Now, there is finally a result. 1,000 emotions turned into just one scream. She had been strong for 20 years, and at this moment, she became the little girl she was before. That night, she cried all night, with only 2 words on her lips, "Alan, it turns out you've suffered so much." Shinlan was heartbroken, extremely heartbroken. When he knew all this, his heart felt worse than ever, but fortunately, "I have master, I will see you again soon." Shinlan wiped away her tears and walked behind her master. Lu Feng didn't look back, but just asked, "Did you finish reading it?" "I've finished reading it." "Do you regret it?" "No regrets." "That's good." "Oh, idiot," Lu Feng sighed deeply. To be honest, he also thought that this girl was good and would be a perfect match for her as his disciple's wife. Love is truly magical. It can make one person give to another person to such an extent without any regrets or hesitation. Thinking about the fact that he had been single for a million years, both the master and the disciple felt very uncomfortable for a moment. Lu Feng waved his hand, the long river of time disappeared, and he returned to the refining room. "I have done my best as a teacher." Lu Feng's voice came slowly. Shinlan's heart sank, and then she thought of something, so she didn't say anything and continued to wait for what was to come. Seeing that his apprentice didn't move, Lu Feng had no choice but to continue what he was going to say. Shinyu's soul cultivated for another 20,000 years in his 25th life. During a fight, his soul was shattered. Now they are scattered in 37 places, and most of them have been merged by the heavenly Tao into other residual souls for reincarnation. There are still a small number of scattered ones who came to Kanglan along with the original 7 worlds. This is the location. Follow the instructions and collect them one by one. As he spoke, Lu Feng threw a ball of light to Shinlan, then he threw him 2 jade bottles and instructed, "After you take out those fused souls, remember to replenish the clean harmless residual souls in one of the bottles. After all, it's related to Xiaoyu, and I don't think you want to harm her. After taking it out, put Xiaoyu's residual soul into another bottle.
It will naturally be nurtured and integrated, and finally complete. Xiaoyu's memories are also inside. They will automatically merge once her soul is complete.
With this explanation, the resurrection process is complete. With a complete soul with complete memories in the original body, the younger generation in the Tao realm knows what to do. Qin Lan held the bottle carefully. He had never been so close to resurrecting Yor. At this moment, his whole body was almost trembling, and his mind seemed unstable. Seeing this, Lu Feng sighed again.
Alas, idiot.
With a point of finger, Qin Lan returned to normal. He was about to kneel down again, but Lu Feng stopped him. He continued, if you encounter any obstacles on this journey, feel free to kill them. You are the disciple of the Supreme Kanglan. No matter what kind of trouble you get into, you must always remember that you still have your master.
Qin Lan burst into tears.
From this moment on, Master and Yor would become his everything.
Don't cry, everyone has Zun Yang.
This is the treasure transformed by my great Tao, the cloak of destruction, which can resist the attacks of the universe god.
This is the third gift.
This cloak is also a symbol of your status as my disciple. Of course, this cloak was not taken from Lu Feng Tianmazen, but he copied the same style using the great Tao. The heavenly demon armor and cloak of destruction on Jin's body were both companion treasures that were born after his true body was condensed in the Saint Realm. Only Lu Feng can use them. Even if it is a replica, it is comparable to a defensive artifact. After all, anything produced by Lu Feng must be a high-quality product.
Disciple thanks Master. Come, let me put it on for you.
Go, bring Xiaoyu to see the Master, and I will give you the fourth gift.
Disciple, I'll take my leave.
Qin Lan left with tears in her eyes.
After Qin Lan left, Lu Feng suddenly felt something was amiss. It seemed as if the protagonist shared a common attribute,
draining the Master of all that was hidden. Thinking of this, he secretly vowed that he must cry poor more often. Qin Lan came out of the door and happened to meet Xian Qiyu. You, how come you have the same cloak as an adult? All of a sudden, Xian Qi started stuttering. Hello, Master Xian Qi. This cloak was naturally given to me by my master.
Qin Lan saluted. He would never use his status as the realm master's disciple to bully others and bring bad luck to his master. What? Master, you're accepting a disciple?
Is it so sudden? Xian Qi was shocked and said quickly, no, I may have to call you sir from now on. Qin Lan remains humble. Seniors are still seniors, and juniors dare not go beyond their boundaries. As expected of a disciple chosen by the master, he has a good character.
Xian Qi sighed.
How could this kid be so lucky? What did he do in his previous life to be accepted as a disciple by the master? An hour later.
Laoli, since you've been my superior for many years, I'll tell you a secret.
The master has accepted a disciple and loves him very much. He was previously a casual cultivator. Lao Du, don't say that I am not polite enough.
I only told you that the master is taking in a disciple.
Hey, have you heard? The master has accepted a disciple and treats him like his own son. I heard that he was a casual cultivator from the lower realm before.
What? My lord has a biological son who was a casual cultivator in the lower realm.
What?
My lord went to the lower realm with a wandering cultivator to give birth to a son?
In the Realm Lord's Hall, Lu Feng sat at the first seat, staring at the group of saints and semi-saints below with a dark face. I have accepted a disciple named Qin Lan, who was previously a casual cultivator from the lower realm. If the rumors don't die down in 3 days, I will make you disappear.
Lu Feng left immediately after he finished speaking. Saints, I look at you, and you look at me, not me. I am refining the war fortress? It's not me either.
We, the people of the God Clan, are all busy building space channels. We don't even see adults on a regular basis, and we've only been to the Demon Temple once. How could those rumors that just started yesterday possibly be related to us? The saints of the Ninth Order Taoist sect also shook their heads. Only the 5 demons remained silent. Chen Shu walked off lightly, patted Le Tanking's shoulder, and gave him a look that clearly said, you have to fill the hole you dug yourself. In order to suppress the rumors. The news that the Lord of the Realm accepted Qin Lan as his disciple spread throughout all the major sects. As for the person who spread the rumors about the adults, Xian Qi specially asked Guan Mufeng, the only saint in Kanglan who practiced the cause and effect path, for help. In one fell swoop, millions of people who knew the rumor were arrested and educated together. the awards ceremony for the C's list was also held at the conference venue, and Zhao Qinghong, who won the first place, stole the limelight. Originally, the killing Zun Yang was meant for Qin Lan, but this guy had completely walked out of his own path and integrating another killing Zun Yang became a burden instead. As for his last wish, Zhao Qinghong was quite tactful and didn't ask for anything too excessive. He just asked for a share of the blood of the gods. The gods naturally agreed to this. In short, the first half of the conference was quite boring for Lu Feng. He just said a few words of encouragement to the award winners, which made them very excited. After finishing the matter of the C's list, it was finally time for the key point of this conference. Xian Qi went on stage to read the decree, but his voice was rather sharp, like a eunuch. He didn't understand why the adults wanted him to read it in a high-pitched voice. They said it was a punishment for spreading rumors. What kind of punishment was that? The Order of the Realm Lord Palace. The war against Huangqing will be launched in January of the 35th year of the Kanglan New Calendar, and 1 billion soldiers are being recruited. Chapter 40, Kanglan Kill List. Huangqing deploys defense unexpectedly. The commander-in-chief of this attack was Li Dongqing, not the Lord of the Realm, nor the Prime Minister Chen Shuhua. But it is understandable. The adults have their own battlefield and are too busy to give orders. The nominal commander-in-chief of the previous war was Chen Shuhua, but the combat suggestions were all given by Li Tangqing this time. The 1 billion troops were directly handed over to Li Tangqing for command, which convinced the troops. After all, his strength was recognized as the best under Yushin, except for the Dan Saint. All other saints participated in this battle. After the return of the two saints Yuxing and Wiru, the number of saints in Kanglan reached 90. Huangqing lost more than 30 saints in the previous battle of Huzhou and the capture of Lu Feng. The Kanglan army has never been so powerful, and Huangqing has never been so weak. After explaining the command and distribution matters, Lu Feng signaled Xian Qi that he could move on to the next item. Xian Qi nodded, grabbed the void, summoned another decree, and continued to recite in a strangled voice. The Realm Lord's palace issued an order. The Realm War is brutal, unlike any before. To conquer the land of Huangqing, you must annihilate all the spirits of Huangqing. This does not discriminate by race, immortal or mortal. Let the wronged souls wander, let all the spirits wail. Wait for Kanglan Tiandao to devour Huangqing, and then let him enter reincarnation. In this battle, there will be no mercy, only killing. For this purpose, a Kanglan killing list was specially opened, which is divided into two parts. Point 1 is the living beings list, with 1 million names on it. Those who make the list will receive a permanent residence in the war fortress. The first 500,000 will receive a top-grade source weapon. The first 100,000 will receive 5 more bottles of source pills. The top 1,000 will receive a semi-sacred artifact. The top 100 will receive another holy weapon. The top 20 will each receive a divine weapon. Point 1 is the Daotong list, which has 3,000 names. All the Taoists who are listed in the list can own the land of Huangqing Prefecture. The first 1,000 people get 1 more state. The top 100 will get another 10 states. The top 10 will receive another domain. The third place gets another domain. The top 2 players will receive 5 more domains. 70% of the spoils from this battle will be handed over to the Realm Lord Hall. All the states and regions will belong to the Realm Lord Hall, who will distribute them uniformly and reward them according to their merits. Regarding the living beings list, the reaction of the creatures below was not as great as that to the captured list. 1 million people. The Realm Lord Hall thinks too highly of us. With the gods and demons standing in front of us, who can compete with them? How can we play? One can almost foresee a scenario where gods and demons dominate the list. As for the divine artifacts, the Realm Lord Hall took out 20 of them at once, which was a staggering amount of money. There is absolutely no hope for those of us who are in the Void Realm, but the semi-saints and saints may be able to fight for 1 or 2. What really makes people excited is the Taoist tradition list. There are only less than 300 Taoist traditions of the 8th and 9th levels in Kanglan, and if you make the list, you can get a state of land, which is an absolute blessing for the huge number of 7th level Taoist sects. As for the top 2, it would be better to just give them to the gods and demons right now. Why go through this detour? Unlike Kanglan's vigorous military training and preparation, Huangqing was caught in a gloomy atmosphere. The oppressive feeling from Lu Feng that day was too strong. His arrogance of being one man against an entire world shattered their confidence. The 5 universe gods also called all the remaining saints of Huangqing together to discuss what to do next. All 5 gods were injured, with the god of Xianshui being the worst injured. Divine Water God was the first to speak. Right now, the biggest threat I, Huangqing, face isn't the Zerg behind me. It's the current Songlan. A Songlan counterattack is inevitable. It's just a matter of when, or where, it will come from. The extreme cold god's voice was bitter and somewhat helpless as he said, they could launch an attack for many of Huanqing's major regions or states.
How can we defend Huanqing's 156,000 states?
Instead of falling to this point, I might as well have fought bravely with the god of slaughter 200,000 years ago, and I wouldn't be so cowardly now.
The god of Tianhan smiled bitterly with regret hearing this. The golden god frowned and said helplessly, "What's the point of saying this now?
If we hadn't chosen this path, Huang Chang would have perished long ago. Between us and the slaughter god, there's no right or wrong, we just made different choices."
Golden god is right.
This time we are mainly discussing how to resist Kanglan and how to protect my Huangqing inheritance. Although the breath of Black Water God was unstable, his voice was still loud. "There are only two ways, defend or escape," said the Lord of Extreme Cold.
Escape? How to escape? Kanglan is now sticking to us, no matter how we move, we can't get rid of him. After hearing Jihan's words, Tianhan God was unhappy yet he added, "No matter what happens in this battle, I will not flee. After leaving the god of slaughter, my Dao heart has been lacking for 200,000 years.
Xian Shui said bitterly, "I have to leave some inheritance. I have an 8th order subordinate world that has been on the verge of being separated from the main world, just for today." Seeing the looks from the four gods, Xian Shui continued, "I know you look down on me. I have been an escapee from the beginning, but why don't we continue to escape? The universe is so vast. We have already escaped for 200,000 years. What's the use of escaping for another 200,000 years? It's because you harbored the desire to resist that you instigated the heavenly Tao to conquer everywhere, seeking to strengthen its power. But what was the result? I don't need to teach you the truth that those who kill will be killed. We should have anticipated this day when we began our conquest of other realms."
Tianhan interrupted, "What if there are boundaries in the universe? We will eventually have nowhere to escape. Who can prove it? Or has anyone seen the boundary of the universe?" Xian Shui was obviously dissatisfied. "Just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Can we only pin our hopes on the universe being big enough?" The god of water also joined in the argument. "Enough!"
Golden God Lord roared angrily, "Now is not the time to argue about this.
Kanglan is about to come knocking on our door. Maybe in 10 years? 5 years? Or maybe today." Seeing that everyone had quieted down, the extreme cold god said, "Why not make preparations for both scenarios? Xuanshui's escape plan obviously didn't include me. There is indeed no problem with Jihan. Yu Shenjing cannot enter the 8th level world no matter what."
Although Xian Shui is an escapist, he is definitely not a coward. His preparation actually gave Huang Qing a chance to pass on the legacy to in his plan. The spark would be preserved, but he himself would surely perish. Seeing the atmosphere ease, the extreme cold god continued, "The first step is definitely to prioritize defense. We can initially confirm that the number of our saints and semi-saints is more than 3 times that of the enemy. Even though they suffered heavy losses in the previous war, their foundation still remained. With nearly 300 saints, they still had an overwhelming number of troops when facing Kanglan. Let me ask you again, do you all
remember how my 4 armies were defeated back then?"
Jihan glanced at everyone and continued, "We were defeated one by one.
We were divided into 4 armies at the time.
As the battle went deeper and deeper, the distance between the armies increased, making it difficult for them to support each other. We also underestimated the enemy and advanced rashly, leaving our troops alone deep in the enemy territory. They only captured half of the territory before the Kanglan people found an opportunity, concentrated their forces, and defeated them one by one. Using this tactic, I, Huang Qing, have the advantage over them, as the number of Kanglan saints is far less than ours. You can just let the enemy in first. Half of the domain will be enough for Kanglan to find an opportunity. What about 1 domain or 2 domains? Wait until their forces are dispersed, then concentrate our forces and launch a war of annihilation. I don't believe that 20 saints besieging 1 can be replaced. It's better to break 1 finger than to hurt 5. The gods all nodded when they heard this. The simplest tactics are actually the most effective and the hardest to crack. I will use the vast occupied area to force you to divide your troops. As long as you divide your troops, that will be my opportunity. What if I don't split my forces? I'm dreaming. If I don't split my forces, I only need to avoid your main force. Once you leave, that place will still be mine. Jihan concluded. In short, we can use space to exchange for fighter planes, so what if we let him occupy a few domains first? When the war just started, we would never fight a decisive battle with them. We just need to find opportunities to eat up their scattered forces bit by bit, and accumulate them into a large force.
The final victory will definitely belong to us. Jin Shinzuan nodded and said, Jihan is truly a master of tactics. He is right.
We should exchange space for opportunities to fight, concentrate high-level combat forces such as saints and semi-saints, and quickly wipe out part of the enemy. We should continuously attack, kill, and annihilate them, depleting their manpower. This will maximize Huang Qing's advantage. The Divine Water Lord also sighed. This plan seems simple, but the more I think about it, the more brilliant it becomes.
It is indeed the only good way to defeat the enemy at this moment. Then it's settled.
Jihan, you choose a saint to execute your strategy, and the 5 of us will then work together to fight against the Destruction Lord. The Golden God made the decision on the spot. He then added, if we are defeated on the front lines, or if all 5 of us perish, even if only one of us dies, we will execute the evacuation plan and move our Taoist heritage into that 8th Order world.
Let it carry the flame of our civilization as we flee.
Chapter 41, Entering in a Row. The killing begins. Sir, I have fulfilled my mission and the passage is now complete. 1 year before the expedition, Chen Shuhua came to report.
Well done. How's the training going? Can you use the war fortresses? Lu Feng transformed into 16 clones and concentrated on refining the weapon.
He casually praised it and asked without turning his head. Chen Shuhua bowed and replied, when I came here, fellow Taoist Li said that I can already exert 70% of my strength now, and I can improve it even more when I go on the expedition. However, to reach the level of perfection, I still need actual combat training. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded. What Li Tangqing said was true. The war fortress could only truly train soldiers after participating in actual combat. It's enough to know how to use the formation now.
Just don't treat the cannon as scrap metal.
It's better to melt it and make a few more knives. Speaking of swords, Lu Feng pointed to a pile of holy and semi-holy weapons nearby. These were the fruits of his labor for the past 2 years. His voice was a little tired. Take these and divide them among the saints and semi-saints who don't have a suitable weapon.
Chen Shuhua was shocked. I thank you on their behalf.
With your sacred artifact, we will be even more powerful. You are truly wise and intelligent. Stop, get out if you have nothing to do.
Don't disturb me while I'm refining the weapon.
Lu Feng said unhappily. Chen Shuhua smiled awkwardly and said, I'll take my leave. Well, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh that others armed their subordinates by buying them directly from the system. As a realm master, I can only be at the forefront of production. No one is good at refining equipment. The people in this world probably put all their skill points into attacking. When the Dongji War just ended, nearly 30% of the saints did not have holy weapons and relied entirely on Taoism to fight. Over the years, Lu Feng spent 90% of his time refining weapons. After refining divine weapons, he refined holy weapons, and also refined some semi-holy weapons. Where did the items on the killing list come from?
They were all refined by this realm master one by one. It seems my apprentice is here. Tiandao, please come out.
Seeing how dedicated I am, it's not too much to ask you for something. Feeling that Qin Lan and Qin Yu appeared in front of the demon temple, Lu Feng connected with the heavenly Tao, and the 4th gift had to be given by him.
Disciple greets master.
Qin Lan bowed, but Qin Yu behind him was extremely uneasy. With his mortal vision and cultivation level, he came to the demon temple. If Qin Lan hadn't been by his side, he would have gone crazy. At this moment, Lu Feng's figure was in a hazy state, and he said, Come here. After Qin Lan approached, she slapped him on the head with a slap. Lu Feng cursed, You just brought Xiao Yu in like that?
She's only in the mortal realm.
Not to mention she can't withstand the pressure. In the void realm, any living being who looks directly at your master will explode and die.
And you just brought her in like that?
It was my fault for not thinking it through.
I know I was wrong.
Qin Lan felt a warm current surge in her heart as she listened to Lu Feng's words. Lu Feng was helpless and thought to himself, My disciple's wife's cultivation needs to be improved as soon as possible.
I can't always mosaic myself. Since you are here, I will give you the 4th gift. It is better to say that it is for Xiaoyu rather than for you. As Lu Feng spoke, he shot a ball of light into Qin Yu's brow. He then explained, "This is the Kanglin Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Seal. Those who hold this seal will be blessed by the Kanglin Heavenly Tao. Kanglin will be immortal, and Xiaoyu will also live forever. This item is not easy to come by, and it is the only one in the entire Kanglin." While saying this, he still cried. Poor Tian Dao was immediately unhappy. "You only gave it to one person, and then asked me for 100,000? Do you have any shame? Bah! I told you to bargain down to 50, go Tian Dao." Lu Feng was obviously dissatisfied. He Tui Tian Dao and Ishan spat at each other. Qin Lan was shocked again. The master's move was indeed extraordinary. The 4 gifts were the most precious gifts Qin Lan had ever received in her life. 1 Ritual opens the way, 1 ritual fulfills one's wish, 1 ritual establishes the relationship between master and disciple, and 1 ritual eliminates future worries. At this moment, he is truly reborn. A red mark appeared between Qin Yu's eyebrows, making her look even more beautiful. However, she had no idea what was happening. She was simply being dragged by Qin Lan to kneel before the hazy mist in front of her eyes. For the upcoming war, you should also go and serve in the army. Don't rush into any romantic affairs. There will be plenty of time later. Let Xiaoyu improve her cultivation first. A voice without joy or anger came from the fog. Qin Yu became anxious when he heard it. Just as he was about to speak, he was pulled back by Qin Lan. Don't worry, your Alan will not die this time." Lu Feng comforted her. Why did he like this disciple's wife more and more? Disciple obeys. "Well, please step back. I have things to do." Lu Feng waved his hand and continued to refine his weapon. As long as he couldn't kill me, he would refine it until I died. In the blink of an eye, it was time to set off. 30 war fortresses hovered in the air, and 1 billion monks were ready for battle at any time. There is a mortal kingdom below. I've already slept twice, why is it still not dawn? Chen Shuhua looked at the realm master who was involved in the great Tao step by step in front of her, and her heart was filled with emotion. No matter whether it was the realm lord in front of him or the former god lord, it could be said that he watched them grow up. When he became a saint, the realm lord was still 700,000 to 800,000 years away from being born. At first, he just wanted to defend Kanglin, but in just a few decades, he felt that the counterattack on Huangqing was already a sure win. You are worthy of the title of Lord, and you are worthy of the position of Realm Master. The 2 most outstanding gods and demons back then, the god is a qualified god, and the Realm Lord is a qualified Realm Lord. We all will not let Kanglin down. Chen Shuhua sighed inwardly, her eyes moist. Lu Feng stood above 1 billion soldiers, and his 3 million foot tall demonic body appeared. The demon blade pointed at the sky, and the sound of the great way resounded throughout the 4 directions, saying only 2 words, "Go." Then the Kanglin Heavenly Tao opened a hole of hundreds of thousands of miles, leading directly to the space outside the boundary in the universe. 30 war fortresses passed through the rift one after another and reached the universe. Except for some saints and semi-saints, the rest of the 1 billion cultivators appeared outside the Kanglin realm for the first time. Wow, this universe is so dark. Why can't I see anything? Some living beings sighed, but Lu Feng, who was in the heavenly venerable realm, could clearly feel that a great terror was approaching. The Zerg haven't even arrived yet, and you're putting so much pressure on me? Who are these guys? As Lu Feng led the Kanglin army on the journey, he was muttering to himself. This time he planned to directly make a hole in the Huangqing boundary wall and break in. Since such a large space channel cannot be built in the short term, we will not go through the channel but go directly in from the boundary wall. Just create an ordinary channel for the will of heaven to enter. 1 billion heavenly soldiers were lined up outside the Huangqing realm, and Lu Feng glanced at Chen Shuhua, the old man. Nodded in understanding, and then formed hand seals together with the 14 saints of the gods. A space gate emerged, which was the key to allowing Kanglin Tian Dao to insert into Huangcheng. With this channel, the children of Kanglin Tian Dao can enter Huangqing's body, and Tian Dao's own will can also use this tube to enter and exit Huangcheng. In this way, he could protect his own souls from being suppressed by Huangqing Tian Dao. Those who have wrong thoughts should reflect on themselves. Breaking needle, break, a hole appeared on the wall of Huangqing realm. The saint of the god clan immediately urged the passage to poke in and placed the space gate inside Huangqing realm. Lu Feng immediately summoned 5 boundary-breaking needles and stabbed them into the boundary wall near the passage. Of the 5 boundary-breaking needles propped up a pentagonal hole 1,000,000 miles in size,
and strong winds gushed out from the opening crazily. The demon's true form pointed its blade. Attack. These two short words brought the fighting spirit of 1 billion heavenly soldiers to its peak. Kill. 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 War fortresses came in one after another. At this moment, above Huangqingnu Xingzhou, huge and majestic beasts emerged from the sky, dispersing the clouds and blocking the sky. In a sect not far away, a gatekeeper disciple in the Nirvana realm was staring at the mountain path below at the sect gate. Suddenly, it got dark. When he looked up, he was hit by a strong pressure and died without a sound. He and his sect were crushed to pieces. Only a guardian in the sect who was in the ethereal realm held on for a few more breaths. Before his death, he crushed a jade slip and passed on the message. All the sky realms in this sect were requisitioned and taken away, leaving only one sky realm responsible for detecting the invading army and delivering the message. Now his only mission was accomplished. I originally wanted to fight, but I didn't even see the enemy. This is the horror of the war fortress when its power is fully unleashed. It is a pressure field with a range of 5,000 miles. In the air, anyone who touches it will die. Kongjia can only get close to you at a distance of 1,000 miles, otherwise you will die. Even if there is no source, one must stop within 100 miles. Wherever it went, mountains collapsed, rivers flowed backward, lakes and seas roared, winds raged, and all living things died. As the last war fortress entered the realm, Lu Feng stepped in with his true body and retracted the realm-breaking needle. To conquer Huangqing, 30 war fortresses are enough, this time, without the suppression of Huang King Tiando. The demon's true body was fully unleashed, and the demonic voice trembled. You 5, come out and die. I am waiting for you on the strong wind. The 5 gods felt the terrifying fluctuations under this demonic sound, with bitter expressions on their faces, but they still rushed out of their respective caves and temples and rushed towards the strong wind. Chapter 42, God Wars are boring, fate is a struggle. Wanqing realm, Wushuang domain. Within the Million Li area, there are nearly 2 billion cultivators active. The central hall is simple and solemn. An old man sitting at the top opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. The enemy is coming. Landing in the Yellow Sand region, Nuxing province. Hundreds of saints below opened their eyes. Although preparations had begun early, Kanglin's attack still made the saints present panic. According to Lord Jihan's instructions, let's act. As the saints' order was announced, thousands of semi-saints and more than 50 saints took action. They are not going to fight, but to serve as scouts. A saint or a half-saint is a scout. What a masterpiece! Above the layer of yellow and clear gale, Lu Feng removed his true form of the heavenly demon, wearing only his ordinary clothes, and casually grabbed 6 stars that were over 10 feet in size. He chose a comfortable position and half lying on the stars. The wine brewed with semi-holy fruit was just right before the expedition, and he brought it with him this time. I picked up the jar and took a sip, feeling so comfortable. The Ninth Order world is too huge. Even someone as powerful as Yushin would need several days to get here. Thinking back to the decades since I returned to Kanglin, I have been refining weapons, and refining weapons. As soon as I open my eyes, I am either refining weapons or on the way to refining weapons. I, the great Lord of Destruction, have become a blacksmith. Now that they were in Huangqing, they could actually rest for a while. They didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness about the upcoming battle. That he can't lose this battle. This is also the reason why he chose the battlefield above the Gangfeng, so he couldn't let the saints find out that he was being lazy. When Huangqing and the other 5 cosmic gods arrived above Gangfeng with overwhelming fighting spirit, everyone was a little dumbfounded. Liu Feng was seen lying on his side on the stars, drinking wine and humming a tune, with a hint of playfulness in his laziness. Please sit down. We are bound to fight, but I am worried that I won't be able to stop. Why don't we talk first? After all, there is no hatred between us. Lu Feng pointed at the stars next to him while holding the wine jar and added. It just so happened that we became each other's enemies, that's all. Several gods looked at each other, not knowing what the other party was up to. Okay, I also want to talk to you. Golden God was the first to sit on the star. Liu Feng threw a jar of wine over, and Jin Shinzuan was not polite. He slapped the seal off the wine and took a big gulp. Then he commented, the wine is good, but not strong enough. You might want to try mine. Lu Feng took the wine gourd and drank it in one gulp. He couldn't help but sigh, wow, good wine. Drink yours then. Upon seeing this, the 4 gods looked at each other and then took their seats on the other 4 stars. This was the first time that Lu Feng met Huangqing face to face. The other party consisted of 3 men, 1 woman, and 1 old man. This lord, Lu Feng, the Lord of Destruction, you should at least know at whose hands you will die in the end. Lu Feng spoke in the laziest tone, saying the harshest words.
I'm Golden God Huang Jing. Although fellow Taoist is a heavenly lord, it's probably too early to say this. We'll have to fight to know the outcome.
Golden God said with a bow, his tone neither slow nor heavy. Lu Feng nodded, too lazy to argue about this meaningless verbal skills. He shifted his gaze from the old man and looked at the person next to him. Seeing Lu Feng looking at him, the man also said, I am Xian Shui God, Xuan Miao. Judging from his avenue, this was the God Yu who tried to stop him from saving people. Lu Feng nodded and looked at the other one, who was also Huang Qing's only female goddess. I am the heavenly cold god, Bingyi. I am the extreme cold god, Shui Hong. I, the divine water lord, Zhang Feng, would like to ask you, Your Excellency, didn't you call us here to fight to the death? Why are you setting up such a formation? What do you want to discuss? After Xinshui Shenzhuan finished introducing himself last, he couldn't help but ask a question.
Ha ha.
Lu Feng laughed and said, this war started decades ago and is about to end.
I'm just here to pick the fruits. Why rush into action? You are quite arrogant, Your Excellency.
Your army has just arrived in my Huangqing.
How can you talk about the end? Xuanshui's expression was calm and steady.
He continued confidently, my Huangqing has 300 saints, 2,500 semi-saints, and 3.7 billion Void Realm troops.
How many Void Realm and Saint Realm troops have you brought with you?
Lu Feng said calmly, the number is indeed not as good as yours, Huangqing. There are only 89 saints, 900 semi-saints, and 1 billion Void Realms, that's all.
Ha ha.
Upon hearing this, the Divine Water Lord laughed and said, Your Excellency, with only 30% of our Huangqing's troops, intends to destroy us, and yet you still speak in such a way, you are probably overconfident. Lu Feng was not angry, and remained calm as the wind. There is no point in arguing now.
We might as well wait and see. Let time reveal the answer. The 5 gods of Huangqing then used their divine eyes to look down. What is this?
When they saw war fortresses plowing through the Huangqing territory, their hearts were shocked, with their minds suddenly unstable. The gods all realized that something was wrong. The current conversation was also another kind of battle. When the 5 of them were all shocked, they had already lost a move. This kind of confrontation is about momentum. When the power gap between the two sides reaches a certain level, Yushin can even be killed with a single move. At first, they didn't realize they were being dragged into the power struggle. After a moment of shock and a sudden loss of power, they suddenly realized they had lost a level. The only way to withdraw from the struggle at this time is to take action, but taking action means directly admitting failure in the struggle. The opponent is already very strong, and with the added advantage of momentum, they will definitely lose the next battle. In fact, the real reason why Lu Feng dragged them into the struggle was that he wanted to be lazy and it would not be difficult to kill a few of them, but once the fighting started, people would be killed in 2 or 3 moves, and there was no guarantee that Huangqing's army would cause any trouble. In this way, the training effect cannot be achieved, but if the war breaks out, it may take several years. Wouldn't it be tiring to fight for several years? It would be better to pull them into the fight, and let everyone watch the battle below together. At the same time, I would have completed the task of delaying the enemy Yushin. Why not do it? When the 5 people reacted, it was already too late. All they could do now was to continue competing with Lu Feng. You are so calculating, sir. You made us lose a move with just a few words. The Golden God was shrewd and spoke first. As soon as these words were spoken, whether Lu Feng admitted it or not, he was the one plotting a conspiracy, and only the weak would use conspiracy to try to win. So, it almost seems that no matter how Lu Feng answers, the situation will be even again.
Ha 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 ha.
Lu Feng laughed loudly upon hearing this, and then said, I dislike conspiracies and tricks the most. Just like when I rescued someone 5 years ago, I did it openly and honestly, and I just grabbed him. Regarding this battle, I have already completed 90% of the work. I have been busy for decades without taking a break. Now I only have one last step left, so I will take a break here. I have said before that this battle started decades ago, and now we are just reaping the fruits, and what you just saw is the scissors I used to pick fruit. He took another sip of wine and continued, the fighting avoidance method you have researched is indeed good and can be called brilliant, but when you copied the tactics, you forgot one thing. This style of play itself came from Kanglin. Why do you think that I, Kanglin, won't be on guard? If there were no war fortress, perhaps you could really win, but now, you won't.
Seeing that Lu Feng was about to gain more momentum, the only goddess, Tianhan Shinzuan, said dissatisfiedly, "How can you be sure? Whether you can win or not, you can only know after fighting." Lu Feng thought to himself, how could this guy be so easily fooled? Then he laughed and said, "Ha, you really did use the same tactics that my army of gods and demons used in the Dongxi territory." Tianhan Divine Master secretly thought that this was not good, as he had fallen into a trap without being careful. Not only did he perfectly defend against what Jin Divine Master said, he also launched a counterattack and dug a trap in the process. He jumped down without hesitation, and this time, Shi Zhang was directly pressed down 3 levels. Jin Shinzuan was helpless and could only try his best to save the situation. After thinking for a while, he said, "No matter what, we will know the outcome only after the fight." As Your Excellency said, let time decide. Your Excellency said that he wanted to talk to me. What did he want to talk about? Lu Feng sighed inwardly. The old fox is still an old fox after all. He used the word judgment very well. Although they were fighting for the lead, as long as Huang Cheng won the war below or it ended in a draw, they would move back. But Lu Feng wanted exactly this result, already 3 levels ahead, and certain they wouldn't dare to withdraw. Lu Feng didn't bother arguing anymore, so he just said, "I want to ask about the Zerg." Below, where the gods of the universe were fighting, in the command hall of the Demon Blade War Fortress, Li Tanking read the battle report from the front. The army had successfully conquered 300 states. This should have been a cause for celebration, but none of the saints in the hall smiled. It was simply because everything was going too smoothly. As the army advanced, there was only small-scale resistance, which was almost negligible. We haven't encountered any decent opponents along the way, and the casualties have been 0 so far. Tian Meng has confessed everything. Huang Qing still has at least 300 saints. Where have all these saints gone? If we can't annihilate the enemy's main force, it's useless to occupy more territory. Lidang Chang looked up from the battle report and said with a firm expression, "Pass the order. Don't waste any more time slaughtering mortal spirits. First, annihilate the enemy's main force. Advance according to the plan and find their elite main force." Chapter 43, Opportunity emerges. Lost and never return. The saints headed by Huang Qing are the commander-in-chief of the war appointed by the representative temple of the god of extreme cold, and his name is Fengyun. After witnessing the war fortress from afar and discovering that he could not contact several of the gods, he decisively launched the Spark project. All the major sects in Huangqing urgently moved all the classics, skills, Taoism, as well as geniuses and bloodline inheritors from their sects and clans to the 8th level world prepared by the god of Xianshui. Are we fleeing before the battle even begins? Although the sky city built by the enemy was beyond our expectations, is it definitely invincible? A saint asked in confusion. A considerable number of saints disagreed with the commander-in-chief's decision. After all, the real battle had not yet begun. We must fight, and the war will be absolutely brutal. If we win, it will be fine. But if we lose, I'm afraid we won't even have time to move our things. Feng Yun explained. The battle reports from the front clearly state that the enemy is advancing in unison, nibbling away at every step. They won't give me any chance to wait. If things go wrong, we might have to fight a decisive battle. The ferocity of this battle will be unprecedented. The Kanglan army descended on the edge of Huangqing's territory, and now formed a fan shape, plowing towards the surrounding areas. The Yellow Sand region has been occupied, and we are preparing to attack the surrounding regions. Proceed according to the plan and do not advance rashly. Li Tanqing's orders continued to be conveyed from the Demon Blade. An entire area has already fallen. Why don't you take action? A saint was anxious, because the next place the Kanglan army would attack would be his hometown. Huangqing's commander-in-chief, Fengyun, shouted angrily, "Each of the enemy's sky cities is only 2 days' journey away. Can you guarantee that you can capture one within 2 days? If one area doesn't work, try 2 areas. If 2 areas don't work, try 3 areas. If 3 areas don't work, try 5 areas. 7 areas. I, Huang Qing, have enough territory to deal with them. I don't believe they don't have any flaws. Send the scouts to explore again." Fengyun's words were a bit hysterical at the end. While attacking, the Kanglan army also brought with them the trillions of Nirvana realms that they had brought with them during the expedition to Huangqing's subordinate worlds. Just follow the pace of the attack and spread out mining along the way. This is called in-place replenishment. They even gave up the Dao crystal mine. What a generous act! How patient they are.
Chen Shuhua and Li Tangqing stood in front of the Daojing mine that had just been discovered. Nearby was a supreme Taoist sect with buildings stretching for tens of millions of miles, but now it was deserted. Dao crystal mine is different from source stone mine. It is not a one-time production, but a continuous production, producing a fixed amount of Dao crystal every 100 years. Now that it is about to take shape, they have withdrawn. They are really unbearable. They will at least hold on for a while and withdraw after the mining is completed.
Oh, what a pity that we can't move the mine away.
Li Tangqing sighed, feeling extremely regretful. Chen Shuhua was puzzled and said, "It will all belong to Kanglin sooner or later. Why are you so distressed?"
2. Resentment has already arisen among Huang Qing's army. We've watched the 3 regions fall, yet we keep retreating. How long will this run end? Alas!
As the head of our clan, I left all my people in the occupied area. I'm afraid it's already, with your Kongjing cultivation and your current military service, you are qualified to send outstanding young people from your clan to the Spark Realm.
Why don't you take them out? The thief Kanglin was driving the Sky City too fast, and we didn't offer any resistance.
There was no time to respond. This battle was fought so shamelessly.
I would rather die in battle than hide any longer. Who isn't?
But the command center won't let us fight, so they just keep retreating.
Looking back to 10 years ago or even dozens of years ago, Huang Qingren was disdainful and even looked down upon Kanglin.
In a short period of time, the offense and defense changed. The huge contrast made it difficult for the creatures of Huangqing to accept it for a while, and now the 3 regions had fallen without even fighting a battle. How could they accept this? The Huangqing army was already in a frenzy, and they all requested to fight. Even a powerful saint cannot suppress it, not to mention that a considerable number of saints are taking the lead in urging the war.
You have been practicing Taoism for nearly 1,000,000 years, but you are still so impatient? Where has your qi-nourishing skills gone?
Feng Yan shouted angrily in the hall. The saints still refused to give in. I have lived for 3,000,000 years and have never felt so aggrieved.
How can we lose so much territory without fighting a battle? This is the order from the adults. Feng Yun blushed. Don't use your status as lord to pressure me.
If the god of slaughter were here, he wouldn't be so cowardly.
Watch your words. Be careful what you say. My sect is gone, so why would I care about my life?
I'm telling you, I'm the commander-in-chief.
You've sworn an oath,
so even if you can't bear it, you must endure it for me. Don't worry, the battle will definitely begin, but it's not the time yet. Once it begins, we'll make Kanglin suffer unbearable pain.
A little impatience can ruin a great plan.
Feng Yan put pressure on him and persuaded him with kind words, and he was under a lot of pressure. Finally, after persuading these saints to leave, he turned around and gave another order. Entry to the Spark project will close in a month.
Start disengaging and let them escape. If they succeed, we can bring them back.
After giving the order, he sighed to himself, feeling rather helpless, and said to himself in his heart, "No wonder Master Jihan said that the most important thing is to withstand the pressure.
Ha, it's really hard to withstand it." So, the Zerg come from the depths of the universe, and their origin is still unknown?
Lu Feng said this, his expression still as lazy. The Golden God replied, "According to our understanding, it is indeed so.
The number is enormous.
We have heard that some insect races will keep the heavenly Tao and its creatures in captivity. Once they reach the Void Realm, they will devour them and use them for cultivation. I have seen with my own eyes that some Zergs devoured an 8th-level world in just a few days."
Added the Lord of Extreme Cold. Lu Feng casually asked, "Have you ever fought with them?" Tian Han looked ashamed.
"We've never fought each other, but a divine master in my realm led his elite tribe to fight us. He left and never returned." He spoke with a touch of sadness in his tone. At that time, many worlds were fleeing, and he was the only one going against the tide among the thousands of fugitives. Yes, 200,000 years ago, we discovered that many worlds were moving towards this side, and we learned about this after asking.
Everyone was fleeing. Xuanshui's expression became complicated when he said this. Lu Feng interrupted, "So that's when your spine was broken, so you ran away?" Hearing Lu Feng's playful tone, Xianshui argued, "Why not escape?
The number of Zerg is far beyond your imagination. It is countless, completely countless, and it is impossible to describe it with numbers. They can devour an entire world in a day or two. Xian Shui's memories were filled with fear, and he continued, as long as the universe is big enough, why can't we keep escaping? Ha, Lu Feng suddenly laughed, naive, but you did come up with a good excuse for being afraid of death. It's not that I'm afraid of death. How can I resist with the power of my world? Xian Shui still insisted on his own idea. Seeing Xian Shui stiffening his neck and refusing to admit it, Lu Feng took out a jade slip and threw it over. Look for yourselves. What? After reading the contents of the jade slip, several gods were shocked, especially Xian Shui, who looked dejected. Unlike the dejected look of the god Yu above, the Huangqing saints below were excited. 11 major regions have fallen. I finally got my chance. Fengyan stared at the news sent by the scouts, extremely excited. He read the contents of the battle report over and over again. 2 enemy sky cities have entered the East Green territory, 15 days' journey from the main force behind them. Everyone, the opportunity has come, it's time to attack. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was in an uproar. After enduring for 4 years and losing 11 major domains, I am finally going to show my Huangqing strength to the enemy. Kill. This time, I must cut off Kanglin's finger, destroy them and scare the enemy, destroy them and blow the horn of attack, destroy them and let Huangqing's flag rise again. Order. According to the pre-war plan, Chen Liangchen and 30 other saints will lead an army of 2.5 million saints to the Fan Sea area to block enemy reinforcements. Zhang Exayan and other 30 saints led an army of 2.5 million saints to infiltrate the Mengxong domain to block the enemy reinforcements. Without orders, you 2 armies are not allowed to retreat a single step and must hold the enemy back. Once we have eliminated the current enemy, we will immediately join forces with your 2nd division to annihilate the enemy. Everyone, victory is at hand. Only by fighting to the death can we win. If we lose this battle, Huangqing will be finished. Fengyan is here, please. After saying this, he bowed deeply to the saints in the temple. Chen Liangchen smiled and said, if you find that enemy reinforcements have arrived from the Fanhai direction, you don't have to blame us. It must be that we have all died in battle. Zhang Xian also laughed and said, as long as I am alive, that thief Kanglin will never set foot in Mengkong. The 2 of them said in unison, we're going. As the blocking troops set off first, orders filled with murderous intent were issued from the hall, and the 2 billion Huangqing troops assembled. The fighting spirit that had been accumulated for so long was overwhelming. Once it was released, meteors spread across the entire sky, heading towards the 2 war fortresses in Dongqing territory. Chapter 44, the first appearance of the military formation, destroying the world. This was the first time that the Huangqing army saw a war fortress. So, what kind of monster is it? Is this the sky city we are going to attack? The 2 major war fortresses, Tianjin and Xinwu, are 5 million miles apart and stand side by side. This distance is already very close for the 2 huge war fortresses. The area between Tianjin and Xinwu can be called a restricted area. I in the command hall of the Xinwei, Sword Saint Li Qingyun, Warong of the Golden Fire Holy Land, Fengling of the Sky Phoenix clan, General Yu Li of the God clan, Yu Xing, and Du Hun of the Demon clan, the 6 saints of the 2 war fortresses gathered. Together, the projection formation in the center showed monk Huangqing, who frequently appeared nearby. In the distant sky outside the hall, a fighting spirit rushed straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds and stirring up the heaven and earth. Did you feel it? Li Qingyun spoke first. I've been practicing swordsmanship for millions of years, and I've never encountered that kind of fighting spirit before. That's right, everyone. What we are about to face will be an absolutely fierce battle, unprecedented and more fierce than any battle recorded in Kanglin. This time they are bound to take down our 2 war fortresses. This battle has come so late, the enemy will definitely not give up until we are eliminated. Du Hun looked serious and analyzed in a deep voice. Said the saint of the God clan, General Yu Li, coldly. You're not afraid of breaking all his teeth. Report the situation here to the commander-in-chief. Fengling, the only female saint in the hall, suggested. The saints nodded in agreement. After receiving the news, Li Qing was relieved. He finally found the main force of the enemy. We have been on the move for more than 4 years since entering Huangqingji, occupying wherever we go and encountering almost no resistance. It can be said to be the easiest attack. We, the army, have been exploring the scenery for 4 years. It must be quite difficult for you, sir, to fight 1 against 5. It's a shame that you, sir, are fighting so hard up there, while we haven't even seen the enemy." The more Li Tangqing thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. He secretly made up his mind that he must defeat the enemy in this battle, and then chase down their main force and destroy them all. Then an order was issued to all the war fortresses. "No matter the cost, we will fully support Gongfengzhou of Dongqing territory." The war fortresses scattered everywhere were moving at full speed towards the Dongqing territory. Not only did the cultivators on both sides sense the impending war, but the heavenly Daos on both sides also sensed how brutal the impending war would be. In the clash of world wills, Kanglin Tiandao broke the silence. "Huang Cheng, I'm afraid you're going to lose. The war hasn't started yet, and everything is still unknown. It's too early to say." Huang Qing replied slowly. "We are the same kind, and the one behind you is the enemy, but why did you choose to attack me in the first place?" Kanglin was puzzled. "You and I are both the way of heaven and the representatives of the will of all living things. Many things are beyond our control, aren't they?" Huang Qing's voice remained calm. But the next sentence made Kanglin uneasy. "If I lose this battle, I will sacrifice myself to you. I only ask that you treat them as your children. Are you serious?" Kanglin was full of disbelief. "I am not a qualified Tiandao. That child fought to death for me, but I ran away at the most critical moment." Huang Qing's tone was filled with sadness and regret. "By then, you will have reached the 100 realms. I hope you, Xian and Gu, will work together to fight for a way out for our heavenly Dao world." After hearing what Huang Qing said, Kanglin Tiandao fell silent. In many things, Tiandao could see further than cultivators, no matter how mentally prepared they were. When Huang Qing's army stretched out over thousands of miles, the aura still made the 6 saints feel a little scared. What kind of military formation was that? It had no end in sight, and within it was brewing waves that would frighten the saints. The tremendous fighting spirit emanating from the military formation directly pushed the force field of the war fortress back 2,000 miles, and the war fortress was actually shaken. Seeing this, the saints on the 2 war fortresses gave orders almost simultaneously. "All monks, get into combat positions. The formation is ready. The semi-saint artillery group is all ready. Holy cannon position 1 is ready. Holy cannon position 16 is ready." For years after entering Huangqing, the behemoth war fortress finally showed its fangs. On Huangqing's side, the army consisting of 2 billion monks began to gather strength, and a huge power slowly gathered. Before the attack was launched, the holy hearts of the 6 saints of Kanglin began to beat wildly. This was an instinctive warning from the saints. It's too late to interrupt the military formation thousands of miles away. Force field fully activated. The divine control formation is activated. Don't worry about the consumption. On the Tianjian, Li Qingyun almost roared his orders and simultaneously transmitted a message to the nearby Shenwu. "Don't fire the holy cannon. After we survive this round, we must use the holy cannon to attack and break into their army. Otherwise, we will definitely fail the mission." A Kanglin cultivator sighed, "This is too terrifying. A military formation of 2 billion void realms. Only when you face it can you understand the oppressive power it brings. Any words seem pale and insignificant. Words cannot describe it. The great Tao is nothing to be afraid of. Even a powerful person like a saint would feel extremely uneasy." Even Lu Feng sensed it. This momentum directly broke through the strong wind, but he was still lazy. "Fellow Daoist, do you still think that your so-called war fortress is indestructible?" The golden god was full of confidence. Even the 5 of them, the gods of the universe, felt terrified by such power. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they would not dare to say that they could withstand it. "Ha," Lu Feng said with a smile, "self-righteousness is your biggest problem. Just wait and see. The change of color of heaven and earth is not enough to describe it. There is only the endless aura of destruction emanating from the distorted space." The entire world seemed to be deformed, and the ground in Gongfengzhou began to sink. Huge peaks collapsed, and high mountains fell. This state is 10 feet lower than the nearby states, and a large number of rifts instantly covered the entire land. All the mortal spirits in the state died within 3 breaths. Only those in the Tao Nirvana realm were still holding on, and most of them didn't even know what was happening when the power was fully accumulated. There was no living creature left in the state except the monks in the war fortress and the military formation, and all of them died under the pressure. For a moment, the whole world fell into a terrible silence, and the hearts of several saints seemed to have stopped beating. 3 breaths later, 2 beams of light a million feet thick, spreading purple-red lightning, accompanied by loud bangs, hit Shenwu and Tianjin respectively. The space along the way collapsed completely, and a trench thousands of feet deep appeared on the ground, rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. On the Tianjin, a giant sword 10,000 feet long stabbed forward. First, the true form of the 100,000-foot-long sky phoenix was revealed, hovering in the air. Streams of divine light of various colors gathered above its head from its tail. Along with a sharp cry of the phoenix, a ray of colorful divine light shot out from its mouth and rushed forward. Huarong summoned his divine weapon, the Tianji sword, and with all his strength, slashed forward, but once it came into contact, the giant sword shattered into pieces. The divine light was not blocked at all, and the divine weapon was directly bounced away. Huarong, lend me your magic sword. Li Qingyun's sword intent was fully unleashed, and his whole body was sharp. Huarong threw the Tianji sword and the seal to Li Qingyun without any hesitation. Li Qingyun glanced at the mark and muttered to himself, "Do I, a dignified swordsman, still need a mark to wield my sword?" He returned the mark to Huarong and directly activated the magic sword. That he, Li Qingyun, is going to go crazy for once. Suddenly, his whole aura changed. If his previous temperament was that of a sword immortal, now he has become a sword demon. The terrifying aura of destruction gushed out from his body and condensed into destructive sword energy. Then he jumped up and rushed out of the god-controlling formation. All the Kanglan monks were shocked and asked, "Are you trying to live?" Li Qingyun's eyes were filled with a destructive aura. Without any light. He looked like a madman, laughing wildly. "Ha ha 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 ha, you think you can kill me?" He slashed out with his sword, facing the million-foot-long beam of light that could destroy everything. Even though his figure was like dust in front of the beam, but his figure was deeply engraved in the souls of the 30 million Kanglan monks on the Tianjin. This sword is destined to cut into Kanglan history. When the beam of light, which was a million feet thick, reached Li Qingyun's eyes, it split into 2, forming an acute angle. Only 40% of them hit the divine protection formation, and the rest just brushed past it. The formation suddenly flashed with dazzling light, and resources were being consumed at an extremely terrifying rate. Unlike the Tianjin, which chose a head-on confrontation, the Shenwu on the other side began to make arrangements. When the light beam shot over, although all the space along its path was destroyed, when it approached the Shenwu, the space reinforced by a large number of protoss began to produce strands of refracted light beams from the edge of the beam, shooting elsewhere. As it continued to approach, it began to dissipate layer by layer from the edge. And by the time it hit the god-controlling formation, 20% of it had been eliminated. At this moment, a cloak of destruction suddenly appeared outside the formation, and the black cloak became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was Qin Lan, who also served on the Shenwu. Without hesitation, she unleashed her cloak. The most excited of the 6 saints on both sides was Huarong. He was jumping and cursing, "Damn Protoss, don't you have eyes? Your refracted beam hit my Tianjin." But he also realized that this divine control formation was much stronger than he had imagined. Chapter 45, Sword River Surrounds. Cruel mincing. The beam of light lasted for 10 breaths, which was the longest 10 breaths Li Qingyun had ever experienced. If you can't hold on, you will be defeated and die on the spot. If you can hold on, you will move forward again. Sword cultivators are all elegant lunatics. Liu Feng was almost dumbfounded. This guy could definitely be called the #1 swordsman in Kanglan. Without using my mark, you can directly activate the Tianji sword to its full potential. Could it be that you are the protagonist? So what is this that I received? Besides, the divine control formation can definitely withstand it. Huang Qing's 5 spirits were also numb. Is this something a saint can do? They don't understand at all. Even if he had a divine weapon, what would it matter? Only a golden god could withstand a blow like this. If the other 4 had taken it, they would have been half dead if not killed. The holy swordsman in front of him was able to block the attack with just a divine weapon. Even if it's just splitting, the golden god lord sighed, "This boy can be said to be the best under the god of universe. It's a pity that he died like this." "He won't die," Lu Feng said with a smile. "You still underestimate him." "What? This is impossible? I can't even withstand this attack." Xuanshui's face was full of disbelief. At this time, the shattered space, chaotic avenues, and the sky-covering dust in that area blocked all observation. Therefore, it was impossible to see Li Qingyun's condition. "What's impossible?" "He holds the magic sword refined by me. which can defy the will of heaven and kill gods.
With your current injured state, you will definitely fall under his sword.
Lu Feng spoke with extreme confidence. Xian Shui stopped talking. He naturally understood that if this person really survived, he would be able to kill him now. On the Tianjian, everyone was staring at the figure outside the formation. It's so stunning and beyond words.
Is this the power a saint can wield?
Huo Rong began to doubt himself deeply. A good thing has become a firewood stick in my hands. 3 dark cracks appeared on the Tianji sword. Instead, I felt that before this sword became more powerful, the 3 dark cracks were not breaks, but advancements. Anything produced by Lu Feng must be a masterpiece. Li Qingyun stared at the 3 cracks with his dark eyes that swallowed all light, and twisted his neck. Ha 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 ha. Duhan in the distance immediately felt it. This was the devil's sound, along with laughter. Billions of destructive sword energies gushed out from the Tianji sword, and a river of destructive swords instantly spread over 100,000 miles like ink and wash. At this time, Li Qingyun's combat power was only second to Lu Feng and Jin Shinzuan. The sword points forward with unparalleled momentum.
Attack! The massacre begins.
As Li Qingyun's demonic voice shook the sky, 60 million monks on both sides urged the war fortress to attack at full speed. Even the gods above thee could not detect the situation inside, let alone the 2 billion troops.
Did it work?
Such a powerful attack is also a considerable burden on Huang Qing's army. It takes not only time to regroup, but also a renewed fighting spirit. But before the smoke and dust that had been raised to the sky had dissipated, 2 huge beasts emerged.
This is impossible.
Feng Yan's eyes were about to burst. How could they possibly bear it?
On what basis could they bear it?
The Huang Qing army was shocked to find that the devastating attack from 2 billion monks had left the enemy's sky city unscathed, and its momentum remained unchanged. In such a situation, their morale suddenly dropped and their fighting spirit decreased sharply.
Saint, listen to my order. Form the 36 heavenly gangs formation to stop them. Continue preparing the battle formation.
Feng Yan gave the order immediately. In shock, nearly 200 saints immediately took their positions and were about to form a formation. Suddenly, 32 attacks containing the power of saints rushed directly from the 2 war fortresses in front of them. The speed was so fast that even the saints had no time to prepare. This is a holy cannon that can only be recharged once every hour. It has not been used before and is waiting for this moment. The saints who had not yet formed a formation were directly dispersed. It was too late to form a formation again, because a river of destructive swords was coming towards them. At this moment, Li Qingyun was incomparable in momentum and his demonic power was overwhelming. The 2,000 semi-saints, seeing that all the saints were surrounded by the sword river, all of them raised their yang energy and rushed towards the 2 war
fortresses like meteors. The Shenwu and Tianjian semi-saint artillery groups unleashed a combined 5,000 semi-saint attacks.
2,000 meteors were repelled by the semi-saint artillery groups, which had only a few breaths of cooldown. Since then, the war fortress has not slowed down at all. However, all the attacks launched from their army had no effect on the god-controlling formation. War fortresses are created to restrain military formations. Are you still playing military formations?
We've entered the age of tanks. Adults, wake up.
Times have changed. It is tens of millions of miles away, but with the semi-saint level speed of the war fortress, it can be reached in 60 breaths. When the saint and semi-saint failed to stop the attack, the Huang Qing army was no longer able to stop it. The force fields of the 2 war fortresses were fully activated and they crashed directly into the Huang Qing army formation. All living things withered at once, and a large number of monks were crushed to death by the force field. 2 Bloody paths were plowed directly into the military formation. The semi-holy artillery group attacked at full capacity. Even though monk Huang Qing dodged at an extremely fast speed, nearly 1 million of them were still wiped out. Although charging into the army formation prevented the enemy from gathering such attacks, countless attacks still came madly. Although the god-controlling array was able to block everything, the consumption of source stones was also extremely terrifying. In order to offset the previous attack, nearly 30% of the source stone storage was directly consumed. With any shot from the semi-saint cannon group, 100,000 top-grade originium stones would be gone. Seeing this,
Duhan said, "This is a waste of time. Bring out all the originium and send someone back to base camp to get more. This time, we're going to do our utmost to inflict the greatest casualties on the enemy." Then he took out his magic knife, unleashing the avenue of destruction.
His arrogance was overwhelming, and his devilish voice trembled.
"I am a true demon. How can I let Li Qingyun take the limelight?
When I was a half-saint, I killed 4 saints in Dongji.
Now I have become a saint.
As he said this, he rushed towards Huang Qing Bansheng with a knife.
I don't believe it. Can it be so difficult for a saint to defeat a half-saint?
Yuxing and Yuli looked at the two divine saints with dark lines on their faces. The war fortress was advancing too fast, and the sword river of destruction suddenly surrounded the 200 saints, making it impossible for them to escape for a while. They were trapped for 40 breaths before the sword river of destruction shattered. Feng Yun immediately ordered, "Organize a siege. This is right before our mouths, and we must swallow it even if it means breaking our teeth. Regardless of the cost, regardless of casualties, I only want these two war fortresses." Even though Li Qingyun had unparalleled combat power, he could not stop the 200 saints. Feng Yun personally led 50 saints to attack, and behind him, the 36 Heavenly Gang formation has quietly taken shape. When the Tian Gang formation was added, Li Qingyun fell into a complete disadvantage. Seeing that he could not kill Li Qingyun quickly, Feng Yun evacuated with more than 50 saints and turned to besiege the war fortress, leaving only the Tian Gang formation to hold Li Qingyun back. There are more than 160 saints, and the remaining 5 saints of Kanglan would definitely be courting death if they take action again. Du Hun was blocked and sent back before he could kill a few semi-saints. Fortunately, the god-controlling array is strong enough, but the consumption is also terrifying. 1 billion top-grade source stones are only enough to last for 1 hour. The semi-saint artillery group is also firing at full power, and can launch a total of 30,000 attacks in 1 hour, which is 3 billion top-grade source stones, with a consumption of 4 billion in 1 hour. The inventory quickly ran out. Kanglan consumed source stones, while Huang Qing consumed his life. Before the battle began, both the Xinwu and Tianjian had a stockpile of 100 billion top-grade originium. After resisting that terrifying beam of light, only about 70 billion were left. At the current speed, it can only last for 17 hours. Li Qingyun became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He swung out sword moves one after another, and dense sword energy continued to bombard the 36 Heavenly Gang formation. Sword rises. Silent Saint Huang Qing, who was forming the formation, only saw a flash of sword light, and then he could no longer sense his own heavenly Tao. This sword cuts off the connection between the way of heaven and his life. Only by relying on Lu Feng's way of destruction can such an effect be achieved. Although it was only 10 breaths, it was enough for Li Qingyun. As soon as Kanglan Tiandao discovered that these saints had been severed from their connection with Huangqing Tiandao, he immediately began to suppress them. The saints in the Tian Gang formation suddenly felt uncomfortable. What kind of swordsmanship is this? To their shock, the sword river of destruction reappeared. Although it was not as long as the previous 100,000-mile river, the majestic sword energy contained in it was not something they could resist at the moment. Li Qingyun stepped on the sword river and directly broke the Tian Gang formation. The 36 saints vomited blood and were seriously injured. Then he rushed directly towards the Tianjin with Jianhe, rushed into the Huangqing army formation, and set off a wave of blood. Saints and semi-saints surrounded them one after another, trying to resist. At this time, the holy cannons on both sides were back in position, supporting Jianhe together. Li Qingyun drove the sword river and swept around the Tianjin, while the semi-saint artillery group was outputting at full capacity. Hua Rong exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, TSK, at least 5 million were killed." Feng Ling's beautiful eyes were full of admiration. It seemed that the first person in Kanglan's holy realm would have to be replaced. After killing a lot of people, Li Qingyun finally returned to the Tianjin. As he walked back step by step, the darkness in his eyes disappeared, and the aura of destruction gradually returned to his body. When he walked in front of Feng Ling Huarong, he had regained the appearance of the peerless swordsman. "The battle situation is urgent, Mr. Hua. Ask the commander-in-chief for material support immediately, otherwise the strategic goal may not be achieved." Li Qingyun began to give orders as soon as he arrived. Li Dangqing was also shouting in the command hall, "Give it! Give us everything except manpower. Tell him Du Hui, Li Qingyun, I don't care about resource consumption, nor do I want to hear about casualty figures. I want them to hold out there for 20 days, not a quarter of an hour less. There are reinforcements from other routes. Take advantage of their ability to fight to the death and eliminate all those two blocking forces. Get close to Gongfengzhou and Dongqing territory as soon as possible." The headquarters also moves forward at full speed, ready to pursue and annihilate the remaining enemies. After giving the order, Li Tangqing sat back in the commander-in-chief's seat, looking confident. Chapter 46. The two wings are broken. The center blooms. Huang Qingyu was silent for a long time, and the divine water god only sighed. How is this possible? Can a saint-level cultivator exert such combat power?
The Lord of Extreme Cold couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that this boy would be so powerful. That magic sword must have been made by you. Xianshui sighed and asked. Lu Feng thought to himself, you didn't expect it, didn't you? That's right, because I didn't expect it either. But he still stubbornly replied to Xianshui, anything I produce must be top-notch. Not only that sword, but also that war fortress, are all made by me. Upon hearing this, the Golden God Lord bowed and said, no wonder you said this battle has been going on for decades, and now we are just here to reap the fruits. But such a powerful weapon must have consumed a lot of energy. Lu Feng nodded, agreeing deeply, that's right, otherwise, I wouldn't have attacked your subordinate world. Now that you are surrounded by an army of 2 billion, I'm afraid your 2 war fortresses won't be able to withstand the arrival of reinforcements. Xianshui still found a little confidence. Lu Feng fell silent upon hearing this, only thinking to himself, please stop nursing me. You've already nursed Li Qingyun back to life, and you've nursed the universe to its limit. What else do you want? I'll kill you first, you poison nurse. But this time, it's not that we can't hold out for reinforcements, but that there's no need for them to come. Looking at the war fortress that had been under siege for 10 days and still showed no damage, Feng Yin gritted his teeth and said, launch the moth plan. As the order was given, Wu Qiankanjuan realm took a pill, which was called Fanghua pill. The elegant name represents extreme toxicity. After taking it, the cultivator in the Kongyuan realm can directly activate the origin, burn everything, and possess the combat power of a semi-saint for 3 hours. Sacrifice a lifetime of practice, just for a moment of beauty. 5,000 sources of space condensed into a semi-saint. Zun Yang behind them, rushing towards the 2 war fortresses with madness. Quick, stop them. The saints on the war fortresses on both sides immediately commanded the artillery to block the attack, but these young and beautiful semi-saints ignored the attacks and just rushed forward. Bloom, warriors of Huangqing, use the flowers of your life to destroy this city in the sky. As Feng Yin muttered to himself, Fanghua Half-Saint was the first to pass through the force field and approach the edge of the divine control array. A bang, with a loud bang, Zun Yang exploded together. They came from the explosion. Amid the stunned shock of the monks on both sides, these young and beautiful semi-saints chose to self-destruct. Suddenly, the space collapsed and the avenue became chaotic. This is Project Moth. After the first batch of 5,000 Kongyuan exploded, the second batch swallowed the pill without hesitation and rushed towards the war fortress. For our homeland. These words from the mouth of the moth-like half-saint directly ignited Huang Qingxin's climax. Yes, for our homeland. For our homeland, kill. A more violent attack has begun. The consumption of the god-controlling array skyrocketed 20 times. The large formation alone is expected to consume 20 billion top-grade source stones per hour. This consumption rate completely exceeds the resource support rate. Li Qingyan frowned. Let's take out all the source stones we have on us, and the Realm Lord Hall will write an IOU. There are still 10 days left. Even if we go out and fight them and self-destruct, we have to hold on for another 10 days. At the end, his expression became crazy again. In the Fanhai area, more than half of Chen Liangchen's saints had been killed in battle, and all of them were injured. There were only 50 semi-saints left, and the Sky Realm army had only more than 140 million. Feng Yun, you old bastard, haven't you finished your work yet? Am I really going to die now? At this moment, he was facing the absolute elite of the 30 million demon clan headquarters. Xin Shi, Kun Tu, and Lu Tu stood at the highest point of the war fortress, looking at the Huangqing army rushing over to commit suicide, and their hearts were shocked. The 3 men had worried expressions on their faces. Even if they won this battle, they would lose their Taoist faith. The dignified demons were so frightened by the enemy's fearlessness that they dared not fight and could only hide in the war fortress. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. When have we, the demon clan, ever been afraid of death? Hiding in a war fortress, are we still the demon clan? Are we worthy of being called demons? Lu Tu was the first to lose patience. He felt the demon blood in his body boiling. Xin Shi nodded and laughed wildly. Then let's fight our way out. The destructive aura of the 3 saints surged, and the 30 million demons below all felt the call, stopped their work, and looked at the 3 demon saints above. You little bastards of the demon clan, someone down there wants to compete with us to see who's crazier. Kun Tu's voice came down. Millions of demons below burst into laughter. In fact, watching those figures self-destructing one after another, the demons were never afraid.
Many demons sighed as they watched. If someone at the same level self-destructs, mine will definitely be louder than yours.
I want you to rush out. Tell them what madness is.
Shenshi roared. Kill, kill, kill. 30 million demons seemed to have lost their minds. The raging demonic flames carried a breath of destruction. They withdrew the divine formation and pounced down from the war fortress. A demonic aura filled the sky and flooded over Huang Qing's army. In the war fortress where the coalition forces composed of ordinary 9th-level Taoist sects were stationed, the three saints were dumbfounded.
Are the demons so crazy? A saint asked doubtfully.
Can they be called demons if they are not crazy? Another saint laughed.
Then what should I do?
You and I will lead 10 million elite troops to support us.
Lu Shang, I won't make it difficult for you.
You stay here, but you must bombard them with all your might. Upon hearing this saint's words, the silent Lu Saint hurriedly nodded and said, Don't worry about this, fellow Taoist, we will definitely fire at full power.
This Lu Shang is an outlier among the Kanglan saints.
He is extremely afraid of death. The only purpose of this saint to cultivate to the saintly realm is to survive, and this is also his only belief in becoming a saint. The eldest son of Saint Lu was completely different from his father. He had already achieved semi-sainthood.
At this moment, he looked at his father with contempt and followed the two saints to kill. Before the monstrous evil energy could reach Huang Qing's army, the two war fortresses launched a simultaneous attack and hit it first. The demons left some subordinate troops to fire back. Under the suppression of long-range fire, the demonic energy directly submerged the Huang Qing army, and only bursts of blood mist dotted the boundless black, appearing particularly enchanting. Seeing this, Lu Feng confirmed that Fan Hai's journey was over. Huang Chang and the other 5 gods understood after seeing this. Even without relying on the war fortress, they would not be able to hold on. After the demons were defeated, 30 million versus 100 million turned into a one-sided massacre. The demons at this time are no longer the demons of the Dongji War. These elites have received the gift of Kanglan, and the source weapons in their hands have been refurbished. The combat power has increased by 50% compared to before. Li Tangqing finished reading Fan Hai's battle report. He said directly, As for the battlefield of Meng Songyu, this commander will not give any orders. Just show the battle report to Qin Shuhua. He will understand. Then he slammed the table and said, 20 days is no longer necessary. Let Li Qingyun and Du Hui withdraw. The final plan can begin now.
On the battlefield of Gongfengshu, with the self-explosion of nearly 300,000 Fanghua semi-saints, Fengyan was surprised to find that cracks appeared in their formation. Not only Yongfeng, but the besieging army below also discovered the crack, and their morale was immediately boosted. Finally, with 2 loud crashes, the divine defense formations of the 2 war fortresses, Tianjian and Shenwu, were shattered. The Huangcheng army cheered loudly, Kill! Kill them all! Avenge the soldiers who died in this battle, used their souls to pay tribute to the blooming splendid life. The saint and semi-saint were the first to rush in, followed by countless people in the Huang Qingkong realm who poured in madly. Huang Qingyu finally smiled, and Jihan said, We finally took it down. Your war fortress isn't indestructible, is it? Ha ha. Lu Feng sneered, his aura suddenly changing, the path of destruction fully unleashed, and 2 demonic sword embryos emerged behind him. It seems that I, Kanglan, have already won the next battle. Now, it's time to take your lives. Huang Qing's 5 spirits were also fully activated. Staring at Lu Feng vigilantly, Xianshui shouted, How did you win? As soon as the words fell, boom. Boom. The 2 loud noises from the avenue made Huang Qingwushan's heart plummet to the bottom. What kind of explosion could have caused Huangqing Avenue to shake with such a loud noise that it made Yushan's mind unstable? Lu Feng laughed and said, How could the war fortress I designed not have a self-destruct formation? Huangqing's 5 gods were completely despairing. With such an explosion, how many could survive? 10%? Or 20%? At this time, Kanglan only deployed 30% of its troops to participate in the battle. You are so cruel. For the sake of victory, you let so many cultivators die with me, including the genius Li Qingyun. Xianshui grasped the last bit of comfort. Ha 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 ha. Lu Feng laughed wildly. I've said this more than once. You're too self-righteous. In a world where I'm well versed in the avenue of space, wouldn't I install teleportation arrays in every war fortress? Seeing the unpleasant expressions on the faces of the 5 Huangqing gods, Lu Feng continued, if there were no teleportation array to transport resources, how could the divine control array have lasted for 12 days? I said at the beginning that I came here just to pick some fruit, nothing more. Now it's your turn, die. Chapter 47. Huang Qing sacrifices himself and takes Qingyun back. So, in the battle below, no matter which opportunity my Huang Qing army seizes, it will eventually become your opportunity. The voice of Jin Shinzuan was full of bitterness. Lu Feng smiled but didn't answer. He just kept talking to himself. These 2 heavenly master-level magic swords of mine have been in embryonic form for a long time. All they need is 2 cosmic god souls to complete them. So, at least 2 of you must die. I don't need the real body of the devil to kill you, Lu Feng said, pointing at the 5 people. Nirvana, emptiness. Below this point, a spherical void membrane appeared with a radius of 1 million miles around the 5 people, wrapping around them. Everything there was destroyed, leaving only nothingness, not even space, just nothing. Huang Qing's 5 gods fought back desperately, trying to escape from the space isolated by the thin film of nothingness. Lu Feng maintained the thin film of nothingness with one hand and pointed at the 5 gods again with the other hand. Nirvana. Extinction. The 5 people who had been defeated in the struggle and isolated were actually deprived of their connection with Huang Qing Tiando. The momentum dropped a lot. Nirvana. Extinction. You have witnessed the unpredictable changes of the way of space before. Now, come and experience the domineering and unparalleled way of destruction. Lu Feng spoke and acted in the same way, neither hurried nor slow, and again the 5 people were preparing to fight back, but suddenly found that the road was also blocked. If you were still in a good position to fight, you could have definitely taken a few hits, but now you can only rely on your body and blood to resist. But I don't want to stay in a place without the heavenly Tao and the great Tao, so let them play with you. As he spoke, Lu Feng raised his hand, and thousands of stars began to move in the isolated bubble of nothingness that covered millions of miles. The stars are silent, the spirits are alive, one flower withers and another blooms. The stars were gathered, compressed, and then destroyed. These stars, whose matter had been destroyed, recondensed and transformed into 300 saint-level spirit bodies, rushing towards the 5 cosmic gods who were left with only flesh and blood. The gods with great magical powers can now only fight with the 300 saints' spirits in hand-to-hand combat. Shen Shui, who was the most seriously injured, had the most difficulty in coping. When the 5 gods were unleashing their full-strength punches, these spirits who only knew how to fight began to speak. Lu Feng's voice came out. These spirits can only exist for 2 days. Huang Qing Tiandao has already begun to sacrifice to Tsan Lan Tiandao. After 2 days, if you are lucky enough to be alive, when you come out, we will all be Tsan Lan people. I can let you go. What? Heavenly Tao sacrificed, we are ready to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender first? These words made the 5 gods feel like they were falling into the abyss. When Lu Feng trapped the 5 gods, Li Tangqing had already led the central army to besiege the 700 million remaining Huang Qing troops in Monkui Prefecture in Dongqing territory. When Feng Yin noticed that there was no one in the 2 sky cities, he decisively gave the order to retreat, but it's still too late. What an explosion that was! If he hadn't been responsible for the lives of the remaining monks, he would probably have gone crazy. Under the huge blow, Huang Qing's spine was completely broken. They defeated us in one battle, yet they only deployed 30% of their forces. Ha, how ridiculous. Decades ago, they still believed in annexing Kanglan. In their eyes, we are probably no better than a joke. Another saint was shouting and talking madly. Under such a huge blow, tens of millions of Huang Qing monks went crazy. The remaining monks now looked dejected and sat in Monkui state, waiting to die. Some cultivators looked at him helplessly and shouted, "Where are our gods? Where are our 5 great gods? Come and save Huang Qing. I'm afraid he has already fallen." Someone answered with a tearful voice, "Now the Litang Qingzhong army has assembled 19 war fortresses to surround the 700 million defeated soldiers in Monkui Prefecture. He did not rush to launch an attack, not because he was merciful, nor because he was afraid of the enemy's dying struggle, but because of Lu Feng's order. Huang Qing Tiando actually chose to sacrifice himself to Kanglan? Chen Shuhua asked in disbelief. Li Tangqing nodded and said, "That's exactly what the Lord said." "Did Your Excellency say anything else?" "Let us stop the attack." "I know that." He also called Li Qingyun away. "That's it? It's really gone. Can we, Lao Li, deceive you?" When Li Qingyun was mentioned, all the saints present fell silent. Everyone wants to ask, how did you become so strong secretly? The 36 Heavenly Gangs formation, that was the formation used by the saints to fight against the gods of the universe. This guy not only faced it head on, but also broke it. 1 against 36, Lidong Qing can only fight against 15 Huangqing saints at most, and 7 or 8 of the other gods and demon saints. This guy first split the terrifying light beam that far exceeded the full strength attack of an ordinary cosmic god. Then he used a destructive sword river to trap 200 Huangqing saints. He fought back and forth with the 50 saints. After that, he even faced the 36 Heavenly Gang formation and broke it. Li Tangqing, who holds a divine weapon, would never be able to achieve the same results as him. Besides, Li Qingyun's magic weapon does not belong to him. As the saints thought about it, they all turned their attention to Huarong. Huarong was of course not convinced, thinking to himself, even though the artifact is just a firewood stick in my hands, I will never be the last one among the Kanglan saints. Then he looked at Lu Sheng, who was sitting on the edge drinking tea. That look clearly said, the weakest one isn't me, it's him. All the saints followed Huarong's gaze and saw Saint Lu. They then turned and stared at him, their eyes saying, how could you be reduced to comparing yourself to Saint Lu? You're truly incompetent. Amidst the quiet yet intense eye contact between the Kanglan saints, the boundary wall between Kanglan and Huangqing was disappearing, and the Dongqi territory had already bordered Huangqing Street. Huangqing's will of heaven is being sacrificed to Kanglan bit by bit. Kanglan is also officially developing towards the top world of the 100 realms and the Ninth Order. He had to do it as soon as possible, as there was only one position left for the God Emperor, the God Emperor of Destruction. Huangqing's sacrifice saved him a lot of time. In the Heavenly Dao space, Kanglan Heavenly Dao was merging while sighing, I think I am also an absolute genius among the trillion Heavenly Daos. I am the only world in the universe that masters the 2 top avenues. Even the ancient immortals are not as good as me. It's a pity that he was born too late. Otherwise, there would be 2 God Emperors in one world. Just thinking about it is so domineering. Now Huangqing's voluntary sacrifice has made me the only one in the universe to control the 3 top avenues. I suddenly feel that Lu Feng is not worthy of me. Sigh, I can only blame myself for not judging him correctly and getting scumbagged. What can I do now? I can only rely on him. It's too late to change people. Ugh. This is really annoying. As he spoke, he looked at a system in his hand and couldn't help but wonder again, what kind of existence is he in the world of reincarnation? When he returned, he actually followed this thing, but it was a little weak. Dao Yi grabbed it and now he has the ability to completely destroy you. After saying that, he crushed it into pieces. Liu Feng was also praying, Master Dao, you have to hurry up and work hard. If you don't work hard, how can I become a divine emperor? When Lu Feng clasped his hands together and prayed, Li Qingyun finally arrived above the. When he looked up, he first saw the 5 cosmic gods fighting fiercely in the strange space, while his own realm master was leisurely drinking a little wine on a recliner. You are very good. Lu Feng couldn't help but praise when he sensed the person coming. I dare not take credit for this, it is all thanks to the power of your divine weapon. Li Qingyun bowed and continued, if the avenue of destruction within your divine weapon was not so powerful, Qingyun would never have such power. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, you don't need to be modest in front of me. Your swordsmanship has reached the god level. It's just that Kanglan has no sword. I'm sorry for that. Li Qingyun looked a little hesitant, but still spoke, Sir, Qingyun needs your help with something. Please help me. What's the matter? Tell me. Lu Feng was curious. Li Qingyun's swordsmanship was activated, and Lu Feng was shocked to find that this person's swordsmanship had reached the level of impacting the great Tao of the universe. I spent 100,000 years to master a sword, named Sword Rising Kanglan. Li Qingyun paused after saying the name. Lu Feng understood what he was saying next, I can't help you with this matter. Lu Feng said slowly. Li Qingyun's expression instantly darkened. Unless you take me as your master. Well, he will take a lot of deep breaths when facing his disciples. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun immediately knelt down and said, Disciple Li Qingyun greets master. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng laughed loudly, I will accept you as my disciple. As my eldest disciple, you also have a younger apprentice brother named Qin Lan. Lu Feng sighed inwardly. Fortunately he did not tell Qin Lan that he was the eldest disciple, otherwise Li Qingyun would be a little embarrassed. Since you have accepted me as your master, I will definitely do my best to help you with this matter.
Consider this your third gift as my disciple. As he spoke, he took out a cloak of destruction and said, "This cloak is the product of Master's great Tao. It is the symbol of my disciple. As the first gift, come, let Master put it on you." When Lu Feng saw him use the sword to raise the blue waves, he immediately decided to accept him as his disciple. For someone like this who was ready to change his fate, who else could he be but the protagonist? He would rather receive 10,000 by mistake than miss out on one. Otherwise, if the protagonist chops down a poor realm master like me one day, who will I turn to for justice? I don't have a system, and I don't have a cheat code. The only thing I can rely on is the way of heaven, but can a Tian Dao who can't even remember the password be trusted? No. What should I do? I can only take in the protagonist. Oh. I'm so worried. Chapter 48, A Sudden Change, The Pride of Gods and Demons. As for the second gift, I will help you completely sharpen this sword. You don't need to worry about Huarong. As he spoke, he took the Tianji sword and injected the great Tao of destruction into it madly. Gradually, the number of cracks on the sword reached 9. Liu Feng handed the sword to Li Qingyun and said, "Don't worry about the third gift for now. I will give it to you after Kanglin completely swallows up Huangqing. By then, the success rate of this matter will be higher." Li Qingyun half knelt with his sword in hand and said very seriously, "Disciple thanks Master." Hurry up, hurry up." Lu Feng hurriedly helped Li Qingyun up with a smile, and continued, "Don't go down yet, come and watch the show with me." Then he pointed his finger, and a similar recliner appeared next to him. As Huang King Tiando's will slowly dissipated, the sensation above the void realm became more and more obvious. Defeated, completely defeated. Huang Qing's history ends here, Feng Yun muttered. Where do we go from here? Martyrdom? More than 700 million defeated soldiers were left with only decadence. You can go and take a look. More than 2 million people have committed suicide. A saint said to Feng Yun, his tone unable to conceal the loneliness. The heavenly Tao has already perished. Any further war with Kanglin will be meaningless to us, the stray dogs. I'm wondering how we got to this point. Feng Yun also looked helpless. There's no point in thinking about anything. Our only hope has already started wandering with the Spark Realm, while we have become stray dogs in our own home. The saint said, closing his eyes in pain. Gather the people together. If we have to die, let's die together. Feng Yun said and closed his eyes. Above the master and disciple leisurely watched the crazy fight between the five gods in the bubble of nothingness, commenting from time to time. Xian Shui was already seriously injured, and now he was the first one to collapse. If he used Taoism, he would definitely not die, but under Lu Feng's multiple suppressions, he finally couldn't hold on. It was smashed to pieces by the siege of the Holy Spirit. Seeing this, Lu Feng sacrificed a heavenly demon sword, took the Xian Shui spirit into the sword, and began to fuse it. This time, there are only 200 of the 300 holy spirits left. Jihan was also struggling to hold on. After he knocked a holy spirit to pieces with one punch, he was hit by several punches from behind, and his face turned pale again. The golden god, who was in the best condition, had practiced in the physical body and had killed more than half of the holy spirits. Tianhan and Xinshui's bodies were not weak either, at least they had practiced before. They could hold on until the end. Seeing this, Lu Feng commanded the Holy Spirit to kill Jihan. A large number of Holy Spirits suddenly stopped killing in chaos and became organized, rushing towards the extreme cold. Upon seeing this, the Golden God immediately made every effort to rescue and rush towards the direction of extreme cold. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh that this little old man was really something. He actually saved Jihan. Seeing that the time was almost up, these Holy Spirits suddenly stopped and expanded. The pupils of the four cosmic gods all dilated. They are going to self-destruct. Tianhan screamed. Bang! A holy spirit exploded, and the huge wave caused the four gods to feel pain again. Tianhan knew he couldn't escape, so he closed his eyes. The expected explosion wave did not come, but the avenue in his body returned, as if he could release supreme magical powers with just a raise of his hand. When Tianhan opened her beautiful eyes, she saw Master Lu Feng and his disciple. He spared my life. Lu Feng said, compared to the Zerg, there is no absolute reason for one of us to die. We just happened to become the enemy of the other, and now, the only reason for being an enemy is gone. Huangqing Tian Dao has completely disappeared, and the two worlds have merged. The Golden God was the first to bow and say, "Thank you for not killing me, but Huangqing is gone." How can I live like this? I will uphold the grace of heaven and will not give up until my death. But these three are different, and perhaps they can serve you, said the golden god, glancing at his comrades behind him who had fought together for millions of years. Liu Feng is also the spokesperson of Kanglan Tian Dao, so he naturally understands what the golden god means. He nodded and was about to speak, but suddenly turned his head to look outside the world with a serious expression. Similarly, Golden God also noticed Liu Feng just waved his hand, and 6 people including Li Qingyun came out of the boundary. This is the Zerg. The locusts among the Zerg. A swarm of locusts that can devour an entire world in a few days. Jihan said with a look of horror. He had seen these locusts before. Why so fast? Doesn't the intelligence say that it will take nearly 40 years? Jin Shinzuan was puzzled. He had naturally seen the intelligence given by the fairy world from Lu Feng. At this rate, we will catch up in 7 days. Tian Han said solemnly. This isn't the Zerg group mentioned in the intelligence. The intelligence said they were earthworms. Lu Feng continued without any anxiety in his voice, this might be a lone army. Li Qingyun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this locust tribe can really devour an entire world in a few days. Look over there, only half of an 8th level world is left. Following Li Qingyun's pointing, suddenly, the 4 cosmic gods Huang Qing exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Jihan gritted his teeth and said, that is the spark realm that carries Huang Qing's final inheritance. Tianhan laughed bitterly, we kept running away, and in the end, there was madness in the miserable smile. She suddenly knelt down and said to Lu Feng, Tianhan is willing to use her soul to complete your lord's heavenly demonic blade. I only ask you to kill all these insects. After saying that, he transformed into Taoism at a speed that Lu Feng could not stop. His body turned into smoke and dissipated, and his soul floated in front of Lu Feng. Everyone was stunned that the suicide was so abrupt. The 3 gods, Golden God, Extreme Cold, and Divine Water, all had sorrowful expressions on their faces. In that case, you will continue to live in my magic blade. I will use this blade to keep fighting the Zerg. Lu Feng said, and he took out the magic blade. Tianhan's soul took the initiative to drill into it. Xuanshui's soul also saw the spark realm, and no longer resisted, and actively merged into the demonic sword. From then on, Lu Feng's only 2 heavenly demonic swords were completed. Anything produced by Lu Feng must be a masterpiece, because these 2 magic swords can be upgraded. Let's name this sword after your 2 honorific titles. 2 magic swords that frightened all Zerg were born under such circumstances. The Golden God also laughed bitterly. And said, 2 gods used their souls to forge weapons for you. 3 billion monks died for this. Huang Qingtiando sacrificed himself for Kanglan. Now, we are even. Now I, Huang Qing, will seek revenge. We will carry out the pursuit that has been delayed for 200,000 years. After saying that, he turned around and went to the Dongqing region under the strong wind. He felt that his comrades were there. Xinshui and Jihan also bowed to Lu Feng, then followed the Golden God, choosing the belated pursuit. Dongqing territory, Monkui Prefecture. The remaining Huangqing soldiers were lying in disarray, almost lying there waiting to die. Suddenly, 3 streams of light cut through the darkness. That is, the breath of God. It's our God is back. Our gods have not fallen yet, they still remember us. One by one, the monks stood up again, and their eyes lit up again. They gathered their strength again, and millions of remaining soldiers moved towards the direction of the 3 great gods. The 3 streams of light also pierced the darkness in their hearts. They were the streams of hope, just like a person lost in the darkness seeing a light. The 3 great gods stood high in the sky, looking at the crowd gathering below. Fengyan brought the remaining 70-odd saints and 500 semi-saints, and knelt on the ground, saying in a sorrowful voice, Lord God, we were defeated. After saying this, he fell to the ground and cried bitterly. I know, we all know, this is not your fault, you have failed Huang Qing, all the blame lies with us. We are the ones who let you down. We shouldn't have led you down this path. You are all Huang Qing's best warriors. Golden God Venerable no longer had the arrogance of the past, and knelt before the 700 million cultivators below. The gods knelt down, but the 700 million monks were in an uproar. No, Lord God, we don't regret it. Yes, we don't regret following you, sir. No regrets. No regrets even if I die. We only regret that we are weak and can't do anything well.
Listening to the cries of hundreds of millions of monks who would never regret even if they died, the gods shed tears. The Huangqing monks who had lost their way to heaven and their homeland were now all gathered around their only bright light. Fengyan said loudly, "Don't be discouraged, sir. We still have the Spark Realm." "Yes, sir, we still have the Spark Realm, and Huangqing still has hope." A saint echoed. "Sir, please stand up. We still have Spark, and we still need your guidance." The Spark Realm is gone. Not long after they set out, they encountered the Zerg. Jihan's tone was extremely sad. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent, and the 700 million monks fell silent collectively. "Ah! It's the Zerg, the damn Zerg again." A monk was furious and screamed in anger. "Huangchang will completely disappear and will have no future." After saying this, Shen Shui closed his eyes in pain. But the Huangqing bloodline is still there, it just has a new name, Kanglan. Lu Feng came from the horizon with all the saints of Kanglan. "I will not make things difficult for them. As long as they acknowledge Kanglan, I will allow them to continue to exist." Upon hearing this, the grief-stricken and angry Huangqing remnant army fell silent again. "We destroyed our own future with our own hands, but our last hope was given by the enemy. We will also have bloodline inheritance." The Golden God stood up and bowed to Lu Feng and the Kanglan saints behind him. "We are grateful for your righteousness, but I must avenge my Huangqing." P.S. This is the first time that the author has visited Tomato. When I tried to click on the option to send a gift, I realized the true intention of generating power with love. I was really moved by the act of choosing to watch the advertisement in order to give the author that 0.1. Compared with other rewards, I would rather have that 0.1. This intention is more precious than anything else. I really want to thank the readers who generate power with love. Thank you. Although I have never made money from writing books, and in order to save money I even made the book covers myself, I will never ask for gifts. I prefer the recognition given by 5 stars to rewards. This is my first online article. Thank you for your recognition, fellow Taoists. Thank you again. Chapter 49. The army is re-established and the fortress is powerful. Huangqing's monks. The Golden God shouted loudly, and 700 million cultivators looked at him. "Our heavenly Tao has been sacrificed. The war with Kanglan is no longer meaningful." There was a deep sadness in his tone. "No one is to blame for what has happened today. We should have anticipated this when we first ventured into another world on the run. We dare not face our fears, yet we repeatedly turn our butcher knives against our fellow heavenly Tao beings. We have lost our courage, our perseverance, and even more so, our dignity as a ninth-order great world." Huangqing's courage, glory, and indomitable spirit reached its peak when the god of slaughter went against the tide, but they collapsed when we chose to flee. He just pointed to the sky with one hand. "Outside the sky, the enemy that has been chasing us for 200,000 years has come back and destroyed our only spark. Now, we must follow the god of slaughter again. To face again the enemy we have been avoiding for 200,000 years. I want you to fight your way out of this world with me. I want you to face your fears with me. I want you to find courage with me. I want you to rebuild the glory with me. Let us bloom with Huangqing's final unyielding spirit, use the flowers of blood to pay tribute to the god of slaughter, and use our corpses to build a monument of flesh and blood to Huangqing. Let us use our lives to compose the most magnificent ending. If I had to sum it up in 2 words, it would be revenge." The 700 million remaining soldiers were boiling with excitement. This time, God was on my side. Revenge, revenge, revenge. The overwhelming fighting spirit has dispelled all the previous haze. Now, fight for true revenge. Revenge. Raise our swords against the enemy we have not dared to face for 200,000 years. Use our death to tell the future generations that their ancestor was called Huangqing. They are not ashamed. They died in battle and died standing. Jihan pointed his gun at the sky and shouted loudly, "Kill." With a shout from the Golden God, 700 million monks transformed into streams of light and rushed towards the sky. Kanglan Tiandao also opened a way for them, watching countless meteors streak into the sky. Li Tangqing said, "No matter what, they are all warriors." Lu Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, it's okay to wake up at the last moment. It's better than dying in confusion. As the saying goes, if you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. Prepare for battle, Kanglan's true enemy is here." Outside the realm, the two realms have basically merged into one, and the pressure of the 100 domains world has gradually taken shape. Huangqing's 700 million cultivators spread out outside the Kanglan realm, the army formation was re-established, the military might was restored, the fighting spirit was overwhelming, and there was no more fear. Huangqing's original purpose in organizing the military formation was to deal with the Zerg, but they used military formations to conquer more of their own kind, and now that only remnants are left, we have returned to our original state. The dense swarms of locusts in front of us made a harsh sound and secreted thick green liquid from their mouths, which was disgusting. There are countless locusts, ranging in size from a few feet to thousands of feet. The first group that rushed over were mostly in the Nirvana realm, with less than 1 in 10,000 in the Void realm, but there were too many of them, at least hundreds of billions. Huangqing's army of 700 million was as thin as a piece of paper in front of the locust tide. Don't be afraid. Stay steady and gather your strength. The divine thoughts of the divine water lord spread throughout the entire army. The locust swarm was very close, and monk Huangqing could even see the fangs dripping with thick juice. Suddenly, 3 huge cities spanning thousands of miles flew out from above the Huangqing army and crashed into the locust tide that was so close. The proud Kanglan monk would never hide behind Huangqing's remaining troops. The force field surrounding the war fortress directly turned countless locusts into powder. Each attack from the semi-holy artillery group can harvest a large number of locusts. The dense swarm of locusts was dispersed in an instant. Kill. With a roar from the Golden God, the Huangqing army charged directly into the locust swarm, once enemies on the battlefield, now fighting side by side. One to bury the past, the other to protect the future. While the Huangqing army was clearing out the billions of remnants of the locusts, the 3 war fortresses had already advanced deep into the enemy's territory. Then, 16 war fortresses appeared one after another, 8 on the upper and 8 on the lower levels to protect Kanglan behind him. Although the number of these locusts, which were composed of Nirvana realm and a small number of Void realm warriors, was terrifying, the gap in realm made it almost impossible to make up for the number in front of the elite Void realm warriors from both sides. After the origin was unfolded, large swarms of locusts died with a wave of his hand. However, this is just the beginning. The real horror is yet to come. A 10,000-foot-long locust revealed its 2 huge mouthparts in the pitch-black sky, releasing a semi-sane aura. Then 2, 3. There are also holy realm fluctuations ranging from tens of thousands of feet in size, mixed in there were countless locusts flying nearby. All over 1,000 feet high, a swarm of locusts appeared in the Holy Realm and the Void Realm, numbering as many as 10 billion. There are 3 million foot tall flying locusts behind them, emitting the mighty power of the universe. The Huangqing army, which was trying its best to clear the locust swarms in the Nirvana realm, all looked at the terrifying enemy flying towards them from the depths of the universe. The fighting spirit is even stronger. Reform the formation. Shinchuwei commanded 200 million monks to kill the first wave of locusts in Nirvana, and then formed a battle line again. An extreme pressure gathered from above the army of 200 million monks. Li Qingyun and the other 6 saints are very familiar with it. That terrifying beam of light is about to condense again. The 3 war fortresses that first rushed towards the locust tide were less than 1 million miles away from the 10 billion sky realm locusts. 0.3 million foot-long locusts each headed towards one. His eyes revealed an immense desire for the finest food. The war fortress, compressed and refined by the 7th level world, is the ultimate delicacy for locusts. As the 200 million Huangqing troops finished their charge, under the desperate infusion of the power of the great Tao by the divine water god, billions of Nirvana realm locusts nearby were directly crushed to death by the pressure of the military formation. 2 beams of light covering a length of 100,000 feet, spread with purple-red lightning, shot towards the 2 divine locusts on the left and right at an extremely fast speed. At this time, with the blessing of the divine water avenue, the power of the beam reached 50% of the power condensed by the 2 billion troops that day. The 2 locusts stopped immediately when they came into contact with the beam of light, and were directly knocked back under the bombardment of the beam. Then came a volley of fire from the holy cannon, which hit the divine realm locusts directly on the head, and the locusts retreated again, and it seemed that there was no way to resist the divine locusts that were flying towards the central war fortress. The war fortress didn't seem to offer any resistance to in the eyes of the locust. Only 2 inconspicuous magic knives flew out, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't avoid it at all. When it wanted to escape, it was too late. 2 magic knives, one on the left and one on the right, pierced its eyes. Suddenly, the way of destruction burst out, and the eyes of the divine locust were directly reduced to nothing. Then the 2 magic swords crossed and pierced the locust's head, each flying towards the 2 divine locusts on both sides. Liu Feng couldn't help but sigh. How come these locusts are weaker than the Huangqing people? But their number is indeed terrifying. it will take a long time to kill them. Then he took a step forward, and the demon's true form reappeared, this time directly transforming into 1,000,000 miles tall. No matter which realm the locusts were in, they were really the size of mayflies in front of Lu Feng's true form. The avenue of destruction permeates his surroundings, and anything approaching him will vanish into nothingness. When he was in Kanglan, under the pressure of the heaven and earth of the ninth-level top world, Lu Feng's real body could only be up to 3 million feet long, but there was no such limit in the inner space of the universe. Disciple Qing Yun, please accept the third gift. Lu Feng's demonic voice shook the space within the universe, then he tore off his cloak and threw it towards the locust swarm in the sky realm. The cloak did not seem to cause any damage to the locust swarm, but instead blended into the world's silence. The end of the Tao. Suddenly, all the great ways in the space where the cloak merged were destroyed, leaving only the sword path. Li Qing Yun took a step forward, and the sword energy spread across billions of miles. The whole person seemed to have turned into a magic sword. Holding up the Tianji sword, he murmured, I, Li Qing Yun, have been practicing swordsmanship since I was 6 years old. It has been 500,000 years now. 100,000 years ago, I had already cultivated the sword to the peak of Tsanglan. Asa sword cultivator, how can I be willing to stop here? I have mastered the sword for 100,000 years. Now I ask the great Tao, is it worthy of leaving a name? Only the space of the sword avenue remained, and a sound of sword rang out, as if responding to Li Qing Yun. Ha ha ha, Li Qing Yun laughed, I'm not here to beg you for anything today. Today, please take a look at this sword. Do you think it's worthy of your attention? The name of this move is Sword Rising, Kanglan? Endless sword intent surged out from Li Qing Yun's body. Within the Kanglan realm, no matter the previous 48 domains or the 52 domains that had swallowed up Huangqing, all the swords, regardless of immortal or mortal, vibrated, but it was very slight and extremely difficult to detect. But with this movement, a sword energy was released and rushed straight towards Li Qing Yun outside the realm. Regardless of whether they were sword-cultivating knights or Taoist monks, anyone who had developed the sword spirit felt the call, slashed towards the sky, and sword energy rushed towards Li Qing Yun and gathered behind him not only Lu Feng, Jin Shinzuan, Jihan, Shinshui, and other cosmic gods, but even the cultivators in the void realm discovered the sword energy gushing out from the gap opened in the Kanglan heavily Tao, more than billions. At this moment, Li Qing Yun carries all the sword intent of Kanglan. Today, I, Li Qing Yun, will use this peerless sword to write on behalf of heaven and carve my name on the road. This. Regardless of Huangqing Kanglan, all the cultivators present were shocked. This is unheard of. Since ancient times, living beings have become gods based on what heavenly Tao cultivates. If heavenly Tao does not have something, they can only be saints, and it will be difficult to make any further progress. Even if the avenue controlled by heavenly Tao is full, they cannot be promoted to universal God. This is the iron law of nature in all living things, and it cannot be broken. But he didn't expect that Li Qing Yun would find such a way, write on behalf of Tian Tao, and forcibly carve his own name on the avenue. It neither consumes the source of heavenly Tao to please the great Tao, nor can it give heavenly Tao more control over the great Tao. Brilliant is not enough to describe this person. The first time in the world, at this moment, all the creatures on the battlefield are lucky. Anyone who sees this scene will gain supreme fortune, which has never happened before and will hardly happen in the future. Ha ha ha, you can see such a spectacle before dying. I will also help you with a sword. Jin Shinzuan laughed. He also practiced sword in his early years. Jihan, Shinshui also practiced sword intent, and at this moment he also took out his sword to help Li Qing Yun cut with a sword. Brother, let me help you with a sword. Qilan summoned the holy sword of killing and slashed forward. All the monks who had practiced sword skills at the scene took out their swords and helped Li Qing Yun to strike with one sword. Lu Feng laughed heartily and said, My disciple, please do as you please. If anyone dares to refuse this way, I will make him pay the price. As soon as Lu Feng said this, the great Tao of sword was obviously dissatisfied, and began to tremble. The swords in the hands of all the creatures who had just wielded the swords to chop were shaking, and the sword bodies seemed to be about to break. At this moment, the avenue of destruction suddenly emerged. Bang! All the creatures at the scene seemed to hear the sound of the Tao slapping, and then the Tao of sword became much more stable. Is this the great Tao of sword being slapped in the face by the great Tao of destruction? My goodness, what did we see today? The apprentice wrote on behalf of the heaven, and the master threatened the avenue. What do you two want to do? And the avenue of destruction personally came out to take over the scene. My sword path has no dignity. Chapter 50.
A peerless sword that amazes everyone. Ha 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 ha. Li Qingyun laughed wildly. The sword energy gathered behind him far exceeded the number of locusts in front of him. There are more than trillions of swords in the entire Kanglan, shouting go. Trillions of sword energies were like a floodgate that had been opened, drowning the locusts. You have the insect swarm, I have the sword river. This style is a first, this style will disappear in the future. It is destined to be the most stunning sword in Kanglan's history, and a figure that trillions of sword practitioners will never be able to surpass. When the sword river washed away the insect swarm, all that was left were corpses and broken limbs scattered throughout the universe. Of the tens of billions of locusts in the holy realm of the Sky Realm, only 1 in 10 survived. Today, I will use the lives of hundreds of millions of Zerg to carve my name on the Great Tao. With the overwhelming power that shook the universe after the great victory, Li Qingyun raised his sword and carved 5 words on the Great Tao of Sword. Kanglan Li Qingyun. If Kanglan Tian Dao saw it, he would definitely recognize that this was a position for the heavenly venerable. As the avenue trembled and the rime of the Tao rolled, an aura belonging to the supreme god of the universe, the realm of godly lord, burst out from Li Qingyun's body. This is the third cosmic god in the history of Kanglan. First is Lu Feng, second is Xiao Kuan, and third is Li Qingyun. In terms of cultivation, Lu Feng is undoubtedly the first. In terms of the shock given by becoming a god, Li Qingyun is the first. As the fluctuations of the god of the universe spread in all directions, the battlefield became boiling. This sword not only eliminated 90% of the invading enemies, but also made the creatures of the heavenly Tao no longer afraid of the Zerg. So what if you're the great terror? As long as you can be killed, we have hope of victory. All the cultivators were cheering, including the remnants of Huang Qing's army, the elite gods and demons, the 9th-level Taoist sect, and the Qingyun sword sect he founded. Kill! I don't know who shouted this, but it directly ignited the boiling monks. Kill! Kill all these disgusting bugs! Are they worthy of being called fearful? At this moment, the elite gods and demons also came down from the war fortress and launched a charge towards the remaining 1 billion locusts. Huang Qing's army no longer cared about the battle formation and rushed forward with roars. This battle is destined to be a legend, not only a legend for Li Qingyun, but also a legend for Kanglan, and all the monks present here will be the writers of legends. In such an atmosphere, the state of mind and perception are further improved during the battle. The cultivator's realm, which had been difficult to advance, began to loosen, and he gained an epiphany about the origin that was difficult to comprehend. At one point, countless monks broke through in the battle. Qin Lan continued to kill, and Zun Yang quickly took shape. At this moment, the golden god has also completed his Tao heart. I understand, ha ha ha, I understand. As he laughed wildly, his half-step heavenly venerable cultivation began to loosen, and he set out to a higher level. Since Huang Qing was sacrificed, all the application quotas for the avenue he originally presided over were reserved and inherited by Kanglan. 200,000 years of escaping have made me lose my sharpness and blunt my edge. How can I break through? It's ridiculous, ridiculous. Today, I, Pojing Tianzuan, will fight the Zerg to the death with the force of a diamond. When the Golden God Lord regained his courage and the blade reappeared, he finally broke through to the Heavenly Lord realm. Let Huang Jing die. Today, I, with the life of Jinli, am reborn. Lu Feng looked at the shameless old man and thought to himself, didn't you say you were going to die? So changing your name means you've died? A defensive battle against the Zerg eventually turned into a unique battle of fate, and all of this was due to Lu Feng's unique Taoist style and Li Qingyun's astonishing sword. This sword not only opened up a divine path for himself, but also led thousands of monks to break through the thorns. Lu Feng's dominance and Li Qingyun's stunningness created this supreme fortune, facing the remaining 1 billion locusts, the 2 great celestial masters and the 3 great divine masters each displayed their might. Their magical powers and Taoist magic stared at the holy locusts and threatened them to death. Li Qingyun's sword river of destruction became more agile with the support of the water avenue of the divine water god. Lu Feng retracted the cloak of destruction in his true body. Holding 2 swords, he easily tore apart one holy realm locust after another. The Lord of Extreme Cold would freeze large swarms of locusts at will, and then a group of monks would rush over to finish them off. After Jin Tianzuan regained his edge, he became extremely strong. He used the art of turning stones into gold to transform a large number of meteorites into small steel men, which suddenly came in a group of the army of gods and demons has been stealing the show for so long, and now it's finally time for them to show their talents. The performances of the 2 top avenues of destruction in space once again amazed everyone. Since the beginning of the Dongji War, both the gods and demons have discovered this problem.
When the unpredictable changes in space are combined with the tyrannical destruction, unexpected results often appear. Of this time, Lidong Cheng specially prepared a Shinwu ship for testing. As a result, the coalition of gods and demons stayed in the war fortress and had no chance to go out. This time, when facing the locusts, the advantage of the gods and demons became extremely obvious. The mutual coordination of space destruction made Lu Feng's eyes light up. The two semi-saints, god and demon, joined forces and killed a 200,000-foot-long holy locust as if it were a joke. As the other armies rushed over in a hurry, the space in front of them rippled, a wisp of destructive air floated out, and a pile of insect corpses appeared in front of them. This battle marked the beginning of the might of Kanglin's God-Demon alliance. From then on, the God-Demon alliance became the nightmare of the Zerg. When two gods and demons of the same realm join forces, they can kill enemies across levels. There were 80 million gods and demons participating in the war, and they killed 700 million out of the 1 billion locusts. Their own losses were minimal, with only more than 2,000 people killed or injured by some self-destructing locusts. That's right, a cultivator complained, they pick on the weak, killing them with one strike every time. They appear and disappear like ghosts. The five gods have wiped out all the locusts in the Holy Realm, countless monks cursed, human-headed dog.
Huang Qing's 700 million remaining troops also found confidence in Fei Huan again.
They had been beaten by Kanglin before and had completely doubted their lives. It turns out that it's not that we are too weak, but that Kanglin is too abnormal. Huangqing realm is also considered one of the most powerful worlds in the universe, otherwise it would not have the courage to attack another 9th level world. In this extraterrestrial war, the Zerg were responsible for clearing out the remaining troops and did not engage in any head-on battles. First, they beat the small locusts in Nirvana, followed by the leftovers left by the coalition of gods and demons, as well as the long-range support of more than a dozen sky cities. When many Huangqing monks were about to be devoured by locusts, an attack would come down from the Sky City, smashing the sneak-attacking locusts to pieces. When the last tens of thousands were wiped out by the gods and demons, shouts of victory were heard on the battlefield. This is Huangqing's first victory in more than 40 years. The four cosmic gods stood on both sides of Lu Feng, looking at the monks below who were shouting Val victory and celebrating the victory.
The Realm Lord Palace is preparing to fight the Zerg with all its might.
I want to set up an army on my own, named Huangcheng, which will be directly under the Realm Lord Palace.
Will you come? Lu Feng spoke casually when the sound fell into the ears of Jin Tianzu and Jinlu, Xinxue and Jihan. It was indeed a deafening noise.
Are you still willing to leave a name for Huangcheng? Jin Yan thought she had misheard. Lu Feng was too lazy to explain and just asked, "You don't want to?"
Yes. We absolutely agree.
From now on, anyone in Huangqing's army who talks about retreating will be the first one to be killed by me.
Jin Lu was extremely excited.
You will be the commander-in-chief of the Huangqing army, and Xinxue and Jihan will be your deputy commanders. Go and organize the army, train the soldiers well, and improve their strength. Your 700 million people may not be able to defeat the 30 million coalition forces of gods and demons. As Lu Feng spoke, he determined whether the army would stay or go.
We obey your orders.
The three gods bowed respectfully. Lu Feng sighed inwardly, I'm going to be busy again.
You only know that it's easy for you to win. Have you ever thought about why it's so easy? It's because I, the Realm Master, work for you to win.
Thinking of this, he patted Jin Shinzuan on the shoulder and said, You still have a lot to learn.
War is not just about coding people.
The real war is 99% decided before the fight.
Even if Li Qingyun didn't strike that sword today, we can still eliminate this wave of locusts. Jin Shinzuan deeply agreed with this.
Although this wave of locusts did not have the combat power of the heavenly venerable level, 90% of the 9th level worlds could definitely not be defended. Which 9th order world can produce tens of billions of sky realm locusts? Before Huangqing invaded Kanglin, there were only more than 4 billion empty realms. Kanglin only has a few billion in total. Now the two sides combined can only gather more than 2 billion airspaces. If there are no war fortresses, Golden Godlord really doesn't know how to fight this war. Lu Feng summoned the corpses of 3 cosmic god-level locusts and began to study them. Just a quick glance and his eyes lit up with uncontrollable excitement.
He immediately gave Li Tanking an order. Pass on my order. Don't rush back. Take out all the boats. Send out all the Nirvana Realm juniors in the sect. Clean up the battlefield for me. Li Dongcheng bowed and said, "Sir, what exactly do you want?" Lu Feng's eyes lit up. "I want everything. I want the body, I want the body parts, even the thick green liquid should be collected together. Be careful to collect the different qualities of locust concentrates separately and don't mix them up. Keep an eye on it when the time comes. This locust has a crystal core inside it, which is much more valuable than the origin stone Dao crystal." "Ha ha ha, Li Tangqing, do you know? The Realm Lord Palace has made a fortune."
After Lu Feng finished his last sentence, Li Tangqing was obviously stunned. These locust remains are actually treasures in the eyes of adults die and the eyes of top masters like Lu Feng. There is no waste, only people who don't know how to use the materials. Needless to say, crystal cores are more useful than source stones and can be used as driving fuel for war fortresses. Even their corpses are excellent building materials. As long as the right smelting method is used, the skin of locusts can be forged into top-quality protective materials. Although the large amount of thick juice in the body is disgusting, it has a strong dissolving power.
Can it not be used as a weapon?
Maybe it will have a decisive effect in one move. Li Dongcheng also extracted a massive crystal core from a half-saint-level locust, 100 feet long and 30 to 40 feet thick. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was worth 5 million Dao crystals. And there were actually 10 such crystal cores in the locust's body. For the next 2 months, Lu Feng personally went to the front line to direct the post-war cleanup work. There are tens of billions of empty realms, tens of thousands of semi-saint realms, and nearly 1,000 saint realms. The most conservative estimate is that these materials can build 100 war fortresses. In other words,
the war fortress can be upgraded.
Chapter 1, Visit from the Immortal Realm. Initial contact. While Lu Feng was busy directing the cleanup of the battlefield and sorting the spoils, an army of 2 billion cultivators was approaching Kanglan at a rapid speed. Leading the way were 2 space Dao gods. "Brother Yunfei, what exactly did you bring to the Immortal Emperor that day that made him send our army to Kanglan as quickly as possible?" asked a space god. The space Dao divine venerable known as Yunfei grew tired of being asked questions and finally spoke. "It's a letter that a destruction divine venerable asked me to bring to the divine emperor." "Don't ask what's in it, I didn't dare read it." "Lin Kong, I beg you to stop asking questions and hurry on your way." The appearance of the locust swarm was truly unexpected. "The Immortal Emperor sent us to rescue this world, but I don't know if we'll make it in time." After hearing what Divine Venerable Yunfei said, Divine Venerable Lin Kong took a deep breath. Hiss. It's actually the Heavenly Venerable of Destruction, the last top-level avenue that hasn't yet produced a Divine Emperor. This person is only one step away. I'm afraid he's the closest to becoming a divine emperor among the beings of our heavenly Tao who practice the great path of destruction. Yunfei Shenzuan added, "Not only that, apart from this world, I'm afraid there is no other world in the universe that controls the great way of destruction." Lin Kong Divine Venerable sighed, "Then this person must be a great helper for our heavenly Tao creatures in fighting against the Zerg. We must rescue him urgently." After saying that, the 2 great gods once again ordered to speed up and not to worry about the consumption of source stones. When Lu Feng saw the 2 billion troops appearing in front of him, he was already pulling back the last batch of decomposed and packaged insect corpses. At first, I thought it was an invading army and almost took action. After asking about their purpose, both sides fell silent. With the speed of your support, the entire universe will be eaten by the Zerg sooner or later. The 2 great gods were both surprised and embarrassed. There are tens of billions of skybound locusts. Why are you so fast? When they came, they anticipated countless scenarios, but they never thought that Kanglan would win. Lu Feng didn't know what to say. There was a lot of work to do after the war. Should the newly acquired 52 domains be governed? Should the distribution of interests among the major sects be decided? They had just taken in 700 million remnant Huangqing troops. How were they going to support them? Although nearly 80% of the Huangqing saints had died, the remaining 20% still had a Taoist lineage. In short, there were too many miscellaneous things to do, and the life after and before the war was much more tiring than during the war. Besides, I am anxious to refine equipment and design new war fortresses. How could I have the time to entertain these people who came from far away just to eat and drink for free? In the end, it was Chen Shuhua, the chief minister of the Realm Lord Hall, who received the 2 gods who came from afar. Since entering Kanglan would be rejected by the heavenly Tao, the meeting place was chosen to be in a war fortress. According to the news released by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Jizhudian, July of the 41st year of the Kanglan new calendar, representatives from the Immortal Realm, Lord Yunfei and Lord Lin Kong, paid a friendly visit to the Kanglan realm that lasted for half a month. This is the first exchange in history between the two sides. Prime Minister Chen Shuhua first welcomed the rescue from the immortal world and expressed regret for not being able to participate in the war. The representative of the fairy world, Lord Yunfei, first congratulated Kanglan on his victory in the war, and expressed his admiration for the Kanglan monk's heroic and fearless fighting spirit. Prime Minister Chen Shuhua expressed his gratitude for the recognition given by the immortal world. In further conversation, Prime Minister Chen Shuhua said that our realm master attaches great importance to the relationship between Kanglan and your realm, and expressed his willingness to work with the immortal realm to jointly maintain peace in the universe, protect the interests of the creatures of both sides, and jointly strengthen his determination to resist the Zerg. Lord Yunfei said that as a 9th-level world of the 100 Realms, the immortal realm earnestly hopes to establish friendly and cooperative relations with Kanglan, and hopes that the two sides can reach an agreement on the strategy to fight the Zerg as soon as possible. Minister Chen Shuhua stated that friendly exchanges and win-win cooperation should always be the priority in the fight against the Zerg. Both Zhangxian and Sangxian should prioritize the fight against the Zerg. Only through collaboration and building an alliance can we best navigate the current challenging situation. On July 12, the Realm Lord met with representatives from the Immortal Realm at the Heavenly Demon Temple. He first expressed his condolences and concern for the pressure from the Heavenly Tao that the two representatives had endured. The Lord of the Realm said that Kanglan attached great importance to the visit of the Immortal Realm, and once again expressed gratitude for the support of the Immortal Realm and regretted not being able to catch up with the war. The Realm Lord fully praised the Immortal Realm's initiative to lend a helping hand and expressed his deepest greetings to the Immortal Emperor. Lord Yunfei first expressed his gratitude for the greetings from the Realm Lord and reiterated the position of the Immortal Realm. The Realm Lord said that the Zerg has become the biggest threat to all living beings in the universe. Both Xiansong and Xiansong are top-level 9th-order worlds at the level of 100 domains. They hold a vital position in their respective avenues and are the decisive force in fighting against the Zerg. Kanglan is willing to establish a long-term alliance and cooperative relationship with the Immortal Realm, and hopes that the leaders of both sides will hold talks as soon as possible to sign an alliance on how to deal with the Zerg. Lord Yunfei expressed his warm welcome to the proposal put forward by the Lord of the Realm. Over the next 3 days, Kanglan's Chancellor, Chen Shuhua, and the Immortal Realm representative, the Divine Master Yunfei, established a meeting point for both worlds. They also visited the Immortal Realm army to offer their condolences to the reinforcements arriving from Kanglan and reported on the results of the battle. Finally, with the farewell of Prime Minister Chen Shuhua, the 2 billion delegation from the fairy world began to return to the fairy world. Lu Feng finally finished decomposing the 3 corpses of the divine locusts. Then he began to carefully identify and measure, trying not to waste even a single inch and refine everything into a divine artifact. The eldest disciple took Huorong's artifact, and the master must return one to him, and as promised, each of those saints must be equipped with a magic weapon, otherwise how would they have the nerve to drain their sections? The next war is coming soon and we must prepare in advance. While Lu Feng was busy, Tiandao was also not idle. At this moment, Kanglan Tiandao was frantically digesting what Huang Qing left him. Strictly speaking, although Kanglan has the scale of 100 domains, it does not control the 100 domains, because the war has destroyed many states and domains, leaving no living creatures and no grass growing on them. Only when all states and domains are revitalized can Kanglan be said to have truly reached the 100 domains. Another reason is that since Huang Qing was sacrificed, the Heavenly Tao origin for applying for the quota cannot be reset, which means that he does not have enough origin to apply for the quota of the God of Destruction. Tiandao couldn't help but sigh, alas. I'm so worried, what should I do? Never mind, let's quickly reach the real 100 realms. Then, with the meteorites collected by Huang Qing, one more can almost grow another large realm. Maybe the origin will be enough. For those large states that were devastated and desolate by the war, Tiandao can only look for Lu Feng. What? You want me to do landscaping? Are you kidding me, the dignified Lord of the Realm? Being a donkey in the production team is already enough for me. Lu Feng shook his head repeatedly. I'm not asking you to go, I'm asking you to arrange someone to go. If I can reach the 100 realms sooner, you'll be able to accumulate strength to break through to the Divine Emperor. Tiandao, who had something to ask of others, spoke gently. The quota is the quota, but how many years have passed since I broke through to the Heavenly Venerate? I stayed in the Holy Realm for 1,000,000 years before breaking through to the Divine Realm. The Divine Emperor is still a long way off. Lu Feng's face was full of disbelief, seeing that it was not easy to deceive. Tian Dao could only increase his efforts and continued, "That is not the same thing. What is needed below the cosmic God is the accumulation of perception and Dao rhyme, while what is needed above the cosmic God is perception and the recognition of the Dao. Sometimes, even if you have enough insights, it is useless if the Tao does not recognize it. Besides, who are you, Lu Feng? Could you possibly lack comprehension? With your comprehension, you'd probably have already reached the Divine Emperor level. Otherwise, how could you be so powerful? Now I just need to apply for the spot. With your ability, it won't be easy to get the approval of the avenue." What Tian Dao was thinking was, first, to become 100 realms as soon as possible. As for you not breaking through to the Divine Emperor level? That's only because you haven't comprehended enough. Try comprehending for a while before trying again. Listening to the heavenly Dao's gentle words of persuasion, Lu Feng couldn't help but recall the day when the great Dao of destruction personally stood up for him. Could it be that I really can break through to the Divine Emperor realm quickly? Let's give it a try first. Okay, I promise you, you have to apply for a place quickly when the time comes. Lu Feng chose to believe it this time. Don't worry, when has I ever cheated you? Tian Dao's voice was firm. Chapter 2, Integration of Taoism and Starting Again. Fortunately, he had clones, and Lu Feng transformed into 16 clones again. 15 clones refine weapons, and one handles government affairs. 12 years have passed since the last time he entered the Realm Lord's Hall. Lu Feng sat on the throne, looking at the two groups of people sitting on both sides below. A group of Kanglan, including Sword God Li Qingyun and 91 saints, 2 of whom were promoted during the battle outside the realm. A group of Huangqing, Jin Tianzuan, Shinshui, Jihan, and 72 saints. At the moment, it seems that Huangqing has been completely defeated. Even if these 72 saints join forces, they cannot defeat the 14 of the gods. Kanglan was also somewhat shocked by Huangqing's completely reckless fighting style. At the beginning, the two blocking forces almost used self-destruction to block the attack, not to mention Fanghua, the semi-saint on the front battlefield, who doesn't admire Kanglan. Don't publish the post-war statistics, just say that Kanglan won a great victory and unified the two worlds. Lu Feng spoke first to set the tone. He continued, "This meeting will mainly discuss 3 things. First, resource allocation, second, preparations for the Zerg War, and third, post-war reconstruction. Let's first talk about the issue of resource allocation. Your Excellency, regarding the allocation of resources, we believe that if we follow the original system of distribution, it will be an extremely cumbersome process. The various major systems will be eager to compete for benefits, which can easily sow the seeds of disaster. Besides, there's no telling when the Zerg will return, and by then the major sects will still be fighting for territory, which would be detrimental to Kanglan's overall situation." Chen Shuhua was the first to speak again. "This Realm Lord Hall Chief is a good worker." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng said, "Resource allocation is mainly for the training of the younger generation. Currently, Kanglan, regardless of the number of Saint Realms or Void Realms, is less than 20% of a true 100 domains level world." Chen Shuhua bowed and said, "Sir, we have discussed this matter and have reached a consensus." "Please make the decision, sir." "Oh? Tell me about it." Lu Feng was very interested. "We all agree that all Ninth Order Taoist sects should be abolished. All elders, disciples, guardians and servants should all belong to the Realm Lord Hall. All resources will be uniformly allocated by the Realm Lord Hall, and every resource will be fully utilized in the right place." Every word of Chen Shuhua's words etched itself in Lu Feng's heart. All 9-level Taoist sects belong to one family. If you want to learn alchemy, you can get instruction from the Danyuan Temple. You don't have to go to the Danyuan Temple specifically to become a disciple. You just need to open a class. The same goes for refining weapons. There is no need to go to the Holy Land of Gold and Fire specifically. Should we open a few universities? Lu Feng had already thought of this. "I agree." He agreed without any hesitation. "Your Excellency is wise." "It's not me who is wise, it's you. The 9th-level Taoist tradition is inseparable, which will definitely be a good thing for the growth of Kanglan's younger generation." Lu Feng said with great appreciation. "You all know that throughout history, countless talented cultivators have been hindered by the self-enclosed existence of various sections. Now that all 9 sects have been united, the Realm Lord Hall will become more than just the co-master of a sect for Kanglan. It will truly benefit all living beings in Kanglan.
I am very pleased that you have such a heart.
Your Excellency is the one who is truly devoted to Kanglan.
We are all proud to follow you.
Xian Shi flattered him in a timely manner. I believe that, except for bloodline, all magical powers and Taoist methods can be taught and shared, but they must be kept under close supervision. Lu Feng first proposed this to stimulate discussion. Huorong added, Your Excellency is absolutely right. Since all of us ninth-rank sects have united as one, all of our secret realms and sacred cultivation sites must be made public to all members of the Realm Lord Hall.
The remaining sects below the ninth rank can only enjoy the rights granted by the Realm Lord Hall after joining it.
The hall suddenly entered into a heated discussion again. Based on the last discussion, Kanglan was redivided and the forces were integrated. Lu Feng sat upstairs with his eyes narrowed, becoming idle again. He called Ling Qingyuan up through voice transmission and continued to pour tea for everyone. Fortunately, the decoration of the Lord of the Realm Hall is strong enough and can withstand being smashed, so even if the saints take action, it can hold out for a while. Compared with the wildness of Saint Kanglan, Huang Qing's side was much more restrained. They completely regarded themselves as Lu Feng's private army, put it in the right position. Only in this way can the Huang Qing bloodline be protected to the greatest extent. It can be foreseen that half of Kanglan's territory will become directly under the jurisdiction of the Realm Lord Palace, and they will all be the best areas. The big event of further integrating Kanglan was underway in the main hall, and the 15 Lu Fengs who were refining weapons seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. The Zerg are completely different from the creatures of heaven. They have no souls, only consciousness. As long as the body is not dead and the consciousness is not destroyed, to a certain extent, it is immortal. Their birth may be even earlier than the heavenly Tao world. So what was the universe like before the birth of the first heavenly Tao world? How did the heavenly Tao world come into being? Since the Zerg could have been born earlier than the heavenly Tao world, why didn't they destroy these heavenly Tao worlds right from the start, instead of waiting for them to grow stronger? There are also 6 great god emperors. How many of them do the heavenly Tao world occupy? Huge mysteries lie before Lu Feng. Can the Zerg Scourge win? However, as long as we can gain benefits from the enemy through war, there is hope of success. Alas! Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Kanglan's foundation was still too weak. It would take at least 100,000 years for him to grow up completely. Let's refine the weapon first and be a high-level worker. Tian Dao has already taken Kanglan to the place agreed with the fairy world. There will be a lot of information in the fairy world by then, and I can learn more about it. Lu Feng thought of this, smiled and shook his head, and continued to concentrate on refining the weapon. At this moment, Kanglan Tian Dao in the Tian Dao space, after arranging his forces, began to count his spoils. Ahaha, so happy. Daoi now controls 6 of the following: space, destruction, slaughter, gold, water, cold, and sword. Where did the sword arts come from? When did they appear? That Huang Qing guy doesn't have any either. What's going on? In the hall, Lu Feng nearly spit out his tea and thought to himself, I said, you just realized it. My apprentice signed your name for you and advanced to the god realm, and now you've discovered the new sword art and you're running over to ask me. Is your reaction time that long? But the spirit still communicated seriously with the heavenly Tao in secret. How would I know? Maybe you already had it and forgot to take it out. Impossible. I have such a good memory, how could I not remember this? He could not accept Lu Feng's words. You have a good memory? I even forgot the unlocking code at the Falling Demon Mountain. Isn't it normal to forget the great Tao? Yeah. Of course it is. Besides, wouldn't it be good to have more avenues? Also, such a good avenue was only brought out now. As the way of heaven, are you qualified? Lu Feng decisively turned the tables. Why do I feel like you are lying to me? People above the level of saints cannot lie to other living beings. As the God of the universe, you have to be responsible for your words. Tian Dao was exaggerating. How could I lie to you? Is there anyone who can apply for a place for you? You must have remembered it wrongly. Lu Feng ignored the threat of the heavenly Tao. Yes. You can't lie to living beings, but you are the heavenly Tao, not a living being. Yes, you are right. Tian Dao went back silently. What's wrong with my memory?
I can even forget this. Creatures, I am sorry for you. Could it be that I, the Taoist, have exchanged my memory for this unparalleled and extraordinary talent in billions of miles?
Kanglin Tiandao, who returned to the Tiandao space, completely doubted Daoshang. Chapter 3 Willow Saints use bloodline stolen. While the other saints of Kanglin were arguing and deciding the bill below, Sei Lu drank cup after cup of tea poured by Ling Qingyuan. This is because this magical tea has the effect of prolonging life. A mortal who drinks it can add 1,000 years to his lifespan. Lu Feng was ashamed. This guy was too scared of death, but he waved his hand and called Lu Sheng over.
Your Highness, I am here to pay my respects.
Lu Sheng smiled, trying hard to hide his nervousness.
Don't be nervous. I'm not here to blame you.
Lu Feng's words, which seemed comforting but were actually threatening, made Lu Sheng even more panicked.
I wonder what the Lord wants to see me about. Lu Sheng asked tentatively. I heard that you are afraid of death, is that true?
Lu Feng asked Lu Sheng with a strange smile. Lu Sheng's heart sank.
Your Excellency, please understand.
The war fortress you designed and built is simply too powerful, so it's difficult for me to attack. Besides, I've also personally killed several locusts. You cherish your life because it's your reason for practicing Taoism, so naturally I won't blame you. What I'm asking is whether you can give up some things on the premise that I guarantee you won't die. Lu Feng still smiled and asked Lu Sheng while staring at him.
As long as I am guaranteed to survive, I can sacrifice everything for you except my son.
Lu Sheng said firmly.
That's good. This is the Kanglin Tiandao reincarnation seal. With this seal, Kanglin will not be destroyed and you will not die.
Lu Feng took out the good stuff he had stolen from Tiandao that day. Lu Sheng's eyes widened.
Wasn't this the ultimate he had been pursuing? With this thing, what else was there to cultivate for? Sir, is such a valuable item really for me? He still couldn't believe it. This thing can only be used in Kanglin. I promise that you will never leave Kanglin in your lifetime.
Lu Feng's words were full of temptation.
Sir, please tell me what you want me to do. I am willing to do anything. I can even stew my body for you, as long as you leave me a root. The desire in Lu Sheng's eyes could no longer be hidden. Lu Feng's face instantly darkened after hearing this. This joke was really not going to work.
I'll stew your uncle. I'll go dig it for you right away.
Come back. Lu Feng was speechless. Where was his moral integrity? What's the point of me stewing an old tree trunk like you? I have something else to ask you.
Sir, please speak freely. Lu Sheng exuded an air of dominance. According to post-war statistics, although Kanglin did not carry out a massacre during this war, 152 states still suffered a great loss of life, and 3 states were completely barren, especially those 3 states. They are all injured by the Tao and ordinary creatures cannot survive there. Can't you plant a willow tree by planting a section? I want you to transform your Tao, split your body into countless parts, and plant willow trees all over these 3 states in a short period of time. But if you grow 3 liuzhous, your strength might be reduced to the void realm.
I wonder if you can do it.
Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng said without hesitation, this is nothing. The other 152 states have also been handed over to me.
It is my honor to share your worries. No other tree can do this.
Don't worry, my lord, I will complete the task within 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng gave the reincarnation mark to Lu Sheng, and asked the god of water to help water the plants, and then became bored again. Huarong down below is fighting with someone else again. I wonder how my little disciple Qin Lan is doing.
Lu Feng thought some time ago, a bloodline was lost in the demon clan's ancestral pool.
Demon clan bloodlines are so precious that only 100 are born in the pool each year. Then there are the mortal demon creatures whose bloodline power is usually extremely weak, but occasionally a pure bloodline will be born. As Shao Kuan expanded Kanglin 3 times 30,000 years ago, the size of the demon clan has continued to expand in recent years, with an average of more than 30,000 people born each year.
Being born is one thing, growing up is another.
Most of the demon bloodline people are still growing in the Tao and Nirvana realms. There are more than trillions of mortal creatures in the demon clan, and it is good enough if a bloodline can be born among hundreds of billions of mortal creatures. Every bit of demon blood is extremely precious. The situation of the gods is similar to that of the demons, and the geniuses are all growing. In addition, because their bloodlines are too powerful,
these two tribes can no longer reproduce after reaching the Tao body realm. And only when they reach the Tao body realm can they know whether they are of pure divine and demonic bloodline. So after the Dongji battle, Lu Feng felt so heartbroken when he saw the losses. The elite troops of these two tribes must not be treated as consumables, but as sharp knives that pierce the heart of the enemy. This time, the demons inexplicably lost a bloodline, which is truly a wonder that will be seen throughout the ages. However, Lu Feng didn't pay much attention to it because there were too many creatures who were concerned about the bloodline of gods and demons. During the war, the demon clan had never been so empty, so it was understandable that a copy was stolen. Seeing Qin Lan and Qin Yu being affectionate with each other in the demon temple all day long, Lu Feng couldn't stand their display of affection anymore, so he sent Qin Lan out to deal with the matter. Qin Lan, however, took this matter very seriously and specially asked the Sage of Cause and Effect to help calculate it.asa result. It took the Sage of Cause and Effect 5 full days to figure it out and got a little injured. I have been fighting that guy on the path of karma for 5 days and finally succeeded. He is only at the level of ethereal. I don't know why he is so difficult to deal with. The Sage of Karma said with a tired face. He handed Qin Lan another seal and said, "This is the location of that little thief. It can only last for a month and will lose its effect after that. My friend, take it well. This mark can also block most of the thief's causal perception." After Qin Lan thanked the Saint of Karma, she took a half-saint, one from each of God and Demon, one from killing, one from space, and one from destruction to catch the thief. At first, the two semi-saints of God and Demon thought that for Ethereal Junior, they could just send a few juniors of the Void Realm to play with him. However, Qin Lan believed that it was like a lion fighting a rabbit, so they had to do their best. Moreover, it was arranged by the master himself, so there must be no problems. The identity of the Realm Master's disciple made the half-saint of gods and demons dare not refuse, so he had to follow. The location calculated by the Sage of Cause and Effect is in Yuzhou, Qingchen territory, which is under the rule of the demons. There is a mountainous area of billions of miles in the north of Ziyuzu, which contains 16 fifth-level sections. After the leader of Pangmu sect participated in the looting of Huangqing's subordinate world, the sect became much richer. He was not selected for the subsequent 1 billion conscription soldiers and stayed in the sect. Just recently, a group of people ascended from a nearby Fourth Order world. The leader was a man who had reached the great perfection of nirvana, named Chu Feng. He came up without saying a word and directly attacked his own sect. How could he tolerate this? I'm a powerful Void Realm expert, but I can't even deal with a junior who has reached the great perfection of the Nirvana realm. Isn't that too shameful? I'll let you witness the majesty of the Ninth Order Great World. Asa result, he was killed in less than 5 moves. The sect was occupied in an instant and half of the disciples were killed. There was not even enough time to file a complaint with the Realm Lord Palace. The Realm Lord Hall only has life tokens for independent cultivators who have paid protection fees. These sects do not accept them, so if they don't complain, they really won't discover this matter for a while. In less than half a month, Chu Feng, who had reached the great perfection of nirvana, successfully ascended to the ethereal realm, obtained the origin of destruction, and exuded the unique aura of the demon clan. Ding, system task released. Unknown enemies are approaching, extremely dangerous. Stay away from them for at least a month without being discovered. Attention! Extremely dangerous. Host, please escape as soon as possible. Mission completed. Reward, the origin of swordsmanship. The mission failed, Dao disappeared and died, and the system will perish along with the host. Chu Feng was stunned. He had just come to the upper realm and won a piece of demon blood in the lottery, and successfully advanced to the void realm. Just as we were preparing to attack the next sect to gain experience, an unknown enemy approached. It is indeed the upper realm, with many strong people. It is interesting, too interesting. Chu Feng, will definitely trample you all under my feet. It is indeed a system, and it has the ability to sense danger, which is really fascinating. The only drawback is that it requires a large amount of spirit stones and source stones to maintain it. However, this is the first time I have seen the system issue such an urgent task. It seems that the person coming is no ordinary person. Is he Kong Jie or Kong Yuan? Really exciting. System, I accept the mission. I, Chu Feng, am definitely not weak to anyone. You let me escape this time, but I will tear you into pieces in the future. Chapter 4, Pursuers from Behind and Internal Troubles. At this moment,
Chu Feng was leading his younger brothers to conquer another 5th level sect. They wore uniform clothing made of quite extraordinary material. He brought these people up from the underworld, but if he wanted to escape now, it would be disadvantageous to bring them with him.
You guys are free to move around here.
I have some personal matters to attend to, which will take at least a month. After Chu Feng issued the order, he left without waiting for them to speak.
What happened, Sect Master? It's quite sudden.
You're new here, so you're not used to it yet.
The Sect Master is always like this. Yes, the Sect Master has grown incredibly fast. In just 1,500 years, he's reached the legendary Void Realm. He's always like this.
Suddenly, something happens, and when he returns, his strength has greatly increased. Qin Lan discovered that according to the instructions, she could only determine an area within a radius of 2,000 miles.
Fellow Daoist Zhang Song, can you seal off the area within a radius of 2,000 miles?
Qin Lan looked at the half-saint of the God clan.
What are you talking about, fellow Daoist? 20,000 miles is not a problem. Zhang Song was a little dissatisfied. Who was he looking down on?
The Realm Master's disciples were awesome, indeed, they were very powerful, but which creature in Kanglan dared to look down on my God clan? After that, the avenue of space flashed by, done. The demon half-saint Qin Lan called this time was the one who had helped him kill the prison realm that day.
Fellow Daoist Hong Yu, can you sense the demon bloodline? No, I can't feel anything at all.
Hong Yu shook his head and put away his previous disdain.
He actually has such a method? He can even block the bloodline perception of my demon clan. This person is quite extraordinary.
Fellow Daoist Zhang Song, please continue to monitor and notify us immediately if you find anything. Qin Lan said with a serious expression. Zhang Song also took the thief who could block blood perception seriously.
Don't worry, fellow Daoist.
Hong Yu and Qin Lan nodded and started searching in 2 directions. Remind the host that the surrounding 2,000 miles of space has been blocked.
What? Do you have any way to break through? Chu Feng was stunned.
Only 3 hours had passed since the system issued the task, and the surrounding 2,000 miles of space had been blocked.
The system has not been upgraded yet, so it cannot be broken through.
The system's cold voice came. System, help me block all auras. Received, blocked. Ever since Chu Feng could remember, he had watched his father hunting and had never seen what his mother looked like. His father often taught him that when facing tigers and wolves, he must remain calm and not run away, as there might be a chance of survival. That he clearly remembered the figure in coarse linen clothes, holding a machete and carrying a bow and arrow. When I was 7 years old, my father went into the mountains and never came back. When I was about to starve to death, I got the system. He vowed never to go hungry again. His father was eaten by a tiger, and he firmly believed that in order to avoid being eaten, he must be stronger than him. As long as he kills all the wolves, bears, tigers and leopards in the entire forest, he, the hunter, will be safe. So his growth was accompanied by killing. Whenever he arrived at a new place, his first thought was to kill all the strong people there, so that he could feel at peace. With a system, he doesn't need anyone's help. Gradually, he became obsessed with killing and conquering. He didn't need anyone's protection, nor had he ever been protected. The only person who had protected him died when he was 7 years old. At this moment, Chu Feng was wearing coarse clothes, carrying a bow and arrow, holding a machete in his right hand to chop the thorns along the way, and holding 3 rabbits in his left hand as he moved forward with difficulty towards the wooden house on the mountainside. He remembered the first time he killed someone. It was because he was competing with a middle-aged hunter for a deer. The first time he killed an entire family was because he looked at a beautiful girl a few more times when he entered the city, and the servant behind the girl threatened to dig out his eyes. I thought it was just a harmless threat, but at that time, I took it seriously. During his cultivation, he never failed. If he had a little hatred, he would kill the entire family and earn the title of demon. In his life, he only believed in the system. He will only keep his subordinates by his side after they have their soul seals taken away by him, but this time it was different. Chu Feng had never seen this reaction from the system and seemed a little flustered. However, he firmly believed that this was just a small setback, and sooner or later he would be able to kill all these powerful people who appeared on his path of cultivation. When he returned to the wooden house with the rabbit, he was surprised to see a young man in white clothes sitting on a wooden stake in front of the house. Chu Feng didn't panic. He just said, "I just caught a rabbit. Do you want to eat it together?" The aura is well hidden, but the brain is not good enough. the young man in white said in a flat tone. It's difficult for a mortal to travel 1,000 miles in his lifetime, but you are the only hunter within 100,000 miles.
This is one.
There's no water source within 10 miles, yet you built your cabin here.
This is the second reason.
I don't know how you managed to suppress your aura, but your killing spree cannot be hidden from me.
This is the third. Besides, this isn't true killing.
It certainly looks like you've killed many people, but the purpose of that killing is simply to be ruthless.
You're killing just to prove you're strong, nothing more. Killing like this is completely useless. Chu Feng smiled and said, then what do you think true killing is? Ha ha, Qin Lan laughed. Maybe I would have told you what killing is before, but now, what does it have to do with you?
After saying that, he didn't want to waste any more time and just grabbed it. With Chu Feng's ethereal cultivation, he had no chance of resisting the semi-saint.
System, save me.
Suddenly, Chu Feng broke free from the big hand transformed by Qin Lan's magical power. His whole temperament changed completely. If he was ferocious and conceited before, he is now cold and ruthless. There was no way to tell his strength from his breath. Qin Lan directly summoned the holy sword of killing, and the blood-red Zuinyang appeared, emitting an extremely powerful aura belonging to a semi-saint. The next moment, Hong Yu stepped out of the space and appeared beside Chu Feng. The destructive aura of the Black Zuinyan was equally terrifying. As the space rippled, Zhang Song of the God Clan took the lead in attacking. Killing is the action. Star-killing blood-colored stars smashed down one after another, and Chu Feng dodged flexibly, but the blood star that Chu Feng dodged disappeared in space the next moment, and then emerged from another angle and hit him again. As more and more blood stars appeared, Chu Feng was directly surrounded in the middle and could only use his Taoist power to resist. Space confinement. Finger of destruction. Killing is the action. Moon killing. The three extremely powerful Taoist methods work together perfectly. If these three people join forces, they can easily kill Saint Huangqing.
I'm sorry, host. The mission is about to fail.
No.
Impossible. How could I lose?
Chu Feng was full of unwillingness. After Chu Feng's death, the system was exposed. Just as he was about to escape, Kanglin Tiandao grabbed him.
This thing again?
Although it's nowhere near as difficult as Lu Feng's, just looking at it makes me feel an instinctive disgust.
This thing is ominous.
Then it was crushed by Kanglin Tiandao. There was something sinister about this person. To be on the safe side, he asked Hong Yu to destroy all consciousness within the 2,000-mile area of the blocked space, and then released his strongest move, soul extinguishing. After making sure that there was no living creature left, he left with the soul and the corpse, but Qin Lan disdained this man's way of killing. When the original intention of killing turned into a fight of ruthlessness, it became extremely low level. I, Qin Lan, never kill to prove who I am stronger than.
Before, it was for your, and now, it's for Master, for Kanglin, and for my family. I don't want to step on others.
Your invincible path of fighting and violence has nothing to do with Qin, but if you bring disaster to Kanglin, Qin's killing will come. Qin Lan looked at Pang Muzong's miserable condition and murmured to his soul. Chapter 5 Happy Programming. Gods compete. When Qin Lan came back, Lu Feng had just finished a meeting. Now, Kanglin no longer has a 9th-level Taoist tradition, and the cultivators who enter the Realm Lord Hall will definitely get the Tao that suits them best.
That bloodline was found so quickly?
Although Lu Feng didn't want him to come back so early and hang out with Qin Yu, he still had to praise him. It was the Sage of Karma who helped me to identify this person. But this person is very strange, Qin Lan said seriously. Lu Feng didn't care. Being able to steal a bloodline from the demon clan's ancestral pool is naturally not simple.
What's so strange about it?
Honestly, Master, I've never seen anyone in the Void Realm who could fight the three of us together for a few moves.
Hey, what? Are you talking about the Void Realm, and how many moves did you three semi-saints from the top avenues fight together?
Lu Feng was finally surprised. This is this person's soul and body, Qin Lan said as she threw Chu Feng in front of Lu Feng. After searching the soul, Lu Feng felt a chill on his back, and at the same time he felt relieved. Hong Yu and Zhang Song, I want to ask you, if this matter is handed over to you too, will you send a few juniors from the Void Realm to handle it?
Lu Feng seemed to be asking to verify something. I am ashamed.
I did think so at the beginning. If it were not for Brother Qin Lan, I would have missed the important matter of the adults. The two of them hurriedly admitted their mistakes.
Alas! Lu Feng sighed, "It's not your fault. Go down, and remember not to underestimate the enemy in the future." Sure enough, the protagonist was right. To deal with the protagonist, you have to be the protagonist. If it weren't for Qin Lan, wouldn't his men be using the Calabash brothers' tactics? They'd be giving away experience in waves of this Chu Feng, with the help of the experience and systems continuously provided by the Realm Lord Hall, grew rapidly, and finally killed a poor Realm Lord like me with a single blow. Who can I turn to for justice? Other types of protagonists can accept it, but system types dare not and cannot accept it. Which of those who use cheats will look down on our NPC? Most of them have only one goal: to overthrow everything in front of them, and to create hatred even if there is no hatred. The more I look at this disciple, the more I like him. However, something seems wrong. Go Tiandao, didn't you say in the first chapter that the system was a lie? How do you explain this thing now? And where did this guy's system go? In Chu Feng's memory, it said that you would find out about this. Lu Feng's face was filled with anger, and he couldn't help but wonder if there was a possibility that he also had a system. So this is the system you were talking about, but this is the first time I've seen it. It seems like it really appeared to kill us both. There was not a trace of something wrong in Tiandao's voice. Yeah? Of course it is. Besides, we are of the same blood. This so-called system is very harmful to the way of heaven. And you, as the Supreme Kanglan, want a system. Are you qualified? Lu Feng always felt like he had heard this before. Why do I feel like you're lying to me? As Kanglan Tiandao, you have to be responsible for your words. After hearing this, Tiandao also felt that Lu Feng's words were very familiar. How could I, Taoist master, lie to you? Who else would give you a system? You must be mistaken. Yeah, you're right. Lu Feng also thought to himself, how could there be a villain with a golden finger in this world? Alas! I can only rely on the way of heaven for my life. You see, there is the way of heaven and the Lord of the realm. The protagonist must defy heaven and change his fate. Defying heaven is going against the way of heaven, and changing fate is going against me. If we two villains don't unite, we will be hacked to death sooner or later. Lu Feng then took Qin Lan back to the heavenly demon temple, constantly thinking, I need a protagonist to always be by my side to protect me. 2 disciples are not enough, I need to find a few more disciples. After returning to the temple, Lu Feng knew the importance of finishing off the enemy, so he summoned the River of Time again to see if this guy was really dead. There was indeed something fishy. This guy's soul was obviously intact, but he was able to split it into dozens of extremely secretive residual souls that carried his consciousness and took over the bodies of many creatures in the mountains. Fortunately, Qin Lan finished off the enemy and didn't spare any of them. She even wiped them all out with a single soul-extinguishing move. As for your unprovoked slaughter of Pangmuzone, the Realm Lord Hall will not tolerate you. Lu Feng carefully explored this person's memory. I have to sigh that system-type protagonists do not believe in heaven and earth, but only believe in the system. They cannot be influenced by love and can only be eliminated. We have to find a way to target the system. Fortunately, I studied abroad and learned programming. To put it bluntly, the system is essentially a program, to Tiandao. It is more like a virus, independently write an antivirus software. Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but recall the days when he was a programmer while studying abroad. He was already bald before he was 30. Just ask the Heaven.so. They started their first real collaboration and wrote code together. The gods and demons on the other side have all tasted the sweetness since the battle outside the realm. They have had a good relationship for hundreds of thousands of years, and now they are even closer, but there is a problem at present. There are only 6 saints in the demon clan, and one of them was promoted in the war outside the realm, but at the same time, one of the gods was promoted, bringing the total number to 15 saints. Huira was searching for the remaining soul of the god in Huangqing, so she can ignore it for now. 6 against 14, and suddenly, a group of saints from the Protoss clan started arguing. Although they only competed secretly for the sake of the saints' face, the atmosphere was already there. The semi-saints were fine, with a demon semi-saint serving them. Well, that seems like the wrong word. A demon semi-saint paired with 2 Protoss semi-saints was also acceptable, and they would often form a group of 3 to practice fusion techniques. It's completely different on the saints' side, each of them is a bit arrogant. This saint alone is enough to cooperate with fellow Taoists from the demon clan. Adding one more person would be superfluous. This is almost the consensus of all the saints of the gods. Fellow Taoist Xian Shi,
I got a holy pill a few years ago, but I haven't really used it. It would be a waste to keep it with me, so why not give it to you? Aren't you ashamed to bring out fake medicine that you don't even dare to take? Brother Xian, during the Huangqing battle, I happened to get a piece of divine gold, enough to forge a divine weapon.
The master has already given me one a few days ago.
The divine gold is no longer useful to me, so I gave it to Brother Xian. For just one piece of divine gold, you still have to trouble Taoist Qian Shi to go and ask the master in person.
How about I, your brother, go and ask the master on your behalf? While Lu Feng and Tian Dao were programming urgently, the 6 saints of the demon clan all ran to the demon temple to hide. Lidang Qing was the first one who couldn't stand it.
When Xian Shi came, the two of them exchanged glances and could see each other's helplessness. The last person to come to the temple was the newly promoted Saint Fengmu. The 6 of them sighed in unison. If it wasn't a serious matter, they would never go out. Lu Feng directly gave the demon blood that was extracted from Chu Feng's body to Qin Yu. So the 6 old demons had nothing to do, so they taught Qin Yu, and in disguise helped Lu Feng solve the torture of being tortured by the show of affection every day. After obtaining the mark of reincarnation, Lu Sheng did not hesitate at all and started a tree planting journey with the god of divine water. Xinshui was shocked to discover that this guy, who was extremely afraid of death, had actually built a holy body of 1,000,000 feet long, exuding a majestic breath of life. With Lu Sheng planting trees in front and Xinshui watering the trees in the back, the lifeless state soon became full of vitality, and Kanglin was also getting closer and closer to the real 100 realms.
Chapter 6, Fighting for Life and Training Hard. It's better to cheat. It took a whole year.
While Lu Feng's 15 clones were refining equipment, he also developed the initial system search function based on Tiandao's ability and the characteristics of the system in Chu Feng's memory.
Try it and see if it works,
Lu Feng said tiredly.
Virus detection software activated.
Tiandao couldn't wait to start searching, sweeping across one large area after another. After seeing the result, everyone was upset. More than 300 systems were detected. The most powerful host had actually reached the semi-saint level.
Tiandao instantly turned evil and he was very angry. Lu Feng's face was as dark as the sky. There are so many evil people who want to harm me.
Look, Master Dao will capture and kill them all.
Tian Dao said viciously, I will capture the system, and you capture the people.
Lu Feng also added, you must capture the system first, then I can capture the host. A host without the system is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out.
I'll give you the position. I'm going to start a killing spree. Tiandao's voice was full of anger. Lan'er, Qingyun, come here. Master has something important to entrust to you.
Xi Lan and Li Qingyun took quick action after hearing Lu Feng's message. Die in the heavenly demon temple, Xi Lan met Li Qingyun, who had rushed over in a hurry, and was the first to greet him.
Brother, you're here so soon. Junior brother, do you know why our master wants to talk to us?
Li Qingyun was establishing his Kendo University when he received Lu Feng's message and hurried over.
I don't know either. Let's go in first. Master may have something to arrange.
Well, let's go in together. The two of them entered the hall side by side and looked in amazement at the famous scene of their master's 15 clones refining weapons. 15 magical artifacts are about to be released. As expected of the master, Saint Kanglin's strength has more than doubled with the blessing of the magical artifacts. Master really cares about Kanglin's development.
Someone wants to harm Kanglin. Your master wants you two to capture them one by one.
Another clone of Lu Feng walked out from the side, his voice serious.
Who on earth is it that dares to bring disaster to Kanglin under the powerful influence of the Realm Lord Palace?
Li Qingyun asked with a frown. With the influence and control that the Realm Lord Palace has over Kanglin now, who would dare to rebel? Besides, the master even called himself the Sword God to deal with it, so the other party's strength must be extraordinary. But all the prominent people in Kanglin have joined the Realm Lord Hall.
Who is it?
Li Qingyun was confused for a moment. Qin Lan had a guess that it might be related to that strange Chu Feng. Lu Feng threw out a soul. You two will understand if you search its soul. This kind of thing harms the way of heaven, and the creatures that possess it don't care about the Realm Lord Palace at all. After searching Li Qingyun's soul, Qin Lan's expressions changed, and they were extremely shocked.
What on earth is this system? It's extremely weird. Lu Feng laughed in his heart. How can protagonists like you understand this system?
Master, remember that plagues break out from time to time among mortals, and the reason is the epidemic energy. This system is the epidemic energy of heaven, and it must be eliminated, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Lu Feng explained with an analogy. Qinlan's expression was solemn. We cultivators have cultivated for thousands of years, seeking the truth and risking our lives. That essence, that understanding, that level of cultivation is not obtained without hard work. This system can actually give it to us directly, and it seems there are no side effects. Moreover, the cultivation level obtained so easily is so much stronger than that gained by ordinary cultivators through hard practice.
How unfair!
And this person even enjoys killing people. Li Qingyun was also a little angry. Not only did you cheat, but you also bullied normal people whose grades were lower than yours.
That's really too much.
There are 342 such beings in the Kanglan 100 realms. Lu Feng said in a deep voice.
What?
Qinlan and Li Qingyun said in unison. Both of them were shocked that there were so many cheating cultivators. Master called you here today for this matter, and there is something I must tell you too. Your master is the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao, but it's not a subordinate relationship.
It's a direct cooperation.
Your master and the Kanglan heavenly Tao are of the same blood and branches.
We prosper together and suffer together.
When these words were spoken, the two disciples were shocked again. The master's identity is so awesome. He is the spokesperson of heaven.
In a sense, he is the sky of Kanglan.
These days, Master and Tian Dao have been researching this matter together. We've finally made a breakthrough recently, and have uncovered all of Kanglan's hidden systems in one go. Tian Dao will naturally capture the systems, so Master wants the two of you to capture their hosts.
I will definitely live up to your mission.
Remember, don't be careless, just like Lana that day. Be cautious, cautious, and cautious again.
These people are cunning.
If Lana hadn't been cautious that day, dozens of residual souls of this person would have escaped. Lu Feng's expression was serious, and his tone was even more serious.
Master, don't worry. We will be extremely careful. The two of them promised.
You can deploy the personnel in the Realm Lord's Hall as you please, and you can choose any of the gods and demons from the clan, but there is one thing: you must capture each one yourself. It doesn't matter whether they are alive or dead, you can just bring back their souls and corpses. Lu Feng instructed, fearing that something might go wrong. Even if these people are caught, we will have to take some time to confirm again to see if there are any backup plans. When facing the protagonist, you can never be too cautious.
This is their position.
Under the heavenly Tao's positioning, they have nowhere to hide. Those below the void tribulation will be handed over to Lanner. As for the void tribulation and those above it, Qingyun, you will handle it. You too must be accompanied by a Protoss saint to carry out a space blockade and put away any contempt. Don't waste a single word with them, take action yourself and suppress them directly. If there is any resistance, kill them without mercy. Listening to Lu Feng's nagging instructions, the two of them became completely serious. After all, Xu Feng, who is only in the void realm, has so many trump cards, and this time there is also a half-saint in it. Master couldn't ask them to be too careful. Besides, Master had never been so serious before. Even when he faced the locust swarm, he was a little amused. To be honest, Lu Feng was indeed a little panicked. He didn't pay attention and saw so many people trying to murder me, the poor world master. Suddenly, there were more than 300 panicked cultivators in the major domains of Kanglan, because their system disappeared overnight. And no matter how much I shouted, it was gone all of a sudden.
Maybe he upgraded secretly?
Many hosts speculated. Lu Feng also took action. He had two positions for summoning systems with quite powerful capabilities. This type of system directly plants a mental imprint on the strong people in each world, forcing them to obey unconditionally, and then deceives the way of heaven, bringing these strong people to Kanglan. Or just enslave the strong people in this world and take them away. This system of forced slavery is most despicable. If the host is kind-hearted, it would be fine. But if he meets a pervert, he will lose not only his dignity but also his life. It actually developed into a 6th-level sect. Lu Feng looked at the sect below, a little angry, because he saw the gods and demons in it. With a wave of his hand, the thin film of nothingness reappeared. The entire sect is completely enveloped, and no living creature or remaining soul can escape. There are more than 400 empty realms within it, all of which are of superior qualifications. Lu Feng grabbed one and studied how this thought stamp was made so that he could destroy it with precision. Yi Chen has not yet noticed that the system has disappeared. After all, his system only appears occasionally. The most recent time was 20 years ago, when he gave himself 200 powerful gods and demons. This world is so weird. We are not allowed to practice evil skills. Why pretend to be serious? Strength is the king. Thinking of this, Yichen summoned a woman from the god clan. This will be the main course of his practice in the near future. The Tianfeng clan he enjoyed some time ago allowed him to obtain the Tianfeng bloodline and directly reach the great perfection of the ethereal state. This time, after swallowing the people of the god clan, there will definitely be a breakthrough. His aptitude was actually too poor. Even if the strong men he summoned offered sacrifices voluntarily, he could only absorb 1% at most. Moreover, it takes at least 10 years to devour a cultivator. The creature in the Kongshan realm of the Tianfeng clan screamed for a full 15 years before turning into dry bones. Moreover, the more he devoured, the more complicated his blood became, but he was completely unaware of it. But he felt that this way of practicing was the most convenient, since he didn't have to do any fighting anyway. Why not use the strong man given by the system? It would be great if he would not complain or resist and would just give his cultivation to his master obediently. While thinking, he pinched the woman's chin. I am in the void realm, and I am about to enjoy a void tribulation to sacrifice my own origin. It is also one of the most noble and powerful bloodlines in this world. The ability of the system is truly fascinating. Chapter 7, The King of Kings, lives the longest. When Yi Chen's mind was full of random thoughts, the look of the female cultivator from the god clan in front of him began to change. First, she looked confused, then puzzled, and then turned into anger. By the time Yi Chen reacted, he had already been strangled by the neck and lifted into the air. "You, what do you want to do to your master?" Yi Chen said with difficulty. There was also a commotion outside the sect master's hall. A group of summoners rushed in and stared at Yi Chen fiercely. System! System! Hurry up and reply. The powerful beings you summoned are rebelling. Come and save me, system. Yi Chen was already frantically calling for his savior in his mind. The roof of the hall was directly lifted up, revealing Lu Feng's figure. An extreme pressure came over, and the avenue seemed to stop moving. It's the Realm Master. It turns out that the Realm Master saved us. The people in the Kanglan Realm's void realm below recognized Lu Feng. They all knelt down and said, "We thank the Realm Master for saving our lives." There were also a large number of void realms in Kanglan's subordinate worlds who did not recognize Lu Feng, but now they also understood who saved them, and they all knelt down and said, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." Children, get up, you have suffered. These 9 words almost made the gods, demons, and creatures of other races below cry. This lowly bastard treated us like slaves, but the Supreme Lord of Kanglan treated us like his descendants and came to rescue us personally. Lu Feng raised his hand and pointed at Yi Chen, blocking his ability to speak and resist. You should never, ever, practice evil skills, and you should never set your sights on my precious gods and demons. This is unforgivable. Lu Feng, am not a good person, but killing is not enough. Every bit of my understanding is earned through my own cultivation. With another click, Yi Chen's Taoist body was reshaped and turned into a noble, pure, and beautiful fairy, and his body became extremely sensitive. Send her to the mortal world and have her entertain at least 100 beggars every day. You will take turns supervising her and not slack off. Let's set the time limit at 100,000 years. This will help improve Kanglan's happiness. Lu Feng's order made Yi Chen feel like he was falling into the abyss. He was so high and mighty the moment before, thinking that one day he would dominate Kanglan, but the next moment he became the most lowly existence. We will obey your order. After receiving the order, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Lord Realm Master is really cruel. It is impossible for us to come up with such a satisfying way of revenge. At most, I'll burn her soul for 100,000 years. It seems my lord didn't say we can't add more. Okay, it's decided. Let her serve the beggar while burning her soul. After dealing with Yi Chen, Lu Feng went straight to the next one. This time it was a young cultivator in the Nirvana realm, who had ascended from a first-level small world 200 years ago. 200 years from the initial entry into the Tao realm to the upper reaches of the Nirvana realm, this speed is already extremely terrifying. Lin Ran was sitting in the center of the hall with a worried look on his face. It had been 200 years since he came to this upper realm, and he had finally brought the sect to the 4th level. The Go system disappeared again and couldn't be called out at all. There used to be a control panel that could be called up, but now there is nothing. The system is his capital for traveling to the fantasy world and making a living. What's going on?
Why is this system so unreliable? I worked so hard to complete the mission, but where's the reward? What the hell? Don't you want to give it to me?
When Lu Feng heard this, he realized he was from the northeast, but when I saw what he summoned, I was a little confused. What exactly did this guy summon? Sun Wukong, Zhubeiji, Sha Monk, Tang Monk, the four-member team of the Journey to the West are all together, and there are some others that I don't recognize, however, in the entire sect. That guy is the only real living person, and the others are all copies and have no souls, although they look no different from real people, in Lu Feng's eyes. They are actually not as good as the black giants condensed by his magical powers, it's just that some details have been optimized to make it look like a real person. If the giant transformed by Lu Feng's magical power is a tank, then these replicas in front of him are at most a modified old man's car. They are just well decorated, but their combat effectiveness is not on the same level. With a thought from Lu Feng, all these replicas disappeared. Lu Feng had no intention of killing this time traveler from the place where he studied abroad, scare him first. Suddenly, Lin Ran discovered something was wrong, and everything around him lost its vitality. The spiritual energy no longer floated around, as if he was separated from everything in this world. Time stopped and only he was moving.
Do you admit your guilt?
A majestic voice struck his soul directly. When Lin Ran heard this, he was so scared that he immediately recalled everything he had done over the years. He mustered up the courage and asked in a trembling voice, "Senior, what are you talking about?" Lu Feng thought to himself, "You've really done a lot of bad things." The voice that struck his soul reappeared, "You carry the system, disrupt the laws of nature, destroy cause and effect, and bring disaster to Kanglan.
Don't you realize it?"
Lin Ran's brain went blank.
How did he know I had a system? This is completely wrong. I haven't told anyone about this system. Could he be the heavenly Tao of this place?
Thinking of this, Lin Ran almost died on the spot. Since he came here, he has been practicing the principle of surviving to the end, and staying alive is his greatest hope. However, he didn't expect that what was about to take his life in an instant was actually the system he relied on for survival.
Listen to me, boss. I've never used the system to do anything bad. I only used it to save my life. And I'm innocent. Besides, the system is not what I want.
I don't know who forced it on me, and I can't refuse it. I am also a victim. Big boss, please spare my life. After saying this, he banged his head hard. Lu Feng ignored him and searched his soul directly. With Lu Feng's current strength, searching the soul of a junior in the Nirvana realm will not affect his spirit, nor will he be discovered. This guy is really like a mother dog opening the door for a dog, hiding away like a fool.
Aren't the ones with the sign-in system the ones who hide away like a fool? How can you hide away like a fool with the summoning system?
Lu Feng complained crazily in his heart.
Learn from Yi Chen.
He is indeed miserable now, but he is also really happy when he is happy. Alas, Lu Feng sighed inwardly, and his voice became dignified again. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Today, I will destroy your system. You must die for me for 100,000 years before you can escape punishment.
Thank you for not killing me, sir. You are my second parent. I will go through fire and water for you, even if it means death.
Lu Feng never expected that Lin Ran would act as if he had won the lottery. Lin Ran was so happy. Not only did he not have to die, he could live for another 100,000 years. How could he not be happy? Now that the system is gone, it's questionable whether I can live another 1,000 years if I continue to practice alone. This is not a punishment, it is clearly a way to show your kindness. If you don't go, you are a fool. After Lu Feng returned to the demon temple, he threw Lin Ran directly into the dungeon. Tian Meng has been granted a reduction in sentence and is allowed to leave the dungeon. He is currently in a small room in the temple, waiting for Lu Feng to summon him at any time. Imprisoned with him was a sacred bone that had turned into a spirit. When Tian Meng was around, he didn't dare to be presumptuous at all and pretended to be a dead body for several years. Tian Meng was so scared that he thought he would also be skinned and dismembered by Lu Feng. After Lin Ran came in, the holy bone regained its former timidity. When Lin Ran opened his eyes and saw a bone bouncing towards him, he pretended to be dead again. Little guy, wake up for Master Gu. I know you are pretending to be dead. Shangdu's sinister voice sounded in Lin Ran's ears. I'm telling you, don't have any improper thoughts about me. My lord has promised to let me live for at least 100,000 years. Lin Ran was madly exaggerating.
Chapter 8, Abundant Supplies, Full Preparation for War. Lu Feng couldn't help feeling tired after returning to the demon temple. It was bad enough that there were Zerg enemies outside, but there were also so many systems inside that were ready to murder him at any time. There are indeed pursuers outside and worries inside. The Heavenly Tao has eliminated all these systems, but is confused as to where they came from. Lu Feng shook his head and thought that if he couldn't figure it out, he would just leave it alone for now. Huorong had already sent the latest locust armor sample. Have you figured out how many pieces can be produced? Lu Feng looked at the armor in front of him and was very satisfied. Huorong bowed and said, Your Excellency, if we were to make all the armor, it would cost at least 1 trillion. Lu Feng nodded. This number was probably reasonable. After all, most locusts were very large, and the armor was designed based on the innate Taoist body. The god-level armor is estimated to be able to arm people up to the Sky Source realm. After all, even if only 30% of the outer skin of 3 million foot-long locusts is suitable for making armor, the area is still extremely terrifying. The armor alone was several thousand feet thick. For a creature of the normal size of an innate Tao body to wear armor several thousand feet thick was somewhat strange. Therefore, when Lu Feng was outside the realm, he took several cosmic gods with him to practice for 3 months before he reduced the thickness from several thousand feet to the width of a finger. Thus, it became a true god-level armor. To be honest, after the defense battle of Kanglan outside the realm was over, Lu Feng was a little confused looking at the mountain of spoils. We fought a battle with at least 200,000 years of accumulation. Once these 5 million sets of god-level armor were released, they were mainly distributed to the 4 million coalition forces of gods and demons. The army of 4 million gods and demons wearing god-level armor is definitely a peeling knife on the battlefield, cutting the Zerg clean one by one. How did you lose this battle that only gets fatter and fatter? And you were chased away for so many years. In theory, shouldn't insects like this be able to be bred? Something must have happened, or the Zerg must be even more terrifying. With the Locust's crystal core, there is no need to worry about the war fortress running out of fuel for the time being. Based on the huge amount of supplies, Lu Feng used half of the Sate level and semi-Sate level Locust corpses, combined with the Sacred Wood Spirit Gold, to build a Locust warship. It is 1,000 feet long and 200 feet wide, with a special area reserved on each war fortress to accommodate 1,000 ships. In the battle with Huang Qing, the disadvantages of the war fortress were also highlighted. Although the defense and attack power are maxed out, the attack range is too small and the control over the battlefield is too poor. This time, with the addition of the Locust warships, we can achieve absolute control over dozens of nearby states. The same is true when fighting outside the boundary. With the cooperation of warships, we can detect the enemy early and find out its strengths and weaknesses. It is estimated that a total of 30,000 ships will be built. When Lu Feng introduced standardization and assembly lines into the warship factory, the construction efficiency increased rapidly. It doesn't require too many people. The puppets made of metal and sacred wood from the original 9th level Taoist Tiangui sect can also do the job. Standardization and assembly lines suddenly made the puppet making people of the Tiangui sect the center of attention, and even armor manufacturers came to them to ask for puppets. There are also various parts factories that have provided their needs to the Tiangui sect. However, they were stopped by Lu Feng. The Tianlai sect simply could not produce so many puppets at once and had to meet the construction needs of the Locust warship first. Under Lu Feng's order, the nearly 10 trillion Nirvana realm captives brought from the conquest of Huangqing's subordinate worlds were distributed to various factories. The first batch of 200 Locust warships have followed the 3 war fortresses to patrol outside the border and act as scouts. At the same time, the Realm Lord's Palace started the construction of 50 war fortresses. After all, this thing can also be used as a consumable, and the power of self-destruction is too great. If necessary, it can also be sold to other worlds, but the price must not be low. In short, we are doing our best to prepare for the next war. It can be expected that all cultivators in Kanglan can be equipped with armor that is 2 levels ahead of their own. For example, all the cultivators in the Void Spirit realm are equipped with armor of the Void Tribulation realm or even higher, although standardized mass-produced ones are not as good as those carefully crafted by a master refiner. They are of the same level. No matter how carefully crafted a low-grade source device is, it can never compare to a mass-produced high-grade source device. There are even a large number of surplus ones as stocks, so that if the armor is damaged on the battlefield, it can be replaced and replenished. This gave the Kanglan realm, which was seriously short of people, some confidence. After gaining a deep understanding of the current development status of the Kanglan realm, Lu Feng decided to initiate major reforms. He was originally the top engineer in the entire universe and had absolute power over Kanglan.
there is no resistance to my own reforms. Chen Shuhua often lamented that the adults could have carried out the reforms directly, but they chose to proceed step by step, laying a solid foundation when we were unaware. This is an open conspiracy. We can only follow the adults' footsteps, and do it willingly and conscientiously. Everything started silently, and finally changed Kanglan as fast as thunder. This is the extraordinary wisdom of the adults. With this world master, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of Kangland. I cannot predict your plan, sir.
By the time I understand it, I am already deeply involved in it.
It is better not to guess and just follow it blindly. Doesn't the monastic world need an industrial revolution anymore? Under the leadership of Lu Feng, the Tianma State Industrial Park directly under the Realm Lord Hall is developing rapidly. It is estimated that it will take another 40 years before we meet the fairyland, and then we will plunder the fairyland economically. Although we are comrades in the same trench now, brothers still have to settle accounts clearly when the price of Kanglan's mass-produced high-quality source devices was only half of theirs. You have to know that weapon refiners and alchemists are both highly profitable professions. Generally speaking, the price of a source weapon, a holy weapon, or even a divine weapon is 3 or 4 times the cost of the materials. The rest of the source stones are paid as time costs and skill subsidies to human refiners and alchemists. Liu Feng's factory is designed to solve this problem. Get ready for a dumping. Asgard, I heard that you have been developing for so long and are very rich. I am planning to set up several large enterprises directly under the Realm Lord Hall, commonly known as Realm Enterprises. Liu Feng has almost witnessed the devastating blow that the factory has dealt to the individual business economy. We must not only be good at fighting, but also be the best in business. Nowadays, the application of a large number of insect corpses is being carried out in an orderly manner, and every part has been put to use. Even the scraps do not need to be reduced in size. A few branch factories can be opened to send them there, and business with small sects below the 5th level must also be done, produced by the Realm Lord Hall. It is economical, durable, and usable, and is the best choice for armed sections. The only thing we don't know how to deal with is the corrosive venom. To this end, Lu Feng is currently designing a repeating crossbow. According to the requirements, it can at least be fired quickly by consuming source stones. For Lu Feng, making a repeating crossbow wasn't too difficult. The difficulty lay in the arrows. Making an arrow that could penetrate the skyclave Zerg was easy. However, the cost of war is huge, so we must choose an arrow that is both economical and has considerable lethality. This seemed to be an unsolvable problem, but Lu Feng found a way out. He took a fancy to the locust venom that was almost forming a sea. Designing a repeating crossbow that fires ordinary arrows is too simple, but this time it took a lot of effort. This is mainly because the arrows shot by this crossbow are poison arrows. The arrow does not need to be too thick, so it will not contain much venom. It only needs a thin needle inside. When the arrow is shot, the venom first hits the enemy's skin, and its defense is quickly corroded, making it easier for the subsequent fine needle to quickly insert. The notch created by the needle will quickly carry the venom along the hole. In this way, the material cost is greatly reduced, and with Kanglan's material resources, one can produce hundreds of trillions of them.
The process is a bit complicated, but with puppets and standardized assembly line factories, all you have to do is wait. As for workers, the Realm Lord Hall has no shortage of them right now. And they're all high-quality workers who don't ask for wages and can work for decades without a break.
Chapter 9 System Origin, Credit Promotion. When Lu Feng produced the first sample of the repeating crossbow and venom arrow, his 2 disciples brought more than 300 protagonists who had lost their systems to the Demon Temple. Master, I have fulfilled my mission and brought all the prisoners here.
Lu Feng looked at his 2 disciples with satisfaction and gave each of them a newly forged divine weapon.
Have you figured out their origins?
Lu Feng asked.
Master, all these people have ascended from the small world over the past thousands or tens of thousands of years. The earliest semi-saint also ascended from the small world 28,000 years ago. Xinlan replied with a bow. Lu Feng smiled and said, interesting, they all come from the small world. The biggest difference between the first, second, third, and fourth order small worlds and the fifth to ninth order large worlds is not the location. The reason is that the way of heaven in the small world has not given birth to spiritual intelligence. Only a world with spiritual intelligence will be considered as a world of level 5 or above. Even though some 4th level small worlds are much larger than 5th level large worlds, powerful people in the void realm cannot appear without the birth of spiritual intelligence in the heavenly DAO. Lu Feng roughly understood what this system was afraid of, but there was still a question: why wasn't there an earlier system? If it had come out 1 million or 2 million years earlier, Wouldn't Shao Kuan and I have nothing to do with it? The earliest system was 28,000 years ago, close to 30,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Lu Feng immediately had a guess and then forcibly searched the souls of these people. 30,000 years ago. The biggest thing in Kanglan was that Shao Kuan brought back several Ninth Order world debris from the outside world, allowing the heavenly Tao to eat their fill. As expected. Lu Feng sighed, diseases come from the mouth. Even the laws of nature cannot escape this rule. These systems are basically confirmed to come from the remains of the ninth level world. But then he thought about it again, and another question came to Lu Feng's mind. Where did Shao Kuan find so many Ninth Order world debris? Why did he go out? Why could he bring back so many in just one trip? My head suddenly started to hurt because there were too many puzzles. Lanner, Xing Yun, investigate. Anyone among these people who kills innocent Kanglan creatures without reason will be killed without mercy. As for the others, collect their soul seals and incorporate them into the army of captives in Huang Qing's subordinate world. Lu Feng's light words determined the fate of these people. Most of these hosts without the system were useless. Lu Feng searched their souls roughly and found that none of these people were like Lin Ran, time travelers from the place where he studied abroad. He couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the people in this world will only become crazier after obtaining the system. With over 300 hosts, I'm afraid not many will survive. Things turned out just as Lu Feng expected. All these people had violated the laws of the Realm Lord's Palace. Even when Lu Feng was at the height of his demonic power, he did not take the Realm Lord's Palace seriously. He was respectful on the surface, but deep down he did not take it seriously at all. Qin Lan killed them all directly. Lu Sheng's cultivation level has been reduced to Kong Yuan, and his true body is only about 3,000 feet long, but this is the last area. Xin Shui couldn't help but admire the saint in front of him. He had lost all his cultivation, but he was cheerful all day long and seemed very willing to do this. Who wouldn't respect such self-sacrifice? Lu Feng called Tian Dao out and told him his discovery. What? Doesn't that mean our subordinate small worlds are about to be destroyed? How many systems are still lurking? Tian Dao was overwhelmed, especially with the two summoning systems. When he tried to catch them, he almost let them escape. Do you still remember what happened 30,000 years ago? Lu Feng asked. Tian Dao thought about it carefully and said, Shao Kuan only brought back the wreckage. According to him, he felt a palpitation at the time and could not help it, so he went out to explore. I didn't find anything at first, but the palpitating feeling persisted until I saw the ruins of the ninth level world and the Zerg on it. Later, he and a group of alien beings who were also cultivating the great path of space drove away the Zerg. Afterwards, those alien beings gave all the remains to Shao Kun. Lu Feng frowned after hearing this. These alien creatures who cultivate the great Tao of space must be people from the immortal realm. It seems that the immortal realm has been resisting the Zerg for a long time, but why did they give all the wreckage to Shao Kun? Moreover, they had been fighting the Zerg for so long, didn't they realize that the Zerg was a treasure? Why didn't their troops have any trace of Zerg equipment? For a moment, Lu Feng's mind was full of questions. He shook his head and said to Tian Dao, why don't you call your brothers for a meeting? If I remember correctly, the creatures in the small world can not only ascend to Kanglan, but many of them have also ascended to your subordinate big worlds. There are probably more systems out there, and are your minions as powerful as you? I'm afraid some have already been replaced and eliminated, and how to deal with the system of that small world is also a problem. Lu Feng thought about it and decided that he had to let Tian Dao do some work. He couldn't bear the headache alone. No need. I, the Taoist priest, will go to the subordinate worlds one by one to check. In less than 30 years, I will catch them all. Tian Dao said confidently. Why are you so powerful all of a sudden? Lu Feng couldn't believe his ears. With this guy's strength, how could he have been invaded by the system for so many years without noticing it at all? Of course. Just now, the Taoist officially broke through the 100 realms. Xiao Fengzi, you did a good job. His voice was obviously inflated. Just because you broke through 100 realms, you became so inflated? Lu Feng was full of contempt. Let me put it this way, the gap between the 99 realms and the 100 realms is huge, equivalent to the gap between the 8th order and 9th order worlds. Alas, you little celestial master, when will you be able to catch up with me, the Taoist master? He didn't forget to insult others. Listening to Tian Dao's shameless words, Lu Feng really wanted to fuck him. Go away, I don't want to see you for the time being, he too.
After politely greeting Tian Dao, Lu Feng continued to design the upgraded war fortress. To be precise, the upgraded version can no longer be called a fortress, it should be called a pass. Tian Dao returned to the Tian Dao space triumphantly, but he didn't expect that as soon as he entered, he would be greeted by an extremely pure aura of destruction. All that could be heard was the trembling voice of Kanglin Tian Dao. Lord Destruction, what brings you here to Shaotsong? Please bear in mind, sir, I have indeed just been promoted to the 100 Realms. Your Excellency has misunderstood. It's not that Shaotsong didn't apply for a place, it's that I don't have enough Heavenly Dao origin. What? Credit? Sir, is this possible? No other Heavenly Dao in the universe has ever done this. There is no precedent. You are right, sir. Shaotsong has already set a precedent. Please put away your knife first. Shaotsong will apply for a place now. Sir, take care. Lu Feng, who was in seclusion designing blueprints, suddenly felt the avenue surging around him, and the avenue of destruction surged uncontrollably. The terrifying aura directly overturned the heavenly demon temple. This is a sign of promotion. Suddenly, all the living beings in Kanglin sensed it and looked towards the direction of Tianmazu. Not only that, the white-robed empress of the fairy world felt the fluctuations of the avenue and smiled, as if to overwhelm the entire universe. In another top-level world of the 100 Realms in the 9th Order, the giant tree in the center, which was as thick as a realm, also sensed the roar of the avenue, and the trunk swayed slightly, as if it was excited. Deep in the universe, in the direction of the Zerg pursuers, several terrifying beings, although extremely far apart, opened their eyes at the same time. They all knew that the last top-level Dao Divine Emperor was born at this moment. The person involved, Lu Feng, was in a state of bewilderment. Who was I? Where was I? What had happened? Why was it so sudden? Wasn't that a bit hasty? Besides, I didn't even ask for a promotion. It was just quite sudden. When people ask me how I became a God Emperor, what should I say? Drawing pictures? Go Tian Dao, what's going on? Lu Feng didn't understand at all and could only ask this guy. Lord Destruction told me to write an application and he would approve it. There was still fear in Tian Dao's voice. Chapter 10, God Emperor's Creation. 5 years of affinity. Except for Lu Fengxiando, who roughly knew what was going on, everyone else was full of admiration and pride for the newly born God Emperor of Destruction under the pressure of this great Dao. From this moment on, the Kanglin realm truly challenges itself to become the leader of the universe. In this vast universe, with billions of worlds and countless races, there are only 7 God Emperors. As for other avenues, I don't know how many. Heavenly ways have tried them, but no matter who tries, there is no vacancy for the Divine Emperor, and everyone stops at the Heavenly Venerable. Therefore, there is a common understanding in the universe that there are only 7 God Emperors, namely the 7 top avenues. Becoming the God Emperor means that one is no longer restricted by heaven's laws. No matter which world one goes to, heaven's laws cannot suppress the existence of the God Emperor. When entering other worlds, big or small, no matter whether they are subordinate worlds of Kanglin or independent worlds of various levels, there are no restrictions on cultivation level to enter. Even someone as powerful as a god or heavenly lord cannot enter the 8th Order world. Their massive size will burst this world the moment they enter. If you want to force your way in, the heavenly Dao of this world will inevitably use the power of all living beings in the world to resist, and you must kill this heavenly Dao. It is extremely difficult for a god to fight against the power of all living beings in the world alone, so in general he would bring people together to fight in a group. First exterminate the other party's creatures, and then deal with the way of heaven. There is no coding, no group fighting, and without the unique ability of the Zerg to devour the world, even if one person forcibly kills Tian Dao and goes in, all the good things will be lost, and the loss will outweigh the gain. So no god is willing to do this. However, the God Emperor is an existence that is highly recognized by the Great Dao. He can enter and exit any world at will. He is the only one among the creatures of the Great Dao who has truly broken free from the constraints of the Great Dao. Now Lu Feng can go shopping in any world. If he doesn't want to care about this Zerg war, no one can do anything to him. Only the God Emperor can break through the Kanglin realm. In fact, in the 9th level world, only the Zerg at the Heavenly Venerable realm can break through the boundary wall. A large number of Zergs will have to pour in and kill most of the creatures inside. Otherwise, they will not be able to defeat the Heavenly Dao and may be easily killed in return. The Locust Swarm at that time only wanted to devour a large number of Kanglin's subordinate worlds and posed no threat to the Kanglin world itself. As for Kanglin now, as long as there is no strong man at the level of God Emperor to break through the boundary wall,
it is absolutely safe, no matter how many Zergs come. All the saints in Kanglan had tears in their eyes. They understood what Lu Feng's position as the God Emperor meant. Kanglan will be immortal, and the legacy of Kanglan will be immortal. But the prerequisite is to defeat the Zerg, the saints from all directions, as well as Li Qingyun, Jin Tianzuan, Jihan, and Shen Shui, all went to the Demon Temple to offer congratulations. The entire Kanglan realm was excited about Lu Feng's promotion to the Divine Emperor. Only Tian Dao and the person involved were depressed. Lu Feng thought, I am indeed not the protagonist. How could the protagonist be promoted to the final realm so hastily? Every time, the atmosphere is set just right, the situation is extremely tense, the scene is precarious, strong men from all sides respond, the villain stretches his neck, and the protagonist is promoted all of a sudden. I was drawing the blueprint when I was suddenly promoted. Is it time to leave me, the poor world master, to be killed by some awesome protagonist? The heavenly Tao was also frustrated. What could he do? It was not easy to owe a debt to the Lord of Destruction. How could the heavenly Tao owe a debt to a great Tao? And a top-tier one at that. I owe the heavenly Tao origin, which is equivalent to 2 heavenly venerable positions. How long will it take to repay it? I tremble when I see the great master of destruction. Now I owe him a debt. I can't bear the consequences of this. Let me ask you, if you owe a debt to the biggest gangster boss, are you afraid? Destruction and killing are the 2 great masters. Which heaven would not tremble when seeing them? Alas! The Divine Emperor and the Heavenly Tao sighed at the same time. Why are you sighing? You're not happy about being promoted to God Emperor? You've reached the pinnacle of the universe, becoming a truly supreme giant, and you're not happy? When Tian Dao heard Lu Feng sigh, he was puzzled. Shouldn't I, the Tian Dao, be the only one in this world who is unhappy? You don't understand. Lu Feng couldn't explain it clearly, so he asked, why are you sighing? As the world that gave birth to the God Emperor, you have reached the 100 realms in such a short time. You are considered the top in the universe, and you are not happy? You don't understand. How could we, the troubled beings of the Heavenly Tao, understand? The Heavenly Tao had no words to express his suffering. After all, he had lied to Lu Feng not long ago, saying that his Heavenly Tao origin was enough for him to apply for the title of God Emperor. In a flash, a new demon temple was rebuilt. After Lu Feng was promoted to the Divine Emperor, the members of the Realm Lord Hall devoted themselves to production with greater enthusiasm. After all, there had only been 6 recorded instances of a person being promoted to God Emperor in the universe, and each instance had been a carnival for all living beings. This time is no exception. This is not only Lu Feng's promotion, but also the fortune of the creatures in Kanglan. The members of the Realm Lord Hall and the Kanglan Taoist sect who witnessed all of this also truly understood what the foundation brought by a divine emperor was. A great affinity with the Tao that lasted for 5 full years was an unparalleled blessing of the times. The good fortune that Li Qingyun brought when he wrote on behalf of God that day was not even 1/10 of what it was this time. There are signs of advancement everywhere in Kanglan, especially among the demons of Lu Feng's own clan. In 5 years, the number of void realms increased by nearly 20 million, and the original void realms also broke through the small realms, especially the semi-saint and saint realms. In 5 years, the demon clan gained 12 saints and more than 100 semi-saints. The gods also added 4 saints. More than 20 semi-saints. All of a sudden, the strength of gods and demons became equal, solving the problem of uneven distribution of saints. Qing Shenqi and the others in the auditorium no longer have to hide in the demon temple all day. It's a pity that there are no more vacancies for the God Lord in the avenue of destruction. After all, the Heavenly Tao still owes a debt and cannot apply for it, although theoretically, after the Divine Emperor is promoted, the avenue will give this Heavenly Tao 3 divine lords, but because the Kanglan Heavenly Tao is on credit, the gifted quotas were not given. However, the God clan has a quota for the Lord of Space, and the one who was promoted to the Lord of Space this time was, as expected, the long-lived Chen Shuhuat. His Taoist name is Kunlun Divine Lord, and it is Shao Kuan's turn next. Shao Kuan was too amazing back then, otherwise it would have been this old guy's turn. And the Lord of Shuiling Palace, Hai Jixing, also broke through to the great Tao of Water, and was given the Tao name of Sea God. Of the 10 trillion Nirvana realm captives, about 500 million broke through to the Void realm. Not to mention other sections. 5 years of affinity with the Great Tao have contributed nearly 50,000 years of foundation to Tsanglan. It is said to be 50,000 years, but the increase for divine saints and semi-saints is far more than 50,000 years. This is despite the severe shortage of Kanglan monks. It seems like a huge profit, but when you think about it, It's a huge loss, compared with the Immortal Realm. When the Immortal Emperor was promoted, the number of Void Realm cultivators within it was 4 times that of Kanglen, and it's also 5 years of affinities with the Great Tao. Thinking about it this way, the depth of the fairy world is unfathomable now Kanglen has. The God Emperor of Destruction, the Golden Heavenly Lord, the Extreme Cold, the Divine Water, the Sword God, the Sea God, the Kunlun God, etc. A team of gods consisting of 1 God Emperor, 1 Heavenly Lord, and 5 God Lords. The number of saints reached over 240, and there were 3,000 semi-saints. In the Void Realm, a large number of cultivators with the Void Spirit Realm cultivation level were directly added. In 5 years, including the captives, Kanglen had 4.2 billion Void Realm cultivators, 50% of whom were in the Void Spirit Realm. As for the avenues controlled by Kanglen Tiandao, the worst off was the Slaughter Avenue. Although there were heavenly venerables, the strongest was Qin Lan, a semi-saint. In the previous wars, the people of Killing Avenue always rushed to the front, but basically all of them died in the battle, and it can be said that they were in decline. In addition, the Killing Prison Realm where Huang Qing had trained the Slaughter Dao cultivators was completely annihilated by the gods and demons. Qin Lan can be said to be the only one. These 5 years were equivalent to 50,000 years of hard training, and only brought him 1 step away from becoming a saint. Chapter 11, Rescue from Outside the Boundary, Fighting Centipedes. The overall strength of the Kanglen monks has greatly increased, and the industrial zone of the Realm Master Hall is also constantly expanding. Various mass-produced source devices have been confirmed on the production lines, and the scene is thriving everywhere. After the 700 million Huang Qing troops and Huang Qing saints were incorporated into the Kanglen realm, they also gained understanding of the Avenue of Space and the Avenue of Destruction. It has also caught up with the 5 years of affinity with the Great Tao, and its overall strength has greatly increased, and its combat effectiveness is approaching that of the original Kanglen creatures, especially the saints. Although they are not as powerful as gods and demons, they can feel the tremendous power in their bodies and understand how powerful Kanglen was in the past. Now they even regard themselves as the personal army that destroys the God Emperor. They have no orthodoxy and no past. They have given up everything they had before and have only one name, Huang Qing Jun. Lu Feng even equipped them with 20 war fortresses. Now, the combat effectiveness of these 700 million Huangqing troops exceeds that of the entire Huangqing realm back then. If we were to say who has the deepest understanding of the power of war fortresses, it must be Huang Qing Jun. At that time, they also gave the war fortress a poetic name, City in the Sky. The Huangqing army, equipped with war fortresses, was always thinking about having a big fight with the Zerg, and their patrols were spread far and wide according to the Kanglen war history. In the 54th year of the new calendar, the entire world was rushing to the meeting place of the Immortal Realm. A patrol of the Huangqing army outside the boundary encountered a small-scale insect swarm, but the battle was extremely brutal. After Feng Yan received the report from the Locust warship in front of him at the Huangsha War Fortress, he immediately sent it to the flagship Wushuang War Fortress. This time, the God of Universe who was in charge outside the realm was the God of Extreme Cold. The battle report is very simple, just a positioning and a sentence. A swarm of approximately 10 million Skyrealm insects has been discovered attacking an unknown 8th level world. Do you want to provide support? When the news reached the Demon Temple, Lu Feng only gave 2 words, support. The law of the highest birth of nirvana in the small world is immutable, but the big world is divided into 2 types. One is the subordinate big world, and the other is the independent big world. The highest level of cultivation that an independent world can accommodate is 1 level higher than that of a subordinate world of the same level. This time, a fierce battle was going on outside this 8th level independent world. 9 semi-saints led more than 5 million Void Realm monks to fight against nearly 20 million Zerg. This group of insects have slender bodies and hundreds of long and thin legs on both sides. They look like centipedes, but slightly shorter than centipedes. The poisonous gas emitted from the 2 fangs alone made these monks miserable. Feng Yan arrived secretly with the Huangsha and recognized at a glance that this swarm of insects was centipedes. This world is running away at a very fast speed, and the world force field is also carrying the monks outside forward. The army of monks gathered outside the boundary and killed the centipedes that came close to them. Many monks were also swallowed by the huge centipedes. Afterwards, bits of light appeared in the centipede's body, and it quickly digested the monk it had swallowed. Kill for the Lan Huang realm. A Kongjia monk shouted slogans and exploded before being swallowed by a 5,000-foot centipede. Hold on, as long as we can hold on until we get close to the 9th level world ahead, there is hope of survival, shouted a semi-saint. He is the strongest semi-saint in the Lan Huang realm, 1 step away from the Holy Realm. and is also the spokesperson for the way of heaven in this world. At this moment, the Lanhuang realm is desperately running towards the Kenglin realm in front of it, which is shining like stars. The half-saint who represented the heavenly Tao of the Lanhuang realm, who had just finished shouting, suddenly saw a gigantic centipede of 300,000 feet in length, revealing its majestic appearance from the darkness. His whole body exuded a holy aura, and his posture was graceful as he moved in a winding manner. He was behind the insect swarm and was rushing towards the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. Then 2, 3, in the end, 12 Holy Realm centipedes charged into the battlefield, followed by hundreds of millions of centipedes. Before this, they had combined their strength with the heavenly Tao to strike a powerful blow that had killed a Saint Realm centipede that was over 200,000 feet long. That if you face the 12, you can only wait for death. Feng Yun, who was hiding in the dark, ordered fire. This situation must be exposed in advance. Just when the creatures in the Lanhuang realm were in extreme despair, 16 Holy Realm attacks came from the side and hit the insect swarm led by the 12 Holy Realm centipedes. Seeing this, Lanhuang, the semi-saint spokesperson, was delighted. He understood that this must be reinforcements sent by the 9th rank Great World ahead, so he shouted excitedly at the creatures from the 9th Order world have come to save us. Hold on. Victory is at hand. Then, 500,000-foot locust warships rushed into the battlefield. This was all that the Huangsha could currently muster, and the others were still moving towards the side. In the distance, the semi-saint artillery of the Huangsha was firing at full power. Each locust warship is also equipped with 12 semi-holy cannons and 200 locust poison crossbows. Today's locust poison was debugged and upgraded by a saint-level poison sect from the former Huangqing realm. In addition to its original corrosiveness, it has a stronger toxicity. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of locust poison arrows and tens of thousands of semi-holy cannons were fired at the insect swarm. The insect swarm's attack was immediately contained, and its advance came to a halt. The centipede attacked by the locust's poisonous arrows didn't feel anything at first, but within 10 breaths, it began to roll around in pain. Is this the foundation of the 9th Order top-level world? It's so powerful. Within a few breaths, we received attacks from tens of thousands of Realm Lord-level beings, and even attacks far beyond Realm Lord level. Now we are truly saved. Perhaps we can survive, but we certainly can't let others' efforts go to waste. I wonder if the 2,300 states of the Lanhuang realm can raise enough for a thank you gift. No matter what, the Lanhuang realm is saved for now, isn't it? The representative semi-saint raised his sword and stepped forward, roaring, "Cultivators of the Lanhuang realm, attack!" Millions of sky realms rushed out and desperately used their skills within the protection range of the locust warships. Burning sky umbrella, the Tao fire cracks the sky, purple thunder star explosion, 3,000 phase secrets, Demacia, under attacks from multiple sides, a large number of insects died. The biggest casualties were not caused by the semi-holy cannons, but by the locust poison arrows. Poison arrows are also divided into grades according to their toxicity. The monks operating the locust poison crossbow will choose locust poison arrows of different grades according to the enemy they are preparing to attack. Generally, poison arrows of a higher level are chosen. For example, to shoot a semi-saint centipede of 10,000 feet level, one would choose a saint-level locust poison arrow. Try to ensure the lethality without wasting arrows. The 3 saints on the Huangsha chose to take direct action. The overwhelming pressure from the saint realm made the 9 semi-saints of Lanhuang extremely yearning for it. Similarly, within the centipede tide, waves of attacks erupted from the centipede tribe's own innate magical powers, especially the holy centipede that was tens of thousands of feet long. Its magical power was unparalleled. In 3 hours, more than 20 locust warships had been blown up. Even with the teleportation array, more than 2,000 casualties were caused, all of whom were Huangqing soldiers who did not have time to evacuate. The casualties among the monks of Lanhuang were even more severe, and more than 300,000 were killed in battle after the Huangqing army's support arrived. Finally, the Huangsha arrived on the battlefield and, without any fanfare, crashed directly into the centipede tide. The centipedes, within thousands of miles, were directly crushed to death by the force field, and the semi-saint artillery group bombarded a large number of them at close range. With the force field and the semi-holy cannons fully fired, hundreds of thousands of centipedes died in 10 breaths. When the monks from the Lanhuang realm saw the war fortress, they could no longer conceal the shock on their faces. What kind of monster is this? Is the foundation of the 9th Order top world so terrifying? Such a powerful warship is just the tip of the iceberg. These warships alone can destroy us dozens of times, plus this huge city in front of us. And until we saw it with our own eyes, we didn't even realize its trace.
It's so huge and so secretive.
I guess the previous attack, which was far more powerful than that of the Realm Lord, came from this huge city. For a moment, the atmosphere among the monks in the Lan Huang realm exploded, and they were completely shocked. When the war fortress was destroyed, the insect swarm began to retreat in an orderly manner. When they left, they took away the corpses of their own kind as much as possible. Seeing the insect swarm carrying away the insect corpses, Feng Yan became anxious and ordered a pursuit on the spot.
Catch them and capture them.
If we don't take some spoils and take them back, we'll lose the battle. The Huangsha war fortress, with more than 400 intact warships, quickly chased after them, tearing off a group of Zerg from time to time and surrounding and killing them.
What should we do?
Looking at the brave army from the upper realm, a semi-saint from the Lan Huang realm hesitated and had to ask the semi-saint who was acting as the representative for them. Just keeping their lives was enough, and as for catching up, they had never thought about it before.
Catch up. What? I say, catch up. We can't let the higher realm look down on us.
The leading semi-saint said this and turned to look at the millions of exhausted monks behind him.
If there are any cultivators with blood in Lan Huang, follow me and kill them. We will avenge the pursuit. Kill.
A general should be prepared to die, and a soldier should not be greedy for life. Monk Lan Huang, with bloodthirsty eyes, chased after him like a madman. A more brutal war has begun. Chapter 12, God-killing poison arrow, heavily centipede. While the Huangsha was pursuing with all its might, the other two patrolling war fortresses, with 1,400 locust warships, rushed to the coordinates at full speed to provide support. After receiving Lu Feng's order, the Lord of Extreme Cold immediately stood up and flew towards the coordinates alone. On the way, he was caught up by Kunlun god Qin Shuhua, who was moving at a high speed on the Space Avenue. He was accompanied by Hai Jixing and Li Qingyuan. Lu Feng's meaning was very clear: to let several newly promoted gods practice. Then, the task of hurrying on the journey was given to Qin Shuhua. After a space jump, he quickly moved towards the coordinate point with several gods to eye in the direction of the retreating centipede tide. A centipede nest the size of a state approached the retreating centipede tide. 2 centipedes that were 1,000,000 feet long flew out from it, emitting divine pressure and going to support. At the same time, a large number of centipedes continued to pour out of the nest exit to provide support. Among them are some semi-saints and saints whose bodies are over 10,000 feet tall. After sensing the approaching pressure from the divine realm, Feng Yun immediately gave the order: retreat. Retreat quickly, everyone retreat to the war fortress and activate the divine control formation. He felt the Lan Huang realm army behind him again, cursed inwardly, and then sent a divine thought over: the divine realm Zerg are attacking. Hurry and hide here. The formation will be activated in a quarter of an hour. No more waiting. After receiving Feng Yun's divine sense and seeing the warships flying towards the giant city, the Lan Huang realm army did not hesitate and flew directly towards the giant city. The monks from the Lan Huang realm who climbed onto the war fortress were like the author who had just arrived in a big city for the first time, not knowing where to put their feet. It was also the first time for them to see such a bizarre defensive formation, where attacks from outside could not get in, but attacks from inside could get out. It turned out to be a wonderful one-way defense formation, which was unheard of. In fact, this kind of formation had never been seen by the Huangqing people above more than 20 years ago, until that battle. After Qin Shuhua was promoted to the Lord of Space God, he upgraded the God-controlling array once again. Although it was also a one-way defense before, it was made by Lu Feng, a half-baked Space Avenue player, so it had some flaws. Today's divine control formation is more complete. When a 1,000,000-foot-long centipede appeared outside the formation, it really scared Monk Lan Huang that if they were to face such a terrifying force, they would probably not even have the courage to resist. They couldn't help but worry whether this formation could withstand it. The locust warships hovered within the divine protection formation, firing at the Zerg attacking the formation from outside. A volley of holy cannon fire from the center actually directly removed 3 legs of a divine centipede. Even if this guy has so many legs, losing 3 wouldn't be a big deal, but at least it proves that it can cause damage. In the blink of an eye, the broken leg regenerated, and the divine centipede seemed to be angry, attacking the divine formation with all its strength. Feng Yun saw this and shouted, "Pull out the god-killing crossbow." On the war fortress, in the lake next to the holy cannon, the water spread out to both sides and flowed into the folded space on both sides. The lid of a double door at the bottom of the lake was slowly opened, and a locust poison crossbow of nearly 100,000 feet long rose from the huge dark hole. This was built under Lu Feng's personal supervision and on-site guidance. Only 22 have been produced so far. Arrows are extremely precious. Due to the severe shortage of materials, each aircraft can only be equipped with 20 specially made god-killing poison arrows. Not only is the locust venom lacking, but also the divine gold that can pierce the armor of divine insects. Lu Feng could only put a little divine gold on the head of the needle inside the poison, and replace the other parts with inferior metals. This is the result of asking Jin Tianzuan for help. Fortunately, the 52 domains of the Huangqing realm had stored much more divine gold than Kanglan, and they were urgently mining and searching for it. The large amount of stockpiles that had been dug out before were placed on the spark to feed the Zerg. Lu Feng was so angry that he beat Shui in the Shui demon blade again. As the formation was activated and tremendous energy gathered, the god-killing crossbow finally made the divine realm centipede outside realize the danger and chose to retreat. However, it was too late. Feng Yin sneered, raised his hand, and shouted, "Release!" Clang! After the sound of the great way resounded, the god-killing poison arrow shot towards a centipede in the divine realm. It passed through the divine protection formation without any hindrance and rushed forward. The centipede immediately used its innate magical power to condense an energy shield in front of it to resist. Just when he was about to stop the first arrow, another arrow came, followed by the third and the fourth. The divine centipede could no longer resist, and the venom hit its body directly, causing a large amount of white smoke to rise. The 100-foot-long thin needle in the poison arrow directly penetrates the body, bringing the poison along with it. The million-foot centipede, hit by 4 arrows in a row, rolled over in pain. Seeing this, another million-foot-long centipede quickly retreated, but when it turned around, it crashed into the space barrier, and a god-killing poison arrow from behind hit its back directly. Chen Shuhua and the 3 Kanglan gods were hiding nearby, waiting for this moment. Li Qingyun rushed into the Zerg tide on the raging waves of the Sword River of Destruction, circled the war fortress, and cleared out the millions of Zerg that were besieging the Huangsha. Accumulated streams form the sea, and the bright moon rises from the sea. The sea god used a big move that caused group damage right from the start. 5 drops of holy water from Heijixing popped out and turned into a vast ocean appearing on the battlefield. Tens of millions of centipedes were trapped in it. As a bright moon rose, the centipedes lost consciousness under the moonlight. Extreme cold, seal, the sea transformed by the sea god was turned into a super ice cube by the extreme cold, floating in the universe, freezing millions of centipedes. Go out and kill all these bugs. Following Feng Yan's order, the locust warships rushed out again, and along with them, there were 20 million armored Huangqing army soldiers. The 2 divine centipedes were killed by Li Qingyun and Chen Shuhua. The battlefield turned into a one-sided massacre. Li Qingyun destroyed the Jianhe River to clear a path, and killed along the direction where a large number of centipedes were coming to support him. All the centipedes along the way were either dispersed or killed by the Jianhe River. Space ripples appeared around Chen Shuhua, and under the waves of space fluctuations, the centipedes that were scattered died inexplicably one after another. If you cut it open, you'll find that its internal layers are dislocated. When the 2 gods arrived near the insect nest, a centipede only 10 feet long crawled out from the exit. Its size is out of place compared to the Zerg, which are often hundreds or even tens of thousands of feet long. Although it is small in size, its power in the heavenly venerate realm is not weak at all. If Lu Feng saw it, he would only feel extremely regretful. With a body that is only 10 feet tall, how many good things can you have? Li Qingyun and Chen Shuhua exchanged glances and worked together to kill the centipede in front of them. At the Tianzuan realm, the Sword River of Destruction entered his body, and the Avenue of Destruction burst out from the 9-patterned heavenly silence sword. Wherever Li Qingyun's sword intent went, pieces of nothingness appeared. However, Chen Shuhua's Avenue of Space made the heavenly venerable centipede's moves fail, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The ubiquitous spatial barriers, spatial folds, and spatial dislocations almost drove the centipede crazy. When he changed his target to attack Li Qingyun, he found that he was still blocked by the surrounding space. As the fight went on, the centipede found that it was unable to confirm the location of the 2 people, and it was being beaten everywhere. Innate magical powers, absolute domain. Tianzuan centipede used his ultimate move without hesitation, and Li and Chen were instantly trapped in endless sand, making it difficult for them to move forward. As long as it's not nothingness, there is space. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chen Shuhua snorted coldly and continued to use the Avenue of Space, but it took a little more effort. Li Qingyun's sword of destruction rushed out of his body again, washing away all the soil within 1,000 miles around, but these soils continue to regenerate, and can only continuously drive the Sword River to erode. The Tianzuan centipede moved freely in the soil, as if it was at home, and kept attacking the 2 in all directions, but with the assistance of Chen Shuhua's Space Avenue and the resistance of the Sword River of Destruction, although they lost the initiative, they were not at a disadvantage and were in a stalemate. Poseidon and Arctic Cold are helping the army to quickly clear out the remaining enemies. 5 days later, 2 other war fortresses arrived, and with the support of a large number of fresh troops, the remaining enemies were quickly wiped out. The 3 war fortresses rushed straight towards the hive.
Chapter 13, Inside the Insect Nest, Dongqing reappears when G.
Han and Poseidon arrived near the insect swarm and saw the block of earth that was billions of miles in size. They understood the predicament of Chan and Li. A ball of water appeared in Poseidon's palm, and he murmured, "I think I understand why adults call my trick of dripping water wearing away a stone soil erosion, landslide. Ugh, dripping stone, seems inappropriate here. It's still called soil erosion."
Soil erosion.
Go, while Haejixing was struggling with a name, a stream of water flew out of the water ball and turned into a huge river with rapid currents. It rushed directly into the soil covering billions of miles, and instantly became extremely turbid. When the extreme cold magic power was used, all the mud and water that were washed aside were frozen solid. The centipede heavenly master in the soil was extremely surprised. After all these days, the sword river of destruction showed no signs of weakening. Are all the creatures in the heavenly Tao so ferocious now? He had just been promoted to the heavenly venerable less than 10,000 years ago. He obtained the insect nest from that person and started to develop his power with a group of younger brothers, but those worlds of heaven were running too fast. There was no place for them in the ones behind, and they could not catch up with those in the front. They rushed forward desperately until they were separated from the main force behind them. Only then did they encounter some heavenly Tao worlds, which gave them a lot of replenishment. Only then did the insect eggs begin to hatch. Otherwise, it can only survive by eating cosmic dust and large and small meteorites. Although we had a good meal, most of the people we met along the way were those who had fallen behind, or were unaware of the dangerous local world, which was not very big. I finally caught a bigger one, but it was still calling for help. When the 4 great gods joined forces to deal with Centipede Heavenly Lord, the 3 war fortresses launched a general attack on its nest. The monks from the Lanhuang realm also mixed in with the crowd and used their skills to attack the centipedes pouring out of the entrance. However, up to now, no one cares about them except letting them hide in the giant city. The power of the upper realm refreshed their cognition time and time again, and the worship had satisfied their fantasy of how powerful the 9th level world was. The number of war fortresses that followed far exceeded their expectations, and 2 more appeared. During the fighting, originally, in his own world, he was considered to have reached a very high level of cultivation. Lan Huang Zhouyan was considered a taboo in their world. The might of the 4 gods made the 9 semi-saints feel like children who had just learned to play in the mud. They also thought that there was a huge gap between the 8th level and 9th level worlds, but they never realized it would be so big. I'm afraid that in the eyes of these upper realms, there is no difference between my big world and those small worlds. 11 saints gathered in the Wushuan command hall to discuss how to deal with the insect nest in front of them. Feng Yun spoke first. "We need to break in and see what's going on inside. It would be best if we could bring this nest back to the Realm Lord Hall for research." "I agree. Since Kanglin is determined to fight the Zerg to the bitter end, we must learn as much as possible about their background. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "I agree. I suggest we drive the war fortress directly in and leave another one outside to support us. Let's see what's going on inside." Feng Yun summarized. "In that case, Wushuan will provide support from outside, while the 2 war fortresses, Huangsha and Changkong, charge into the insect nest. Wait for the opportunity to strike." All the saints nodded in agreement, and the action plan was decided so quickly. After deciding on the next course of action, Huang Qingjun immediately began to mobilize. As for how to get in, the solution is simple: just crash. The Huangsha's divine formation was activated, the force field was fully opened, and it rushed towards the entrance of the insect nest with unparalleled power. Hundreds of thousands of centipedes rushed forward, trying to stop the Huangsha, but to no avail. Thousands of locust warships were outside firing at full power and providing full cover, and the Zerg were simply unable to resist. They are huge in size, and the number of Zerg pouring out of the entrances and exits at every moment is limited, and they are quickly wiped out. After rushing into the insect nest, the scene before them shocked all the monks on the Huangsha. The overwhelming number of centipedes rushed up. Most of them were in the Nirvana realm, and there were also a large number in the Void realm and the Holy realm. However, these Nirvana realm cultivators were crushed to death as soon as they entered the force field, and in the end, only those in the Void Source realm and those in the Semi-Saint realm and Saint realm who were 10,000 feet above the ground were able to rush onto the formation. There were countless insect eggs in the distance.
Feng suddenly discovered that once the centipede was formed and born from the egg, it was in nirvana. How terrifying is this?
There are countless cultivators like me who have cultivated for 10,000 years without ever reaching the void realm.
I don't know how many Tao realm cultivators have never been able to enter the nirvana realm in their entire lives, and the Zerg are born in nirvana. There are at least hundreds of billions of centipedes in the insect nest, and nearly 3 billion in the air, not counting the densely packed insect eggs. There are countless semi-saint and saint centipedes ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of feet long.
When will this killing end? The saint next to him felt his scalp tingling
and asked, "What should we do?" Feng said viciously, "Do you still remember Dongqing territory?"
When these words were spoken, many of Huangqing's soldiers shuddered.
You mean, the doomsday is coming again? But how precious is the war fortress? Besides, we can ask for help. Once the reinforcements arrive, can't we take down this insect nest? The saint next to him asked in confusion. Time. We lack time. It will take at least a month for the reinforcements to arrive here. Even if the reinforcements arrive, how long will it take to kill all these Zergs?
Feng said as he showed him a piece of intelligence.
This is the intelligence our scouts sent back.
A swarm of Zerg is rushing to our rescue, and they're expected to arrive here in 3 months.
We must end the battle early and leave the Zerg corpses in the hive so they can be packed up and taken away. I did call for reinforcements, but I didn't ask them to support the battlefield. I asked them to collect the spoils.
Feng added, and it seemed that he had already made up his mind.
Okay. Let's do it.
So, the Huangsha and Chankong first launched a crazy attack inside the insect nest. This is a style of play that doesn't care about any consumption. The god-killing crossbow directly killed more than a dozen of the largest Holy Realm centipedes. From time to time, they would organize a large army to charge and kill in order to inflict maximum casualties. Outside the insect nest, only 20% of the water ball in the hands of the sea god remained, and billions of miles of lust were washed aside and frozen by the extreme cold. Only about 40% of Tianzuan centipedes' absolute Earth domain remains now. Li Qingyun and Chen Shuhua, who were trapped inside, also felt the suppression was greatly reduced. It's time. The 4 gods exploded together, breaking through the absolute domain in an instant. The figure of Tianzuan centipede also reappeared, and in an instant he was surrounded. When facing the combined forces of Chen Shuhua and Li Qingyun, he had already fallen into a disadvantage and had no choice but to open the absolute domain. Now that the domain has been broken, it is even more so with the combined efforts of the 4 gods. Although he has reached the realm of heavenly venerate, he cannot get away with it when facing the space god of the top avenue. What's more, there is the sword god Li Qingyun, who was blessed by the great way of destruction. When Jihan and the sea god joined in, this centipede heavenly lord fell into an absolute disadvantage. From time to time, there would be sneak attacks from the Wushuang's god-killing crossbow. During the 5-day siege, more than half of the hundreds of legs were chopped off, which was a miserable sight. 4 horrific wounds were also cut on his body, and the avenue of destruction spread over them. They could not heal and were even gradually worsening. The battle within the Zerg tide has reached its final moment. The resources on the Huangsha and Chankong are basically exhausted. In a wave of attack, the rear army was bitten by the Zerg, and more than 300,000 monks were killed here. There was also a person in the Kongyuan realm who swallowed the Fanghua pill at the last moment and exploded in the stomach of the Shengjing centipede. At this time, Huang Qingjun was no longer seen on the war fortress, only in the command hall. Feng asked the saint who was walking behind him. Have they all evacuated? Withdraw. I have activated the self-destruct formation. It will detonate in a quarter of an hour. Let's go too. Don't feel bad. The spoils of this battle are no less than the last one. The Lord will replenish them for us. Finally, the divine defense formations of the 2 war fortresses were broken, and almost all the centipedes in the hive were besieging the 2 giant cities that they hated. Similarly, the refined giant city is also their most ideal food. Countless centipedes rushed to the war fortress and began to eat it. More and more centipedes gathered and directly wrapped up the war fortress, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, all wanting to get a piece of the PIE.AT. This time, the Wushuang was extremely crowded. The saints and semi-saints all stood on the fortress and looked at the insect nest. The time has come. Feng murmured immediately afterwards. All the monks clearly saw a scene that was engraved into people's souls. First, the insect nest shook noticeably twice, cracks appeared on the surface, and then a large number of corpses suddenly spewed out from the entrance and exit of the insect nest. At the same time as the explosion occurred, the Tianzuan centipede seemed to have suffered a great blow, and a painful wail resounded throughout the battlefield. Li Qingyun snorted coldly, "You are calling your mother." A sword pierced directly into the mouth and pierced through the head. The sword body burst out with the avenue of destruction. The eyes of Tianzuan centipede suddenly dimmed and his consciousness disappeared. Chapter 14, Post-War Inventory. Stitching the world together. As the sound of Tianzuan centipede's fall came, deafening cheers rang out on the battlefield, especially for the monks in the Lanhuang realm. In less than half a month, the Zerg that was about to destroy their world had even its nest overturned.
Long live the upper realm!
Millions of Lanhuang monks shouted. At this moment, they were full of admiration for these mysterious ninth-level powerful beings in the world.
Long live? Are you cursing us?
I, Kanglin, am destined to live as long as the universe. No one wants to pay attention to them anymore. The half-saint, the representative of the heavenly Tao, could not help but sigh. I never thought that when all living beings were fleeing for their lives, there would still be a world that dared to raise its sword against the Zerg. When he was about to step forward to thank them, he was embarrassed to find that no one was paying attention to them. The hundreds of millions of monks in front of them began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the scattered insect corpses and throwing them all back into the insect nest. I wonder what they're doing with all the insect corpses?
To bury their enemies?
It seems the higher realms also have considerable respect for their enemies. Just as they were imagining this, they were shocked to find out two gods who existed only in legends to them took action and created a huge ice chain, one end of which was connected to the insect nest and the other end was connected to the giant city. Although the giant city was very small compared to the insect nest, it still started moving under the help of the gods.
They are trying to pull the hive back.
Lan Huang Semi-Saint exclaimed. At this moment, they did not dare to act rashly and could only watch Huang Qing's army move. Chen Shuhua was the one who noticed this group of people and looked over with her divine eyes.
You should gather the monks who died in the battle in your realm. They are not bad. We thank the upper realm for saving our lives. From now on, the Lanhuang realm will respect the upper realm as its master to repay this kindness.
The half-saint who was representing the upper realm finally got his chance. It was quite embarrassing that no one paid attention to him for a long time. There is no need to respect me, Kanglin, as your master.
The universe is not at peace right now.
If the world you are waiting for wants to follow me, Kanglin, then just follow me. Chen Shuhua was too lazy to say anything more and ran to help them push the insect nest. Soon, Kanglin's reinforcements arrived, including 16 war fortresses and 3 huge transport ships built and refined by the big world. Poseidon and Extreme Cold continued to attack, putting ice chains on everyone, and every one of them joined in the work of pulling the insect nest. At the same time,
a large number of monks also carried out the insect corpses from the insect nest.
They had temporarily stored them in the insect nest because there was nowhere else to put them. Now, the transport ship has arrived and can easily carry all the insect corpses, which will be taken to Kanglin's industrial area. There were also several living holy centipedes that were frozen and taken back. Aphonian also breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the report from the scouts in the distance. As expected, after achieving victory here, the Zerg reinforcements stopped their advance. Lu Feng personally welcomed and commended the participating troops outside the boundary. After a brief investigation, it was discovered that the loot this time was no less than the last time, and there were too many resources in the insect nest. As for how to sort and process the spoils, Lu Feng had already set an example for them after doing it himself for several months last time. After returning from the battle, Chen Shuhua did not even take a rest and started processing the captured spoils. Seeing that a large number of people had arrived in the industrial zone and work began to proceed in an orderly manner, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction and then began to study the insect nest. Since this hive is where the Zerg reproduce, it means that a lot of energy is required. After conquering a world, the centipede clan will bring all the essence of this world to the insect nest to help hatch insect eggs.
According to Lu Feng's investigation, only the Zerg at the Tianzuan realm can control the energy
distribution and hatch the eggs in this insect nest. Presumably, the locust swarm that day must have had a nest. They invaded Kanglin that day and must have come out to look for food, but they ran into Lu Feng and were eaten instead. But it is obvious that their nest is definitely much larger than the centipede nest in front of them. But even in this insect nest in front of us, there are too many energy crystals inside. Lu Feng roughly estimated that it was at least tens of trillions of top-grade source stones. He wondered how many worlds the sky had swallowed. These energy crystals are usually used to hatch insect eggs and meet the daily growth needs of the hatched Zerg, but now there is no need to worry about the daily consumption of the war fortress. The insect nest itself is an excellent material, and Lu Feng has been planning to use it as the basis for building his first pass. However, this shape is too different from the pass, and major work is still needed. Oh, I have to be busy again. There is always work to be done. Lu Feng sighed and immediately began to rebuild the insect nest. In this battle, although the number of Zerg corpses seized above the skyclave was less than 30% of the previous one, it was still a significant supplement. A large number of insect corpses from the Void Realm and Nirvana Realm can be thrown into the industrial zone to produce products for export. The Lanhuang Realm now followed Kanglan obediently. They were a local world and had been focusing on development within the world. There were intrigues among the forces within the world, and they didn't know about the Zerg until Tiandao discovered that someone was biting it. He quickly contacted the Tiandao spokesperson he had chosen. When the terrifying aura of the Holy Realm centipede appeared, all forces realized that a powerful enemy from outside the realm was approaching. Those who went outside the realm to meet the enemy were all directly affiliated with the 9 Semi-Saints. In fact, until the war was over, half of the sky realms remained hidden in the world and did not dare to go out to fight. After the absolute earth domain transformed by the heavenly venerable centipede was broken, Huang Qingjun brought back the frozen soil as well. After all, it has experienced a great war and was created by the god of the universe. If it is left there, it will sooner or later evolve into a bunch of small worlds, which will eventually benefit the Zerg. He simply brought it back. After Jihan withdrew from the avenue, he brought in a large number of meteorites to fill it. With the integration of Jin Tianzuan, a continent of hundreds of millions of miles was formed. The size is similar to that of a fifth-order world, but its strength is directly at the level of a ninth-order world. Lu Feng found another seventh-level heavenly Dao that was not completely dead in the insect nest and threw it onto the continent. A stitched world with mountains, oceans, rivers, plains, and lakes appeared. There is almost everything inside except living creatures. There are two reasons for going to such lengths to do this. First, the Realm Lord Hall believes that in order to carry out the idea of a transaction between the Realm Lord and the Immortal Realm, there must first be a platform that creatures from both sides can enter without pressure. Secondly, when Lu Feng was processing and refining the insect nest, he discovered 3 layers of worlds in the lower layer. There were actually a large number of celestial creatures in it, including ordinary spirits and cultivators, and the highest level of cultivation was the great perfection of the Void Realm. These Zerg were actually raising heavenly Dao creatures, eating them as snacks, improving their diet, and rewarding their subordinates. And that 7th level heavenly Dao was what the Zerg deliberately kept for the purpose of reproducing spirits. After discovering this, Lu Feng couldn't help but think of the behavior of his inner demon, and he began to murmur in his heart, there are so many mysteries. This one is not bad. All the creatures of the heavenly Dao can enter the stitched world freely. It can be used as a trading platform and a place to accommodate the rescued creatures of the heavenly Dao. The benefit of stitching the world together for living beings is that they will not be restricted by the laws of nature, and their cultivation will stop at the Kongyuan realm of an independent 7th level world. The downside is that one can only reach the Sate realm at most. Before Li Qingyun, it is almost impossible to be promoted to the god of the universe. Now there is a way, like the sword god Li Qingyun, who engraved his name on the road with a shocking sword. In order to keep these fragile mortal spirits alive as much as possible, Kanglan transported a batch of mortal supplies and mobilized 200 million Nirvana realm captives to assist in properly settling these mortal lives as much as possible. After all, the new world is bare and there is nothing. With the wave of the hands of these Nirvana-level monks, a large number of green plants appeared, but soon, the monk in charge of the resettlement discovered something wrong. These creatures, who are used to being raised by the Zerg, are unwilling to work, unwilling to open up land, and even more unwilling to fight for their lives. They are used to being raised, and they are carefree from the moment they are born, without having to worry about anything. There is enough food and life is happy and fulfilling. All you need to do is die when the time comes. After all, everyone is born to die. Those with better qualifications are picked out by the Zerg and given full support for cultivation. Without any of the intrigues and deceptions of the world of immortal cultivation, you don't have to practice hard on your own, you just need to wait for the spiritual power to be infused. After moving to the new world, they found that they had to do everything by themselves, and the various creatures they raised were not happy about it. You killed the gods who gave us everything, and now you force us to do hard labor. You will definitely be punished. Countless creatures that were being raised cursed, regarding the Kanglan monks who rescued them and the strong men who forced them to work as enemies. After the news spread, Kanglan monks started discussing it everywhere. This abnormal phenomenon made many creatures understand the bad nature of the creatures of the heavenly Tao. When the realm Lord Hall learned of this situation, some saints were shocked and angry. This saint will slap these spineless people to death. They are not worthy of being the creatures of the heavenly Tao. In comparison, Lu Feng was very open-minded. Being kept meant losing all dignity. It is easy to lose your dignity, but it is a long process to get it back. Chapter 15. Lin Ran is released from prison. Factory 0 inch. It will take more than 30 years before we merge with the immortal realm. I wonder if we can complete the first pass before then. Taking a look at the direction of advancement, the world's progress in the universe is a long process. Whether accelerating or turning, it has to be done slowly. To fight against the Zerg, a more complete forward base is necessary. Not only can the living creatures live there for a long time, but the will of heaven of one's own world must also be stationed there. Otherwise, the advancement of the living creatures' realm will be a problem. Lu Feng didn't want to pay attention to the reactions of the creatures he was raising. He just wanted to do his job well. If he wanted to solve the mystery, he must have strength. The best outcome is to find all the answers yourself and then crush your enemies. Or step on the enemy first, and then find out the whole story. He didn't want to die soon and then have the mastermind jump out. If he was lucky, he could get away with it, but if he was unlucky, he would die with regrets. As a divine emperor, I'm forced to work on production every day. This is too hard. I wonder what Go Tiandao is busy with. Has the system been cleaned up? But thinking about this, maybe I forgot something. Oh right. That little guy who traveled through time is still locked up in the dungeon. He might be a talented person. I have to give him something to do. Thinking of this, Lu Feng sent a divine thought back to Kanglan, then he continued to refine it. This pass had to serve as the base camp of a war fortress and also had to have powerful firepower. It was much more complicated than a war fortress. At this time, Lin Ran was practicing diligently under the guidance of a bone. This bone was good in every way except that he was a little mean. The holy bones did not inherit any of their memories before they turned into bones, only some Taoist techniques. When the saint's noble young enters his body, even a drop of his blood contains unparalleled power, let alone a leg bone. When this holy bone is at full strength, it is not much weaker than a semi-saint. Lin Ran was extremely grateful for the bone next to him. If it weren't for this bone, he would probably be dead by now. When Lu Feng was promoted to the Divine Emperor, the demon temple was razed to the ground due to a sudden incident. If it weren't for this holy bone helping him, he would have almost certainly died with his Nirvana realm cultivation, although he no longer had the system. But with 5 years of affinity with the great Tao and the teachings of the holy bone, Lin Ran had already broken through to the great perfection of the void spirit realm, just one step away from the void profound realm. When one reaches the void realm, one is considered to have truly entered the level of the Kanglan realm, regardless of whether it is a realm war or a war against the Zerg. The threshold is the void realm. The biggest characteristic of the sky realm is that it won't kill itself just by looking at you. Shaolinzi, don't worry. Follow Master Gu and I'll make sure you become a saint. Don't think the dungeon is cold. Master Gu will keep you warm. As Shingu was talking to himself, light suddenly shone through the prison door that had not been opened for more than 10 years. Someone came. The person who came was a young man in white clothes. Shingu recognized him immediately after seeing him. Shaolinzi, stop practicing. The Realm Master's disciple is here. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran quickly opened his eyes and stopped practicing. You can go out now. Master has ordered you to manage a factory and open up the Lanhuang realm market, but you are not allowed to force buying and selling with your identity from the upper realm. After Qin Lan finished speaking, she threw a token to Lin Ran. Qin Lan's words made Lin Ran almost cry. The Lord of the Realm had said that he would die for 100,000 years, and he thought that the Lord had forgotten him. I obey your orders and will not let you down. Thank you. I can finally get out. At least I have work to do. Having work means I am valuable. Having value means that the Lord of the Realm still doesn't want me to die. After learning about his mission, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the strongest person in this world, he even knows what I did in my past life. Business is my forte. Bang Bang kowed out a few times, took the token and was about to walk out. Take this bone with you. Your cultivation is low, and it can protect you. Don't let Master down. Qi Lan's emotionless voice came, and both the man and the bone were excited. After leaving the demon temple, Lin Ran suddenly became heroic, with an attitude of I can go anywhere I want. When we had the system before, we were living in poverty mainly because we had no one to rely on.
Is the system reliable? Obviously it's not, and I almost got killed.
Lin Ran was thinking wildly while hurrying on his way. It's different now. Not only is there the Bone Master, whose strength is hard to fathom, following him, but he also has the Realm Lord's skin to hide. Besides, he came out to do business and make money for the Lord of the Realm, not to fight. He has never been afraid in the business world. Lin Ran made a preliminary inspection of the token and discovered that it was not only a symbol of identity, but also contained a huge storage space with 1 million top-grade source stones piled in the corner. There were also 300,000 soul imprints inside, which made Lin Ran's heart tighten. The Realm Lord Hall was so cruel that it directly confiscated the soul imprints of its employees. This token is the basis for his control over the factory. It seems that the Realm Lord Hall is not a good thing at all. They force low-level cultivators to do hard labor.
They can be said to be the most powerful evil force in Kanglan.
On the way to taking office, Lin Ran had already made plans for his next work.
The first step is of course to understand the situation.
He had no information from the outside world while he was imprisoned in the dungeon. Before doing business, you must understand the policies, markets, market conditions, and the advantages and disadvantages of your own products. Along the way, Lin Ran first asked around and got a general understanding of Kanglan's history, especially what happened after the establishment of the Realm Lord Hall. This Lord Realm Master is truly a man of great talent and vision. Since these soul seals are all captives, there is absolutely no need to worry. According to the laws of the Realm Master Hall, they cannot be killed at will. However, I, Lin Ran, hate killing the most, so this law is useless to me.
As long as they don't do this to their own people, it's fine. As for prisoners, it's a blessing to keep them alive.
Thinking this, he glanced down at the token in his hand.
Factory 0. The name sounds impressive.
I never thought the Realm Master would entrust me with such an important task. I must accomplish something great. Let the leaders see my value. The gloomy voice of the Holy Bone came. Don't be a garbage disposal plant.
Shut up. Dare you yell at Master Bone? Have you become more capable?
Bone Master was beaten. I was wrong. After walking, thinking and understanding along the way, we finally arrived at the industrial zone.
Wow. What a huge industrial complex. Is that the war fortress?
It's at least 5 times bigger than Earth, and there are spaceships 3,000 or 4,000 meters long.
I'm really looking forward to my Factory 0.
Lin Ran was completely shocked after entering the industrial zone. As expected of a cultivator, such a generous investment.
This is what we call a world factory.
Along the way, he saw too many super factories, and when he arrived at his own factory full of hope, he was dumbfounded.
It's just such a small place?
Lin Ran started to doubt her life. The factory known as Factory 0 was squeezed into a small corner.
Could it be that the things produced here are very important?
Lin Ran comforted himself. He forced a smile and inspected his workers. Among the 300,000 cultivators, almost all were in the Nirvana realm, with only a little over 20 in the Void realm. After a few encouraging words, everyone dispersed and returned to their posts to start work. Seeing that everyone had left, Lin Ran took the Holy Bones and went directly to the factory director's office. He couldn't wait to find out what the factory was producing. So this is what 0 means, a small factory that processes leftover materials. However, he soon discovered something was wrong. Not only did the Realm Master know where I came from, he also learned about standardization and assembly lines. Lin Ran couldn't help but lament, I'm afraid I'm the first traveler to reveal my location. I hope the gods of China will forbid me from traveling here.
Otherwise, I'll be committing a great sin.
If the Lord of the Realm goes there, he didn't dare to think further. Shake your head, throw away all distracting thoughts, and then understand what is being produced. At this time, a saint from the divine race arrived outside the Lanhuang realm. Chapter 16, Warships presented, 9 Sons Alliance formed. Seeing that Yuxing was idle, Chen Shuhua sent him as a special envoy to represent the Realm Lord Hall to go to Lanhuang to do some business and create a world channel. In the process, it was naturally difficult for Yuxing to refuse. Everyone was busy, so it was okay for him to take some time off, but it was a bit too much for him to not do the assigned work.
I am the special envoy of Kanglan.
The person in charge of Lanhuang, please come to see me immediately. Lanhuang Zhouyang, who were currently organizing the sect and dealing with post-war matters, all changed their expressions and flew out of the realm together. The heavenly Tao of the Lanhuang realm opened a hole at the location where Saint Kanglan was, and 9 semi-saints appeared outside the realm one after another.
We are here to meet the special envoy from the upper realm.
Several people were puzzled as to what big deal the saint was going to bring.
No need for formalities. The Realm Lord Hall governs Kanglan.
I'm here on behalf of the Realm Lord Hall for 2 reasons. First, to commend you, Brother Lanhuang, for your heroic actions that day.
As Yuxing spoke, two brand new locust warships sailed to both sides of Lanhuang Zhouyan. A wave of surprise surged in Zhouyan's heart, but he suppressed it. This isn't right. Shouldn't we be giving resources to the higher realms as a token of gratitude for saving our lives? Why is it the other way around?
We haven't repaid the upper realm for saving our lives yet, so how can we accept such a precious thing?
We feel guilty and dare not accept it.
The representative of the half-saint spoke directly without asking the opinions of the other 8. Yang Yuxing glanced at the half-saint, then looked at the other 8 and asked, "Do you 8 think so too?" Several people exchanged glances, then bowed and said, "We are too ashamed to accept this." Yuxing smiled, thinking to himself that he still had some conscience. Then he said, "It's okay. Saving you that day was just a piece of cake. The Zerg are our target. I, Kanglin, will be the first to raise the banner of fighting against the Zerg.
I wonder if you are willing to follow me.
If you are willing, you can take these 2 locust warships. If you are not willing, it is not too late to refuse." After Yuxing finished speaking, he looked at the 9 people with a playful expression. As these semi-saints communicated quickly, their expressions gradually became firmer and they finally reached a consensus.
My Lanhuang realm is willing to follow the upper realm, even if it means death. The 9 Yangs expressed their opinions in unison. They knew they couldn't escape.
After the battle, they were fully aware of the threat posed by the Zerg. Now that someone was carrying the banner, it would not be difficult for them to follow with a knife in hand.
That's great. Let's keep this warship.
It will provide us with extra protection and increase our combat power in future battles against the Zerg.
Thank you for the treasure from above.
Yuxing nodded and continued, "The second thing is to build a world channel to facilitate communication between you and me. However, due to the low level of your realm, the worlds cannot reach Kanglin, so this passage can only be passed by Kanglin cultivators.
If someone from your world came to my world, I'm afraid the suppression from the heavenly Tao would be unbearable.
We absolutely welcome the Lord from the upper realm to descend upon our realm. May I ask, Senior Special Envoy, when this passage will be established so we can prepare?"
Now. Amidst Zhouyan's surprised look, Yuxing pinched the seal and summoned a space door. "Bring this door into your realm.
People from my realm will pass through here. Don't worry, this passage is also for the convenience of material transactions."
"That's not true, Senior.
Our world naturally has unconditional trust in the upper world.
What a joke. It would be a piece of cake for you to destroy my entire Lanhuang realm with just a wave of your hand.
There is no need for such fancy calculations. We are lucky enough that the higher realm is willing to take us out to play. Besides, people like us who are just ordinary people would not even look down on us." Several semi-saints also took a rough look at that time and found that there were more than 700 subordinate 8th level worlds in the upper realm, although none of them are as big as their Lanhuang realm. On average they are only about 1/20th the size of Lanhuang, which is about the size of Baizhou. The advantage lies in its large number.
And there are countless worlds below the 8th level, the Lanhuang
realm has now grown to 2,300 states, which is considered a relatively large world. The gap between the 8th level worlds is also very large. A world with more than 10 states will reach the 8th level. If it is independent, the cultivators within it can be promoted to semi-saints. A small 8th order world only has 10 states, while the largest 8th order world is close to the size of an entire domain, which is almost 3,000 states. The difference is nearly 300 times. When 3,000 states are gathered into a domain, they will be promoted to the 9th level. When Kanglin was promoted to the 9th level world, he suddenly had both the realms of gods and demons. He was truly an absolute genius among billions of worlds. I in the 9th level world, you cannot be a subordinate. When he reached the 9th level, he not only unlocked the realm of saint, but also became qualified to apply for the position of cosmic god by using the origin of heaven. When Lan Huang Bansheng returned with 2 locust warships, it caused a huge sensation. The cultivators who participated in the war outside the realm were deeply impressed by this 1,000-foot warship. One ship is enough
to deal with their 9 Yang, such a powerful weapon.
I wonder what price the realm lords paid to exchange for 2 ships at once. This time, when the locust warship was brought back to the Lanhuang realm, a bigger news spread throughout Lanhuang.
The Lanhuang 9 Yang jointly issued a statement to establish the 9 Yam alliance.
The warship was a gift from the upper realm and belonged to the alliance. The alliance even reached a cooperation with the upper realm and opened the door of space, through which the cultivators from the upper realm can descend to Lanhuang. Now that we have the protection of the upper realm, we no longer have to worry about the Zerg invasion.
That's right.
Not only did the upper realm not ask for any resources, they even gifted our realm 2 warships.
Such generosity is worthy of being called the upper realm.
You are right, fellow Daoist. Such valor is truly impressive. On the other hand, no one in my Lanhuang sect would act this way. They would all be eager to devour other sects completely.
That's right, that's right.
During this Zerg invasion, when life and death are at stake, most sects are still closing their doors in an attempt to protect themselves.
How foolish.
After the battle outside the realm, the sect that had not participated in the battle was despised by all Lanhuang cultivators. After the army returned, under the accountability of the Zhuoyang sect, they all took out resources to make amends. The monks of these sects could not hold their heads up among their peers for a while. The Nine Yang Alliance also discovered problems when operating the warship. First of all, although the travel speed was fast, the consumption of source stones was also more. Moreover, these 12 semi-holy cannons are also driven by source stones, and each shot requires 100,000 top-grade source stones. Whenever I think about the free fighting methods in the upper realm that day, I am extremely surprised that battle would definitely wipe out all of Lan Huang's treasures. Only beings from the upper realm can support a war of this scale. The alliance members searched for a long time but could not find the crossbow arrows that had displayed such great power and lethality that day. Several semi-saints stood on the warship, looking at each other in confusion. It seems that the upper realm hasn't distributed crossbows. What should we do? Don't worry. I suspect this crossbow will cost my alliance resources to purchase. It's better to prepare the source stones and resources. That's right. Keep an eye on the space gate. The cultivators from the upper realms must be treated well. If we fail to do so, you will not survive. Linran finally understood the use of this small factory. My factory number 0 is really extraordinary. From accessories to armor sources, the production line has everything. Although they are not large in scale, they have a complete range of categories, and I suddenly feel that there is great potential for development. What shocked him even more was that a production line for 1,000-foot warships was being established. Although they are all produced using scraps, as long as there is technology, there are the necessary conditions for growth. Master Realm Master has given me such a good hand of cards. If I, Lin Ran, break it, I would be such a waste. After inspecting each production line, he became more determined in this idea. It's a great start, but if you can't play well, just give up. A time traveler can't afford to lose face. Chapter 17. Heading to Lanhuang, the Bone Master. With the current capabilities of Factory 0, it can produce up to Holy Realm armor. Even if it is all stitched together with scraps, it is still at the holy level. Can it be worse than a semi-holy weapon? There are currently 20 pieces of Holy Realm armor and more than 300 semi-holy armor in stock. As for the various grades of the Void Realm, the total number is at least several million. Even with such a large inventory, of the 300,000 workers in Factory 0, only 100,000 are responsible for the production of Void Realm Holy Realm products. The remaining 200,000 were all dealing with the Nirvana insect corpses. Almost all the Nirvana insect corpses were sent here. The workers first cut them open, took out the crystal cores inside, and selected the high-quality ones as materials for refining equipment. Almost all of the crystal cores were transported away to be used as driving fuel for war fortresses or locust warships. Then start classifying the insect corpses according to their size. The Zerg realm is directly linked to size, and different parts. Then start peeling, thinning, cutting, and sewing. Finally, make each piece of armor.as for those sharp attacking parts. They can be combined with spiritual gold and spiritual wood to make various swords, spears, swords and halberds. The spiritual weapons of Nirvana are made very quickly and have extremely high output. If you only make armor, the average daily output per person is 200. But even with a daily output of more than 40 million, there is still a shortage of supply. Because the Zerg in Nirvana realm are small in size, their final output is actually lower than that in Void realm. With the current number of Zerg corpses, they can only produce for 30 years at most. According to the plan of the Realm Lord Hall, all the Nirvana Realm armor spiritual weapons currently produced by the factory are supplied to Kanglin, and will be used for foreign trade when enough spoils are captured in the future war with the Zerg. Director Lin, a senior official from the Realm Lord Hall, is looking for you. He's in your office. Lin Ran, who was on the front line to understand the situation, immediately set off back after receiving the news. It seems there is a mission. The person who came was a young man in the Kongshan realm. Seeing Lin Ran walk in with a bouncing skeleton behind him, he smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you Director Lin Ranlin?" "It is me, fellow Taoist. May I ask who you are?" "I am from the demon clan, Xian Fei Ren. The elders in my clan asked me to follow my fellow Taoists to see the world in another world." The young man still kept smiling. "Just monitor, no need to beat around the bush, we understand." Lin Ran thought so in his heart, but still smiled and said, "So it's fellow Taoist Xian. Nice to meet you. The other world you mentioned, does it have a mission?" "That's right. The higher-ups have asked us to go to the Lanhuang realm to conduct a trade pilot. Since you've been personally chosen by the Realm Master, you must be quite capable. I hope you'll be able to teach us a few things." "Friend Xian, you're joking. The demon clan's name is so powerful that it shakes the Kanglin mountains. Why would they need to go down and teach them? I'm just a small merchant." Hearing the unkindness in Lin Ran's tone, Xian Farron was not angry, but just gave Lin Ran a mark. "This is the space passage pass to the Lanhuang realm. Only you and I have access to the Kanglin Void realm." Lin Ran was in high spirits upon learning this. He took the mark and quickly said, "Thank you for your hard work, fellow Daoist. This time, you and I are going to Lanhuang to exchange more scarce resources for Kanglin and make some contribution to the war preparations against the Zerg." "Ha ha." Xian Farron laughed upon hearing this and said, "Don't worry, fellow Daoist, just give it your all. I'm really here to learn. After all, the sales scope in the future will definitely not be limited to Lan Huang.
We can't let fellow Taoist Lin do it alone. I wonder when the higher-ups want us to leave.
Lin Ran changed the subject.
Wanted to apologize? Impossible. If possible, do it as soon as possible. Of course, everything is up to you, fellow Taoist.
Xian Farron still looked calm. As you say, I will prepare the goods and set off in 3 days. Good. After dealing with the Xian Fei blade, Lin Ran immediately began to sort the goods. This time, his task was to sell these scrap products to Lan Huan. There are also locust poison crossbows and locust poison arrows. Lin Ran remembered the cost price of every product here, and also learned about the price of the same grade of source devices in the market before the industrial zone appeared. He already had an idea of what to do on this trip. At the space gate of the Lan Huang realm, 10 female cultivators in the Void Tribulation realm have been waiting for the arrival of cultivators from the upper realm, wearing clothes that save on fabric for an 8th order world. The Kongjie realm is already at the level of a sect leader, but here it is used as a welcoming guest, which shows how much the Nine Yang Alliance values those who descend from the upper realm. After waiting for more than a month without any movement, the space gate finally began to ripple, which meant someone was coming.
Several female cultivators of the Void Tribulation quickly stood in position.
When 2 figures emerged, they all saluted and said in clear voices, "I respectfully welcome the Lord from the upper realm."
There's no need to be so polite, fellow Taoist. Please get up quickly.
Lin Ran hurried forward to help him up. She managed her facial expression very well and was very happy.
Look at what she was wearing. This is what a fairy should look like.
Although the sexiness is gone, it is still pleasing to the eyes. Looking at Kanglin again, each of them is dressed as a female warrior, looking like they are ready to fight at any time. Although they are heroic, they are somewhat boring without the blend of gentle smiles and enchanting beauty. Seeing that the women were still looking into the space gate, Xian Farron said, "You don't need to look, fellow Taoist.
It's just the 2 of us who are visiting on behalf of the Realm Lord Hall." After hearing the words Realm Lord Hall, the women were no longer confused. How could this not be puzzling? In the upper realm, where gods are said to exist, why did only Kong Ling and Kong Xin come? And why were the women who greeted the guests not as advanced as them? Although she was doubtful, she dared not deviate from the proper etiquette. She bowed and said, "Please follow me, immortal. The Alliance has already prepared a palace for you. We have already informed Lord Jesuan. Please do not worry."
Lin Ran was almost floating up because of being called Shengxian by several fairies in the Kongjie realm. He didn't notice at all that the Realm Lord Hall token on his waist was glowing and floating up.
Shaolinzi, why don't you let your master bone out?
Xinggu shouted and pulled the dizzy Lin Ran back. He quickly released the holy bones. The bones were bare, only reaching the calf, but they exuded a terrifying pressure. At this moment, he was standing right between the 2 feet of a female cultivator.
What's wrong? Little girl, why don't you move aside and sit down? If you don't mind my thick bones, you can try it.
Anyway, your cloth strips are not blocking it, so it won't affect my entry. Even though I don't have eyes, I can see clearly from this angle. Lin Ran couldn't help but cover her face when she heard Xinggu's shameless words. Even Xian Farron, who had always looked calm and composed, twitched his mouth. The female cultivator quickly stepped aside and said, "I'm sorry for my rudeness, please forgive me, senior."
I hope you don't mind it, fellow Taoist. This guy has always been like this. I apologize here. Lin Ran was completely embarrassed and quickly bowed to the female practitioners to apologize.
No, I dare not. Your Excellency, your words are too harsh. Please move to the palace. This way, please. Lin Ran sighed and thought to himself, I should have known not to bring this guy along.
My image is totally ruined.
He quickly called Xian Farron to follow. Shaolinzi, don't be afraid of anything when you get here.
Master Gu is invincible in this world.
TSK, I have to say, the girls here are still the most attractive. Look, they're exposed.
Look, they're exposed again. Shaolinzi, why don't you look? Oh. By the way, you have no bones. From this angle, of course you can't see it. It's pitiful. Lin Ran and Xian Farron swore that if they hadn't been unable to find this bone's mouth, they would have covered it up long ago. Chapter 18, at the banquet, serious people. Master Gu, please stop talking. We have something important to discuss later. Don't delay the Lord Realm's business.
Lin Ran had no choice but to use Lu Feng's trick, but it really worked.
We haven't reached the destination yet.
Bone Master, haven't spoken in tens of thousands of years.
I just couldn't help myself.
Don't worry, when you guys are talking about business, I will definitely not interrupt. Then you should be careful with your words.
We represent the Realm Lord Hall.
Our image is not important, but it would be a grave sin to bring shame to the Realm Lord Hall. If the Realm Lord knew, seeing that this trick worked, Lin Ran continued to increase his strength. After all, Xian Feiren was following him, and he was from the same clan as the Lord of the Realm. I'll try my best to bear it. The Holy Bone finally fell silent. Bone Master finally calmed down and stopped jumping around.
he just followed quietly. The two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Huang, the representative of the semi-saint Ziyang Realm Lord, immediately set out to meet the envoy from the Realm Lord's palace after receiving the news that someone was coming from the upper realm. After learning that they were two people from the Void Realm, one Kong Ling and one Kong Shen, and that they were accompanied by a being whose cultivation level was unknown, Ziyang immediately understood that these two people were of great importance. You can offend the semi-saints in the upper realm, but you must not offend these two. Are you used to this environment, immortal? The female cultivator from Kongjie named Yushi asked softly. Thank you for your trouble in making arrangements, fellow Daoist. We cultivators have long been indifferent to the so-called environment. Walking on clouds in the morning and lying in colorful clouds in the evening are all common things. There is no need to talk about whether we are used to it or not. Xin Fei Run was still calm and composed. I admire your wisdom, your excellency. My realm's Ziyang Realm Venerable is on his way here at top speed after learning of the two immortals. Please wait for a moment. Lin Ran waved her hand. No hurry, no hurry. We're here, and I'm afraid it'll take us quite some time. There's still a long way to go, so there's no need to rush. It is truly a blessing for Lan Huang that the envoy has come to Lan Huang. On behalf of the Nine Yan Alliance, I welcome the envoy. The voice arrived before the people from Ziyang arrived. Ha ha ha! Ziyang Jiezun laughed and walked into the hall, looking at the combination of two people and one bone in front of him, especially this bone. It is impossible to see his strength at all. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ziyang took Lin Ran and the others to another hall. There was singing and dancing in the place, and all of them were female cultivators in the Void Realm, and their cultivation levels were higher than the two of them. A figure of Lan Huang's sect leader's level danced to entertain Lin Ran and the others, and the etiquette was very important. After a few sips of wine, Ziyang spoke first. Your Excellency, have you come here to ask for my cooperation? Lin Ran took a sip, wondering when he had ever drunk such a spirit wine. He smiled and said, It's not about cooperation, we're just here to do some business and share what we have. Upon hearing this, Ziyang said directly, Why do you need to do this in the upper realm? If you want something from Lan Huang, just ask directly, and we will give it to you with both hands. The Realm Master often teaches us not to use our power to pressure others. Business is business, and we cannot mess around. Lin Ran remembers the saying, You cannot force others to buy or sell with your status as a higher realm. He continued, The Realm Lord Palace sent the two of us here to open up trade channels. If Lan Huang has any needs, please feel free to ask. Ha ha ha. Ziyang laughed. As expected of the upper realm, they are so generous. The worship they gifted to our realm a few days ago has become the most powerful treasure of our alliance. The upper realm's generosity is truly eye-opening for us. The implication is, should we take out the crossbow this time? Lin Ran glanced at the dancing female cultivator and replied nonchalantly, Your Excellency is so kind. The worship is also extremely precious to my Kanglin. This time I am only selling some small items. Anyone from Lan Huang who likes it and thinks the price is right may come and buy it. Oh? I wonder what the gadgets the envoy mentioned are. Ziyang became interested. Would the Realm Lord appreciate this item? Lin Ran said, taking out a locust poison crossbow and a dozen locust poison arrows from the token. This crossbow and this arrow were designed personally by our Realm Master, specifically for combating the Zerg. What do you think, Realm Master? This was the first time that Ziyang Realm Lord saw the locust poison crossbow, which displayed its might that day. Up close his eyes were immediately drawn to it as he watched. He exclaimed, Wonderful! So wonderful! This design is truly genius. Every detail is perfect, especially the locust poison arrows. The venom forms the arrows, and they contain a magic needle. Ziyang's eyes widened as he asked quickly, I wonder, Your Excellency, how much is this precious treasure worth? Lin Ran waved his hand, collected the crossbow, and said with a smile, Let's drink and have fun today, don't worry, Realm Master. This crossbow needs to be used in conjunction with a formation. It is not something a single cultivator can operate alone. I must sell it to your alliance. There is no need to rush. There is a long time to come, a long time to come. The envoy is right. Let's have some fun today and toast to victory. After chatting for a while, Xian Farron casually asked, Where are the other realm lords? Don't be surprised, Your Excellency. The 7 realm lords were seriously injured in the battle and are all in seclusion to recuperate. There is also a Dowling realm lord who is presiding over a martial arts competition. The Nine Sons Alliance is new, so letting the younger generations have some fun can help to improve understanding. If the envoy has any instructions, I will call them here immediately. Ziyang tried his best to be humble. After all, he needed help from others, so it was not shameful. Xian Farron hurriedly said, I was just asking casually, there's nothing else to ask. Please don't disturb the recovery of the realm lords. My cultivation is low, and this spiritual wine of yours is truly potent. I simply cannot drink any more today. If I continue, I'll lose my composure and make a fool of myself, and I'll inevitably be reprimanded by my elders. I'm extremely grateful to your company today.
We'll both take our leave now, please don't blame me.
Lin Ran had obviously drunk too much spirit wine, and she said to Zi Yang with a red face and a bowed out. Zi Yang waved his hands and said with a smile, "It's okay, it's okay. As long as the envoy is happy, I'm satisfied."
Then he said to the female nuns who were still dancing, "Take the servant down to rest quickly and serve him well." He especially emphasized the word serve. Xian Farron's expression was serious.
He bowed and said, "Jiazun has misunderstood.
We cultivators fight for our lives and have experienced life and death. Why should we need others to serve us?"
Zi Yang's voice softened. "Don't worry, Your Excellency. They are all willing and proficient in dual cultivation techniques.
They have never had intercourse with anyone else.
They are specially trained by our alliance to entertain distinguished guests. It is an honor for them to be with Your Excellency this time.
They will belong to Your Excellency forever and will be at your disposal." Xian Feiren still said sternly, "Your Majesty, there is no need to be like this. Today, I will teach you that I, San Lan, am a serious person in this world."
Lin Ran also nodded and said, "Friend Xian is right.
All the serious people in the Kanglan realm dislike the art of love and have killed all the evil cultivators." As she spoke, Lin Ran glanced at Bone Master, who was jumping among the dancers, and pointed at the bones and added, "Except for him, strictly speaking, he is not considered a human."
Zi Yang looked incredulous.
He had never thought that the two would react so strongly to this matter.
"I am too reckless. I never thought that the upper realm would come here.
I am ashamed, but these female cultivators are always more careful than others.
Since the envoy has just arrived, there are many inconveniences.
Let them guide the envoy or do some small things for him."
Lin Ran thought about it and realized that it was true.
He then bowed and said, "In that case, I will follow what the realm master said.
Thank you for your help."
Several female practitioners said they dared not. Chapter 19. More serious, more powerful. Xian Farron was very puzzled when he returned to his residence. After practicing for thousands of years, he only wanted to be used to entertain guests.
How could this make sense? Brother Lin, why do you think this is happening? Why?
These female cultivators have cultivated themselves to the void tribulation realm, a realm higher than both of you and me. Even though I can defeat 10 of them, they must have cultivated for at least tens of thousands of years.
Why are they being treated like commodities and given away overnight? Lin Ran's heart sank when he heard this. He thought to himself, could this Kanglin be a homosexual? Isn't the hardest thing in life to pretend to be serious among a group of serious people? He was completely envious of Master Gu.
It's rare for fellow Taoist Xian to have such a heart.
Fellow Taoist, think about it, although you and I are serious this time, what about next time?
What if we meet someone else who is not serious? The next time the Nine Suns Alliance encounters distinguished guests from other worlds, one can imagine what will happen to these female cultivators. Lin Ran suddenly had an idea. The Realm Lord's palace did not allow the practice of evil skills, but it also did not prohibit marrying and having children.
Alas! Xian Farron couldn't help but sigh. Brother Lin, do you have any ideas?
Lin Ran also sighed and said slowly, in my opinion, instead of rejecting them, it would be better to accept these female cultivators and place them in the Frostsea world I created, Kanglin, and grant them freedom. As a proud member of the demon clan, fellow Taoist Xian must not be involved in this matter.
It is better for me, Lin, to bear the infamy.
Brother Lin is a righteous man, and I admire him. Don't worry, if anyone in Kanglin dares to say anything bad about Brother Lin about this matter, I will be the first to disagree.
Xian Farron looked righteous and awe-inspiring. Lin Ran nodded. Brother Xian, don't worry. This matter will not be told to outsiders. No one will know.
Xian Feiren nodded seriously. Lin Ran's heart was filled with doubts, and he wanted to ask, Brother, you are so righteous, are you really a demon?
After digesting the spiritual wine, the two took Master Gu out.
It was time to get down to business. As soon as I walked out of the hall, Yushi and Danyu came to greet me, but this time they were wearing more clothes. Seeing this, Guyu was unhappy.
He snorted and stopped jumping below.
Instead, he flew to the same level as everyone else. Today, the two of us would like to go for a stroll.
Thank you for leading the way, fellow Taoist. Lin Ran was very polite. Yushi and Danyu felt warm in their hearts.
They were deeply moved by this long-lost respect. Their existence is widespread in the Lanhuang world and has become a unique culture. Regardless of the size of the sect, they will train some such maids. Some are for the private use of distinguished guests, while others are for public use by ordinary guests. What seems incredible to the Kanglin people is commonplace in the Lanhuang world, and they can't even help themselves. The art of dual cultivation and love flourished in Lanhuang. When Lin Ran and Xian Farron learned about this situation, they were shocked. This is hard for serious Kanglin people to accept. Xian Farron was very worried. What if such an unruly world were to follow us and lead the serious people of Kanglin astray? When I get back, I must report the situation to the Realm Lord Hall and put pressure on Lan Huang to change their customs. He made a silent decision in his heart. Lin Ran was asking about the prices of source instruments and spiritual materials in this world along the way, walking in the city, looking at the romantic places everywhere. Xin Fei Ran, who was always calm and composed, frowned finally. He couldn't help himself and asked Yushi, "Don't you all rely on dual cultivation for your cultivation?" Yushi replied softly, "To be honest, immortal, in most cases, it is indeed the case." After hearing this, Xin Feiren felt a little disgusted with the Lanhuang realm. Suddenly, waves surged into the sky in the distance. Lin Ran was curious, "Fellow Taoist Yushi, do you know what's going on over there?" To answer your question, after the Nine Suns Alliance was established, they held a Tianjiao conference. I believe that the Tianjiao from all over Lanhuang were competing there. Brother Lin, I want to go and see how strong this cultivator who practices by lying on the belly can be. Xin Feiren no longer concealed his disgust. He stood up and flew towards the arena. If flying was originally prohibited in the city, but once the pressure of the holy bones was released, everyone pretended not to see it. Bone Master instantly grew to a size of 10 feet, carrying Lin Ran and several maids as he flew over. Girl, is Master Bone thick? If I ask you to serve Master Bone, I'm afraid you won't be able to fit in. Shengbu didn't forget to tease a few female cultivators in a lewd voice. The two realm lords, Ziyang Daoling, who were watching the game at the scene, suddenly felt a powerful pressure coming. They stood up together and looked in the direction of the holy bones. I saw the two messengers of Kenglin standing on the mysterious bones, rushing towards the arena. He caught up with Xin Feiren halfway and carried him over. Under this pressure, all the cultivators stopped and looked towards where the realm master was. Welcome to the two envoys. I am sorry for being inconsiderate. I never thought that the envoys also like to watch the young people play. If I had known, I would have specially invited them. But now I have troubled you two to come in person. I am sorry. Zi Yang was still polite and humble. Are you asking our world master to bow down to you like this just because you are a cultivator of the void realm of the upper realm? Are you stupid? To be able to represent the void realm cultivator of the upper realm and to be protected by such a powerful and intimidating being, one must be of extraordinary status. So what, seeing that the two people coming were from the void realm, and at that ethereal and mysterious realm, many people below were dissatisfied. This is a bit of a disdain for us. There was a lot of discussion below, but the voices could not reach Lin Ran's ears. Your Majesty, there is no need to be like this. It is us two who came uninvited and disturbed you all. It was not intentional. We just wanted to see the style of Lan Huang's genius. Please don't blame us. Lin Ran said neither humbly nor arrogantly. No problem, please, please. Several people sat cross-legged on the cloud side by side, and the Daoling Jizun said, the competition continues. This competition is a competition among different realms. During the competition below, Xin Feiren showed great disdain and kept mocking weak. Still weak. Is this worthy of being called proud? The cultivation level after the weekend is really useless. Even if such a genius is one realm higher, I can still defeat 10 of them. But in front of the demons, they are indeed very weak. In terms of combat power at the same level, even Monk Huangcheng is far stronger than them, and can barely be on par with the mass-produced Zerg in the entire universe. The only races that can compare with the demons are the gods, immortals, and ancient races. Xin Feiren is a genius among the demons. He can beat 2 or 3 demons of the same level. He really looks down on this so-called genius. The two realm lords were extremely good at cultivating their chi, and no matter how Xin Feiren mocked them, they remained indifferent, but the geniuses below couldn't stand it anymore. Sir, do you dare to accept this challenge? A powerful Kongjia warrior who had just defeated his opponent below could not bear it anymore and spoke first. How dare you? Back off. Zi Yang shouted angrily. That's fine. Fellow Taoist Qian is just itching to fight, so you don't have to worry, sir. But what he just said is definitely modesty. He can beat 20 people. After hearing Lin Ran's infuriating words, the two realm lords just smiled, hoping in their hearts that no one would die. It would be fine if the Lanhuang cultivator died, but if this young Kong Xian died, there would be chaos in the Lanhuang realm. The black jade blade came into play immediately, and the source of destruction burst out. The elegant young man immediately turned into a demon who seemed to destroy everything. Although he was only at the realm of Kong Xian, his pressure completely overwhelmed the Kongjia expert who was one level higher than him. I said, we have to fight 10 of them. Who else wants to join us? The devilish sound of the black fey blade shook the arena. Don't worry, I won't accidentally kill you. I just want to tell you that you won't gain strength by climbing on someone's belly. The last sentence successfully angered many geniuses present at the scene. The dual cultivation technique is a feature of this world. You use this to insult us, which is intolerable. All of a sudden, 10 powerful men in the Sky Tribulation realm surrounded an envoy from the upper realm named Kong Xin in the center. Zi Yang sighed and thought to himself, now, no matter what the outcome, the geniuses of our world will not be able to hold their heads up in front of Songlan. With Kong Xian's cultivation level, he challenged 10 void tribulations, and he was still a genius in this world. How domineering he was! Xian Ferin took off all his equipment and said, "Since this is a competition, I won with my sharp weapon and armor, but it was not a fair victory. Today, I will defeat you with my Taoism alone. Remember, it is your honor to be defeated by my Xian Fei blade." After he finished speaking, he was surrounded by black air, and his figure and face could not be seen clearly. Only a magic blade of destruction could be vaguely seen in his right hand. 10 powerful Kongjie warriors attacked together, but their first attack missed. It's the way of space. This was the advantage of the Kanglan cultivators. While they couldn't easily wreck space like the gods and demons, it was better than nothing. Knowing something was better than knowing nothing at all. The same goes for Xian Fei Run. Although he is just a half-baked space cultivator, it is better than nothing. After a scream, the one who was the fastest among the 10 men had been defeated. They didn't see clearly how the other party made the move. This is the power of the origin of destruction, defeating the opponent with one blow. Chapter 20, The Demon Tribe's Pride. So terrifying, all the cultivators present were shocked, and the 2 great realm masters were also shocked. This person was of the same level, but far superior to them. This, even if they lose next, it's enough to prove their strength. Fighting across ranks and defeating an enemy with a single move is truly terrifying. Are all cultivators from the upper realms this powerful? This person is from the upper realm. He must be a first-class genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to our realm with the cultivation level of the Void Realm. Your words are true, but aren't those on the stage all the geniuses of our realm? After these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Yes, the genius was beaten by 10 people at once, and the opponents were of a higher level. It sounds like a long story, but it actually happens in an instant. After defeating one person, he immediately uses his skills again. Take my move. Xian Ferin smiled evilly at destruction, demon blade, a blade beam that could even destroy space, slashed towards the 9 people whose skills had just been wasted. The space along the way was shattered, making it impossible for them to even determine the location of the swordlight. Resist together. The remaining 9 people took a step forward, formed a sharp arrow formation, and used their original power to resist. Seeing that the swordlight was blocked, several people were happy, but the Xian Fei blade came from behind them and appeared at the original position. Lin Ran smiled. He was very familiar with the art of space jump. Basically all the cultivators in Kanglan knew this trick: instantly appear in another place for 3 breaths, and then return to the original position after 3 breaths. This is the simplest application of the way of space. Before fighting each other, the Kanglan monks would reinforce the surrounding space, making many space techniques extremely difficult to use, but this group of people did not know the way of space, nor had they ever come into contact with it. Without being on guard, they were fooled around by Xian Fei Run one by one. In addition, his destructive origin is already extremely powerful, and one sword strike can make a person lose his combat effectiveness. Nirvana, the end of the Tao. At close range, he used Lu Feng's magical powers to directly cut off the connection between the remaining people. This guy is one of the very few geniuses in the demonic clan Sky Realm who has learned Lu Feng's magical powers. What kind of magical power is this? The origin cannot be called upon. As the few people were shocked, Xian Ferin twisted and turned, and in a few breaths, he beat them one by one and made them lose their fighting ability. He seemed to be at ease, as if strolling in the garden. I still overestimated you. You are so vulnerable. After finishing the fight cleanly and neatly, he took back the divine armor and weapon, and returned to Lin Ran without looking back, leaving the Lan Huang monks in the audience stunned. What kind of monster is this? How could such a cultivator exist in this world? Is this a dream? How is this possible? Why is it so fast? Are the cultivators from the upper realm so terrifying? Why? Is it that I, Lan Huan, am too weak, or is it that the upper realm is too powerful? Is the way of dual cultivation really wrong? Alas! Zi Yang sighed, stood up and said to the monks below, once there was a frog in a well. It thought the well mouth was the sky and the well water was the earth. It did not see the whole picture and was complacent. But once it got out of the well, it was surrounded by enemies. Today, we Lan Huang monks are like frogs in a well. It's time to change. Even if a frog leaves the well, it can still eat insects. We are no match for even the insect race. If one does not grow through hard work, does not advance through enlightenment, and breaks through realms in a constant state of joy, how can it be compared to those who practice asceticism? I have said this much, and you will reflect on yourselves. After finishing speaking, he bowed to Lin Ran Xian Fei Ren and said, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Your Excellency."
It's okay, it's okay.
I, Kanglin, have encountered relatively few alien worlds.
I will see more in the future, and I will definitely meet people who are not as good as you. Don't be discouraged. Lin Ran's words can still make people angry to death. Zi Yang's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything.
He would be so angry that he would die if he said anything else. Xian Feiren couldn't help but say, "Your Excellency, I think as a cultivator, it's better to be serious."
The most unserious thing about Kanglin is his bones, but do you know why he turned into bones?
As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the surrounding Lanhuang monks trembled. The upper realm can crush us with just a stretch of their hand. Lan Huang must change and align himself with the upper realm.
This is the true voice of the two world masters Zi Yang and Dao Ling. Ah, brother Xian, you're joking. Kanglin won't interfere with the development of other worlds unless they practice evil skills.
Lin Ran laughed it off and stabbed him again.
There can't be any evil cultivators practicing the art of collecting and replenishing energy in the Lanhuang realm, right? You are joking, envoy. The Lanhuang realm also strictly cracks down on evil practitioners. As for evil ways, I, Lanhuang, firmly follow the upper realm. Zi Yang quickly made a promise.
That's good. To be honest, the two of us are here to help Lanhuang grow stronger. The improvement of cultivation depends on the cultivator himself, and no one else can help. But for external improvement, the Realm Lord Hall can help a little. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Ran stated the main topic.
I would like to ask the Realm Venerable to prepare a sales venue for the two of us. In addition to displaying various source instruments and sacred instruments, there will also be an auction.
I hope the Realm Venerable will help spread the word.
Rest assured, Your Excellency.
The alliance will surely satisfy you. Then I'll trouble you, Jia Zun. The exhibition will start in 5 days and will be sold out until all are sold out. The upper realm is willing to share treasures, and we will definitely cooperate with them.
We will prepare them for the envoy in 5 days. Thank you, Jia Zun.
It is we who should thank the higher realms. After some polite exchanges, they each went back. As soon as Zi Yang and Dao Ling formed their alliance, they immediately issued orders to exterminate several evil sections. They also issued orders to kill individual evil cultivators. 5 days later, under the arrangement of the Nine Yan Alliance, a huge venue was prepared. Lin Ran and Xian Feiren took out some of the various source devices and placed them on various exhibition stands. These are all leftover stitching. A low-grade source device and about 500 top-grade source stones. A medium-grade source device, about 3,000 top-grade source stones. A top-grade source device, about 40,000 top-grade source stones. A top-grade source weapon, about 1.2 million top-grade source stones. This is Lin Ran's unified pricing. The price will fluctuate depending on the type, but it is basically at this level. Overall, it is 30% lower than the market price of Lanhuang and 5 times the cost price. In fact, for Lanhuang, the biggest problem with the source device is not the high price, but that there are basically no sources for sale. There are many places for romantic entertainment, but there are very few source instruments traded.
Want a source weapon?
Go find a weapon refiner. However, this often results in a very high price, and the refiner will suffer a high loss of materials, and there is also the issue of success rate. The source device is really hard to find. When a hall full of armor and weapons was placed before his eyes, Brother Lan Huang stared in amazement. The price is low and the workmanship is excellent, so why not buy it? The first batch of cultivators who rushed in went crazy grabbing the items. With the formation in place, they were not afraid of being stolen.
Only by putting in enough source stones would the source device be revealed. The top floor is the auction room. 0.5 pieces of holy armor and 30 pieces of semi-holy armor directly detonated the scene. Isn't holy level armor a holy weapon? The transaction price was ridiculously high. The next day, Lin Ran put up a sign for resource acquisition again, and a large amount of spiritual gold, spiritual wood, etc. entered the token space of the 2. For the locust poison crossbow and locust poison arrow. All resources are used to replace the originium. In exchange, the price is directly 100 times higher than the construction cost. Why do you dare to ask such a price? Firstly, since the product was designed by the Lord of the Realm himself, no weapon refiner could imitate it. Secondly, one of Lu Feng's design principles for mass-produced weapons is that they should be cheap. Combining these 2 points, you can earn monopoly money. Who made our realm master so outstanding?
Any lower price would be an apology to the Realm Master's efforts. Even so, Zi Yang Realm Lord still felt that it was great value for money. Seeing Zi Yang's happy look, Lin Ren asked for the more than 300 Sky Realm mates trained by them on the pretext that she was short of workers and needed Lan Huang's agents. Zi Yang naturally agreed.